knock on wood. Let's hope that this works. We're going to see if we get part 2 started. Fuck.
Do you want me to post anything on your timeline?
Yeah, it should be starting now. Says we got an excellent connection. And so we are live. So I just want to explain to everyone that we are back on after a second DDoS, DDoS, dedicated denial of service attack. So what happened is Comcast is trying to put a trace on the source of the attacks. That alone will probably stop them because this is, after all, as deep state as you can get. It's NSA itself, but it's a rogue element within the NSA. Obviously, what they're doing is illegal and not officially sanctioned. So what's going on right now is the elements within the NSA that are doing this are essentially, once they see that a trace has been put on to the source of the attacks, or they're probably going to assume that such is done after 2 attacks, then they will stop the attack simply because they can't afford the scandal or some kind of trace going back to them, because that can be questioned since it's an illegal operation. Acid Kick 96 says loud and clear. Vril 618 says sound is on. So thank you very much for that. And definitely appreciate everyone joining us. So my little throne of pillows is set up. I'm ready to sit here for effectively throughout the next 12 hours. I'm going to, and we have 12 fucking hours now.
What it says here, Douglas, it
Yeah.
says, my friend Kim at Montauk says it has started from the beginning of your interview again. No live chat yet. That's what you said.
No, people are hearing us. What's going on is he's going back to the same link. He has to reset his page. Tell him to reset his page. Yeah, so with that, I do want to remind everyone, obviously this is war. This is a guerrilla war. And it's your war. You've got to fight it. So the first thing they hit us with is downvotes. Lots and lots of automated downvotes. And so we need all of you to counter that with upvotes, because unfortunately YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate. And the more popular you are, the more disseminated you get, and the more you appear on searches. And so to keep us off searches, they hit us with downvotes that YouTube filters out within 1 or 2 hours, because Stephen Outrim is very cheap and buys the cheapest Autobots to do his dirty work. But it's a dirty war, and you've got to fight dirty, or you're never going to win, because nice guys finish last. And what you need to do is hit us with upvotes from every IP address you've got. That means every cell phone, laptop, PC, or tablet that you've got that may have a different IP address, you hit an upvote on that, because that's the only thing that's going to get us back on searches. And it's for the sake of your children's children, lest they inherit a devastated world of destruction, which is ultimately what the enemy wants. They worship entropy and the destructive forces. Now, both Aristides and Peter Moon, who has returned from Romania, were engaged in deep conversation that got off approximately at this point 15 minutes ago. We are going to let them estimate where they were cut off, because we can't find out where they were cut off until they listen to the first part of this.
It's not critical, Douglas, because we were just kind of filling time and talking about Maui.
Okay.
Because I knew nothing about it other than it occurred, and I'd heard a little bit about Oprah and Stevie Nicks and Paris Hilton's estates being saved, and them being in the middle of a maelstrom of speculation.
I mean, oh my God, of all the things to be saved, I mean, we lost a historic town in Maui, and they managed to save the homes of those idiots. Those.
Well, I don't think they saved the homes. They were really not seriously threatened.
Okay.
They were just out of the, because I think the fire just burned to what it could. I don't think they put it out, did they? Initially they did.
I haven't.
But
Yeah. All I know is that they were woefully unprepared for it, because of all people on Earth that you think would take the environment seriously, they ignored all warnings of global warming. They were in some form of climate denial. Maybe it's simply because so many wealthy people on the island have so much property, and they're into that kind of politic where they deny climate change.
I think those people are big advocates of climate change.
You would think, yeah.
But it says, follow. This is what it says on Wikipedia. Following the fires, a variety of conspiracy theories about them were posted to social media. Some contain doctored images or images of other unrelated events presented as being from the fires,
Interesting.
often ostensibly demonstrating that a directed energy weapon or space laser was involved.
Of
There
course.
have also been mentions of famous individuals' estates in Hawaii that have not been damaged from the fires, prompting unsubstantiation accusations of blame. Other posts have claimed that wildfires do not occur naturally or that vegetation is not left standing in a natural fire. I think, a lot of weird stuff happens around fires because fire is an element.
Yes.
It's first and foremost an element. And this can be invoked by magicians. It can be evoked by nature. It's the element of fire. And we are, after all, in Leo, which is a fire sign.
Yes.
It's during the high heat. And while global warming has been devastating Hawaii, a lot of water has been flooding California and Long Island, New York. It's like we got a lot of water here.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a extraordinarily important point. That being said, I do want people to know something. There is, among all the other inequities in society that are developing, one of the inequities that has become very visible in California is that the wealthy have private mercenary firefighting forces. So oftentimes their estates will not be burned unless somebody takes extraordinary effort to see to it that they're burned. And you'd have to go through a private firefighting force, which is protected by a private mercenary force. So understand that these people, all of these wealthy people whose estates did not burn, probably had an entire army of firefighters that...
I don't think it even got... It's like, as I was saying earlier, if you're in New York City in the middle of Central Park, you're much less likely to get caught in a fire. And they have estates. In other words, the city of Maui was all like a
tinderbox.
Yeah, so it's like it's not startling that their places wouldn't burn
just by dint of geography. Understood.
Exactly. So I mean, who the hell knows?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that's appreciated. I do want to let you know that everyone in the chat room, David Reed says, let's begin the party. Acid Kick 96 gives 3 thumbs up. T-Tank Berry says, back in action. Acid Kick 96 says, we love you, DDD. And T-Tank Berry says, Peter was inquiring about you, Douglas. And then the cut. And then T-Tank Berry says, approximately 37 minutes into transmission. Clint H. Bennett says, we are back, Peter. So definitely we are back. The numbers are good. We were at fairly high numbers in the 20s before the cut. The only reason that basically probably I had a hint of what was going on was that while I was tending to things around my quote-unquote office, because I produced this on basically my mattress, I saw the lights start to go out on the modem again. So that's when I contacted Comcast and had to deal with them putting the tracer on the source of the attacks, which, as I said, again, will probably guarantee we won't be hit again tonight. And then our man, Peter, I called him first, and then we contacted Aristides, who apparently was completely unaware still at the time that anything was amiss. I don't know if that's the case, but okay. Well, I'm here with all 3 of you now. 2 of you. Oh, that's 3 of us now, and by all means, let's get started.
Well, thank you. And, we were merrily talking along. And all of a sudden I realized it was 37 minutes. And it's interesting that when I asked about you, that's when we go off. I didn't know. I didn't realize exactly when we go off. I was saying, well, yeah, by the way, we're running here. What happened to Douglas? Yeah. And I'm asking, are you there, Douglas? And, that
was probably the trigger word.
Apparently so.
Oh my God!
But anyway, yes, here we are, and I just thought it would be apropos to bring up the Maui fires.
Yeah, it is
because I heard about them, and then somebody was telling me about one of my friends was telling about smart cities and all this, and I never heard of this stuff, and it's like people. like think I need to be well informed on this stuff.
They presume, yes. Go on.
Yes, and it's like they're well informed because they're listening to diatribes of shit.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know this very well. I'm laser focused right now on the work with Douglas, and it's almost like I have to explain to this. And I have things to update you on personally, Douglas.
Sure.
And maybe I'll just go into the narrative.
Sure.
And I want to say, okay, so this was the big August 12th
Montauk biorhythm.
Exactly, and I've been promoting this, and I'm actually going to go to my newsletter and say I've been talking about this biorhythm for a long time.
Yeah.
In fact, for umpteen years, and let's see. Boy, I'm not doing too good here.
No worries. There's a lot going on. Yeah.
I'm gonna find it. No, I made some comment in my newsletter, and basically, I want to see exactly how I worded it.
Sure. It's important. Sometimes, yeah. Go on.
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna hear. Okay, I've got it here. Biorhythm. We're now this is what I wrote in my newsletter, heading into the biorhythm. We're now headed on the home stretch, heading toward what is projected to be the climax of my career, Peter Moon's career, regarding discoveries concerning time travel and related phenomena. This is what I want to stick to tonight. I am referring, of course, to the cyclical 20-year Montauk biorhythm that will be manifesting between August 10 and 14th of this year. As I have stated before, the Mayans recognized this August time period as the beginning of their calendar. The fact that the Mayans recognized this biorhythm as the original timeline suggests that this biorhythm surfaces at an apex of consciousness which could be said to summon or precipitate forces or vectors of influence that allow the original timeline to breathe, in quotes, or manifest as such, but also the counter forces which oppose it. This Maui thing would be the counter force, because it just attracts so much negative attention, if nothing else. If you assume it was natural, it's attracting a lot of negative attention. The biorhythms represent nodal points in time that stand out, the 20-year ones being larger and more impactful than the 10-year, and so forth down to the annual biorhythms. And it's turned out that I entered Choclavina Cave during this biorhythm. It just happens. This is the first time I ever arranged to be at Choclavina during the biorhythm, and I laid it out. The very fact that I did that had a lot of serendipitous events, because Jojo and Chad, the only two people that were part of the group that I knew that were like close friends.
Right.
Leah, who I like to call my Korean teddy bear, right. She likes them too. Wonderful lady. She spearheaded this in a lot because me, her, and Chad kind of like really formulated it. We were in Michigan last year, and she was really great. And she's the one who brought Maggie, who you got to speak to.
Yeah.
And so, but Leah was the only one there I'd ever met in person. And people who met my friends were saying, God, what a wonderful group of people you got together. And they really were. They really were wonderful people. And as I said, I hadn't met them. And we all got along. And it was remarkable. We had a remarkable time. But this was and that was a remarkable, but Chad and Jojo, who couldn't make it, Jojo had personal situation. Chad was plugged into, let's say, forces that he was afraid were going to arrest him in Romania.
Jesus.
Well, I would call it drama.
Okay.
Nobody arrested anybody.
Right.
there were one person I would have liked to have arrested. He was a real anathema to what we were doing. He was Romanian, and he was there, and he was a real pain in the ass.
Jesus.
To everybody.
Sorry,
but he was just there for a few days.
Yeah.
And and what it showed is we didn't have any negative characters there. Just negative energy. Because he kept talking about how we were all programmed.
Oh, God.
And after about 10 minutes, I say, well, so why are you telling me this?
Thank you.
I don't disagree with you, but why do you keep talking about it?
Thank you.
In other words, please. And then my Romanian friend said, he believes in the flat earth, too.
Oh, God. That explains everything. He's a victim of a psyop. In that sense, he may as well be an asset.
Yeah, it was very toxic. But anyway, so it was a very good trip. But I kind of felt like I was rolling all of my dice on this biorhythm being meaningful, being hyper meaningful, because this is the big biorhythm. I also gave myself an out, saying, well, the biorhythm of 2003 was this big blackout on August 14th, centered around Preston's new home in Cairo, New York. Mm-hmm. But so I said, I didn't find out about the chamber beneath the Sphinx until 4 years later, because I didn't read the book. So I could find out something else big happened during this period. But so much energy happened on this trip, and I shared some of it, in the broadcasts I did, which weren't on the usual time, so people may not have heard those. But I would say that my adventure to Atlanticron was just incredible. Atlanticron, which is, of course, a group of traditionally scientists, writers, and artists who meet on the Danube in this island off the coast in the Danube off of Kapidava, this little village in the delta. It's really kind of the delta of the Black Sea. Well, it's a long delta. It's been going for 34 years. This is the 34th year. And I've had, and I go there kind of as a precursor. It's something I do, but my main event is always on what I do afterwards. Yet I say, and it's like just a precursor. And I get there and I say, why do I go to this thing? And not so much, not so much. I mean, I'm part of the World Genesis Foundation board and all this, and I do support it. But basically, I go and I show up, and I basically teach Qigong. I didn't even speak this year, and in fact, Serene, he kind of apologized for it, and he wrote me a very warm letter, but I don't even care. I mean, I've spoken there, so I don't need to get up and hear myself. Yeah. And I'm in the background, and I do Qigong. It was the best Qigong I've ever done. Something I don't normally teach to people when I'm during my regular life.
Yeah.
And I was actually doing dream work. We were doing they do dream catchers there every year. Mm-hmm. They dream catchers. And this time I talked. Like, we'd be making the physical dream catchers, and I give talks, tips to people dream. We pick up on dreams, share dreams. And I told you I got very interactive with this young lady who needed some help, and I was doing her chart and stuff, and it was a really positive experience for her, and with some other young people that just getting them to work on the dreams, and the energy of the Qigong was incredible because I was like last year, Heather and I were doing yoga and Qigong together, and nobody was really coming. And it was like, what the hell are we doing?
Right.
So this year we kind of did the same thing, although the first day there was a tremendous turnout. And we had a regular flow of people this year. So it was like, you can't tell what the hell's going on. And she'd do the yoga, and then I'd kind of come in at the end and do Qigong, and then some people would stay, some people would go. And what I started doing, other than showing them some basic health exercises, I started doing healings on people. And the healings are very simple. I teach people to put qi into their hands and emanate qi. And this could be done with people that have never done any qigong. And you get the qi, you get the person in the center of the circle, and you start flowing healing energy, good intent. And I was getting remarkable results. This isn't the first time I've done it there. But we had this opera singer, and I start off when I'm announced the first night I'm there, I say, bring me your mental, emotional, and physical problems, and I'll deal with you. And this, beautiful opera singer comes up to me, and she approaches me late at night, and she says, blah, 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 I can't sing. I'm supposed to sing, but I can't sing because I keep hearing my voice when I sing. I've got this dysfunction on my ear. Wow. And it was like, I was ready to bring in my dentist friend, Clara, who they didn't quite connect because Clara is not only a medically trained, she's really good at healing, on a physical, botanical level. In fact, they called her the medicine woman. When, we all had trail names up at the camp, and she was voted. So everybody had a name. My name was, I think the two final names for me were Gandalf, which I did not like at all.
But I could see why they assigned that to you.
I can see that too, and it's a compliment. But I don't know if I had to be. I think if I wanted to be any character in that movie, I don't know who I mean, Aragorn would be the, I guess if you want to identify with him, he seemed the least disturbed of all the characters. The least afflicted. He knew what he was doing, and Gandalf did too. Yeah. But perhaps I don't want to think of myself as that old. What they voted for me was interpreter.
Interesting.
Which had to do with interpreter, because I was interpreting dreams left, right, and center. When people share their dreams, which we did every morning, I was like running with the interpretations. Pretty fluid, actually. So not as good as Joseph in the Bible, not that good, because this guy could tell the future.
Still good.
Yeah, but I wasn't that good. And perhaps that's a good thing too. So anyway, we and her name, the two names for her was in the finals were Vogue and Medicine Woman. And I think they did the Medicine Woman, I think, in Romanian, but whatever it was. But the Vogue, because she, all she had was a suitcase she brought with her, and she was pulling out outfits left, right, and center. She looked different every day, and she looked beautiful. I don't know how she managed it, but that's what some women are good at.
Yeah.
So I, but she didn't like the vote. No, she says no, because she didn't even know. She was sleeping while we voted her name. She was the only one that night who didn't attend our closing circle. So she had to sleep, and so I told her the next morning, and she liked the Medicine Woman much better. But I was going to bring this opera singer to her, but she, ended up going to Constanza, which is a city on the Black Sea, and she kind of hung out there for most of the week with another friend of mine, Fatima, and they hung out there, so she wasn't really around that much. But anyway, I was going to do the circle on the singer, Diana, and she disappeared. She came back the next day or whatever, and I did it on her. And she came back a day later. She came back when we were doing our Qigong the next morning. She says, it healed, which was remarkable because it was so bad. And she got up and sang. She was beautiful. Wonderful. She sang opera, and then she sang some musicals. from just musical type. She was just beautiful voice, and what a wonderful lady she was. But that was one of the most dramatic. There was also one woman who had a very, I forget what she said. I think she said it's emotional. Because I asked him what's wrong with him when we put the group, and then she broke down crying.
Oh, wow.
And said she was molested as a young woman.
Right.
And it was a very dramatic healing because it cured so much. She became a policewoman, and she'd like wear her hair up. And then she started wearing her hair down, and she looked beautiful. And she was like restricting herself. So like it really helped her get through some of this. It was like instant PTSD release. Now I can't say that she's been 100% handled from that, but it was just she just thanked me profusely. So it was really fun to do that and to see how powerful and easy it is, because you're putting chi into them, but you've also got X amount of people surrounding you just putting positive energy into you. And then one of my favorite friends that I hadn't seen until, she became my favorite friend on this trip. I hadn't seen her in 13 years.
Wow.
I met her 13 years ago. I was the first person she met, and now she's, really, I guess, established herself independently wealthy, because, she was half Romanian and half Southern Californian. She grew up in Romania, moved to Southern California, moved back, and now she's permanently installed there.
Wow.
She says retired at age 36, God bless her.
Yeah.
And anyway, she had a neck issue. But her neck issue, it helped it. But then with all the stuff going on, I ended up introducing her to Pierre. Pierre is a friend of mine who's learning how to speak English better and better every year. And he has this device. It looks like a pair of bicycle handlebars, sort of, or weight bars you're pulling down, and he's got you attached to a computer and you're in this head harness, and he's monitoring all the muscles in your back. It's to like get the whole anatomy working. It's good for neck problems. So I got her to that, and also sent her a link to get a neck stretcher, which is something very good for neck problems. But Pierre, I was referring people to him because he's got this, and it's all computerized. It's like he's a biophysicist, and I've never seen anything like this. So there's so many different forms of healing. And he joked that he wanted to give me a commission because I was bringing him all these customers. And as I pointed out to him, I said, I'm only bringing you beautiful women. That was the case, and he acknowledged that. So anyway, the healing was just fantastic. It made me feel good. And then, of course, I didn't announce this, but David Anderson's sisters were there, and I got to interact with them.
Excellent.
His younger sister Donna is a incredible engineer and scientist like himself. She works with robotics. She works with, she was doing something called Strawberry Pie, where kids were learning to use these chips and program them, and it was very interactive. It was a little over my head, and plus there was a lot of logistical issues getting things sorted out in the beginning, but these kids really worked and dedicated themselves, and she did very good. And then David's older sister Carol, she's a pharmacist by profession, retired. I believe she's retired, and she was teaching different things with calligraphy and art and whatnot. And I interacted both with them to the point where they both consider me family, and that was very beautiful. Now and as does Heather, it was like I'm now an unofficial, or what is it, honorary Anderson.
Wow.
And that was very beautiful to interact with them and to tell them stories about David that they just love to hear. Mm-hmm. Because he's as enigmatic to his wife and sisters as he is to us.
Of course.
In his own way. Yeah. And Heather made it very clear to me. I mean, you know, we get along very well. We work together very well, seamlessly, in fact. The two fellow Capricorns. And unfortunately, they couldn't make the trip to Choclavina. They came prior to Atlanticron. They left a few days after Atlanticron, but they did make the trip to the Sphinx, which they enjoyed very much. They enjoyed all the people they weren't with all the people, but they were with some of the people that came with me. And they enjoyed the people very much, were very, I guess what you call impressed with the people I put together. I put together a very wonderful group. And this adventure we had I don't know that it ever could be replicated, because it's all based upon me going there for 15 years and the people I know. Daniel, I call him my driver, but in this case he was the coordinator of the group, Romanian friend, who I've known for I think 11 years. Mm-hmm. And he was just, he's been with me on, I think this is his 4th trip to Choclavina. Mm-hmm. He was with me when Paula and I were first brought there. He was driving the car, and we were following the archaeologist who took us there. We had 2 cars. Mm-hmm. And it was me and Paula and I think Joan and Alan in the car, and we were following Daniel, who might have had some other people in the car, and he went with me on that trip. He went back there in 2016 when we discovered the entrance to the dry cave. He took me back last year and now this year, and he said, man, this place is a gateway. And he brought his beautiful girlfriend this time, or I talked a little bit about her. She was just an amazing woman. Only not that old. I think she's born in 1997. That would make her about 26. She's got the wisdom of somebody much older. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about her, but anyway, so Daniel, he coordinates, he gets the bus, I get all these people there, and it was a pre-trip to the Sphinx for some of them, and then it was like Krister, I was trying to use his hotspot on his cell phone to get into you, but that didn't work. I was trying for an hour when I got onto you last time. And Krister he had an amazing story. He showed up at the last minute. He comes in about 11 o'clock, or it's like he showed up. Everybody's there but Krister. We're having a dinner. And he shows up with his backpack. I'm here, great. Go check into your room. Mm-hmm. And just be here at 9 in the morning. And he showed up at the last minute because I guess his flight got delayed or whatever. So everybody congregated. There were all these pressure points where's Krister, Also, it was a pressure point of getting people from the hotel in Bucharest to the Sphinx, which was arranged by my friend Serene so that we picked them up on the way up. It saved money, but there were certain stress points. The other big stress point for me was getting my laundry done. Mm-hmm. Big stress point, because it's not easy to do your laundry in Romania. The 2 of the hotels we stayed at didn't have them. I stayed at the nuclear campus, so that had a dryer and a washer that worked. Mm-hmm. Last year it didn't. The dryer didn't work, so we had to, put it into Greg's room.
Oh my God!
He had a dryer that worked. Heather and I did not, so we put our dryer closed. So it was teamwork. But yeah, so those were stress points, and all the stress points solved themselves. Logistical stress points is what I would say. But it was so based upon all these years of experience, I could put a remarkable group of people together, and it's not something you could even call a tour group. Somebody just wrote to me and says, do you do tours of Montauk and tell tales and stuff? Well, Beck said, no, I'm not in the tour business, do my newsletter. It's like, I can't imagine myself getting a group of 20 or 30 people together and taking them around a Montauk and telling them all these weird stories. This is where this happened. This is where that happened. This is where this is still happening. It's kind of like you and me going to the Presidio.
Yeah.
And you're doing most of the talking. I say, oh, this is where the night of the broken circle occurred.
Right.
It's corny.
Understood.
It might be interesting to people.
Yeah.
It might be genuinely interesting to people. And even if you're getting paid for it, it's still corny.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't take yourself too seriously. Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Other than for money.
Yeah.
And it's fun to interact with people,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like, I might as well take them on tours to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
This is where Veronica gave Christ a handkerchief or whatever she did.
Just so people understand, it really ultimately demeans the subject, and that's something that you don't want to do. But back to Peter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and it's like, yeah, one is telling tales, and most of these things that I would show them are, they're based on a lot of truth or historical events that occurred. It's all chasing an enigma, and admittedly, there's some intrigue in that. This entire trip was a result of me having gone to Romania for 15 years and building and establishing relationships, even to the point where I'm going to write a book, be a PDF file that says, Peter Moon in Romania. It'll be translated into Romanian for these people to know who I am and what the hell I've been doing there. I intend to do that. How I was brought there, what I'm doing, and just give them an overview so people can find out who Peter Moon what he is. Because every year I go there, I get a stronger impingement on whatever it is that I'm doing there. And okay, so anyway, Atlanticron was just an incredible. I interacted with Heather and Donna and Carol, and I didn't finish the thing. Heather made it very clear that I'm a bridge between David's sister and David, the engineer, Donna, in terms of the time technology. Because she can do anything, as far as I'm concerned, in science or engineering. And so can he. But she's not clued in on the time stuff. So I was giving them both tutoring sessions like David gave me, only I'm a little more, I guess what you'd say, went a little deeper. And I intend to share more with them and just introduce more to that part of their brother that they don't know about.
Yeah.
But bridge the time. Heather also, it's very interesting because the last day of Atlanticron is, I guess, a Friday. It used to be a Saturday. Actually, it used to be a Sunday. And now I'm walking from my tent to, I have my computer, my iPad, and I'm going to look up, I'm going to do my morning drink and whatnot, do my Qigong, but I'm also going to look up my friend Susie's horoscope. And I'm sitting there doing it, and Heather shows up, and she'd asked me to do hers, so I started to do hers. Now, I'm walking up there thinking, this is the last day of Atlanticron. I can't wait till I'm in the hotel, my hotel room, because I've been in the dirt and the grime here for a week. You do get showers, but you're still living on an air mattress, better than the ground.
Yeah.
But it's it's fun, but it's not creature comfort fun. So I'm like, it's all over. But no. So Heather comes up to me and I start looking at her chart. And then the next thing so we have a kind of an interaction there. And then I go to the beach to start doing my Qigong. And she's like swimming in the water. And we keep interacting. And it's like, what I told her, I said, you're the biggest beneficiary of David's technology, personally. That's what her chart said. Her chart said that. And that opened up a whole new corridor of conversation and interaction with her. It was like kind of prompted her to say what she said a few days later about me being a bridge. And she was basically saying this stuff is not ready to come online yet. It's not ready. In other words, there might be a time, what she was abstractly saying to me is, and this is from her perception, not necessarily David's perception, not necessarily not David's perception, that the time stuff will come front and center.
Right.
Maybe in the next year or two.
Yeah.
That's definitely what I got. And there will be some more interaction. And I hope to, and she hopes to, and he hopes to come to Chocolatina with me next year.
Great.
That and Atlanticon, that will be a Anderson-centric trip, which will, if it all happens like it should be, it'll be me and the Andersons.
Wow.
Is what it'll. I'm not going to be inviting people because it's going to. And in fact, I can't invite people because I even cleared this with German, who's the owner of the camp, because David wants to work with scouts. He didn't even know there were young people there. When I brought Heather there last year, she seamlessly interacts with them because she's a teacher, an incredible teacher. She just starts teaching.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter what the subject is, she can teach it. So now she's getting more into science and stuff like that, deeper science. So, it's going to be very limited as to who I bring with me. It'll be mostly Andersons, and hopefully, the person who would get us there more than likely is Daniel and his girlfriend.
Right.
And then we'll have a small space for ourselves or wherever we stay, and then we'll have the kids, and they can be, taught. And we'll also put up the ham radio, which is a project that's been delayed for various and sundry reasons, primarily COVID. But there have been others. So Heather says, we want to do this, and this is the plan for next year. And I can even, if I have enough time and commitment, I can get them into both caves. I could have gotten people into the wet cave this year, but there was a little misunderstanding in what was occurring. I didn't know. It could have been arranged, but there were some misunderstandings. I didn't even ask for that. What did happen with my friends who came, we called the name for our dream group were called the Chaco Dream Hikers.
Wow.
Because some of these guys they go early in the morning and they go hiking down to the cave. But he didn't have permission. He said he needed permission to bring us all into the cave at once. But the misunderstandings, it wasn't time for it, he didn't do it. So these guys that were going down there, he went down with them, and they kind of went in the cave on their own. He kind of just shrugged his shoulders, because he's not an authority. He can't stop you from going in the cave. But he kind of let them go down there, and they went past the, you have to go into the water. But they didn't go with wetsuits or anything. They didn't go with proper equipment. They didn't go with headlamps, a flashlight here and there, a cell phone flashlight. And I heard Clara went deep. They even went up the ladder. Now, when I went up the ladder, we had equipment. And maybe the water wasn't as big as it was when I went in, but they really penetrated the cave into, probably hundreds of meters.
Mm-hmm.
And I went deep in a mile into it. But I didn't need that experience again. But the problem was I didn't know they were doing this. if I knew they were doing this, I would say, come back at noon. They rushed to get back at 8:30 or 9 o'clock when we were having our workshop, which was unfortunate because I didn't find out till days later that they were doing this. Nobody told me.
Wow.
And had I known that, I would have said, go enjoy the cave. We'll do it at noon for those who went down there.
Yeah.
And so there was some interaction with the cave on the last day of hiking. The last day, I think they went deep. German took them into some ancient ruins, which some of my friends have gone and couldn't find. They turned up a lot of neat stuff. I would have loved to have gone on that, but I needed sleep that day.
Understandably, yes.
And I was always, and I joke with the people at Atlanticron, and I joke with German at Choclavina. I said, some people come to Atlanticron to teach, some people come to learn. I come to Atlanticron to sleep, which just always, catch it up with my sleep. Always trying to. I mean, like say, I might sleep 4 or 5 hours because you go to bed late. You get caught in these conversations. Say, okay, I'm coming back from the shower at 11 o'clock at night, and then you run into somebody in the cantina, and you start talking, and then you're walking back, and you run into somebody else, and these are the real magical points of Atlanticron, where you really interact with people, and then you just sleep. I sleep at odd hours there, and you're always happy when you lie down on that mattress and then there's dreams and all this stuff. When I got to Choclavina, I tell German, he liked this. He doesn't sleep much at all. He lives off the energy of that place. And I said, some people come to Choclavina to explore. Some people come to learn. I come to sleep. And this was not a hiking trip, but although these guys, some of the people really got into the hiking, and it's great. But anyway, I was talking about my friend Christer, who came, and he was from Sweden. We had 2 guys from Sweden, Christer and Ragnar. And I think 2 of the names they were voted for, one called the Swede, and one was called the Other Swede. But those weren't the names that won. I forget what they were called. But anyway, Christer had grown up in gangs outside of Stockholm.
Mm.
His parents were gangsters.
Mm.
He had, I think, been kicked out of the home at 15 or 17 and had to fend for himself, and he straightened his life out. He said, I don't want to live this life. Mm. And he was hoping to be on the transmission with me, but I think he went hiking, and he left me his phone to use the hotspot, but
okay,
it didn't work. And the hotspot worked. I couldn't plug into it. So, but I would have said, I said, if I knew he'd been in a gang, I would have applied to Beaver for a scholarship. Hey, Beaver, hey, Beaver, could you please scholarship this guy for $200? He used to be a member of a gang in Stockholm.
Cool.
But he's a very nice person who really did so much to straighten his life out, and as a family, and really a wonderful person. Mm-hmm. And
well, is there any way if he can upload Skype or download it, then
we'll get him on. We'll get him on. He might be 3 o'clock in the morning when he comes on.
Understood.
We can get him. We can get him on, and he wants to do it.
Great.
So it was really nice, and these people really connected. And so I haven't gotten really into the dream workshop aspect of the group. I was talking about the Andersons and getting traction. This is like a grappling hook. Everybody knows what a grappling hook is. You throw it, and it grapples onto maybe a ship, and you pull yourself, or a dock, and you pull yourself closer to the shore. It can be used in mountain climbing. And what we want in life is traction. Mm-hmm. If we want to get rich, we have to get traction. We have to invest in real estate or the stock market, price goes up, you make money, whatever it is, traction to make yourself survive, a job that gives you income so that you can buy food and stuff, traction. And in time travel, the whole thing, the whole subject of time travel is so enigmatic. And I go back to when I meet Preston, and what impressed me about Preston when I met him, well, the first thing that impressed me about Preston when I met him and shook his hand, he was out of his body. And I could not, I know this because, you got to keep in mind, I had a lot of experience counseling people. Mm-hmm. And counseling people in Scientology, they would go out of their body.
Yeah.
And, there's a certain osmosis factor. Same thing happened when I met Stuart Swerdlin. Outside his door, knock on the door, and all of a sudden, I feel out of my body, I feel him out of his body. This is who he is. Mm-hmm. This doesn't mean he's extra good. It doesn't mean he's extra bad. It just means he's somebody who's had a lot of experience outside his body, as has Preston. Now, this was very unusual to me because most, I meet spiritual people, metaphysical people, healing people. But there was something about Preston. Most of my out-of-body experience resonance was with Scientologists. And I would say that so many of the ex-Scientologists who, really bit the big one and spent 20 plus years going nowhere under the savage realm, they kind of are very dismissive of that phenomena. It's like it stopped happening. I don't know. It's just like, and I remember one of my friends who, she was never in the Sea Org, but I helped get her out of Scientology. She was explained to me that she was in this, doing this process on her, and she went out of her body, and the auditor ignored her. And whenever you go out of your body in Scientology, you end the session. Like, hey, good for you. You don't say good for you, but you just kind of like, that's a phenomena. You don't continue auditing them.
Right.
They come back the next day or whatever, and you proceed. It's like a good thing. And said you keep auditing them beyond that, you're messing with them.
Yeah.
And she was being abused, not physically abused. Scientology psychologically abused. I said, how could they do that? I mean, this is like Scientology 101, auditing 101. You don't audit a person who's exterior.
Right.
You just you end the session. It's like standard operating procedure. You don't do it rudely, abruptly. You just do it softly and say, yeah, good. It's like, it's, maybe a little bit of a crude analogy. It's like the home team hits a home run to win the game in the bottom of the ninth inning, and they keep sending batters up to bat. What for? The game's already won.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, and it just indicated that this was you always expect the mistakes to occur, but this was like ridiculous. This is like just such rank ineptitude at what should have been done. So anyway, when I met Preston, God, I could feel this, and hour later, he's talking about the Wilson brothers and all this and the Aleister Crowley connection. That's my introduction to Montauk. But what he was talking about, particularly with regards to time travel, I'd not heard anything like this before. I'd not heard, it was like, wow, there's something tractable about this. Particularly, not only that, but with reference to such a German connection to the Montauk Project, or Nazis is what he would say. They were heavily involved in this. So that was interesting because there was tangibility to the Germans on Long Island, what my Black Sun book is about. And the So anyway, time travel was like, okay, there's something tractable here, but it's still very enigmatic. And as I continue to pursue this, it's an enigma that has enough tractability to it to keep writing, and it produces a literary forum for me, which was really what I wanted. But as my psychic friend Yonda said to me, she says, when she first met me, she says, you're in for more than you bargained for.
Yeah.
And nothing was ever so true. And then for David Anderson to appear in my life, this is a real traction. I mean, but even he's an enigmatic. But then he's putting science into it that Preston Nichols didn't quite connect the dots. He had the ability, and he says, the problem at Montauk is we didn't have enough power. And David Anderson has a solution to that. Time reactor creates massive amounts of energy, which results in high heat discharge, which results in manifestations of minerals such as hydroxylelestadite, which is at Choclavina Cave. It's like, okay, this is the proof.
Right.
This is the proof. And even then, when I go to it starts all of this adventures to Choclavina Cave, which I think this was my 2014, 2016, 2018, 2019. This is my 6th trip to Choclavina Cave. And I had said, I've been a legend in Transylvania for, a long time, over 10 years. And I said, I want to be a legend in Choclavina. And that's definitely been achieved. And German says, when you leave, when you come back, it's like you never left. He says, it's like you're always here, he said. And it's like become a close friend now. And I once had this dream, if I had enough money because of media deals, where I would have excess money to donate to World Genesis Foundation. You get it doesn't really cost you anything. It's just donating it on your taxes. I said I'd want to do a building where Atlanticron is. And I said, well, but that's ridiculous. It's just in a building that's going to sit there. It's not going to do anything. And I redirected it. I told German, I said, I'd like to do a small efficiency unit on the property. A small efficiency unit. Okay, because cabins there, this might be a little nicer. But it would have to be built, and that's something I would like to do. He really appreciated that. Make it a little more habitable. Now, Interesting thing on the property. Well, I'll talk a little bit about the property, and it's at the top of a hill. There's, I think, one farm that's a little higher up. It's even funny because he was talking about the guy who lives up there, and I remembered from last year, the father came down. He does not speak English, and he was upset. He was looking for his dog because his kid was just brokenhearted that the dog had left.
Right.
And I felt bad. We couldn't find the dog, and so I asked German. I said, "Whatever happened to the dog?" He says, "Oh, he came back a week later."
Well,
the dog was gone for a week, and I was very happy to hear that because I don't even know this family, but it's like you kind of like living a little bit of the drama of what goes on there. And anyway, his property, he put the road up to it. He built the road, bulldozed it or whatever he did, because you had to walk up there, and he'd walk. And in the early days, he'd get the scouts, and the ones that were strong enough, he'd put tiles in their back or whatever, and they'd be walking these things up the mountain.
Wow.
So, and then he'd slowly build. I mean, he said he bought the whole place for about 8,000 euros, long time ago, and it was in disrepair, and he repaired it, and it's now a functional home, camp, whatever. He has a very modest cabin, which is basically one room, and it's where he sleeps. He doesn't sleep much. And then there's 2 kitchens on the property. And I said, well, but then one of my friends with me is an engineer, and he points out that the road is really rugged. It's got big crevices in it from where the water comes down. He says, you really need to get I forget the names for it, but they're basically chutes where the water would, and some of them are already there. The water doesn't run properly down the hill, which creates big crevices in the road, which is kind of dirt and rocks. And basically with some minor engineering and minimal cost, would take a little bit of work and a little bit of cost, you could get the water so it's not making that road like a pitted, hard thing to do. Because if you don't have a four-wheel drive, forget about it. You're not going to get up that mountain. And the worst thing I think that could ever happen is to have a paved road all the way there.
Right.
It's going to bring more people.
Yeah.
And that presents a problem in itself. Because this is what has happened at the holy site Sarmasejatusa. They finally paved the road. When we got there, we couldn't drive all the way up to where you walk. You walk about a quarter of a mile to get there. It's not too bad, but then we had to walk about a quarter of a mile to get to where you walk to a quarter of a mile because all the cars were parked. They don't have enough parking.
Oh, Jesus.
So this really taxed one lady. She would have been fine with just the one.
Mm-hmm.
So that, and as I told in the other broadcast, Sarmasejatusa has been commercialized to the point where a Norwegian company has been investing in a what's it called, renovation of the area, whatever, and it's being used as a huge money laundering device. So this is a sacred area. While the area is still sacred, it's got a taint to it. And as my friend Daniel said, he says, this Choclavina is a gateway. It's unspoiled. It's all part of the same complex. And I mean, we're talking about 7 Mile Valley or thereabouts. And this area, I'm saying, okay, I'm a legend. The scouts remember me when I talked, and people come, oh, I want to talk to you. And it's just it might seem kind of, and then there was this wonderful woman, Theodora.
Mm-hmm.
Show up, and there's these two. Now she had contacted me saying, I want to come see you. I said, that's fine. She has a store. You could call it a metaphysical store, but it also has station stuff. And she was put in touch with me by Alan Steinfeld, who likes to connect me with beautiful women for whatever reason. From yes. Joan Roth to JoJo. It's like, yes. and she tried to connect with me before she returned to Romania. She was Romanian, grew up in Toronto. Theodora 1 and Theodora 2. And this was very odd to me. The two Theodoras show up because I knew about Theodora, but when I first got to Choclavina to stay there were two Theodoras, younger girls, that helped me. They got me water. They took care of me because I was not feeling good. And then there was this other guy who shows up, Ulian. Ulian was there. He made sure I got this chicken and rice. They got me water. Ulian is a guy who comes up from the Black Sea, and he comes up, and so the next year I go back and he's there. This year he wasn't there, and he shows up. Ulian shows up. What the hell are you doing here?
Yeah.
You show up every time I'm here.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like the guy. He's great. We had a great time together. We always do.
Mm-hmm. So
it's like, wow. And then these two Theodoras show up. Theodora is not a common name.
Mm-hmm.
So I said 2 and 2. Anyway, she has this shop, and she wrote this whole master's degree on this paper on how to rehabilitate Sarmasejatusa. It was co-opted by this consortium, which gets invested by this Norwegian company, oil company, and it starts laundering money. And she says, what do I do? She says, this area is not, she recognizes Choclavina. So we visited her at her store when we went to Sarmasejatusa, and she invites me into where she's having dinner with her family, and these two ladies, and one of them is from the little village of Bosarod. Bosorod, which is the last village you get to before you get to Choclovina. It's a few miles away, or maybe that, and because the road is so hard. And I finally got to meet somebody from this little village, which I really was really touched. She wanted to meet me. She'd heard of me, and she told me what the village is like. That the kids speak English, and because they learn it in school, they learn it. Maybe they watch TV, and she appreciates the village because the families don't want to change. The adults are stuck in the past.
Yeah.
But she said it's a beautiful village because they all make sure everybody's fed. They all take care of each other, which is not uncommon in Romania. It might be a little less common in the big city, but there's quite a spirit of brotherhood and whatnot. So she's appreciating the small little town, and I'm just tickled to meet anybody from the area, the natives. And that's the first person I've met from Bosorod, because in 2016, I thought I was afraid I'd be spending the night in the cave and walking back to Bosorod with my friend Catalina, and I think nobody in that place speaks English. The adults don't, but the kids would.
Right.
And we were I thought we'd need to be rescued, but that didn't turn out. I mean, I was, contemplating the worst.
Yeah.
And so there's been so many, rough edges to my time there. But to move on to the Dream Workshop. So what we start off is I'm asking everybody's astrological signs. Okay. And this was very interesting what happened. So, I put the Scorpios together, the Cancers together, and I grouped up everybody. And if it was a little odd, where it was oddest when it came to my two friends, who I won't name because they want to remain invisible. They're connected to Stephanie South. And they don't need a high profile because they're highly functionaries with the Law of Time, which is Stephanie South's website. I encourage people to go to the Law of Time and look into it, the Mayan calendar work of Jose Arguelles. So signs were Aquarius and what was hers? His was Aquarius and hers was why can't the hell I remember that? But whatever it was, I said, okay, well, I have an Aquarian moon, and whatever her sign was, I just can't remember, I had a planet in that house. So I said, we'll talk. The three of us will talk.
Yeah.
About our dreams and goals. And it was very interesting that I ended up with those two because we became the executive committee for the entire group.
Right.
And we'd end up meeting and say, this is the meeting. And I'd say this is the meeting of the executive committee because so then we talk about our dreams and mixing the Law of Time. And this is just when we're starting out. We're starting out the dream group. So Brian would dream in great detail, usually in 3 sequences. His dreams were just detailed. And then after we did the pairing up of the astrological signs, this was what Jose Arguelles originally did with his group that manifested in the Whole Earth Week and the Whole Earth Catalog. He started the Whole Earth Movement, the Harmonic Convergence, with all of his downloads of information that he got vis-a-vis the Mayan calendar. And I'll talk a little bit more about that perhaps, but then what they started doing at my cooperation, I was able to work seamlessly with them. And you have a group where we mixed into Mayan designations. I'm not going to try and explain the Mayan designations because I don't understand them all. I was called Yellow Galactic Human or something. And there are all these different rhymes and rhythms of the calendar, which I don't begin to understand. I've tried, but I wouldn't say I've been too successful at it. But anyway, so then I start grouping with TJ, who's a bioenergetic healer. And we focus on some real important things, which I'm not going to go into now. And then you might end up getting paired with somebody else, and this creates a dynamic between the group to where you're actually creating an egregore, and we're all interacting and dreaming. And then every morning we get in a circle and share our dreams. Some people wouldn't dream, some people would dream. It was interactive, and then Brian would dream in detail that might interact or trigger one of our dreams. And one day, he relayed his dream, and it just triggered, it had to do a lot with Douglas's son, the phenomenon of Douglas's son and the Art-elect. So I went into a whole diatribe on the Art-elect, which just kind of really alerted everybody, astounded people. So Douglas came up organically.
Incredible.
And I thought I might have to go deeper into some of Douglas's other stuff, but it didn't come up again where I would go into the Cho.
Right.
At least a couple people knew about the Cho, but we didn't go down that alley. Perhaps it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't want to talk about the Cho at Atlanticron because I don't want to be, giving people nightmares and stuff.
Yes, understood.
If it came up, I would have. But so anyway, it creates this really interesting dynamic, and I said just enough about Douglas. I said just enough about it, and of course that's when Krister got very interested, and he wanted to be part of the broadcast and whatnot. But he got more interested in the cave, and he'll come on. So this creates this egregore. It's definitely an egregore. And what I told them at the beginning, this is not something, I want everybody to take a piece of this and to bring it back home. And every morning, which I haven't figured out how to download the app yet, there's a thing you read from the Law of Time. It's a piece of the Mayan calendar to sort of get you thinking. It's a different type of thinking. For example, Brian told me that when he went to his first meeting with Jose Arguelles' group, because he knew Jose, he was wearing a watch. Of course he wears a watch. And they all kind of looked at him, well, we don't do that here. Because that's Gregorian time.
Yes.
But he also pointed out to them, well, look at, we're supposed to start at a certain time, and you tell me I'm supposed to, a watch is relevant. But it's kind of like, we don't do that here.
Yeah.
It's like if you wear a tie-dye shirt to a group of conservatives, they're going to look down on you. If you wear a New York Yankee cap or LA cap, Dodger cap to a bunch of pagans, they're going to look funny at you.
Yes.
Because, we don't. Or worse yet, a Christian cross.
Yes.
That'll get you kicked out. You'll become a pariah.
Yeah.
And I would say, to the credit of those people, they're much more in tune with natural energies in a different pulse. They have their other issues, main issue of which is being human.
Yes.
It's quite a struggle to be a human. Yes. So anyway, the dreaming group was it created a dynamic, and then everybody's interacting with each other. And some people I think we all kind of bonded with each other in one way or another. Mm-hmm. And my role was to just kind of steward it all, and I didn't put much control in it. I think the first night, they brought out people got very interactive with this ping pong table that's there. And so that became, was it a distraction? It became an issue.
Yeah.
But it was an issue that just kind of melted away because, you need some distraction. Yeah. And you have to look, and then the caves weren't a distraction because they're part of the dreams of people. They want to connect with the inner earth. And so that was not distraction. If it was a carnival ride, that would have been a distraction because you can't be dreaming and interacting all the time. You can't, you know, these groups are often done in a auditorium where you'll interact, you know, and then you'll go to lunch, you'll interact, and maybe there will be, you know, downtime where people just need to, you know, you can't be in dream or seminar session the whole time. And it's very neat to do it out in nature. And this was kind of a first. They're involved in other dream groups, Stephanie's friends. What I learned is that Brian has a whole database. And what the purpose of this is to connect people with like-minded people. So if you have dreams of, you know, let's just put it very simple. If you have dreams of being a guitar player in a band, they'll put you with a singer who has dreams of being a singer in a band and a drummer who's been drumming, you know, and you kind of get the people together with like-minded dreams. And this is dream cultivation. And it's a very powerful process. All of this was considered experimental. But Stephanie, and what was very interesting about it is this all started, when I go back to how it started, was at Mount Shasta, when Stephanie had told me, I saw her about at least three different times, maybe four, when I was up there. Because she came down to hear me talk, but she has her friends there, so I would always make appointments with her, and we'd spend hours of time together. And she did me the great courtesy of driving me to the laundromat again, you know. Which had a lot of synchronicity to it. And I did introduce to her one of my favorite novelty songs of the 1960s was Leader of the Laundromat. You haven't heard it. You can look up Leader of the Laundromat by the Detergents. The Detergents tried to do some more novelty songs, but didn't work out. Nothing could match up to the Leader of the Laundromat, which was a takeoff on the song Leader of the Pack.
Right.
You know, I'm in love with the Leader of the Laundromat. You know, she had not heard the song before. It's pretty funny. So anyway, she had told me that Jose used to do skull readings on her. And so I said, well, why don't you do one on me? And sort of this is how this kind of came out of it. Discussions, and then it later followed up at a conversation in a cafe where we do this workshop. And we started at Choclabina. We want to replicate what Jose did. Although people are kind of doing it. They have dream groups around the world. They have support groups international, from South America to Italy, all over the place. And it's like I'm plugging into something. And I said, I will probably do a dream workshop locally, hopefully bringing both Heather and Stephanie to the workshop on Long Island, because I can rent a hall for no money. It's for nonprofit organizations.
Wow.
And I tried to get it for Tamarinda, you know, this is my stepmother-in-law, you know, when she came here, but they said, no, it's only for nonprofits. So I couldn't arrange for the hall to be rented, but for nonprofit, they'll do it for free. So this is a nonprofit endeavor, both World Genesis Foundation and part of World Genesis. Well, the agenda for World Genesis Foundation is to leave no child without hope for the future. That's a big goal. And it's to give people hope and to feed their dreams. So I was able to connect Heather with Stephanie's friends, and that was a big connection. So when I come back to the August Biorhythm, and the one thing I'm reluctant to say, and I'm certainly not going to publicize it, I'll share some of it with you.
Okay.
Personally, because you're involved, you and I are involved in each other's lives personally.
Right.
And in fact, and I think I said that Clara said she just loves to hear us because we're such an interesting, I guess, different personalities.
Yes.
Thank God we're not exactly alike, you know.
Yeah.
Who wants to talk to somebody who's exactly alike?
Of course not.
Joins the contract. I wish everybody was like me. That's like a Twilight Zone episode.
The person would quickly find it a nightmare, but go on.
Well, yeah, and it was that was one thing with L. Ron Hubbard. People tried to be like L. Ron Hubbard.
Yes.
They emulated him, and I said, I understood. He's a very different person than I am, but so what? Very different. But that didn't mean I didn't learn from him and like him. It's just like, God, I don't. You shouldn't want to be like anybody else.
Right.
You should want to be like yourself.
Yes.
I remember one of the guys from the old football gang saying, yeah, he says, when I saw my sister diving for a pass when I was a kid, diving for a pass in the end zone and catching it, I said, I want to be like that. And he did. He became a great football player. But he wasn't like his sister.
No.
Two different people.
Yes.
So, yeah, you don't have to be like anybody else. And like you hear of some of these great samurai warriors or qigong, whatever, masters, lamas. It's amazing what some of them can do or purported to do. But would you want to be like that person? No. They're a person. You want to be yourself. It'd be nice to be able to accomplish what they've accomplished, though. So in any case, this experience for me of August 12th has been very Peter Moon centric. There's been so much that's personalized about it that I shouldn't go into for various and different reasons. So everything I'm saying is great, is what happened, it's fantastic, but the real, I guess what you'd say, cherry on top is that it's completely been, what's the word, ontological enlightening and energy. I talked about the Jupiter return. That's been reemphasized. I've talked about the kite formation astrologically that occurred on that day. I'm the only one that I can see who recognized that. I did see a master astrologer, Rick Levine, allude to the kite days later.
Okay.
And he points it out, but he doesn't emphasize. He says, this is a kite pattern. I emphasized it because I looked at the astrology for this date, and of course, August 12th means so much more to me. It's the center point of my profession and apparently my life experience. Because the 10-year biorhythm is when I met Paula, life-changing. Well, what can be like this? So it's even more life-changing. And I can't go into all the details. It's not prudent at this point. And maybe I will years later when it all kind of fleshes out. But profound. But okay, so I mentioned that this kite pattern has Neptune at the top of the kite, which means this is the emphasis. Neptune is dreams, it's spirituality, but it's dreams being accentuated. It's being fortified with a sextile with Pluto and Uranus. Uranus in Taurus, an earth sign, Pluto in Capricorn, an earth sign. This is grounding the dreams and making the Neptunian dreams, creating upheaval, change, innovation, and Pluto is transmutation. At the bottom of the kite would be Mars and Mercury, which are also trining Pluto and Uranus. So you get communication, you get action, initiation. Now, that's the kite. And I've talked about the kite, and I said that it's kind of like, because it's Neptune, which is dreams, and dreams is also deception and illusion, the nature of this kite is that you're like Don Quixote fighting a knight.
Yeah.
And Don Quixote is fighting the knight, but then he discovers the knight is a windmill, which is, he's nuts.
Yes.
However, that's the delusion. You go underneath the windmill and you find a subterranean passage with all sorts of treasures and miraculous connections to the inner earth. That's kind of what this dream is. So even if you've got a Don Quixote complex and you're following your dream illusion, there's a silver lining underneath that windmill. So that's the beauty of this kite, according to my interpretation. Now, the other aspect I kind of ignored because I was focusing on this, but the other aspect of this time period was Venus retrograde. And this was a very special retrograde we're still in. And on the 13th of August was they call Venus-Sun Cassini effect, when Venus is in the pathway of the sun and you can't see Venus. It's at its most powerful spot. This is a time for initiation of Venus, seeding. It's when new relationships get seeded. It's when a time when you reevaluate your Venusian aspects, and not just in terms of romance, but in terms of values. Venus has to do with, the wealth. It has to do with wealth. Venus rules Taurus, which is the planet of resources. So you say, well, okay, I've been, you could just say investing in this, that, and this. I need to review my investments and put it in this, which is better. It just doesn't have to be investments in a stock sense, but where you're putting your resources and your energy. So it's a time for reevaluating your material assets, like, for example, my friends from football have just moved into a new house and they're renovating the house. So they're upgrading their environment, which is great. But what's particularly, this is like an incredible time for Venus, particularly during the biorhythm on the 13th, when you can just evaluate love differently. You say, you've been, one of my friends at football has been complaining about all of these relationships. His girlfriend broke up with him, and then he's doing all this dating, and he's complaining on the group chat about it. And I said, you need to wait till Venus goes out of retrograde. Stop it. I'm over there in Romania, and I see he's still complaining about it. And I had to remind him. I talked to him today. He's lost about 40 pounds. He looks great. But he just thanked everybody for giving him all this emotional support, during his time of crisis. This football group has turned into a real social chatterbox crowd that extends beyond football, which is, positive and interacting. It's very interesting how the group all interacts like friends when these guys didn't know each other a few years ago. I kind of brought them all together. I'm an integral part of it just because I, created a consistency. And now I kind of step away from it because I don't, I'm part of it, but I don't have time to be that interactive, trying to do what I'm doing here. And I will say this to you, Douglas. I'll talk more about it personally. I'll share the dream. Well, I don't know if I want to share the first part of it. Actually, I will share a bit of it. Well, my friend Theodora told me that she had a dream where all of these succubi and incubi were attacking her students. She and her husband were protected, but they were attacking her students. We talked about that. I don't remember what I said, but then that night, I had a dream where this woman I know appeared and started having sex with me immediately. I don't know her I haven't seen her in years. And I said, what the hell is this? It wasn't something I wanted. It wasn't even a fantasy. It was just like I was being worked over. But in the long end of it, it was a very healing dream because there was no bad effects. But the character, you know, and I don't mean to say that she looked like Phyllis Diller. She doesn't. Not a bad looking lady at all. But if you could imagine having sex with Phyllis Diller, and it cleansed you, so be it. Well, this didn't look like Phyllis Diller, but it's sort of like, wow, what was this? I didn't want it. I didn't ask for it, but it seemed to be a healing dream on some level, but I didn't figure it out. Then the second dream was with Kevin Costner. And Kevin Costner was walking down the street and he was politically powerful. And there were different political factions with big crowds walking behind them. And I didn't want to be with any of them. Now I find myself walking along with Kevin Costner and there's nobody behind him, but there's a big egregore of energy behind him. And I'm walking with him. I said, I want to get away from this guy. He's in trouble. I separate from him and I see this crowd going after him. Then I run into him again and he's mangled up. They beat the crap out of him. I said, what happened to you? I knew exactly what had happened to him. Well, this woman who appeared in my dream, the sex dream, was connected to a director who had blackmailed Kevin Costner and made him do a movie. It's about Elvis, 3,000 miles to Graceland. And I was told that this director was blacklisted from Hollywood because of what he did. And I don't remember if it was because the movie was so bad, which it was panned, or it was because of how he did it. And the way he blackmailed Kevin Costner was because Kevin, according to what I'd heard, had he got a lot of pictures of him with women. Because he had a sex addiction, which is not that uncommon.
I was about to say, I don't even understand how that's even a scandal.
I think it might have to do with the fact that he was married or something, you know?
Okay, I see.
I don't know. It was not. It was blackmail, and he did this movie, which was said to be stupid movie. And now, in point of fact, I watched about 45 minutes of it or something. I turned on to the end, and it wasn't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was not the type of movie I liked, but it held my attention, right. And it was kind of interesting, kind of. Now, I don't like movies like that, but I said, you know, I wasn't that critical of the movie itself. Mm-hmm. Whatever. But this all has to do with my relationship with Hollywood.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the sex dream, I don't know sexually that it did anything. It didn't hurt me. My healing friend said it was a healing dream for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't objectionable, but I think sex has to do with connecting.
Yes.
And I'd had dreams about Kevin Costner a long time ago. I don't remember what they were, but he also represents conspiracy with his JFK movie and Field of Dreams. That's a movie that, you know, it's about dreaming. So he represents perhaps Hollywood dream, and he gets all mangled and roughed up by this. Now, what happened after that dream is I was on WhatsApp. I butt dialed my friend for those of you who know what a butt dial is, it's when you hit a button and you accidentally call the wrong person.
Yes.
Now, I was trying to call somebody, and I butt dialed this person who had just dropped me. Just stopped communicating with me a couple years ago, a year and a half ago. I didn't explain why. The option I'd given him had expired anyway, and he says, I relinquish all rights, which didn't really mean anything, but except that he wasn't going to work with me. And so I butt dialed him. I said, "What do I stop?" I stopped the butt dial, and that was it. Okay. And long and short of it, now there's a third portion to the dream, which is perhaps the most important part. But nevertheless, I said my Jupiter returns on July 12th. He wrote to me, long email today saying, I want to talk to you, blah, 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 blah. And we talked this morning, and we want to do something. He wants to do something with me. So this is great.
Yeah.
Because I'll fill you in on the details later.
Right.
And, he was just kind of upset over that political cartoon I had reposted of you. Not of you, of Putin.
Understood.
And, that's kind of water under it. Was really, and he thought I was, I was just being jocular. He thought I was following your orders or something.
How strange.
It's kind of a misconstruence. To me, it was just a joke.
Yeah.
But I think he'd taken politics too seriously.
Of course. Too many people do. Go.
Yeah. And it's like, so anyway, this is Jupiter is the time of opportunity. Yes. For me, my Jupiter return. When you're approximately ages 12, 24, 36, 48, 72, 60, 72, every 12 years you have your Jupiter return. And, there's usually 3 Jupiter returns because it retrogrades.
Yes.
So these are great times of opportunity if you're at different ages, and this is my opportunity. It should be 72. I'm 70 and a half now. So my last Jupiter return will be about 71 in a month, when I'm 71 and 1 month old. The heavens don't dance precisely.
Right.
So this would also involve the Venus retrograde, because he's coming back into my life on a Venus-Mercury retrograde, and we'll be discussing and negotiating. And there's outside interest in, because we together as a team resoundingly rejected what was ostensibly a very generous offer. But the problem with it, I think it could have happened if I redid the contract and hashed it out, but I didn't want to spend all that time writing a contract.
Well, they were jerking you around every time you talked to them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I didn't want to deal with one specific person. It was unnecessary.
Yeah.
It was unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, this is all good news. I'm excited.
It is good news, and the funny thing is that one of the guys he was working with at the time, who was kind of a lot of experience in Hollywood, he had looked at the contract to, be emotionally, or I guess what you call, sort of serve as a guardian for us.
Right.
And he looked at the contract and he got so upset, because he said, "This is what's wrong with Hollywood. All this crap. They're just ripping you off. Why do they do this?" And he was so upset. This guy turned out to be less than desirable himself.
I somehow expected that.
it turned out to be less than desirable. Yeah. In the background, in another event, was this billionaire who had a falsified death, disappeared,
Interesting.
and now he's in New Zealand building a bunker.
That figures. So he's one of the doomsday millionaires. There's quite a few. Yeah, doomsday billionaires. Yes, there's quite a few of them.
Billionaire can build one of those 1960s fallout shelters.
Yeah, holy shit.
So that's what $1 million can. A millionaire can afford a bunker in their basement.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah. The billionaires go for much bigger.
Yeah.
And it's really not going to work.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it's that's how misguided they are. And then, God, who had a connection? I don't know if I should say this. I just say that. Oh no. Oh boy. I just realizing. Oh boy. One of his friends, and I know her.
Uh-huh.
She's a sweetheart of a person. Really sweetheart of a person. She was coming to work. He hired her, and she would always only come to LA on right before satanic dates.
Ah.
That which he did not. In other words, these aren't the typical ones that people might know. Might include April 30th, but she would always plan her trips to Hollywood on these satanic calendars.
Jeez.
And he knows her well, too well. And all of a sudden he's saying, what are you doing? She makes light of it. And she wouldn't strike you as a Satanist at all.
Interesting.
But she was in league. And you know what? I wouldn't hesitate to hire her. I wouldn't be doing the hiring, but on specific aspects of motion picture business, because there's no reason she couldn't do the job.
Right.
Like, let's say she's expert at lighting, which is not her thing, and okay, we'll get that perfect lighting from her. Get it? Why not?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like boom, 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 boom. And this is all because Hollywood is so satanic.
Absolutely.
And I have to digress for a moment. I talked to Aaron last night.
Great.
And updated him on some key things.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me how you went into the whole Mel Gibson thing. He was really, thought he really dug deep with you. You were talking about the overtures with the Hollywood with you.
Yeah.
And how forthcoming you were. And it was like, Mel Gibson is, 11th degree city,
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know that that's his proclivity. Mm-hmm. Or that he just did it as a compromise, but how much can you separate the compromise?
Yeah. My impression is that he was compromised and very bitter about it, and that's why he became such a fundamentalist. What we would say, kind of like how would you say this? Kind of like
an angry Catholic.
Yeah, he became an angry Catholic. It is the best way to put it. I should have gone deeper with Aaron and reminded him of the fact that. The way that Mel Gibson handled it was, of course, just badly. And but one of the ways that he handled it, for people who don't remember, Mel Gibson went all out. He just was so bitter about having to compromise himself like that. And I'm not trying to humanize him or render him sympathetic. I think basically he's a person who sold out his own principles, since if what he did was something that he believed was so wrong, why do it? Well, he wanted the money. He wanted the fame. So it's the equivalent of selling your soul to the devil. And he hated...
It is totally.
Yeah, and he hated himself for it. And then one thing he tried to do was retreat from the world. He married a nurse, had something like at least 9 children, at least. Maybe something like close to a dozen. He purchased an island in the Pacific and made it his own personal kingdom. Literally, I had to import all kinds of construction workers to build a fucking bowling alley because, he had enough kids to start a bowling team. So we're talking about a madman starting a tribe of his own on an island, and God knows how much incest was involved in that. Because, you're bringing your own kids and your wife to an island. There's no one else there, unless they had some servants or something, in which case there had to be a lot of fuckery going on between the kids and the servants, one would imagine. There's no place for the servants to run away. They're probably subject to all kinds of harassment. So God knows what Chamber of Horrors developed in terms of drama on that wretched setting. And then he wound up involved with a bunch of young girls who he then cussed out as Russian whores and shit, because he was hiring Russian whores. And, then he basically alienates himself when he's caught when they get back at him by recording all of his Judeo-phobic rants. And then he tries to make up for it by coming up with a bunch of films that I particularly found were all, to me, not all that redeeming. One of them, of course, when he was doing the film on World War II with the Japanese, would interest myself in particular, of course. And it was what it was, but I swear to God, it wasn't like it was that well produced. He literally had repeat scenes. In case no one ever noticed, I don't understand why somebody with that amount of money would fall back on such a cheap gimmick, but he has Japanese soldiers being burned alive inside of their tunnels, and he shows them running away in their tunnels from the flames. And then he repeats the same scene in a reverse sequence. Like, he flips the it's not like they're running backwards, but he flips the scene so you see the same actors running in an opposite direction. Now, I was like thinking, what the fuck? He couldn't afford extras? It's like, that was bizarre. But the worst of it all was with Heath Ledger. It was like he grandfathered Heath Ledger into Hollywood, and Heath Ledger went through the same shit he did. And so Heath Ledger was this young Australian Johnny Fuckable, and then when Heath Ledger finally got into the big time after fucking and sucking all the way up to that point, did the Joker, and then woke up one morning before the film was even released and took a look at his wife, took a look at his kids, realized all the times he took it up the butt and sucked all those cocks down his throat and killed himself. And it was like, what did Mel Gibson think he was doing with that? Like, was that supposed to be some kind of legacy, bringing this other young Australian victim into the meat grinder? I mean, what the fuck? And so back to Peter. It's just,
I gotta say, I'd rather dream of Kevin Costner than Mel Gibson.
There we are. Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe that sums it all up. And Mel Gibson is, one thing I heard, Paul Harvey, the famous commentator, who would give these cute little anecdotes. He one time told the story of a man without a face. Yeah. And it told the story of how basically it was the story of Mel Gibson. At the end, he says, this is Mel Gibson. And this guy, comes in and he's he loses his face. I don't know, his face is injured. He has a, ugly face. And then this Jesuits take him in Australia, and he gets plastic surgery. They fix his face, and then he becomes a movie star. I don't know how true the story is. I don't know how you could, take a disfigured, ugly face and turn it into Mel Gibson, who's not a bad-looking person at all. He's got enough looks to be a movie star.
Or at least he was back when he was Johnny Fuckable. As he got older.
It's like a thing, he was. But I can't imagine how you could make a face look that good if it was a disaster. So I don't know. But whatever it was, this was give him a great bond with the Jesuits, apparently. But maybe they did turn him into Johnny Fuckable. Maybe, I don't know what it was. But
that's really interesting, because usually the urban legend is the opposite. Both, of course, as you might remember, Jack Palance and then Humphrey Bogart were supposed to be failed plastic surgery jobs or something of that nature. But certainly with
Palance certainly had, wasn't bad looking. I think he got better looking as he got older. He got sexier as he got older.
Yeah, the opposite of Mel Gibson. Go.
But he had, rugged, tough guy, and he had bad guy features when he played Simon Magus. Yeah. He kind of had like an evil tinge to him. Yeah. Then he became like rugged, tough guy. Right. And Humphrey Bogart, his appeal was just this, ruggedness, tough guy, or hard guy, more hard than tough, but certainly, this hard element to him, which I guess people can find certainly. And he was cinematic for whatever reason.
Yes, and just so people know that his first film, if I'm not mistaken, his first film was he was supposed to be a criminal who got a plastic surgery job so he wouldn't be recognized by the law. And so that
was a great movie, Dark Passage. It occurs in San Francisco.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if it was his first movie, but it was a great movie. Lauren Bacall's in it. Okay. I love that movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's it's a great movie. Yeah. I mean, just classic. I like it better than I think Casablanca.
Thank
But
you.
I like Casablanca, but
Well,
although,
Casablanca is almost like obligatory. It's just it's just like one of those old classics. Like it's like required viewing just because it's part of cinematic history. Yeah.
oh yeah, and the whole moving, was almost made off the cuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, the characters anywhere from Claude Rains to Peter Lorre to Sidney Greenstreet, just what classic characters. Uh, it's just, it's just say it's classic. How can you make a movie that good without even trying? But in any case, we digressed into
Understood. Sorry about
into
that.
Gibby. But anyway, I was saying that he compromised himself, and well, this is the satanic character of Hollywood.
Yes.
It's much more deeply rooted than one would perhaps think. But to get back, so anyway, I had this butt dial. So after I had this dream, I have this butt dial to my friend, and now he's communicating. He says, "Oh, you called me from Romania. I meant to return your call, but blah 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 blah." And so now we're back in the fold again. And kind of when he dropped out, I didn't really, say a bad word about him really, because he's the only one I felt in Hollywood that I can do anything with.
Right.
Even if I only get half of what I want in terms of quality, I'm not going to get any better.
Right.
And because of his production savvy, he's been, I'm not even going to go into that, but so this bodes well for my Jupiter returns. And there's, but to get back, well, I'll finish the dream.
Yeah.
So third part of the dream, I'm walking east to west in San Francisco. I don't know that there is any street that's representative of the street that was in the dream, but let's just say I'm in the southern, not South San Francisco, but the southern part of San Francisco, walking down a boulevard. And to the left, I see my friend Rocky. Rocky's Rocky, I think we'll always be bonded in each other's memories because I threw him the winning touchdown pass, and we beat the 10-0 champions of flag football in Clearwater. We upset their perfect season.
Interesting.
Yeah, Rocky. So we always and he. I remember him. He did what he was not supposed to do, and he knew to do it. And I was so glad he did. He was not supposed to be in a certain spot, but he knew to be in that spot, and it was because if he wasn't in that spot, the touchdown wouldn't have been scored, and it was really dramatic. And I guess probably my greatest moment on the football field.
Wow.
Was throwing him that touchdown pass, and defeating this team. So anyway, the Rocky appears in my dreams when things are rocky.
Yeah.
Things are rocky. He's my friend and whatnot, but okay, it's Rocky, and maybe there's a silver lining in Rocky because he was such a, we have. I remember years later. I think he's still in Scientology, but years later we met, and he says, I don't mean to criticize you. He says, but you were really good. He says, but in that game, he says, you were perfect. You did. He says, you were perfect. In fact, I don't think I threw an incomplete pass in that game. I may have, but if I did, it was one or two. And he said, but this was the funny thing in that game, and I just remembered it. This team was better than we were. No question about it. We only had 7 guys. We didn't have any substitutes. And I kind of I was just on that night. And then they had figured me out. It was like the score was 7-7. And if we had a playoff with they would win because they were just, who could get the most yards on 4 plays, they would have beaten us. No question in my mind. And I was exhausted. because I would run and pass. I could run faster than anybody on their team. So I was really tired, and then I was out of gas. And it was like, they scored a touchdown with 1 minute left, and so we get about halfway down the field, and I'm exhausted. And I said, they're countering our defense. So I said, this time I'm going to throw to the left side instead of the right side. This first play I threw to the left side all game, but what I did is I rearranged the players that I was throwing to, and I said, I'm going to throw to the left. And I threw, and it was a horrible pass. It was just embarrassing. I was so exhausted, and it flipped up in the air, was bouncing around, and somehow Rocky caught the ball. He was there. He caught it on a deflection. Then the other team roughed him. I guess they were pissed off or what. They roughed him, so that added 15 yards to the play, and we're down next to their end zone. And all I have to do is this one play that worked every time, but they countered that, and Rocky showed up. Boom! It was like that. What you call it, the inertia of my success. Even though I threw one horrible play, my success wouldn't quit.
Yeah.
It serendipitously happened, and Rocky was the receipt point of that. And so it was just like, wow, what a great night, what a great experience to have. And he's part of that. So he appears in the dream, and he's saying, you can't walk all that way up. It's too far. Meaning walking up all the San Francisco Peninsula.
Right.
There's no way I could walk up. And I said, you're right, I can't walk up that way. So then I'm walking up to, now I'm on the Presidio, and there's a cul-de-sac on the Presidio, and there's these little brick houses. And I said, boy, these houses must be expensive to live in.
Right.
How could you get in one of these houses? Even if you could afford it, how would you get in one of these houses? Then I walked to the last house, and there's these guys coming out of it. They're all males. They're, probably in their 30s. And they're very loud and obnoxious, and I feel they're a little menacing, and I'm walking by, and this little guy comes out, and he's got a stick, like it's a stick that could be used as a weapon. And he looks, I said, what's this little guy with a stick? I said, I don't like this guy. I don't like him. I don't like them. And all of a sudden I have a big baseball bat in my hand. It's the size Babe Ruth would use. It's a big baseball bat. And all of a sudden they take notice of me, and they say, I said, don't worry, I'm not going to hit anybody. It was my protection.
Yeah.
And then I keep walking, and the little guy says, oh, I have super beats. I have super beats.
Right.
Now, I have super beats, which I forgot to take that day. I didn't take my super beats.
Interesting.
Beats, of course, are a beet drink that's very good for you.
Yeah.
And I said, oh. Now, I shared that dream. Now, the fact that it's happened with the Presidio is an extension of the Hollywood dream.
Of course.
And this caused, between the dream that Brian had, it caused me to talk about the art elect and stuff, but which people just appreciated.
Yes.
And it kind of rocked them a little bit. And then Maggie, who you met,
yes,
on the phone, she came up and she told me, and it was either her dream or she said the beat has to do with the heartbeat.
Yeah.
The heartbeat of the earth.
Yes.
And I think the super beat is the super beat, and the baseball is power, but it's the super beat of the earth. On August 10th, the morning of the biorhythm, my first night in Choclavina, I felt an earthquake.
Yes.
I had a dream that somebody in the dream verified that it showed on the Richter scale. In my dream, it showed on the Richter scale.
Interesting.
Nobody felt the earthquake, but I feel earthquakes.
Right.
I grew up in California where I felt earthquakes semi-routinely. I was never in a big quake.
Right.
When I moved to Long Island, I felt an earthquake because I said, that's an earthquake. And, later it showed up. I've maybe felt another earthquake on Long Island. At Shasta last year, I felt an earthquake. Nobody else did.
Interesting.
And it was verified. Now I felt one on the 10th. The next night on the 11th, I had a dream. I don't remember. I had a verification of the earthquake. I think it was pre the earthquake, and then it was an earthquake. And again, nobody felt it. There was an earthquake in Serbia, which was major, over 4.
That's right.
I was told I would feel that or could feel that. There were also earthquakes in Hunadora, which we were located in Hunadora, but it might have been more towards the city. And so those were only 2 point something, which I did feel them. So I was felt like I was in touch with the earth rhythm. This was the biorhythm talking to me. So now I'm at the Presidio in the dream, the super beat.
Yeah.
And the super beat has to do with the Presidio, with all the stuff I'm doing with Douglas. And I've got a baseball bat, which baseball bat is what Preston always used to have with him when Duncan was present, in case he needed to defend himself.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting.
So that's the baseball bat.
Yeah.
And then Maggie is telling me this is the super beat. It could be the super beat of the heart,
Right.
or the heart of the beat. And this is all what that was about, and it's tied to the biorhythm.
Yeah. By the way, Clint H. Bennett in the chat room says that the night of the Maui fires, she says the ground shook here in Montauk. So that's fascinating. And as well, just so you know, there was a 5.5 scale on the Richter scale earthquake in Los Angeles. Our friends that we know via Facebook are all safe so far as I know. But just want to relay that to you. These other shakings in the ground. It's like,
Now, if Clint is writing to me,
yeah,
thank you, Clint.
yeah.
I don't know if that's Clint. Or
I think it is. Clint also left a comment. So let me. They left a comment right.
I don't know if Clint is listening. I hope he is.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's his girlfriend. The night of the fire, the ground shook here in Mont. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. And they also left another comment. It was Clint H. Bennett said we're back when we came back on. So it's Clint H. Bennett. So it's definitely your friend, I think.
Well. Yeah, but his girlfriend wrote to me, so I don't know if she's using his alias
or his account. She might be using his account. Yeah,
it could be him. I hope it's him. I hope it's her too. I hope they're both listening.
Yeah.
And Clint and or Kimberly, I already twigged. I'm going to do some dream work with you out there in Montauk. I don't know when. And you can bring your friend, or maybe we can put an S on the friends. And because I took Stephanie, and Stephanie met them, and she loved them, and I've introduced Stephanie to 3 people, and she liked them all.
Great.
And Stephanie is a very, I don't think she's listening. She's a very, very special lady, and I'm only learning how special she is. She was designated not only by Jose Arguelles, by the morphogenic red herself. So our connection is very deep. And she's like, she's very sensitive. So she couldn't really come to Choclavina because she has to be by herself. She has to sleep by herself. And I think I could have put her in a specific place where she could. She's very sensitive, and I ascribe this to her being in a tomb for many years, if not lifetimes, a Mayan
Interesting.
tomb. And she totally relates to that because she was designated as the Red Queen, and the Red Queen is the uninscribed. So it's this phenomenon. It's like she's actually the being who, kind of came out of, some tomb in the underground of the Mayan civilization, and that she resonates with that if she's not the actual being. Yeah. And her relationship with Jose is very deep. Mm-hmm. And my friends that I met, we work seamlessly together. And they met Heather. They got to meet Heather And the whole reason they met Heather is because Chad and JoJo insisted on going to the Sphinx. And that's because they insisted I made these reservations up there. I coordinated the Sphinx trip.
That's right.
And then I pulled Heather and David's sisters into that trip because she said, well, what else can we do while we're in Romania? I said, well, go to the Sphinx. I've got this all lined up. And Paula made these arrangements with her Romanian language skills for me to stay at the Pistera Hotel. And these people were so sweet at the Pistera Hotel because I didn't like making the reservations during Mercury retrograde, and they were very complicated. I had to put them all on my credit card, and I had to get, bop, and it all got complicated. And they were able to cancel one reservation and put that money towards another room, which I got to stay in by myself. I was the only one who had a room by myself.
Interesting.
So that was great. It's a small room. I could barely do my Qigong in it.
Right.
But my teacher taught me, you can do Qigong in a very small space.
Yes.
You just modify it. You just do it. He said, I've done it in small spaces when I do my circle walking. So I took his advice for that and did it. But, and I did maintain my Qigong while I was gone. Maybe I missed a few little things here and there, a few stretches, but I basically got it in.
Excellent.
Which is not always easy to do. But that trip to Buchej, which is where the Sphinx is, was turned out to be highly good and efficient for connecting Heather with my other friends.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just fantastic. I see us all getting together perhaps in the future, but and one of these new friends is an engineer, so I've got to share David's information because he just looks at so many things and yawns, because he also has all this engineering expertise, which I'm sure Ari does too. All engineers, they can engineer anything. It's a beautiful thing to get into.
Yes.
If you apply, they have to apply their mind to the situation.
Yes.
But anyway, although JoJo and Chad couldn't make the trip, their
Sadly.
little contribution to making me take them to the Sphinx
resulted in good collateral developments.
Exactly. And then the dream at the Presidio, this is the major grid issue, is the Presidio.
Yes.
And the fact that I have a baseball bat is empowering, and the super beats is good.
Yes.
And then I had a dream on August 12th, which I'm not going to go into.
Okay.
I didn't like the dream. It was perhaps the most negative thing I experienced.
Interesting.
It wasn't that bad.
Okay.
It wasn't that bad. And then Daniel's girlfriend arrived with the new bus, and she bought some groceries with the driver, and they appeared, and I think a lot of people were away on a hike at that time, and I went down the hill to help her with the groceries. Didn't know who the hell she was, other than she was Daniel's girlfriend, and she's, and we're like, she's so appreciative that I'm helping her, and whatever. I said, oh, what a nice greeting, she says. And I said, well, you look so happy. I said, I've never seen anybody look so happy. And she said, that's what they call me. All my friends call me happy.
Interesting.
And she's, they call her happy in English. And she immediately, I think I talked about this before with you, she's a time traveler in her dreams. She time travels in her dreams. She can see people's future. She can see their past. And she says to me, so we immediately go into rapport with each other. And I said, well, can you say anything? Does have anything to share? She says, I need to feel you. So she's talking to me. So I start telling her all about my life and stuff. She says, I want to massage you. So she does this like this. Can't use this, and it's just like, wow, we interacted really deeply, and it's like I have a permanent friend. And she had the Dakini energy. The Dakini energy is, of course, the female sort of offshoots of the lotus-born one, the Padmansava, and divine divinities, dakinis, they'll go and heal any aspect. If you're having problems in your marriage, they'll heal that. If you're having problems with the work, they'll heal that. If you're having problems with this, that, or the other thing, help, they'll come and heal that. And she was, and that's what her trail name was, Dakini, which I had offered it because we all had to give names, and then they correlate all the names. Okay, these are the names. What do you like? And she was Dakini, and just just so well understood English perfectly and understood the subtleties of so many things, and a good sense of humor too. And I think one of the highlights is, so she was mostly sitting next to me on the bus. It was an aisle between us. Sometimes I'd have her come over and we'd talk more intimately. And right in front of her was her boyfriend, or, driver leader, wasn't the driver, but, and at one point I had what do you call it, a cramp in my leg.
Spasm, muscle spasm or something going.
Yeah, I think the thigh, and I just, just stuck it out, and she was working the foot and he was working the thigh. I couldn't have been in a better position to have a cramp, because he's a physical trainer. He's a DJ and a physical trainer. And she's, like, I just put my leg out, and they worked it into a nice, that was the only cramp I suffered sitting in the bus too long. So anyway, that was the dream. Now, so after that dream that I didn't have, that was not very good, I didn't dream anymore. After that, I did not dream. That was the 12th. I didn't dream on the 12th, the 13th.
Fascinating.
Or the 14th. Now, but people were having their dreams, and that's probably where I kicked in with the Douglas Dietrich lecture at some point.
Yes.
But then, when it was all over, we had our closing circle on the evening of the 14th, where we, did all the names, and we got around the campfire, and Gehrman sung his song, which I couldn't get out of my head for a few days. I don't think I remember. We had a lot of campfire, and that was really good. And everybody just shared their blah blah blah. There were a lot of different goodbyes, but this was like the final night and wrapping it up, and everybody was very happy, incredibly happy. And the group didn't stop. But that night, I went to bed. Now, we're going to get up in the morning. Instead of getting up at 9, we're going to get up at 7, and everybody's going to be down at the bus, because you had to walk about 500 meters uphill to get to the camp, because the bus couldn't go all the way up. So you have to walk up, and a couple people, they got a ride from Gehrman, but so you're walking up to the camp. But now we're going to walk downhill, which is much easier, but we're going to be at the bus at 9 o'clock. I think we actually got off by 9:10, 9:20 at the latest, so that we would miss the Santa Maria traffic, which is the Day of the Virgin Mary. But there was no Santa Maria traffic, so it didn't really matter. But we were going to get an early start. So I had my dream that night. And my dream was, it was utterly remarkable, because I dreamt I was with David Anderson, and he was impatient to get me into his lab. Impatient. And there was these kids in front of us making noise. I was having a hard time hearing him. I said, please repeat that. And then he says, keep it secret, keep it secret. Well, it's a dream. I can share my dreams. And he hasn't actually expressed this impatience verbally. But it would seem that there's something going to happen in that direction. So that was a wonderful way to dream after the workshop had ended. And then we got in the bus and drove down. We decided not to have lunch because when we stopped for lunch on the way up in Cebu, beautiful city, it took about 2 hours to service. And this can be a common problem in Romania. It's like, it's great if you're just sitting there shooting a sundae away, but when you're in the middle of a trip, it doesn't work. So it's more efficient to grab a sandwich or food at the gas stops where they have stores where you can buy stuff. You can buy a pastrami sandwich or whatever and take it with you. And so we elected to do that. And we also had planned to stop at a spa. But, things were just such that we all decided no spa. We stopped at a monastery for about 15 minutes, maybe a half an hour, and then we just got going, and we got back to Bucharest by a reasonable hour. And then everybody wanted to go out to dinner. And I said, no mas, I'm done. I was going to have dinner at the hotel. That's what I wanted to do. We could all have dinner at the hotel. And another thing, I didn't want to go through another aggravation of we all eat at the same table,
right?
And then we have to pony up money and figure it out. It just gets so irritating.
Oh, that's awful.
People don't contribute enough, or whatever it is. Some people overcompensate, some people I don't know what it is, but it's just, who wants to go through this crap again?
Thank you.
I said, the trip's over. I'm done. I don't want to have another incident.
Thank you.
And, Stephanie's two friends, they felt the same way. They were just tired of it. And so anyway, I said, I'm not going to go. I'm done. And I said, I'm going to have dinner at the hotel. And that'll be that. I'll go to sleep. I need sleep. So then this is what happened. So my two friends, Stephanie's friends, we all ended up having dinner at the hotel. And when we got to the dinner, I think we all had the same thing. And then I said at the end of the dinner, I said, this is easy. And we don't have to do this crazy split anymore. It's just 3 ways. And they said, oh, no, we'll take care of yours. So they bought me dinner. Very nice of them. So, it was, and we had a very meaningful conversation. Mm-hmm. That was so important. Then the next morning I found out that they switched the dinner. They didn't go to dinner with the place they were. They switched to another place where I think they went to a spa. Mm-hmm. They didn't get home till 1 a.m.
Ooh.
Which my friend Ragnar, I was having breakfast. He wanted to have breakfast the next morning with me, which we did. But, he got sort of short-sheeted on sleep.
Yeah.
And then Maggie and Clara and Leah came over in the morning. I was in the lobby, and we all said goodbye. We all said goodbye, and we kind of had a long goodbye sitting in the lobby because I didn't, go to the airport until 11:30 or something. So we know that we had a goodbye, and then, but they didn't finish. They kept going. Maggie and Leah and Clara went. I think they went up to Brasov. They went and did some tours. They stayed in Bucharest for a few more days. And Maggie is going to go to Bulgaria and visit Milko and Simeon. And I think that's what she said. She'll just go back to Spain. But they're continuing all of these, the group energy. They're continuing the group energy, which is, we got a good group here. But I did say it's improbable, if not impossible, to get us all together again. Because things come up. People have work, they have schedules.
Oh, yeah.
So if we all wanted to get together, say at Clara's place in Puerto Rico, which is an attraction to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And we all wanted to get together on a certain date, all meet. It could happen, but probably, because Clara has a cave on her property, her new property.
Interesting.
She has not been in. I thought she'd been in, but I think, I think somebody's been a mile deep into it. And she did not know she had the cave.
Interesting.
Nor did the owner know.
Wow.
And he cut her a special deal so she can sell up parts of the land to, pay for what she couldn't pay for. But he was impatient for a little bit of cash. So, that's a possible adventure. And, Leia was taking down everybody's name and number. She's gonna. I said, you visit all these people, you're going to be doing nothing but traveling for the next year. Of course, impossible.
Yeah.
But it's people become very interactive with each other and they create friendships, and it's nice to have friends across the world. Most of my friends across the world are in Romania, and certainly that was really good. So that was kind of the grand send-off, was this dream with David saying, wow, and there's so many agendas to follow up on. And when I get home, of course, I was too tired to check in with you that night. I did check in the morning for briefly.
And that was wonderful. It was good to have you. Yeah, go on.
I had a lot of work to do Thursday and Friday, tremendous amount of work to get done with the jet lag. And we got that done. Saturday was yesterday. Can't even remember what I did. I think I was kind of recovering Saturday.
Yeah.
I had to deal with insurance people, take my car in, get a lawyer. Did all that on Friday when I really wanted to sleep, see the chiropractor. Saturday was, I was trying to catch up with rest, and I think I opened all my mail. That was what and so, so anyway, today was football, reconnecting with my friend from Hollywood, and now the Douglas Dietrich show.
Thank you.
So then getting back into action. Also, I want to comment. What am I doing here for time? 12:10. No, we're over. It's okay. I can go a little longer. I want to. Okay, so that's basically the trip, and there's more. What do they call them? Ramifications, permutations of all of this. And they say the core here. I'm not going into the whole core thing because it would be, if the August 12th biorhythm, for me, my own world is so Peter Moon centric, it's not funny. Was there something objective happened with, Buchej Mountains? Did something happen in South America that was similar? Did somebody sprout out of Antarctica? I don't know. Perhaps we'll find out. The unfortunate thing is so many of the people who will come up with stories, it's just some miscreant getting attention.
Yes.
And this is, or misanthrope.
Yes.
As somebody once so aptly described Jameson. And, people worrying about the trauma.
Yeah.
I'll never forget Helga Morrow. People ask me about, she once called me up and was like, hysterical is not a fair word to say, but it echoed hysteria. It was more alarmed. She said, she's telling me about this minister in Half Moon Bay who had, I think he had an alien in his basement or something. I might be confusing that with this, but I think he had an alien, in his basement or something. And, she was getting me all excited about it. And I said, I didn't get excited about it at all. I said, this guy's got a serious problem.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah.
To fly out to Half Moon Bay? Half Moon Bay is a town south of San Francisco on the coast.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, who cares?
Thank you.
Who cares? You know, it's like you know, somebody's got a bunion on their foot. You know, somebody's, you know, got a gerbil up their ass. It's like, there's no short. I should have said, you know, it was probably that was probably a chogram, you know.
Yeah.
It probably was a chogram, and it certainly wasn't anything I was like. I'm supposed to get on the beat and call this guy and start reporting on it. Like,
Oh, Jesus.
what is?
It's amazing what people think is relevant.
Well, totally and completely, and not only in relation to aliens, but in relation to news, and they're going to break down the story on whether it be the Las Vegas shooting or the Batman killer or the fire in Maui,
Yeah.
or 9/11.
Yeah.
And I immediately disconnected from 9/11. I said, there's so many people working on it. Why do they need me?
Thank you.
And then what am I going to do? Give my own, you know, self-styled expert opinion on it. And it kind of ends up just like the JFK assassination.
Yes.
Why keep doing it?
Thank you.
This is, and I did get a couple, and I wanted to share these. I do want to go into Robert Chambers. Oh, we're praying for my friend Tantra. Oh, okay. Everyone will pray to you tonight. Are you going to pray for Tantra? I'm going to read her thing. My dear friend across the bay from Douglas. She said, 3 weeks ago, I had a couple startling diagnoses. Startling because nothing in my lifestyle should cause me to get glaucoma, which she calls normal tension, plus cataract. I think she means glaucoma is normal tension in the eyes, plus cataract.
Right.
But my father went blind.
Oh.
So the genetics apparently did it this time. Now, I talked to her frequently when her father was dying. I never remembered him being blind, but perhaps he was. Plus, I already have vision issues, so that makes a person more susceptible. However, I've always been big on tracking down all the scientific studies that go beyond what the doctor tells you. Therefore, I have hope that if I do everything natural that is possible, I can prevail, even working on my psychology. I'll work on your psychology, Tantra. She'd laugh if I said that. I think maybe I should fly out there and work on you. I'm keeping track of the studies to show the doctor what I'm doing. And if it works, maybe she can keep these things in mind for her other patients. If anyone would like to pray or see me as improving my vision, joining me in making this as a beautiful time personally, that would be appreciated. I'm not commenting on your posts as much as before. It's not that I've stopped caring, and I'm not posting much anymore, so the algorithms may not show me to you. But I'm still here a bit. I'll post my Crystal Galleon album coming out the end of the month for sure. It's so lovely when anyone listens. To Vision. So, you know, if everybody can just have a moment and pray for her. She's very responsive, very incredible personality. I love her to death. I just, you know, she's just very gifted. And her physiology has kind of struggled. In fact, Heather told me, she says, you know, remind me to thank Tantra. She knew that I needed adrenals. This is like 15 years ago. She met Heather at Atlanticron and told Heather she needed adrenals. You know, it took Heather about 12 years to figure it out.
Ah, okay.
And
interesting.
She remembers that. Tantra was like doing readings on the kids all the time. They loved her. And she's just very special, very unique. And so she's, very gifted. And hopefully she'll come, it's possible for her to, but I was relaying to Heather how when we were on our first trip to Romania, we're stuck up in the mountains, and then they brought us down and stuck us at this. Driver drove us to this castle, and we had to find our way home. Her spatial association was not good, so I'd have to, like, when we were on these narrow streets coming down hills, I'd have to, like, literally hold on to her or hold her hand and make sure she didn't stare off. Guide her down steps. And then when we got to Atlanticron, I'd have to help her across the gangplank. You know, so that she did, you know, it was even the point, if I wasn't there, she'd have to crawl so she wouldn't fall off.
Jesus.
It got to the point where she could kind of walk it, I think. But, like, you know, I'd have to hold on to her because she had spatial, and that's why she didn't go with us to the Sphinx, because we're going to go up this cable car, and she's afraid it might flip her out.
I get it. No, I understand. Yeah. When my mother had her catastrophic brain injury, I had to deal with that a lot. The ability to deal with depth perception becomes problematic. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we had a monumental time together on that trip, and I've only spent like 3 times with her, really. I met her in St. Augustine, where we had a monumental time together, and that's when she was living with Carrie Thornley, the famous / infamous father of Discordianism. Carrie Thornley had written a book that was so close to the JFK assassination that the FBI investigated the hell out of him before the assassination occurred.
Jesus.
It was a synchronicity. And he served in the same radar unit as Oswald, not at the same time Oswald did.
Jesus Christ.
In Japan.
Yeah.
And Carrie Thornley is famous, and she was attracted to him. I don't mean sexually attracted to him. She lived with him. They weren't a couple or anything.
Right.
But she went down to Georgia up to Georgia and she had taken the bus to meet me in St. Augustine when I was there to interview Ewan Cameron's old concubine, Anna. Rosemary Tantra Bensko, she came down, and I was real smart logistically. I sent her a bus ticket. You know, I bought her a bus ticket so she could get down. If I didn't buy her the bus ticket, she might not have made it.
Good point. Yeah. Thinking ahead. Yes. Very
To
considerate.
take care of all logistics. It wasn't so much, well, it was consideration, but it was a nominal amount of money, you know, just to make sure she got there. And she did. So it was a great trip. And then when she came to Romania, and the only reason she went with Romania to me, because I needed a videographer. And my daughter didn't want to go. One of my best friends who would have done a good job didn't want to go. I couldn't get anybody to go with me my first trip. And she volunteered because she had some experience with videography. So, you know, okay, I had a free ticket for somebody, and she filled the bill. So it was great. And she came here a few days earlier and left a few days afterwards. So we had a fun time together. And then I saw her again for one day in Berkeley when I visited you in 2014. That's the last time I saw her. We spent a day together.
Oh, wow.
And you know, went over to the campus and whatnot.
Yeah.
So we had fun. But no, that's not true. I saw her another time.
Okay.
When she lived in San Francisco, she lived, you know, right not far from the Cliff House. And when I was staying with my friend Madeline in Marin County with my daughter, we went down and spent a day with her, and then we came back another day, and I got to meet her son, who's just as far out as she is. But yeah, so I did see her. That was, and I remember my daughter said when we let her off with Madeline. Well, first off, she was a little stunned by Madeline, my daughter, because Madeline was just maybe a little different.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. she was normal to me. And then she met Tantra, and when we let Tantra off, she goes, she's very nice.
Oh.
She goes, but she's very strange.
Ha, 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 ha.
And she said, like, Madeline was like a panacea to her compared to Tantra. Madeline was much more normal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't judge either one of them. They were just, to me, they were just beautiful women that I loved very much and interacted with very well. And I think the beautiful thing about them is neither one of them were like uptight.
Right.
They were uptight people. And I don't just mean uptight women, they just weren't uptight people, and they were just very loose and liquid. Mm-hmm. And they were both healers. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so yeah, I guess I had, 4 times with her. Maybe there's another time I don't remember, but yeah, if we can all think nice thoughts for her, and she'll get it back. She'll probably, ping me back in one way or another in the dream state, or whatnot. Now, but I want to get back to what I wanted. So thank you, Tantra. What I want to get back to is our work together and Robert Chambers. Now, I'd explained that on the trip to Romania and on the trip back, I was reading Slayer of Souls by Robert W. Chambers, which mentions or alludes to the Cho, not by their name, as we know, but he does allude to the place. And this comes from a Kino had taken a part of the book out, or part of the page of a book out, and had framed it in his office, because it alludes to the evil watchtowers in Asia where the Cho do their dirty work. Yes. Now, I'm reading this book, and as I said, it was hard to stomach because the U.S. Secret Service is extolled as these hero, virtuous people. And furthermore, and I'm actually going to read an excerpt here in my file, which I call Yazidi Disambiguation. Cool. It says, okay, and this is how it describes the Yazidis. And this is, I'm not done with the book. I'm probably about 3/4 done. I will finish it. It says, Yazidis of the sect of the Assassins, the most ancient sect in the world, surviving from ancient times, the sorcerers of Asia. And as it was in ancient times, so it is now. The Yazidis are devil worshippers. Their god is Satan. His prophet is Erlich, prince of darkness. His regent on earth is the old man of Mount Alamut. It's the old man of the mountain, as Asan Saba. And to this ancient and sinister title, a Yazidi sorcerer called Prince Sanang, or Sanang Nyanye, has succeeded. Prince Sanang is an evil character in the book who is now fighting the heroine of the book, Tessa, a very beautiful girl whose parents were killed, and she was initiated in the temple in Asia with Yazidi magic. His murderous deputies were the 8 Khans of the 8 Towers. 4 of the assassins are dead. Names the assassins, and she killed them. 1 is in prison charged with murder, Albert Fecke. Albert Fecke is a Jewish hunchback. and it says, the character says, to the menace of Bolshevism, which endangers the Republic and yours, has been added a more terrible threat, the threat of powerful and evil minds made formidable by psychic knowledge. For these Yazidi sorcerers are determined to conquer, seize, and subdue the minds of mankind. They are here for that frightful purpose, powerfully, terrifically equipped to surprise and capture the unarmed minds of our people, enslave their very thoughts, and use them to their own purposes. These sorcerers of the Yazidis assumed control of the Bolsheviki, who were merely envious and ferocious bandits, but whose crippled minds are now utterly enslaved by these assassins from Asia. Now, just a second. I got to get some water.
Understood. I'll take over for a second. Well, Peter...
That was just a gulp.
All right.
No, I didn't have to go. And, he says, and this is what the United States Secret Service has to combat. and its weapons are not warrants, not pistols. For in this awful battle between decency and evil, it is mind against mind in an occult death grapple. And our only weapon against these minds, made powerful by psychic knowledge and made terrible by an esoteric ability akin to what is called black magic, our only weapon is the mind of a young girl, who I just described. Now, it then goes on and quotes a New York Times article, which is fiction, that basically talks about this great Mongol Oriental League that's, coming to invade America. It's very much aligned with communism. The main problem here is they're blaming the Yazidis for everything.
Right.
Big mistake.
Yes.
And big requires disambiguation. In other words, all a bunch of evil Orientals.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's wrong.
Yes.
And they align it with Bolshevism, and now this, I think this book was written in 1919. Now,
yeah.
So anyway, what I did, I began to say, who the hell is Robert W. Chambers anyway? Now, if you look up Robert Chambers on the internet, you're going to find the preppy killer named Robert Chambers. You got to put the W in. And I started listening to some YouTubes. And this man is very interesting. He was an inspiration for H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
He lived from about 1865 to 1933. And so he was contemporary with Lovecraft. And Lovecraft, was inspired by him. But then I looked at a video from Lon Milo Duquette. Now,
yes.
It's funny that my friend from Hollywood would pop up because he's got more than a few Lon Milo Duquette stories that he shared with me.
Yes.
Lon Milo Duquette was a member of the OTO, is a member of the OTO, but he's involved in a lot of esoteric circles. Mm-hmm. And I met him or encountered, I don't remember if I met him or encountered him when I went to the book fair where I met the head of the OTO, because he was hanging around. He's one of the OTO authors that was hanging about. I was hanging around with the elite of the OTO, which is, I don't know. I'm not even going to try and compare that. It's not the same as hanging around with the elite of the Temple of Set. But it's, it's like the difference between hanging around with the elite of the Tony Awards and the Academy Awards. It's a little bit different. Academy Awards might have a little more prestige than the Tony Awards, yes. Which are different. They still have prestige. But whatever it is. And James Wasserman, who was part of the OTO elite, actually stayed in the home of Michael Aquino when he was fighting the court case that got the OTO its authenticity or whatever, because he had switched sides. But anyway, so Lon Duquette had put together an anthology, and he discusses Robert Chambers. And Robert Chambers, and he's not the only one I listened to on Robert Chambers, but he says that this guy was a best-selling author in the 1800s. He made a lot of money. And he says, if you can be making money as an author, he says, you've got to be in league with the devil. He said that tongue-in-cheek, but, this is what he was alluding to. Because I don't think he makes any money from his writing. Money. And it doesn't mean he's a bad author. It just means that writing books doesn't pay. So he was saying Robert Chambers made a lot of money. I looked up Robert Chambers. He was very well connected. And I would say that he was probably in league with some of the more powerful secret societies of his day. But he wrote a book called The Yellow King. Or did you ever read The Yellow King, Douglas?
The King in Yellow?
King in Yellow, excuse me.
Yes. There.
The King in Yellow.
Yeah, go on.
And the King in Yellow, I'm listening to the vocalization of it.
Yes.
It's kind of hard. I don't know that I like Chambers' style of
Understood.
writing.
Yeah.
But might have been more appropriate for its day. But The King in Yellow is a series of short stories that allude to a play called The King of Yellow,
Yeah.
which The King of Yellow, and if you read it or watch it, you have a tendency to go crazy. And it's being the first story, which I think is about reputation. I forget, the repairing of reputations or
Yes,
something. But
that's correct.
But it's about a guy who is in his own right in an asylum, put in an asylum allegedly by mistake, which gives you enough to wonder, is he really crazy or not?
Right. That was one of the first popular introductions of the unreliable narrator. Go on.
Well, what really struck me now, so he's alluding to this play that drives people mad, and the four stories allude to it. I don't think they ever fully expose it. There are some clues given in it from what I've heard, that this mad little, I think he's a Jewish hunchback too, if I'm not mistaken. he's sort of a cyborg. He's like this weird character, and he seems to be the Yellow King himself, the King in Yellow. He's kind of like speaking through it, but they don't identify him that. But the whole idea of the Yellow King is an infection. It's kind of like Choism in a way.
Yes.
Where you're influenced by the Cho. They kind of put it as a biological disease. It's kind of like COVID, only more subtle and more insidious than COVID, or they think COVID, they project COVID to be. Now, what intrigued me about this, and this is where Joseph Matheny excels, is this antiquarian literature. When he somehow has his own chronicles and people that chronicle really deep, dark stuff that is a history that is just not accessible. And if you did access it, it'd be kind of like H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
Some of the stuff that Joe has frequented with or knows about.
Yes.
And would steer me into or around. He didn't really steer me into it, but told me about it, and we'd share dialogue with it.
Yes.
But what this smacks of is L. Ron Hubbard. And I will tell you how. You got to remember, L. Ron Hubbard, like Robert Chambers, was a pulp writer. Hubbard came after Chambers, but he was on that legacy of Chambers. Now, Chambers is alluding to a play that will drive you mad. This is exactly what Hubbard did in his book Excalibur, saying this book will drive people crazy.
Yes.
People will jump out their windows and whatnot. And then you have people extolling or criticizing Hubbard, saying, "Oh, he's just creating a marketing scam. He's going to sell this. Blah, 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 blah. This book couldn't drive anybody crazy." Well, Hubbard's stuff was, look at how many people that are upset or crazy over that subject. Quite a few. And so it's like, you're dealing with, he's writing out of the same mold that Chambers is alluding to. The difference with Hubbard is he had offered a solution to go with this. He offered a solution. What I would say also, the virtue of Scientology, or the virtue of anything, is that it gave me, I don't say it gives you, it gives me an opportunity, gave me an opportunity to look inside of myself. And that's all anything can do. Give you an opportunity to look inside of yourself and sort out your own inventory. To audit is to assess, to listen to what's in the data banks. And then when you audit what's in the data banks, there's sort of a self-recognition process, or a clearing of the data. How much data can you clear? Can you reconcile? And this is where I got into the thing with Heather.
Yes.
It's not too personal to relay because she said it to me right off. Heather was badly burned when she was a child,
That's right.
and badly burned, and it was a scandal. And she was, her Pippi parents, put her up for adoption, and it was the neglect of a babysitter,
Oh my God.
and I think by boiling water spilled on her or whatever, and so she, went through the hospital and whatnot, and then she was put up for adoption.
Good Lord.
Not, she was in foster homes till she was about 9, and then a Mormon family adopted her. And what, she was really having a hard time reconciling it. And so it's years later. She's always just a wonderful person, and she's much better than she was 15 years ago.
Okay.
Much better all the way. She's married to David. They have a very good relationship, from everything I can tell. They're very suited for each other.
Yes.
And then anyway, but when I was looking at her chart, I said, everybody who has something happen to them that's negative, loss of a loved one, loss of a marriage, whatever it is, it could be heartbreak, it could be a loss of a job. Why did I lose this job? Why haven't I done anything successful in my life? Whatever it is, what one wants is reconciliation. People want to time travel to save their loved one. What anybody really wants is reconciliation. They want to have why did something happen this way? And astrology is very expository. I had one woman that really hung in my aura for 20 years. It was really that, I think she was in league with a Cho.
Right.
I know she was. But this is what I realized about her, and I stumbled upon it. Her black moon Lilith was right on my sun.
Jesus.
Right on top of it. So it brought out the worst in like we were like soulmates.
Yeah.
Or so we thought.
Right.
Or I thought. But it brought out the worst in her, and it brought out the worst in me.
I was about to say it brought out the worst in both of you. Yeah.
And the worst in her was a lot worse than me. All I really had was emotional Cho trauma. And that's the only way the Cho could feed off of me. And they did. They found a way. And but that's history.
Yes.
But
still an important realization. Go on.
Well, but it was the black moon Lilith right on top of me. I mean, God, I didn't know that. And if I, sought her out and explained that to her, might be able to reconcile it. Because there is a way you can reconcile it. Both partners are aware of it. And you can transmute it into positive energy. I don't know that it would be worth my bother because it's all water under the bridge.
Right.
But nevertheless, is that reconciliation is the point. Reconciliation is the point. Because at that time I was under the misimpression that, well, it's not really a misimpression. It's called what in Qigong we call dual energy cultivation. That by having a partner of equal comparability, you could bootstrap yourself into up the Kundalini spout. And I think only a partner could just accentuate that.
Yes.
And cultivate that. Whatever. I like to think more that I can do it on my own, cultivating the anima and the animus inside of me.
Yes.
And the female would maybe complement that or remind you of it rather than to work on it any other way. But
yes.
But to reconciliation of like, okay, how did I get this way? And once you figure it out, then it's okay. Like, if you could really come to terms with all the stuff that's happened to you with growing up the way you did, and get to a point where it's like really figure it out, all the pain would kind of neutralize. It wouldn't go away, but it would neutralize, and you'd be at peace with it. If you follow me, be at peace with it, and then in a way the pain wouldn't be there anymore.
That's right. That's the most important objective, is the inner peace. Go on.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I said. I mean, she would theoretically be somebody who could, but the chart was telling me. The chart was telling me not. It's not like she needs to go back in time and not have that incident happen to her. But in some ways, and this is what David told me, and I asked him, what the funniest thing he'd ever seen was, and I was not asking with regards to time research. I was just asking, the funny thing he's ever encountered was, somebody acting like a fool or something. Just a light question. And he says, well, when people see the chamber or see the time reactor field and they actually see it or enter it, he says they often laugh because the reality is suspended. Reality as they know it is suspended. They see the joke of this reality.
Ah.
And they laugh. It's like, ha, 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 ha. And I think Jose Arguelles said before he died, his last words to Stephanie, I think, were something like, it's all a cosmic joke. It's all a big cosmic joke.
I could see why someone could come to that conclusion on their deathbed, but go on.
Yeah, what I would also warn people is not to take it as a joke, because when you take it as a joke, it's a big mistake. That's one of the biggest lessons I learned in I guess if I talk about my perceptions beyond this life, I didn't take life seriously enough. It's not like you need to take it too seriously. It's like you don't like to sit down in council with your neighborhood and say, what about these Maui fires?
Yeah.
What are we going to do about these Maui fires?
Right.
And start,
You don't want to be a downer, but at the same time, it reminds me of when I worked at the Presidio military base, that degenerate operations manager, Andrew Mingeris, one of the things, the black woman who, strangely enough, there was this positive black female influence in the form of Carolyn Garrett, who was the woman who acted as kind of a mentor to me. And there was the negative aspect in the form of Juanita Taylor, who was the black woman who was promoted all the way to the top of the ranks of the library because she could neither read nor write, and therefore was the ultimate in security. They knew she couldn't communicate any of the information in the library because she couldn't read any of it, so they put her in charge of all of us. But with Carolyn Garrett, she mentioned about Andrew Mingeris, who was, of course, the child predator who was, or rather he was too non-aggressive or too passive to be a true child predator, but he was a child pornography.
He was a wannabe predator.
Yeah, he was the child pornography consumer. And as a child pornography consumer, he was very sympathetic to true child predators, like my mercenary mentor, the man who taught me all about mercenary work, the first man to teach me about mercenary work, Lionel Allen Curtis, the U.S. Army Ranger sniper, Cume assassin. And in terms of Andrew Mingeris, yeah, the world was a big joke to him. And I remember Carolyn Garrett saying, because he was just laughing at everything all the time, because, this is what a voyeur would do, someone who was like into child porn. They're just laughing at the suffering of others, and the world to them is a joke. So I guess that means there's no guilt in what they're doing because it's all a joke to them anyway. But I remember Carolyn Garrett saying, the joke's on him. And so there you go. That's, how I feel about people who, like Peter is saying, don't take it all as a joke. It was different, of course, with the individual that you were speaking of and the last words he had. It was more kind of like, that was how he was handling his pending transition. But for God's sakes, don't go through life like that. Back to Peter. Yes.
Well, yeah. So back to Robert W. Chambers. Yeah, it's like this whole idea of, it's a great literary tool, and I think some of these guys copy each other, and they pattern their ideas, and so this whole idea of a book that is mysterious, this is kind of what the Ong's Hat mythos is based on.
Yes,
it's a book that's mysterious, it's not really sinister. It's more intelligent. But what it alludes to is this incunabula, this birthing of the egg, and it's all in the egg, and it's all in the birth. It's very ingenious, and so it's this mysterious book that has all these solutions, and in this case, or has madness, connects to madness, and it's, of course, people are intrigued by it. One of the projections in the future that he writes in this, the king wore yellow. Is that it?
It's The King in Yellow.
The King in Yellow is that there's this suicide booth that's part of the future where you can go and check out a life. It's like you don't have to go through all this litigation and Kevorkian stuff. You just check into the booth and check out.
Yeah, that's right.
And it said it actually reduced, according to the story, it reduced the number of suicides. And so, this in current times, it would be very interesting if you opened a suicide booth and you see how many people take it.
Oh God, it would be awful. I think there would be lines.
Well, I mean, it's curious thought.
But go on. Yes.
The whole idea here is you have this guy putting a grappling hook on madness, and these books were very popular. It's his most popular work.
Yes.
And it also alludes to the people that in the story, this play was circulated heavily in Paris.
Right.
So the people in London wanted to get it, to find out, and then I guess they were going to suppress it. They didn't want to put it into English.
Right.
It gets censored, but it's this whole idea of what drives a person mad. And Hubbard, I don't know. I'm sure he would have read Chambers. How could he not have?
Oh, of course. He had to, because he was a pulp writer himself, so he would have kept up with all of that.
Yeah. And so it says, okay, he's doing this on the past, and there's a whole lost legacy of literature that isn't even around today. I mean, you can find it here and there on YouTube, or not YouTube, on the internet and whatnot.
Right.
But I'm smelling smoke, and it's concerning.
Jesus Christ, yeah, that is concerning. Why don't you check up on that? I'll talk for just a few minutes till you come back. Certainly.
I don't know.
It's God knows, with the attacks going on people that we know lately, I certainly.
Just be my neighbor's backyard, but it's late for a barbecue.
It sure is, yeah. We're talking about after 12:30. It's about 12:50 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time, where Peter Moon is at. And smelling smoke is something that would disturb me profoundly if I were living alone in my own home that I owned and had to pay mortgage on, or even if I owned it and it was paid off, I'd be even more concerned. Yeah. So let's hope that all is going well with dear Peter. When he returns, I'll give him some thoughts that all of this brings up, and hopefully we'll take some notes together, so to speak, or he can review it later to take some notes if he wishes. Let's have him do that little patrol around the house. I want to welcome everybody who's with us. Our numbers are high, and that's profoundly appreciated. We're 3 hours into transmission, and this, of course, is a transmission that started about an hour later than we normally start, in the sense that we were indeed had another DDoS, a directed denial of service attack. Now let's see if Peter's returned yet. Oh, almost thought I heard something there on the microphone. But if not, let's check in with Aristides for a second, see if he's there to come off mute. And you could perhaps explain to me, so this photograph is Mel Gibson's with some dork in a pink suit. Who is this other gentleman he's with? He looks familiar, but
I think that's Roger Stone.
Okay. That
I don't know
figures.
the significance at all.
Yeah, no, that fucking figures. Well, first off, the guy's wearing a pink suit, so he's either really secure in his sexuality or he's making a statement. So Peter, I think, has rejoined us. Is that you, Peter?
Yeah, I'm back. I think the only thing I found was that my fire alarm
Mm-hmm.
had masking tape around it from when I painted. I never took it off. I never noticed it. So that's the smell seems to be coming from outside. It just seems like a
Okay.
dull residue from fireworks or something. But I didn't hear any fireworks.
Well,
But to get back,
yeah, we have that phenomena a lot in San Francisco. It could be somebody's fireplace, of course, just wafting over. But please go back to where you were, and then I'd like to share some of my thoughts. And thanks to Aristides.
Robert W. Chambers, these occult authors that are alluding to, what makes a person mad, intrigued, and there's something inside of us.
Yeah.
It's like where, well, this is why I made the allusion to Scientology. I said it's an opportunity to go inside of you and see what's inside of you, because Hubbard had all sorts of explorations, theories, and iterations on the subject of insanity. I don't know that there's anybody who's delved so deeply into insanity and the mechanics of insanity as he has.
Right.
From that perspective, I can't discount Carl Jung and other people. Have more exposure to Hubbard, but he delved deeply into the subject. And it's like he had what was called on an E-meter would appear the rock slam, which was a point of craziness inside of a person, and whereby the energy just starts going crazy. And it's usually two things that cross purposes with each other, to be a gangster, to be a cop, or something like that. And the person's all wrapped up in this dichotomy of good and bad, and he might just, it's a crazy point because he doesn't know whether to be a cop or a gangster.
Right.
So he might have a amalgamation of both of them,
Mm-hmm.
where he's a cop acting like a gangster, or a gangster acting like a cop, a gangster who's a good gangster. I mean, it could be any of the above,
Mm-hmm.
and all complex, but it all hinges from a dichotomy that the person's just stuck in. I want to be a gangster, but I want to be a good guy.
Yes, actually, it's very common. Very
I
common.
want to be a cop because I have power and I can extort people.
That's right. That's right.
And I can do a bit of good. And it's like, and it's all two forces opposing each other. There's a lack of reconciliation, rather than just let go of being a cop, let go of being a gangster, and
Yes.
just be a human being.
Yes.
And that's just one example. It could get wrapped up with, I want to be a good Jew, a devout Jew, but the Nazis got the better of us. So
That's common too. Yes, that's also a common fantasy. Yes, go on.
Well, yeah, and so it could be anything where you have the two opposing forces, and it's an insanity. So, so basically, that's what you would shoot for in certain procedures of Dianetics and Scientology, where you're hunting, and these weren't easy things to dig up. It's the more you go into a mind and the more you uncover, then they surface. They surface. Just like if you talk about something period of your life, more will kick up and your memory will be triggered. So, but these are particularly, ensnarements or entrapments, and of course, I had the opportunity to go into my mind, and I think that was during my Jupiter return. I think I had the opportunity to extensively look at these things, and the fortunate and unfortunate thing you encounter is once you reconcile your stuff, or at least the majority of it, to the point where you feel reconciled and you're not out to prove anything.
Mm-hmm.
you then encounter that of other people.
Yes.
And these are part of the pitfalls of life. Now, the positive is you see where people are coming from. I could see David Miscavige where he was coming from long before. I could never be suckered into his game. I knew too well. Other people weren't so astute. It took them years of abuse to realize that this was not good for them. You know, it took them a long time to figure it out. This is the positive. You see, oh, wow. You can see that. And of course, then, as they say, the negative is you see what other people have in their arsenal. It's challenging. But by the same token, you don't get addicted to them either. You know, you can see Donald Trump and you know, you can look at him as having certain pragmatic characteristics which are good, but you can also see that he's got some other aspects to him that are misguided. And you can also see, but you don't also, I say, you don't get addicted to him. You don't, and you distinguish, you know, the positive from the negative. And it applies to everything. But it's one thing to reconcile your own mind. It's another thing to reconcile the dysfunction of others. And it's like, how far do you want to take the dysfunction? You don't want to become addicted to people's lives. And that becomes, if you can share insight with them, if you can help heal them, that's very nice. So, but to get back to it, I was just saying that Scientology, for me, opened an opportunity to go in and reconcile. When I had surveyed my audience in the Time Travel Education Center, what would you do if you had access to a time reactor? And all these people offered, you know, altruistic suggestions, which were very well intended. And as Dennis Marshall pointed out, that, you know, none of them are talking about looking into themselves. Very astute observation on his part. Yeah, it's about you in the end. What are you going to reconcile here? If you you're going to figure out the Maui fires, and, you know, what are you going to get a badge of honor from your internet audience? If you know, there are very, well, you know, what is a badge of honor on the internet? You know, there's a lot of false badges given out metaphorically to people.
Yes.
Who spew, you know, less than desirable information. So this is what we're faced with. But Chambers was part, I'm sure he was part of occult circles. He was connected enough to have his works read.
Yes.
And enjoyed. I can't say what it did, but it's very much aligned with Bolshevism. With the Yazidis are aligned with Bolshevism and just pure evil. Bolshevism is seen as pure evil. The United States was fighting it. It's hard to disagree with that.
Of course. And go on.
But he also opens the door to psychic warfare.
Yes. And
that's important. The fact that he brings it into the consciousness. I think that the slandering of the Yazidis, I just think he was kind of ignorant.
Yes, I'll try and put that into some context.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And later on, of course, we can mark this time now exactly. It's exactly 1 minute after 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time in the time zone where our man Peter Moon is at. So definitely appreciate the fact that he's been able to hang this long, and certainly the audience is been very appreciative of that. Our numbers are high. People have said that you've been really on a roll tonight, and so everybody is really glad that you're back. I do want people to understand that when it comes to this slandering of the Yazidi people, as opposed to, say, a more deserving minority group of such, shall we say, onus, would be the Chochoa, yet they're briefly mentioned and not really dwelt upon, and that's because of Robert Chambers' own ignorance of them. His other ignorance is that he equates Bolshevism as something intrinsically or inherently as if it were a product of the East or representative of Orientalism in a sense. And this is basically a kind of a foreshadowing of the Cold War, when Bolshevism would become identified with the East because of the human tragedy of it overwhelming the East. But as I had explained to the Bulgarians who had interviewed myself that time, explained it in that 12-hour interview with them, explained it that they were really victims of westernization, that this was all part of the westernization of the world, and that Karl Marx was, of course, this Jewish individual born in Prussia, and he moved to England, and it was in London that he developed his thesis that overran half the world. And so this was all simply a Western heresy, that this had nothing to do with, it wasn't born in the Orient, it was born in Central Europe, or at least the Jewish individual, Rabbi Mordecai Levy, who became Karl Marx, took on the name of Karl Marx. He was born in Germany, Central Europe, and then moved to London. So this is really a product of a kind of British imperial influence, and it's all part of the westernization of the world. So that to be done with Bolshevism. In terms of the Yazidi, the important thing to remember about where Howard Phillips Lovecraft got much of his information, because Howard Phillips Lovecraft, whatever else one may say of him that is positive, and not everybody needs to be a world traveler, and not everybody should be a world traveler. But definitely Lovecraft, though he had a few travels in the northeast of North America, was definitely no world traveler. He was very much a homebody. But he shared the fascination with the Yazidi people to a degree, though he never dwelt on them, along with Robert Irvin Howard, the man who later wrote Conan. But one of the things that, in terms of the correspondence of Howard Phillips Lovecraft, which I am more than passingly familiar with, in fact, quite intimate with, because so much of it was stolen by Michael Aquino. And just to put this into just a little perspective here, people need to understand that Michael Aquino was dealing with the heirs to August Derleth in terms of Arkham House, which, of course, was an actual publishing company long before there was the cartoon Arkham Asylum concept that was co-opted by the Batman series when Howard Phillips Lovecraft and all his works became public domain. But when it came to his correspondence, enough of it was published in multiple volumes by Arkham House to where people might think that they have a good idea about Lovecraft. They don't know anything about him at all. The majority of his correspondence was stolen by the Colonel Doctor himself, Michael Aquino, who had me correlate a great deal of it. So in that, I was able to take some notes from. I never was able to steal any of it. In fact, I would have never considered stealing it simply because it would have stolen from the collection, and somehow I felt that would have kind of violated Lovecraft even further, just to further fragment and parcel up his life like that. But nevertheless, one thing I can tell you, and I think that this is published correspondence, was that basically Lovecraft received some letters from Robert E. Howard, in which Robert E. Howard, I think it was May 1936, a May 1936 letter to Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard suggested, you ought to read some of Seabury's books. Excuse me, not Seabury, Quinn. Seabrook. Seabrook's travel books, if you want to get a realistic view of French colonial policy. By the way, this was William Seabrook he was referencing here. And a realistic view, quote unquote, is something many contend today when it comes to Seabrook's accounts. Not only was Seabrook a known alcoholic who voluntarily committed himself to the Bloomingdale Insane Asylum in order to combat his impulse for drink, and this experience, by the way, turned into his work titled Asylum, from whence we get Arkham Asylum. And it was a harrowing account that also offers, of course, a few drink recipes. But as a travel writer who specialized in going places where white Americans were either rare or completely unwanted, his assertions about the local peoples he encountered are often plagued by all the things that Seabrook wasn't allowed to see or experience himself. In other words, critical omissions, kind of like what my very program is named, because that's what I cover are the critical omissions. So, besides a shared philosophy and an interest in using science as a way to approach the supernatural, H.P. Lovecraft and Bill Seabrook are most tightly connected by their passion for Arabia. Now, as a child, Lovecraft was encouraged by his grandfather, who I've never covered enough, Whipple Van Buren Phillips, to read The Arabian Nights. And this is when Lovecraft converted to Islam. And it must be remembered, he as a child began to read The Arabian Nights in the original Arabic. Now, it was during this phase that Lovecraft created, or rather, shall we say, people they insist or they assert that he created Abdul al-Hazred as a concept, but all he was really drawing upon was his own genealogy. So that was, of course, the mad poet from Yemen, what would be today's Yemen, where there's a horrible civil conflict between the Houthis and everyone else in Yemen, dividing along the lines exactly as North Yemen and South Yemen divided during the Cold War. So it would be as if East and West Germany split again. That's what's going on in Yemen, or North Vietnam and South Vietnam divided again. But anyhow, Abdul al-Hazred, of course, authored the Necronomicon, the ultimate in popularly understood or popularly misunderstood mysterious books that drive you mad. So when Lovecraft wrote of the Arabian deserts in terms of the mountains of northern Iraq, in such stories as The Horror at Red Hook, where Lovecraft speaks of the Kurdish Yazidis as the last survivors of the Persian devil worshippers. That was published around January of 1927, about 9 months before the publication of William Seabrook's book titled Adventures in Arabia, which was subtitled Among the Bedouins, Drujis, Whirling Dervishes, and Yazidi Devil Worshippers. So, in Adventures in Arabia, Seabrook makes the shocking claim, shocking to Western sensibilities, that the Yazidis are not only devil worshippers, but that they maintain an extensive network of 7 towers in Asia that are all devoted to their blasphemous rituals. In fact, to read...
Yes, 7 instead of 8.
Yeah, that's correct. So he wrote in his book, which I have before me, just a paragraph here, stretching across Asia, from North Manchuria through Tibet, west through Persia, and ending in the Kurdistan, was a chain of 7 towers on isolated mountaintops, and in each one of these towers sat continuously a priest of Satan, who is, by broadcasting, he uses those terms and quotes himself, who by broadcasting occult vibrations controlled the destinies of the world for evil. Now, in typical Seabrook fashion, there's no further evidence provided for this claim other than his own experiences in northern Iraq. Now, obviously, because Mr. Chambers' book was published first, and he was considered the expert in all things occult, as Michael Aquino attested, he was a man who was deeply respected in occult circles. Basically, what happened was the world traveler, a genuine world traveler, William Seabrook, read the story that our man Peter Moon was reading on the way back and forth from Romania on his plane flight, each way, and just taking it as fact because Robert Chambers said it. So understand that this assertion is not only false because Kurdish Yazidi culture does not stretch into China or Tibet, but it also unwittingly subscribes to the idea that the Yazidis who worship, well, they worship the peacock angel Maliuk Taush, are in fact adherents to a faith which worships a fallen angel, idist, demon. The reality is, of course, that Lucifer is the ultimate of the archangels that is considered, or rather conflated, with Satan. But Lucifer is not Satan and is therefore not demonic. Lucifer is simply the god of this world, what the early Christians would call the demiurge. Whereas God is the ultimate creator, then the demiurge is kind of like the person who creates in his place in a more limited sense, in a more regional sense. Kind of like God may be the god of the universe, but Lucifer is the god of this world, and that ultimately is Maliuk Taush. But he is by no means an angel of hell. He is the angel of earth. Now, of course, this conflation with Satan has always been abused as a rationalization for Yazidi persecution by their Muslim and Christian neighbors. And in 2014, of course, the terrorist group ISIS, deeply connected with Michael Aquino's legacy. Matter of fact, he was still alive when they invoked the charge again during their extended genocide against the Yazidi. It is their warrant for genocide, an ongoing and ever-abused warrant for genocide by everyone against the Yazidi population on Earth. This time in northern Iraq, and it wasn't until Kurdish military advances checked it, halted them somewhat, the Yazidi were once again in danger of extermination. Very important to reemphasize the fact that ISIS was, of course, an organization which was established by United States Army General Paul Vallely, a satanic co-religionist of Michael Aquino, who he was on record as boasting of having established ISIS. Which of course was traded for on the stock market and had an office in the Ronald Reagan building in Washington, District of Columbia. And of course, many of its shares were owned by I can't remember that idiot running for president who didn't make it. The guy who was born on a military base in Panama. Help me out here, Peter. The older man.
Was it McCain?
Yes, John McCain. Yeah, he was. That's why John McCain was saying he could hold, shall we say, talk down. That commits talk down processes or with the ISIS. Because he held the most stocks in the company. And so what ISIS was a private mercenary company that actually just emptied all of the insane asylums and criminal, the prisons in North Africa and Arabia throughout Southwest Asia, and that was how they created ISIS. They gave all these madmen and criminals machine guns, and Vallely's express purpose was to exterminate the Yazidi. And of course, I have given the context for that before. Michael Aquino hoped that by doing so, they would untether Maliuk Taush from the world itself, or be able to bargain with him in the hopes that they could hold the Yazidi population hostage, threaten them with total annihilation unless the peacock angel himself, meaning the master, the god of earth itself, bent to their will. This is the hubris of these madmen. And hopefully all this puts some perspective on the fact that Robert W. Chambers was one of the original popularly accessible Edomite cultists. So it needs to be understood that Robert W. Chambers was important to Michael Aquino because it was through Michael Aquino's deep investigation into that man's estate that he found out more about the kings of Edom than he had ever known, and was ultimately one of the reasons why he transitioned from being a mere Satanist to an Edomite, was through Robert W. Chambers, which explains Robert W. Chambers' defamation of the Yazidi and his glorification of the United States Secret Service, America's own SS. Literally, the initials SS. The Secret Service was originally $2. The SS as a Guardians of the Treasury. That was long before they took on guarding the president as sloppy seconds. The Secret Service, of course, was born of the occult and therefore an Adamite organization, part of the deep state. And
they don't have to be born of the occult by definition of what secret means.
Thank you. And with that, that's what comes to my conscious mind at the moment. I would say that I'd best give it back to Peter now, and maybe if he has any questions, or maybe reviews it tomorrow, and joins us on Wednesday, which will be here before any of us want it to be.
It makes a lot of sense but definitively Aquino did investigate Chambers. It would make sense that he would.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Now, I find that investigation. I mean, it makes perfect sense that he would be an Edomite, but it seems that there's much more deeper there. I mean, it's like I don't want to, run up in the cul-de-sac ends at Chambers being an Edomite. There's much more there.
Yes. Probably. I mean, he's obviously also connected as a propagandist for the U.S. government with his... if he makes the Yazidi all out to be devils, he makes the United States Secret Service out to be saints. Literally, the guardians of humanity itself, the way he portrays them. Just for people, I'm getting some emails in about, how could you say this about William Seabrook? Maybe apparently there's some old admirers about Bill Seabrook out there. Let me point out something. When Dilbert, I keep wanting to call him, when Bill Seabrook went to Africa and published about it in his book titled Jungle Ways, which came out in 1930. That details his travels among the different tribes of French West Africa. He made it a point, because no one else had, to that point, per his reckoning, had given any satisfactory account of cannibalism. He made it a point to visit the Guere cannibals. That's spelled Guere, but the E's have the apostrophe mark. The Guere cannibals in today's Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, meaning Ivory Coast, or Coast of Ivory in the French. Seabrook basically chowed down on human flesh. Here in the book I have right here beside me, he said it tastes like veal. The raw meat in appearance was firm, slightly coarse textured rather than smooth. In raw texture, both to the eye and to the touch, it resembled good beef. In color, however, it was slightly less red than beef, but it was reddish. It was not pinkish or grayish like mutton or pork. He said he couldn't get enough of it. Let's just put it that way. If that's the quality of human being that we're dealing with in the person of Bill Seabrook, who just for a thrill witnesses the murder of a human being and then partakes in eating them, you're not dealing with anybody with any moral standards that you'd want to invite to dinner at home. So back to Peter Moon.
Well, why would anybody be so offended that you would be knocking an idol like William Seabrook? I mean, why is he so exalted? I've heard the name before, but I encountered Seabrook in my own investigation. Mm-hmm. And I encountered him because his name is inseparable from Robert W. Chambers.
There's that. And also, don't forget, he was also a Satanist, and he was someone who Crowley, by the time he died, Crowley was like someone who just laughed at his death, kind of just dismissed him as like, Seabrook finally parted, taken away by his concubine, referring to his, the demon hooch, the rum, whatever it was, whatever alcohol, whatever bottle he was cradling at the time that he passed into the other side with the help of, basically taxidermizing himself while he was alive. There's these people who are Satanists who listen to me, and they probably saw this guy as a hero because of his own involvement with Crowley as a Satanist at least one point. What else does that bring to my mind? Certainly I think the most important thing to take from this, aside from the fact that in his book The Magic Island, William Seabrook was traveling throughout Haiti. Again, this was the time when the only people who did that were Marines, who were basically slaughtering people under the orders of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He was the inspiration for the 1932 film White Zombie, but his accounts of zombies were obviously the first anthropological investigation tackling the still very controversial issues of race and history. But when it comes to the situation that he was contending with, he was in occupied Haiti. Just always bear in mind that from 1915 to 1934, the United States Marine Corps was effectively the government of Haiti, establishing a gendarmerie, a kind of Stalinist garrison state, but obviously one sympathetic to American interests. It's just, it's just a horrible time. Always been horrible to be Haitian, really, with all the suffering that they've undergone. But in terms of what else does that bring to mind, I'll try and remember what else comes to mind. But I think the best way to answer Peter's question has already been presented. It's just basically
you're doing very well.
Thank you.
But this prompts so much because people put people on a
pedestal.
They put them on a pedestal, and especially Satanists do this, and it's like you learn from who you learn from. Doesn't matter whether it's Hubbard or Crowley, because anybody who teaches you things that you didn't know and that you regard as valuable, whether it be Kabbalah, whether it be any system of thought that offers you personal enlightenment according to your own opinion, is like, yeah, well, this guy's good. I want to read him. I want to study him. But ultimately, you are the person who is learning it. Yes. And you don't have to, I guess what you'd say, over idealize other people. And this is what happens, and of course Aquino is fascinated with these people because being an Edomite turns him on.
Yes,
he's just enamored of being evil.
Thank you.
Because it satisfies some psychological. Again, Aquino is just trying to reconcile himself.
Yes,
it's a selfish act. He's trying to figure himself out just like everybody else is, and of course he gets high off,
yes.
off of the most sordid things.
Yes.
And so basically, the reason I got into this is because the only reason is because I was breaking down the night of the Broken Circle.
Yes.
Where they invoke the Peacock Angel, and the Peacock Angel is tied to Yazidis, and then I see that the Yazidis are gone into and explained in this book by Robert Chambers, who's also quoted in the book, and I go down this is sort of it's a bit of a blind alley, but it shows you what Douglas has already said about the Yazidis being demonized.
Yes.
Beyond reason.
Yes.
There's no reason to demonize. Well, there is reason. Another curious thing here that occurred to me is if you look at the history of mankind, the common history that we know, why on earth are people so damned opinionated about God?
Yes.
They're just like, what's the big deal? It's just people's experience iterations. What was wrong if somebody disagrees with you? Why do you need to convince somebody that there's this powerful being? The only justifiable reason, or pragmatic reason, I should say, is if you're trying to teach people to behave in a way that is social, so that they're not being criminals. Yes. Now, you would think that that's a common, and I noticed this in interacting with people in Romania. There's a lot of, common courtesies that people extend to each other. I'm not saying they don't do it here. All the people who shop in stores and don't break into them are indulging in common courtesy. They're paying money rather than to, ransack the stores, which is a we don't want to see that. As bad as capitalism is, it's better than chaos. So what is the big deal about, okay, these people are Muslims, these people are Christians, these people are, what's the other thing? Jews, the Abrahamic religions. Oh, these people are pagans. People have a lot more problems with pagans than they do with anybody else.
Right.
And they can generate their own problems. What is the big deal? Well, if you look at religion in astrology, there's 3 signs, in my opinion, which cover religion. And that would be the 8th house of Scorpio, which is all about control and deep thinking. There's Sagittarius, which is philosophical, even broaching into religion, which is higher education. And there's Capricorn, which is sort of the institutionalization of religion. And it's also, Capricorn is very deep as well. And so it's like, well, you see that people want to control people. That's Scorpio, want to control. And it's like, okay, but that goes too far. Just like when I'm administering the dream group, I said, okay, I tried to keep it very loose and light, minimum controls. You have to have some controls. You say, okay, we're going to meet at 10 o'clock. And then maybe we don't meet till 10:30 because everybody's dragging heels or whatever. Okay, somebody complains. Oh, well, okay, what? All right. Oh, people want to play ping pong. Okay, it's fine. Let's put some order in it. Hey, let's just meet. And it all worked out, You just kind of constantly asking for feedback. And we're all there for a common purpose. In society, of course, people start becoming selfish and taking advantage of each other. And that becomes a problem. And that's what religion is. It's a control mechanism. And it becomes a mechanism for abuse. And abuse fills into the realm of Scorpio, Pluto, control, and abuse. When it goes bad. When Scorpio is not all bad, but when it goes bad, it's, okay, we're going to abuse. And you have the story of the New Testament, where you have, according to the New Testament, God's only begotten Son, the greatest gift that the divinity can bestow upon mankind. And the main objective seems to abuse God's greatest gift. Mm-hmm. It's all about abuse and sadomasochism.
Right.
It's like, what's wrong with this picture? Right. It's like something's very wrong with this picture. Yes. And time travel. Well, if I had more time, I'd go into more of a diatribe on the Mayan stuff, because I'm not going to do that tonight. But I would say, I was talking about Venus. Mayan calendar is all reconciled with Venus. The orbit of Venus orbits in a pentagonal fashion, mm-hmm. or the way it moves around the Earth. It's all pentagonal, which is Venus. And the Venusian system of the calendar, it's all aligned to Venus. And that's part of this Venus retrograde, is the alignment with Venus, and boom, boom, boom. Venus is called a benefic in astrology. Jupiter is considered the greater benefic, but they're both benefic. So when Venus and Jupiter appear in your chart, positively aspected, these are good things. It's love and wealth. And when they're excessive, they can be problematic too. So you need Saturn to restrict your, generous and Venusian principles.
Mm.
So there's a healthy balance with any of these things. And Uranus will come in, and if your Venus gets too boring, Uranus will come and stir it up and say, "Oh, try this, try that." So what you want to have is balance. But the whole dream workshop, with all of the dreaming and the projection of things, it's all about aligning. We don't know where we're going to go with this, but we're going to try and align people with their dreams. And what are there more than dreams? And to be in harmony with life. And the work with Douglas Dietrich is a big part of creating harmony on this planet, because it's making things known. It's making things known that are dark. And when you see the dark can no longer affect you. You know that it's there. And there's a part of people, when they do all of this, what Douglas and I would consider misguided conspiracy sleuthing.
Thank you.
They are, in their own way, trying to stave off evil and trying to warn people, warn themselves. It's generally well-intended. It might be naive. It might be a lot of things. And maybe there's even some good in it. It doesn't behoove us to judge, but it can get very frustrating if one lets it get to them, of just, people pointing out things. And I'll say, as they say in Romania, they don't have these gender politics. They're very well aware that gender politics goes on, but these are not issues in Romania.
Right.
A boy is a boy and a girl is a girl. And they don't, make them figure it out, because they're not figuring it out. I mean, there's no reason for people to be figuring it out. On a general basis, there are gays in Romania, but the majority of people are not confused about gender issues like they are here. And what I attribute most of this gender confusion is to toxicity. When the hormones are not balanced, there's toxicity in the system. And if you get the toxicity removed, you can then straightly figure out what you are. But I would say to anybody with any problem, physiologically, emotionally, mentally, whatever it is, whether it's a gender issue or not, is approach the problem from toxicity and just detox yourself. Whatever that means to you is whatever it means. But if you get the body detoxed, then you're in a position to reconcile the missing pieces of the pie. That might oversimplify things, but it might give people some clues as to how to approach this problem, because it's not a problem that they have in Romania. It's not even on the table. It's just not an issue, which is kind of interesting, because we're immersed in it with the press and the public and the schools and all this stuff, and people are outraged about athletics and all this sort of thing. So be it.
While you were talking, I dug up a few other volumes that I think are important. they'll just take a few minutes. If you're going to retreat into the gentle night, I'd like to just read just a few paragraphs to you from. Yes. So I want Peter and everyone listening to know that there was a horror story written by Robert Irvin Howard, the man who brought us Conan, titled Dig Me No Grave. So in this horror story, Dig Me No Grave, there's the following paragraph. Malik Tush! Good God! No mortal man was ever so named. That is the title of the foul god worshipped by the mysterious Yazidis, they of Mount Alamut the Accursed, whose 8 brazen towers rise in the mysterious wastes of deep Asia. His idolatrous symbol is the brazen peacock, and the Mohammedans, who hate his demon-worshipping devotees, say he is the essence of the evil of all the universes. The Prince of Darkness, Adiman, the old serpent, the veritable, did I say that right? Veritable Satan. Aside from this, shall we say, just racist piece of statement here, racist on the face of it, I do want to point out that the 8 towers and Mount Alamut, or Alamut, these are details from Robert W. Chambers' The Slayer of Souls. And, of course, in other communications, I was gifted once. I really couldn't afford it, but somebody actually, back when I was working with Revolution Radio, actually purchased and sent me the collected letters of Robert E. Howard. It's 3 volumes, published by the Robert Irvin Howard Foundation. So these were published between 2007 and 2015. And in volume 2, there's 2 things that stand out. They're both on the same page, essentially, or the other side, opposite sides of the same page, page 115 and 116. Basically, of course, he's writing to Howard Phillips Lovecraft and saying, "No doubt you've heard of the Yazidis who live on Mount Lalesh in Syria and worship the devil in the form of a brazen peacock. They believe that Satan was the foremost of angels and that he rules on earth for 10,000 years. God, they say, is too far away, too gigantic to be concerned with the affairs of the earth, and only by worshipping Malik Taush can anyone prosper, for only he has charge of men's affairs. Certainly the devil is loose on the world, and the evil are more likely to prosper than the honest and virtuous. Perhaps the Yazidis are right. Certainly their cult is as logical as religions which teach that this earthly hell of red chaos and black insanity is ruled by principles of good and light, that justice exists and reigns, and that men are compensated for good and evil. God, what a bone-clanking jest! Like the cataclysmic laughter from the gaping and froth-dripping jaws of a bleached skull." And then on the opposite side of the page, "The wings of Malik Taush hover over the world. The winds whisper of revolt, anarchy, war, and red ruin for all the sons of men." So when he's mentioning, of course, as I said, some of the particular geographic locale, like Mount Lalesh, these are details from Bill Seabrook's book titled Adventures in Arabia. So it's obvious that Robert Irvin Howard relied on Chambers, but not Seabrook when he was writing the short story titled Dig Me No Grave, and Seabrook, but not Chambers, when he was writing this other short story titled The Brazen Peacock. So probably, I'm assuming or presuming by evidence that Dig Me No Grave dates to an earlier period in Howard's writing, and the use of Malik, which he spells M-A-L-I-K instead of M-E-L-E-K, the Arabic romanization. He uses this kind of Anglo vulgarization instead, that it owes itself to Howard's letters with Lovecraft and E. Hoffman Price. Lovecraft's nickname for Price was Sultan Malik, M-A-L-I-K. And there's some other variations that I saw when working with Aquino in the correspondence stolen by Michael Aquino from Lovecraft's estate via Arkham House. Sultan Malik, of course, when Lovecraft was referring to E. Hoffman Price, obviously E. Hoffman Price was another member of occult organizations, just like Chambers was. Honestly, the cleanest men out of all of them were Robert E. Howard, in the sense of kind of like a naive young white guy, just kind of writing stories, but caught by circumstance among all these towering intellectual giants. Not that he was stupid, but these were people who were true academics he was usually dealing with. And then someone like Howard Phillips Lovecraft, just a brilliant autodidact, no graduate of any college, but someone who was far more intelligent than most people who are. But he was an individual who, of course, hailed from a occult genealogy, but he himself was innocent of being involved with Freemasonic ladder climbing or any attempts to somehow earn respectability in the darkness with the among the crowd of what are the true sources of evil in this world, the members of these secret societies, instead of ethnic groups that are of a deeper understanding with the forces of creation than these occult wannabes ever could be. Back to Peter with that before he retreats into the gentle night.
Well, it's well said. It's people get all locked up in opinions, decisions, and judgments. These judgments said that when you judge, the main person you're hurting is yourself. And this goes back to not only the work of L. Ron Hubbard, but Aleister Crowley, and saying that the main issue is postulates. This is it's a main power. What postulate is something that you project, you think. You postulate that you want to be rich. You postulate that you want to be successful. You postulate that you want to find a partner. These are all decisions that you make. It's a postulate, a decision, and all people make, this pontification of Satan, and we declare Satan this, we declare this, that, we declare that this religion is that. We're making judgments all the time, and the sanest judgments we make, or postulates, have to do with our day-to-day living. And postulate what you're going to eat. Nah, I'm not going to eat healthy. I eat this. So yeah, it's like, what's all this judgment going on? And like, to look at it and stand back. As I say, I can get very uninspired by seeing what people project as truth. I don't want to get too involved in it because it just wastes my time, and it's not, it's just best to disengage with it. Like at one point I heard, people talking about certain things that I did exactly what I read later. What I should have done is just walk away from it. Don't engage. If people are spewing just information that's going nowhere, people can get very excited and animated about information that's useless.
Thank you.
And it's not just my opinion. Sometimes it's like, okay, you listen to this guy. Why are you listening to this guy? It's kind of like if somebody's looking through all the bottles in a drugstore. Just take this. It'll relieve your pain. It's a natural panacea. Just go do this, and then they're wrestling with the fact, why isn't it in the store? Whatever it is. And you say, okay, that's fine. But so be it. I think it's good to wrap it up now. Thank you. We'll get going. I'm getting back into the groove with with your book, and
Excellent.
we'll look forward to to working on that some more. So with that, I'll say good night, and before you know it, it'll be Wednesday, and we'll be back again with another show.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we won't be interrupted like we were in the beginning. So I want to say good night to everybody. Thank you, Douglas, and thank you, Aristides, if you're still there.
Yeah. Good night, Peter.
Okay, good night, and have a good rest of the show.
Yes, blessed be Peter. We love you dearly. Bye for now.
Okay.
Take it care.
Bye-bye.
All right, so that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Want to remind everybody, of course, this is Water Awareness Week all over the world. It's a United Nations week of awareness. And for those of you unfamiliar with the World Water Week, well, there's not much to say about it other than the United Nations wants you to be aware about how rare sweet water or fresh water or potable water, drinking water is for many people all over the world. And they have to travel miles to get it in a bucket from out of a well, or send their kids to walk for those miles and then bring a full bucket back home to be, split throughout the day by the entire family. We live in a water-rich environment where we're wasting it all in North America and other places, and we have no idea just how precious it is. It really is. I'm aware of it because I live on top of a cemetery, and I have cadaver-tainted water coming out of my faucet, and I'm going to be spending quite a bit of money tomorrow. In fact, today, by Eastern Daylight Time reckoning. It is still yesterday where I'm at in the Pacific Daylight Time Zone, but in the Eastern Time Zone, it is now, of course, well into the morning of our of Monday, the 21st of August. I will, my gang brother Beaver will be picking me up tomorrow, and oh God, I got to remind myself to, to do something with him aside from what I plan to do. And let's see if I call Brooke with him. And there we are. And just reminding myself to do that. And aside from all of that, we are, just going to be buying a lot of water. Now, it's likely I'll be spending with the need to get in bulk water, beer, and Coca-Cola. I'll realistically be spending probably $1,000 tomorrow, and that'll leave me with maybe $300 left, 300, close to 400, and then we'll need to rebuild on that within a very short period of time to make rent. So I'll be counting on all of you. I want to thank Stephen Myers, who contributed $50 United States dollars, along with the wonderful quote, basically water to quench your thirst. Thank you, sir. Stephen Myers is, of course, Malaysian or Black Asian, what used to be called Chigro or Chinese Negro, a brother from another mother, if ever there was one, and he lives in the heart of New York City's Manhattan Island. Now, I want people to know that when we come back on Wednesday, it'll be Slavery Remembrance Day. And obviously I won't be speaking too much of that subject tonight, but it will be the International Day for the Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its abolition. So that'll be Wednesday night. We might speak more to that. We spoke heavily about how the people wondered where the Confederacy went when, of course, it was vanquished or banished from North America. Many places. Ultimately, there is still a standing Confederate community, Confederate States of American community in Brazil. But many of them relocated to Australia, where they reestablished the slave trade. And then Australia later on, after they tried deporting all of the slaves, the blacks they didn't want, and they deported quite a few of them en masse, which is why you don't have a black minority problem in Australia, quote unquote. They instituted a white Australia policy, which, as Nemo Albano and I confirmed, lasted until the year that I was fucking born, 1966. And probably most Australians are completely ignorant of this themselves. So if there's any place where the Confederate States of America will be reborn, it would probably be deep south, like the land down under south. That's the only nation in the world which occupies an entire continent. And it is basically the South Africa of Pacific Asia. So, okay, that little reflection having been expressed in the live stream, we have Oceanus Procalarum. If I read it in the Greek, Oceanus Procalarum says, I wonder if there's a historical connection between the Alkasayites and the Azidi. He was thinking of Dukakis when I was trying to think of John McCain, but thank you for your suggestion. Then he says, DDD and Pete Moon, where do you think the state of human cloning is these days? Glad I didn't read that to Pete. That would have taken us into... We can save that for Wednesday. In the meantime, Aristides, let's check his audio. Good, sir. Let's see if you can... There we go. Sounded good. Oh, love you dearly, brother. Okay, so do me a favor, sir. Yeah, let's see if I can bring anyone else on to bounce off with you, and then we will have both of you or more hold the stage while I basically take my usual break, and then come back, and I'll be ready to go into monologue very shortly thereafter. Our man. Okay. Yeah. How are you holding up?
Yeah, we can do that. I'm fading pretty quickly here.
Understood.
So after that.
Yeah, after that, you can go to bed. Yeah, after my break, you can go to bed. Yes. No, thank you for holding as long as you have. I mean, bless you. I only hope it was interesting enough where it was, any other thing you might have found out about this bizarre photograph. It's actually intriguing. It's so fucking... Both these men are so fucking repulsive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the takeaway. I don't know anything else about it.
Oh, shit. Okay. So, by the way, the photograph I'm referring to is Mel Gibson and what is probably Roger Stone, right? Is that who?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh, my God. A couple of... I'm sorry, go on.
No.
Arch conservatives. A couple of arch conservatives, and that's like putting it mildly. They're basically like so many arch conservatives these days. They're really reactionaries. Okay, let me press this add button, see who we can harass. Let's try whoever wants to get on. Aaron Tice says he's active. I think he leaves that thing on all the time. I'm not going to bother him, though it was fascinating to learn that he was, basically talking to Peter Moon. Privately, I will ask Peter Moon what that individual's dream... You heard him when he said somebody in Romania was dreaming about my son. I'd like to know what was involved in that dream.
Yeah.
What exactly were they, what exactly they were dreaming about in terms of what context there was. That would be fascinating. And, of course, let's see, it's about 10:55 p.m. It's not that late. Just as a kind of aside, I will add in... Brendan Zogan, I don't expect him to respond. I do want people to know I found out a bit more about him. He is apparently doing quite well. He's gone very monastic. He is retreating from the world. He's very involved with his, shall we say, his Vedic culture, his studies into the world of what we would consider Hindu cosmology. This is not, of course, academic with him. It's a way of life. And aside from all the people that I'm contacting, who else comes to mind? Realtek, perhaps. Okay, Realtek. We can try Troy Bellamy, but over there it's going to be far too late, probably, so I won't bother him. He's a teacher, and God knows tomorrow's a Monday. So we press the add button. And, oh shit, we had Realtek in with all the rest of those... Let's see now. There we are. There he goes. And we press the add button there. See who responds. And so I'm calling basically everybody in general, all the general people. Some people I will not call. They're welcome to try and call in, and then I can always merge them into the call if I feel that is reasonable. Or how do I put that? There's other ways to say that. If I feel it's a wise thing to do, or what's another word for that? You want to try and be somewhat circumspect. The scary thing is how many times I press these dial buttons, and it's amazing how few people respond these days. Oftentimes, people are, even though our numbers are high, the people who have been on the show oftentimes are not necessarily responsive. They're often on their own trips. In which case, that seems to be the case tonight, and nobody's answering the dial, the call, so to speak. Aristides, what is it that you would like to speak of while I take the break? You think you got this down? Do you want to look for something while I wait here with you?
I don't know if I'm cognizant enough to do that.
Shit!
You're gonna have to get somebody here.
Oh fuck! Let's see if we can. If we can't, then what I'll do is just basically what I can have our man Aristides do is read something. We could find a kind of relevant, shall we say, piece of news or something that you could read. Is that something you think you could do? You're not in the mood for that either. Are you? Holy shit.
No.
Oh shit. Oh my god. You poor guy.
Got up too early.
Oh my god. Well, we love you dearly. So what I'll do is, do me a favor. I think you can handle a few minutes. What I'm going to do is run and grab something out of the fridge. Is that okay? Maybe just take a quick trip to the restroom on the way. So we're talking about 7 minutes? Could you do 7 minutes or do I have to try? Let me try a few more of the people that I didn't think of calling.
Yeah, try some people. Lower your standards a little bit.
Oh God. Now you don't want to use that term, okay? No, we'll try again. Okay, we're going to hit some others, and let's see if we get some response here. Holy shit. All right, let's try people that. I'm normally scared of calling, and that would include Joe Tai. Let's see now. Now I'm going to call the same people over again because it doesn't hurt to try some people twice, because those that don't answer the first time might answer the next. But our man Aristides is hanging on by his fingernails. So this poor guy.
I know. I could have fallen asleep a while ago. I just didn't want to leave you hanging.
I really appreciate that. Honestly, it is profoundly appreciated. I honestly don't. Sometimes I don't know how you stand it. But we do what we can. Okay, Andrew Numerzyski. Fuck it. Every time I see his name, I still can't fucking pronounce it. Like our dear lady Brooke Gibson said, it doesn't really count anyway. She found out, of course, or rather confirmed. I had always suspected, of course, but she confirmed that he was gay. And asked him directly. She pretty much came out and asked him directly, "Are you gay?" Yeah, that's what he answered. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's a nice guy. Very nice guy, though.
Yeah. Oh no, just so people understand, that's no way a negative or anything. Yeah, and all right. So then with that, we'll add real Dick again. We call him Real Dick because of his 14-inch dick or something that he was boasting about when he was on with our dear Brooke. Okay.
It was.
Yeah, Real Tech Geek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, he didn't say 14 inches, but Brooke ran with it and said it was sounded pretty much like he was saying that. He might as well have been saying that. Claimed he could last 14 to 18 hours, but Brooke was, of course, bringing up the fact that any woman who was subject to 14 or 18 hours of constant pounding would be in agony, and that would not be that's not necessarily a plus. So I've hit everyone this time. I hit everyone. Let's see who's going to respond. I hit everyone except Troy Bellamy because he's away, so I should fucking hit him too. See if that he answers. Oh fuck! What did I just do here? Okay, going to hit the promote button. Of course, it is really late for him, but you know, there we are. I'll press the call button on him too. Okay, pressing it. We'll be dialing Port Troy now. Hopefully, he turned his phone off. By the way, just a suggestion to anyone who comes on my show regularly, if you don't want me to call you at odd hours, turn your goddamn phone off. I don't understand why people even leave their phone on. Really. It's like, do you leave your phone on when you're asleep?
Yeah, it's still on.
Oh, God. You just gave the game away. And, holy shit. If Troy doesn't answer, it looks like no one's answering. So it's a race to the bottom here. Well, I'll have my water, and what I can do is that they'll all be on the call, so to speak. So what you can do me a favor. Everybody that I called can now jump on anytime they want. So do me a favor and go to sleep and just leave your phone on. Is that possible? On the charger?
Yeah, no, I can leave it on. I just
I'll leave it on the call. I'll leave the call on. Okay,
right.
So anybody can jump on anytime they want now since I've called them. And what you can do is retreat into the gentle night, and I'll take over from here. Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna stay on for now until somebody gets on.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'll stay on for now until somebody gets on. Then I'll take a short break, and at that time. But other than that, thank you very much for being with us. Let's see. Somebody just sent me a message before you retreat into the gentle night. Let's see what somebody's saying. El Nemo says he's online. Fuck. Why didn't that? Fuck. Okay. I didn't even see him. How come his name never fucking comes up? Okay, so let's try and call El Nemo. And I wish he had said that sooner. And I'll tell him that when he comes on.
He really saves the game here because it's like daytime where he's at.
Yeah. Well, the problem is he's
middle
off.
Of the night.
He's off at odd times, and he is not coming up. He is not coming up on my Skype at all when I look him up. So I don't know what to do. There we are. Nemo. Here we are. Press this.
I got him.
He's got that stupid fucking El Nemo he adds that confuses the whole issue. So what I need to do is ask him to... So, Nemo, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, do me a favor, Nemo. It's very important to do this, is that when I try to go through this whole agonizing process in the future, just send me that message that you're available as immediately, because you do not appear on my list. For whatever reason, Skype will not display you. So, so whenever I'm trying to add people, you not only do not come up, I cannot find you on searches. So I literally have to dig you up from my files to even get you. So just assume, of course, that just recognize for now, don't assume, it's a fact. You do not display, you're not allowed to show up on Skype. They've really fucked your display. So
they really don't want me on your show.
No, they really don't. They really don't. So when I look you up, you do not appear. When I put Nemo in, it doesn't show up. I had to dig through the files to get you up. So that's why I never call you directly. But George and I is on with us. So George and I, do me a favor. Yes, thank you. God bless you. I'm going to leave you three gentlemen here with Aristides for a few minutes while I take a break. And during this time, as a matter of fact, because Nemo and George are here, you can now retreat into the gentle night, Aristides. And, as a matter of fact, if you want to do that right now, let's see if you do that, because that way I can make sure that the call stays up. It probably will. I'm certain it will. So if you do hang up now, the call should stay on. Yeah, do you want to stay with these gentlemen for a few minutes?
As much as I like these guys, I
Go retreat. Yeah. Okay. We love you dearly. Hugs.
Take it easy, Aristides.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'm just really tired to carry this right now.
Okay. All right. Take care.
All
Blessed
right.
dreams.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. And so Nemo and George, I don't know whether either of you heard this, but Peter was on earlier and he was talking about in Romania with his dream workshops. There was somebody who was dreaming about my son, and he didn't provide any details, but I'll ask him about that privately because that strikes me as
That's interesting.
Yeah, very bizarre and very intriguing. One or the other. So I would be curious to know what context that had. But
I've had many dreams of you, but never your son.
Interesting, and of course, not that I mind or care. I presume that the context was platonic, but
Yes.
of course, there's plenty of people who have expressed intimate dreams, but that's okay too. I don't care. I'm not someone to trip off that. But in terms of my son, I would be curious as to whether that manifested in some fashion that would be along those lines. All right, so Nemo, thank you for sharing that and having the courage to do so. I think that's important. I do think I do get in a lot of people's dreams simply because I'm on while they fall asleep. And so they usually go to sleep while listening to me. And El Nemo says, I'm on, by the way, laugh out loud. Good. Excellent. And so, George, before I take that short break and leave you with El Nemo, first let us know how much time do we have with you tonight and how things are going with you in general at work. And do share with everyone the fact that you suffered a very dangerous bout of sunstroke the other day. And, of course, we're all very lucky to have you with us alive. So let us know about, go into all this for a bit before I take off.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I do appreciate you having me on, and it was just to update yourself. I think I've come out the other side. I'm feeling much better now. Excellent. But it's so important. I did hear briefly what you said earlier. It's recognised as it's Water Week, so it's very important that people do consume enough water throughout the day, especially during the times where it's very, the temperatures are higher. And so, exposed to sunlight, you definitely need to rehydrate yourself. And
by the way, do remind people, especially people in your situation like yourself who are working outside, for God's sake, go on. Yes.
For long durations at a time, because 95% of my job is outside and exposed to sunlight. So, especially when I have to climb telegraph poles, you're reaching temperatures that are 3 to 4 degrees hotter than it is on the ground. So, you have to make sure you are sunscreened, you're protected, and you're hydrated at all times. So I've actually got 5 bottles of water with me today. Excellent. And it's so important.
I mean, and you just forget. You truly forget. I mean,
Sometimes you do, yeah. It's so easily done. Yeah, it's so easy to just forget. Most people do. Yeah. And this is what causes, you could either have too much water or too little water, and both are very detrimental to the body.
Thank you.
Some people get too little water, you get UTIs, and too much water. You can get yourself having, other forms of attacks or cardiac, attacks to yourself. So it's just, it's remarkable, what water can do to the human body, but it is so vital and important that people do consume water.
Thank you. I mean, you mentioned something, George, that I haven't thought of in a long time. UTIs, urinary tract infections, is what our man is talking about. So that happens to a lot of senior citizens, and what George Knight just said made me realize that senior citizens you get a lot of urinary tract infections. I never really thought of this, but I'm realizing just when he said it, probably the majority of those cases are probably due to dehydration because they're not drinking enough fucking water. And because as you get older, then you forget to do anything to maintain yourself, or many people do, unless you're like, our man Pete Moon, and basically doing Tai Chi in the morning and shit, and playing touch football in the several days a week, then most old people are just withering away. So make sure that Nemo, George, make sure both of you never do that on us. And so other than that, how much time did you say you had with us again, George?
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, Douglas. I didn't. I've got a little while, so please take your time. Please take your time with the break. Yes.
Bless you.
Yes.
And thank you.
Well,
No, thank you so much. And George, again, we want you to go into some of the other things going on at work. But Nemo, do emphasize, of course, you're in Australia, and of course the days they're just killer outside. The heat is often. I mean, Australia's just a death trap in so many ways. But
Only in summer. Usually, when it's not in summer, it's okay.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I know
But right now it's not even winter and it gets cold as fuck. It was like 8 degrees Celsius early this morning.
Holy shit! Fuck that.
Strange weather.
It is. Well, you are just on top of the Antarctic, so not too strange, but strange enough. I mean, but I do know Australians drink like fish, and they that doesn't help with the dehydration. You're talking about the people begging for sunstroke. So I'm just anyhow. So I'm always just left in awe of what people do to themselves. So Nemo, George, I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes, 15 at the longest. But bless you both. Thank you both for showing up. And because Aristides was, like I said, hanging on by the fingernails. So he went to take his rest, and so grateful to both you gentlemen. I love you both, and I'll be back soon enough. I think I sent you the private message about Brooke Gibson and our other young lady and the like, right, George, as well as Nemo. I think I sent you both those private messages about that. Excellent, those updates. Yes, George.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So all that being said, I will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. Both of you gentlemen speak about current events and whatever you think will be relevant. Obviously, Peter Moon was on for a long time because he was catching up with us coming back from Romania. But both of you gentlemen have a lot of catching up to do and a lot of sharing with our public as well. So catch people up on whatever you wish. I'll be back.
Yep.
Yeah, take your time, Douglas. Thank you so much.
How have you been, George? What have you been up to?
Hello, Nemo. Very lovely to speak to you. One of my favorite people. So thank you. Yes. No, I'm doing all right. I, as you just heard Douglas say, I did inform him that I did suffer an episode of heat stroke, which is it's quite detrimental to the human body, and I was just very disorientated. I couldn't obviously attend Thursday's show, Thursday in the UK, Wednesday show in Douglas's Pacific Daylight Time zone. So I couldn't attend, unfortunately. I was just so disorientated. I just really wanted my bed, and so
sorry to hear.
No, that's all right. I had a lot of heat flushes and stuff. So throughout the due course of like 2 or 3 days. So luckily over the weekend I had enough time to recuperate. So feeling a lot better now, more collected and more stable. So I do appreciate you asking.
What's the current season? Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask quickly, what's the current season in England at the moment?
Oh, the season, it's still summertime. Is that what you mean? Yeah, the season. Yes, it's still in summertime. When it gets to around October time, it goes into the in the autumn, the fall. So then we go back into the end of daylight saving time. It falls back, so we lose an hour. Yeah, so that's what
I myself, I'm doing better than some. Just trying to get through each day. Every morning, I'm just waking up thinking, should I go on a killing spree? No, I'm joking. I'm not doing much anyway. I'm just uploading a lot of Douglas's content, downloading and researching stuff.
Yes, brilliant. No, I'm so
I don't
glad
know
I
if
did
you
see that.
Did you see my Odyssey channels that I made recently?
Yeah, do you know what? I've never accessed Odyssey at all, the platform itself. So could you please send me?
I'll send a link. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And then I can just because I know John Warrington has uploaded a lot of his content onto Odyssey, but I've never actually accessed the platform itself. So I have no knowing of how to access it. So if you could send me a link, that'd be greatly appreciated. And thank you for what you're doing as well, because it is so important, because after a period of time, a lot of Douglas's content does get scrubbed off the internet or any form of platform eventually. So it's good that we've always got backup. You're archiving all his content. So really, credit to you and praises to you for doing that. So
I've been trying to look for. Douglas did this 10, 11 or 12 part interviews on Spirit Wars about Antarctica, but I don't have all the parts, and some of the parts I got on MP3 format, I got to convert it to MP4 format, but I can't even find part 1 on MP3 or MP4. I've been digging around so much, and it's just hard to fucking find. You ever heard of those segments?
Yes.
Spirit Wars Antarctica, part 1 to 12, I think it is.
That's right. I was going to say, I do remember recalling there was several parts of them. I think they're like, are they around an hour to 2 hours long?
Yeah.
Each segment.
In total, it'll be, over probably nearly 20 hours.
Yeah,
something
like that. Yeah, no, I do recall. I have reviewed them in the past. So, yeah, I do. I know which content you're on about, you're referring to. So, no, that'd be remarkable. I'll do some digging as well. There is some stuff on there that is very obscure for people. It's very hard for people to come across. There are been many channels that have uploaded some of Douglas's stuff, but it's very hard to come across it if you just type in, specific words onto the search engine, the search bar at the top of YouTube. So you have to really do some digging in order to, you have to play around with the settings, so to speak, change the upload date, the relevant, put it in a sort order so you're able to access or locate these videos. A lot of them is very obscure on the web itself. I can't even find the Gaia. There's a video that was uploaded many years ago by the Gaia. What are they referred to? They are just this little organization called Gaia. I don't know what to refer to them as, but people know the content. They upload stuff constantly on the Gaia channel, and I can't find that interview with Douglas for love's sake of money. I can't find it at all on the internet. But it's one where there's a massive crystal behind him, so I can't find that at all. And probably
I've uploaded that on that's like a 30-minute interview, isn't it? Video of him as well. Yeah, I've uploaded it on all my channels pretty much. If you look through it, you'll find it.
Oh, brilliant.
I sent the link in the chat. I added you. You'll see DDD1, Archive 1, and Archive 2 in the Skype chat and in the call chat.
Oh, thank you for doing that, Nemo. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, because I do know that you could ascertain some of the episodes from the Gaia channel from Amazon, but these are all paying rent to buy, to purchase, to review. So, no point in anyone doing that.
Just for a 30-minute interview. Yeah, maybe if it was 10 hours, I'd buy it.
Yeah. But the Gaia channel scrubbed it. They deleted it off their channel, so you can't actually find it. It's the only one they've probably scrubbed off out of everyone they've uploaded. They've uploaded thousands.
I've noticed that on some of certain platforms Douglas has been on, they scrubbed the fucking episode they did with him, like Clyde Lewis and fucking Beat the Fire. It's not on his website, but it's on his YouTube channel. That James Arthur Yanchek or whatever his name is.
Yeah, James Arthur Yanchek, who done the Feet to the Fire,
But Clyde Lewis, that fucking slimy scumbag, just wiped everything of Doug off his website because years ago I wanted to get access to that one particular interview because he had audio of Russian cosmonauts, audio of them fucking screaming, burning on fire and shit because the American Americans intercepted the capsule thingy with what's that ship, the dinosaur interceptor, and destroyed their ship, I think, dropping massive metal ball bearings in the trajectory pathway. And I couldn't find that fucking interview because apparently that's the only interview you'll ever hear that audio because his former executive producer took that audio away from him, shared access to it, and made sure he never had that audio again. Fucking snake bitch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's just reoccurring circumstances, isn't it? With everything.
It was available years ago, but I think there was a paywall behind it on his site, so I didn't bother. But now when I went to go back on his site to try and get it, I was willing to pay to get it, but it's not there anymore, the interview. So I fucked up. Oh well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. There is a certainly a very sophisticated campaign to try and scrub all the content from the web. Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Can you hold the line just for a few minutes? I got to take my pizza out the oven pretty quick. I won't be
No,
long at all.
absolutely. No,
Sorry.
No, continue, Nemo.
Right.
No, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, please carry on.
No worries. Thank you.
So, no, that's all right. No, you're very welcome. And so, what I'm going to do for everyone, I'm just going to I've got so much content to read out, but what I'm going to do is this Thursday, come on and join Douglas's transmission and be on for several hours, so then we can have a long discussion about a lot of subjects that people do want to know about. So what I'm going to do now is just read out the Presidential Proclamation 2714, Presidential Proclamation 2714. Look, that's saved on my file, so that's great. And so let me just get up the entirety of the transcript just to read out to people. And this is just regarding the end of cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities of World War II. That was officially proclaimed and declared by President of the United States, Harry S. Truman. And I'm just to read it out verbatim, word for word, and then just literally translate it for people so they have an understanding. Proclamation 2714, cessation of hostilities of World War II, signed and submitted on December 31st, 1946, by the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. With God's help, this nation and our allies, through sacrifice and devotion, courage and perseverance, wrong, final, and unconditional surrender from our enemies, thereafter, we together with the other United Nations set about building a world in which justice shall replace force with spirit, through faith, with determination that there shall be no more wars of aggression calculated to enslave the peoples of the world and destroy their civilization. And with the guidance of Almighty Providence, great gains have been made in translating military victory into permanent peace. Although a state of war still exists, and if people read the entire transcript, sorry, I'm now paraphrasing what has been stated. Although a state of war still exists, so he is stating that the state of war between the Allied nations and the Axis are still in effect. So this is very important for people to note. So if you read it, it might be very, it might sound incoherent for a lot of people, but just to disambiguate between, the official claim that the war ended in 1945, it did not end in 1945. It was still ongoing until peace was settled and signed in 1951. And so I'll carry on reading the transcript. Although
I'm back, by the way. Keep going.
Hello, Nemo. Sorry. Yeah, no, we can carry on. I was just thought I've got some stuff to read out for the viewers. Yeah. But it's something that could probably wait till Thursday when I'm on the show with Douglas. So I'm hoping to do several hours this coming Thursday.
Oh, nice.
So Wednesday show, but Thursday in the UK time. So, but no, please carry on.
Did you, speaking about that recorded audio of Russian cosmonauts, there is one audio available that you can find on YouTube that I've heard.
Yeah.
It was a female cosmonaut when she was re-entering the atmosphere and fucking she's saying it's burning up and shit. God, that was freaky. Poor chick. And they covered it up on the mainstream news, the Russian military and government. Well, they covered most of their fucking space projects up,
Oh, absolutely everything.
God,
they cover up absolutely everything. Nemo. But no, people can hear the audio. It is still available on YouTube for people to ascertain and to review, to listen to the audio of the female cosmonaut. I can gather her name from the internet for people if they're not sure who we're referring to. But when she returned into the Earth's atmosphere, the capsule was burning out, and basically the correspondence, the response from the ground support were completely silent because they knew what was going on. They knew she was not going to make it. So there was no reassurance to her at all. So she was just screaming down the audio, down the mic towards to what they referred to as back to the command center to receive the translation, the audio message. It's so sad, but yeah, it's distressing, the audio, listening to it.
It was brave
yeah.
of her, though, because not Americans wouldn't use females back then, but Russians did, and she did her job. She did fine, it's just she unfortunately died.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and several attempts, and certainly when they were conducting their operations or space missions, they lost dozens and dozens of cosmonauts, and so did the Americans. Lost many astronauts to various missions. Certainly, you know what you referenced, what you were referring to the dinosaur program. Dinosaur meaning the dynamic, the aerodynamics of space itself, and soar as in soaring or flying above the cloud line. So that was the whole acronym behind dinosaur.
Yeah.
And so yeah,
just for the listeners, it's spelled DYNASOAR.
That's correct, Nemo. Yeah. So but no, that it's very hard to. I have reviewed those interviews that Douglas conducted, and they did play the audio in front of Douglas. So
what interview was that? You talking about which?
That was the one we were.
Just the one on YouTube. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So it's been several years since I last reviewed that one. But yeah, no, you do a remarkable job, and thank you for sending me the links, Nemo. So
you'll have to dig through the first one because I've uploaded over 200 videos. All of his older ones are on the you have to go back page by page because I just recently uploaded his older critical emissions and firing lines, but his other older stuff that has nothing to do with critical emissions or firing lines is in the later pages. You just have to skim through it. You'll find that interview that you've been wanting to look for, where he's in front of that giant stone.
Yes,
the guy interview.
Yes, because that is when Douglas is talking about the Battle of Los Angeles and the his expositions on exopolitics, how it's promoted from and so that was a real eye opener. And so even you see the photograph of the flyby, the scout and run by the Third Reich in exile over Sheffield, England in 1962. You'll see the photograph, which that is the photograph that the United States, the military, took, and they actually did a snippet. So it was Photoshop. It was back in the 1960s. There was no such thing as Photoshop, but it was image alteration. And what they did was they cut it and pasted the image over Sheffield, England, the scout and run by the Third Reich in exile, and they placed that over the search beam over the battle of the so-called, the air raid of 1942, just, shortly after the attack of Pearl Harbor, when in
the Battle of LA.
Yes, when the Japanese. Yes,
the giant dirigible, they made it say the spotlights are just pointing at nothing, but in the original image, there was a giant fucking dirigible. And I remember seeing video footage of it, and I can't fucking find it anymore. I forgot where I saw it. I should have downloaded the video the instant I saw it, but...
Yes, and the promotional banner, the advertisement for the Battle of LA that was released in 2011, the American version of Battle, the Hollywood movie that's people can Prime or on Netflix. I think it's been published on both of them. The original poster was the original photograph without the image of the UFO that was appeared in Sheffield, England. The photograph that was taken in 1962. That was there was no UFO in that search beam, and then they placed that later on to try and promote the alien agenda, the trope. So that was to put things into perspective. But if you look at the original banner, the advertisement for the movie that came out in 2011, that was the original photograph, and there is no UFO in that search beam. But every other promotional banner you see that people are promoting it as alien, as an extraterrestrial, you will see a craft in that search beam. That is an image, that is a doctored image. And if you go on Wikipedia, of all places, they admit it is doctored. So if you take a look at Wikipedia, the entry of the Battle of Los Angeles photograph, that very famous photograph, which is just one single photograph. There's no other photographs that show it, but that one particular one, the craft itself is just a copy and paste of that scouting run by the Third Reich in Exile in 1962 of their scouting run over Sheffield, England, and it's obviously omitted on Wikipedia. They admit it is a doctored image. And so, yeah, that is just to put things in, that's just to put that into perspective. But that is outlined in that interview that Douglas conducted with Gaia, which obviously they scrubbed for that obvious reason. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking. Did you ever hear the footage of that Apollo 1? Oh, fucking Gus Grimson, Ed White, and Roger. Was it Shafi, whatever his name is? Well, they were burnt alive in the capsule during a simulation exercise.
Oh god, no! I've not. I haven't come across that ever, Nemo. If you can share that with me, that would be remarkable. Yeah, for me to
on
look
January 27, 1967, when they were doing a simulation run, apparently one of the wiring was faulty and ignited, and the fucking inside of the capsule caught on fire, and they all were burnt alive horribly. And there's audio of them you hear them screaming, then it cuts out.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I've not reviewed that. I've never come across.
Some people suspect
the audio itself, but
it was deliberately sabotaged. Like there was more high pressure oxygen in the capsule than they should have been, and the wiring was deliberately sabotaged so they'd fucking die. Because apparently Gus Crimson, before that, doing that simulation, he's going on live, I think, radio interviews or such, and saying how incompetent fucking NASA was, and he was very skeptical on them even being able to go to the moon the way things were going, because in some of the audio of their exercises, you can hear them having troubles communicating with each other from the space pod to the command center, and Gus had said directly to them, how are we even supposed to communicate, on the moon if we can't even communicate here on Earth? Pissing them off.
Well,
he just pissed off at him how incompetent and pathetic everything was going. It was just he's being very skeptical, publicly opened up about how incompetent they were, and others, investigators suspect that they deliberately killed him off. It's fucked up.
It was just exposing their incompetence and the primitive technology that they were working with at the time, and it was very sabotaged as well. They were never given any. When people speak of, the Werner von Braun brothers, being the pioneers of, enabling the United States to enable to get them to reach the moon, it was subsequent. It's the equivalent of the United Nations Atomic Weapons Agency that were being sent into Al-Iraq to conduct their surveys over what Saddam Hussein was working with using, does he have weapons of mass destruction? They were telling him, well, you can use it for this reason, for this purpose, for peaceful reasons, but you cannot use it for weapons. And so they knew that they didn't have any weapons of mass destruction, because the Atomic Weapons Agency was overlooking it because Iraq was part of the United Nations Security Council. And so they were a member of the United Nations Security Council. So they knew they were working with it. So they were there to prevent Saddam Hussein even producing weapons of mass destruction. The weapons he was using against the Kurdistanis, the Kurds in the north, were the chemical weapons that the Americans were supplying him. And that's going into reasons what Douglas has mentioned in the past with the Yazidis. And so that's something we could go into another time. But to put things in perspective, when the Werner von Braun brothers, one Magnus went to the Soviet Union, and Werner von Braun, the other brother, went to the United States, and he was basically the pioneer of the V2 rocket booster rocket engine. So he was the man who designed and created that. He was the man who implemented their rocket program, their rocket space program, but he wasn't giving them what they wanted. So they prevented them from having a sophisticated or a sufficient space program that was efficient. And so this is why there's so much. Yeah, this is why it was rendered completely inoperable or inoperable at all. So there was, this is why there were so many failures, and for many years they failed miserably. And
I love that Werner von Braun deliberately halted their progress for any space missions and programs. Oh, here's a rocket. Now work with this, and I'm not going to tell you about our UFO technology.
No, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. And just so people are aware, because I've had personal friends ask about the Apollo 11 mission, whether or not man landed on the moon or not. And of course, I always present to them, well, I have the photographic evidence of them capturing what, they referred back to the command center. What they were was they changed transmission. So the radio transmission, the live feed switched to a private frequency, and they were reporting that they are on the crater of the moon, watching and observing them. They are warning them not to be there, and so they're referring to the Reich in exile. And so, I have photographic capture images, authentic. They are completely authentic, of Neil Armstrong taking of the Andromeda Gera, as well as many of the disc craft that was parked on the outside edge of the ridge of the moon's crater that they were parked in. Which
Apollo mission was that? Was it 20?
That was Apollo 11. That was
11.
That was the 1969 first moon landing. Yes. So they went to the moon, and obviously many of the footage themselves, because it was a live feed, they could not risk doing such a mission, such as landing on the moon, quote unquote, for the first time, and then if anything goes wrong, or anything they can't capture is failed to display to the public, because it was just for propaganda reasons.
And the video quality was shit too.
Yes, that is why there is a number of the footage that is not authentic. It was filmed on the Earth.
Yes, and excellent point.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It was filmed in a studio, so to speak, or in an environment where it was conducive, and so they can get it's obviously fake, but the reason behind that is because they could not fail to display it. And as you outlined, Nemo, there was failed connections between the receiving and the transmissions, the transmitting of the radio and of the signals and of the sending information. So in order to prevent that from being displayed to the public, they had to fake some of the footage. But they did go to the moon. That was real. So, but that's the reason behind that. It was basically a Hollywood stunt. It was a Hollywood stunt, but it was for propaganda reasons. It had nothing to do with a space race or a Soviet threat in any form or shape which they tried to promulgate.
Thank you.
But thank you, Douglas.
And they also, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
They had video. Didn't they have a camera mounted on their spacesuit, special camera stabled, connected to the spacesuit? Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin.
You asked me. Yeah, sorry, Nima, you asking myself.
Yeah, because I got a video of apparently it's supposed to be legit leaked footage of them on the moon, and they're investigating the abandoned, destroyed bases from the National Socialists after Project Argus or whatever, in the attempt to destroy them.
Excellent question.
To prevent them from sending supplies over to their bases. So
right.
To abandon the base, and now investigating it. And
what Nemo is referencing is after Project Argus, when the artificial Van Allen radiation belt was created specifically to starve out the lunar base, Lunastat, within the crater in the south pole of the moon, sheltered from both the extreme temperature changes of cold and heat from direct sunlight that much of the rest of the moon's terrain suffers from, that the Americans were supposedly investigating the ruins of the base. Now, this is, of course, footage that has been presented online, and what that likely is just as artificial a propaganda effort as their landing on the moon. As George Knight said, they truly did land on the moon, but their landing on the moon was, as George Knight articulated in depth already, very much impacted by warnings to essentially vacate the premises and never return. So when they did that, and then that was after Project Argus, of course. So if they're already faking footage for the original moon landing, much of this other footage is very likely faked based on the context of the situation as I understand it. But I will be the first to say that George Knight has gone above and beyond in terms of research, because remember, I was getting this information. To put this into context for people, there was one, when I originally came out as a public informant, of course, the attacks were immediate, and of course, they've never stopped. And as we know, the efforts just continue apace, and both Nemo and George Knight are privy to information I have not shared publicly, and will not share for a little while yet. By that I mean maybe a few days or weeks. Eventually I share quite a bit. But when it comes to what I've shared with these two gentlemen, they know that the efforts to certainly just attack myself are relentless, and they never stop. And of course we experienced the technical attacks tonight. But when it comes to when I first came out as a public informant, the biggest asset that the deep state has is basically their indoctrinated American public. The deep state, for all its attempts to attack myself, and I'll dare say, the Western public. I'll say the Western public on both sides of the Atlantic are so indoctrinated, they'll do the deep state's work for them most of the time, and they'll just start attacking relentlessly myself. And one of them was someone who said, "Hey, Douglas Dietrich worked for the Department of Defense back in the 1990s. Anything he knows is going to be decades old." As if that meant anything when you're talking about history. I mean, that's the insanity of that attack, is that you're saying, oh God, what this man knows about history is decades old. What does that mean? Obviously history is history. It doesn't matter how old the information you has in on it. It's not something that is going to become irrelevant or outdated with time. So it's but by the way, we welcome Michelle Carmela Saldana aboard. And hey honey, glad to have you with us. Before we go back to George with the latest thing Nemo brought up, which I will turn over to him in a second, tell us a little bit about how your situation is, how you're doing, honey, and say hello to our listeners, okay?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
It's quiet right now. The rain is it's just like a little mist,
Okay.
and but I've been sleeping all day.
Good.
I did have some trouble breathing on and off today. Change in temperature, change in barometer, bariatric pressure. Excuse me that I'm not saying words correctly, because I just woke up and I'm still it's still kind of slight difficulty for me. When I was in basic training, I had the opportunity to learn historical document restoration. And it was interesting because at first they had me doing manual labor when I was so just because you're sick, when you're in basic training, if you're sick, you get moved to the casualty squad. And casualty squad means that you're not doing drills or preparing for war. It means that you're doing maintenance around the facility. So I did lawn work where I was trimming trees and working with chainsaws, and that was a lot of fun. And I was moving logs and all that stuff. It was fun, but I had a bleeding kidney.
Jesus.
And they knew I had a bleeding kidney, but they still
Jeez.
had me moving a log that, logs that were 15 to 30 pounds and working with the chainsaw. Although it was fun. I mean, I was like on the sideline throwing up blood. They're like, and you're still doing your calisthenics and everything in the morning, but they modify them. So the push-ups are different. They change everything, but you're still expected to do all your exercises and everything. Well, then when it just happened that somebody came up and saw me vomiting up blood, and he goes, "Aaron, you're defining sacred ground. Do you understand
Delightful.
this?"
Yeah, you
Yes.
see where their priorities lay. Yes, so
Yeah,
touching.
I-
Their concern for your well-being is overwhelming.
Oh, I saw this one girl from Massachusetts, this tiny little mousy waif of a thing. It was amazing that she was in the military and all. And they kept telling her she was prone to sunburn, especially on her neck. And they kept telling her, if you get another sunburn, we're going to fine you $10,000. You'll go to jail. What's it called?
The brig.
What's it called?
The brig. Honey.
Yeah, the brig. So, thank you. And sure enough, about a week later, they kept telling her all week long, her first sunburn. At the end of the week, she gets a letter from her family, and it's the letter that the military sent her family, plus it's copies of paperwork where they mortgaged their house to pay a $10,000 fine that she incurred because she got sunburn on her neck.
Yeah, incurred.
And
But go on.
violating, and she was fined because she violated government property, meaning her.
Mm-hmm.
Herself. Getting
Right,
sunburned.
that's right. Because you sign yourself over as property to the military when you join. So, honey, how did you even?
So getting back to me.
Yeah.
So when they saw that I was vomiting blood, they moved me to office work, and I worked in the insurance office for about a week or so, and then I found violations on the first day. So, and then I kept finding violations. So they moved me to a document restoration.
Mhm.
And
By the way, how do you
I
like
came
that?
across-
How do you like the name of that department? Document restoration. Go on.
oh, I tell you what happened more often in that that document restoration was, especially this one guy, lieutenant. He kept trying to get all the girls isolated so he could have sex with them. And the time that I was there, he had sex with out of 5 girls. He had sex with 3 of them. One, she was a lesbian, and me, I was like, I have already gone through hell, and this is I told him, I said, I've already gone through hell. This is supposed to be my get out card from hell, and you are not going to sabotage that. And he goes, what are you talking about? I said, you don't want to know, but I've gone through hell. I said, there's not supposed to be any fraternization. He goes, don't worry, give it time. There was one guy one day when I was in the mess hall, and it was my turn to pass out water.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody, this is when I was working the chainsaw
Mm-hmm.
and doing lawn work, and it was my turn to pass out water. So you got to deal all day long with your grubbiness, and so does everybody else. So he goes, Aaron, you smell good. What are you wearing? I said, sir, yes, sir. Aaron Leslie asking permission to speak, sir. And he says, speak. I said, good old-fashioned sweat, sir. He dropped his tray. There was a whole bunch of other people who dropped their trays. He got in trouble.
So,
I was supposed to get in trouble, but thankfully I didn't.
yes, thank goodness.
Oh my gosh.
So, honey, when you were with you were in the documents restoration department, was there anything that what George and Nemo are, in particular are talking about right now that brought to mind with us?
I'm sorry to say that I woke up and I went to the restroom. I checked and saw that I missed a call from y'all. I sleepily stumbled to the porch. I caught the little bit about you saying about the idiot who said that you worked in the 90s. And
Everything I know is quote unquote decades old. Actually, now that I remember, yeah, quote unquote, anything he knows is.
I'm so sorry. I didn't hear y'all's conversation. I just really basically thought I would check in to see how everybody's doing and to let everybody know that I'm doing okay.
Yes.
So the fact that you're having a transmission, I would say I would take that you're doing okay.
As well as we can be. It's been a hell of a ride. I'd like to share some.
I think there's a lull in the I don't know if is it still a tropical storm or is it hurricane? Because if it's hurricane, this would be the eye of the storm.
Right, no, it's a tropical storm at this point, I believe, but I thank you for bringing up that fact. I was more concerned about the earthquake. There was a 5.5 on the Richter scale magnitude earthquake. Were you?
I didn't see that.
In Los Angeles, greater Los Angeles area, stretching into Mexico.
Oh.
Or you slept through that?
Well, I didn't just sleep through it. I have been doing it. Well, for months I've been doing a lot of spiritual warfare.
Yes, yeah.
And I was supposed to be doing writing and research projects, and then all these months that I've been off the air with y'all, it's actually been spiritual warfare stuff. So today I took the opportunity because anomalies like this are really good for all of that. So that's what I've been doing. Then plus I've been watching what is now one of my favorite shows, Men in Kilts. I mean, they are hilarious. These two guys are hilarious. So, and plus I've been learning, part of my history is Scotland. But no, I did not, because there's always some kind of weird detractor out there. Douglas has his, I have mine. I did not finish basic training. I was throwing up blood because I had all these tumors, a bad case of endometriosis, which was actually also cancer. So that was the summer that I was treated for endometriosis cancer. I was 18 or 19. So it never said I finished basic training. There's certain people. The one has a website. He even got a FOIA. On me. He's like, she never finished basic training. She says that she went.
It sounds like Richard K. Cole Jr.
Of course, yes, our dear. What my one colleague calls a super fan.
Yeah.
What I was very angry about is that he had some stupid something. He mentioned my brother on his website. I'm like,
which one? The one that was on my show?
Yeah.
Okay, of course. Yeah, go on.
I'm like, but I never told my brother, and I'm not going to ever tell him. I had one super fan that, well, actually, she wasn't a super fan.
But by the way, if Richard K. Cole Jr. was pointing out that your brother was in jail, that's his selling point. That's your brother's selling point.
Yeah. No, he was it was something. It was something else. I can't remember.
Was he trying
what
to
it
claim
is,
he
but-
was never in jail? I mean, he usually just tries to say whoever says anything never did it or something like that. As for your not finishing boot camp, that's what you've always said, was that you never finished.
I know what it was because when my brother wrote his book, there was and you can't really find it anymore. Even I have a hard time finding it sometimes. Because I still come across people that I could give it to, and then I have to hunt it down.
Right. But by the way,
got
when Richard
scammed.
K. Cole Jr. started attacking you by saying you never finished boot camp, but he spent years trying to convert you, trying to convert you to his cause. So did he
Yeah,
feel?
you know what? It wasn't until like last year or the year before that I found out about this website
Uh-huh.
and him trying to track me because I had somebody that I was talking to about certain things, and you know, for Hollywood and publicity and stuff, and so I had put my name in there in the computer, and there, you know how sometimes there's certain things that I will look up myself for and use that for networking.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a folder. I should, but I don't have a folder on my computer and says, here's all my stuff. It turns out that one of my selling points is that I can put my name into the computer. If it's the right name, everybody, you know, I harped on that the last time that I was on the show, how important it is to insert Carmela into my name. So, and that was one of the things that I was talking to him about putting Carmela in there. Otherwise, he was going to get all these other people. But then I was like, oh, what's this? This is a new one. I have never, maybe I just haven't paid attention to it. So I clicked on it and I'm scrolling through it and I'm like, oh, here's this person I've never met, trying to network with them. And here I just come across a defaming site. Well, that's not convenient at all. But then I start looking at it and I'm laughing and laughing. And he goes, what's so funny? I said, well, you know, you have your super fans. I have my super fans. I said, okay, well, let's take this as a teachable opportunity. So I went through everything and I said, well, look at this. He went out of his way to say that I never was in the military and I never said
Wait
I was.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
If you've been into boot camp, even if you never graduate from boot camp, you were still in the military in that sense. It's not like you were a
in that
veteran.
sense.
Yeah, it's
In
not like
that-
you were a veteran
right.
or something, but you can't say you were. Yeah, but go on. Yeah.
And then he contradicts himself as I scroll down,
Oh,
just for the fact that he was able to get a FOIA on me.
right.
And I'm like, how are you able to get a FOIA? Because when I was in boot camp,
Yeah.
they said after 7 years
Yeah.
they destroy the paperwork
Yes.
on you.
That's true.
Well, he was able to get a FOIA. So
Well,
I mean, like decades
He wasn't
later.
able to get any FOIA, and everything he does is forged. He's
No, there was some kind of document that had my name and
yeah.
information on there.
They forge these documents, honey. It's
Oh,
it's not
well-
like it's a real document. He forges them.
Well, then that even makes it more surreal, doesn't it? For the fact that
it's something.
he
Well,
he contradicted it himself.
Well, the individual is a domestic terrorist. He's basically a stalker, and what you need to do is talk to the Federal Bureau of Investigations about that, because he needs to be brought to justice for forging these documents.
You know, we never did get together.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. So we'll talk about that
Yeah.
privately. And how about this Friday? What are you doing this Friday?
Well, you know, my schedule's pretty open. It works. You know, just contact me.
Okay, so I'll just contact you during the day.
If I'm awake, I answer. If I'm not, well, then I answer as soon as possible.
Understood.
Case in point.
Make certain I got your phone number on speed dial, and we can.
I'll text it. I'll text it to you.
Okay, good.
So Well, anyway, I'm glad everybody's safe. I'll look up the thing about Mexico and Los Angeles when I get back in. I'm pretty sure that all my ex relatives are safe, and I'm pretty sure my kids are safe.
Before you go, what did this idiot say about your brother? What was he trying to say about him? I mean, obviously the man had jail time that he's quite honest about.
Yeah, my brother's very, very direct. He's like me. He's very direct and doesn't give a shit about what. One time he even punched out a pastor because he was like, Jesus is not a PowerPoint presentation. So he came walking that he came down into the church during church service, called out the pastor because hours before the pastor had a phone conversation. Somehow my very laid back brother had this reputation in town of being anti-God, and nothing could have been further from the truth. He loved God, he loved Jesus. He just didn't like religion. He didn't like institutions and religion. So everybody from the age of 9 to the time that he would, like forever, somebody tried to convert him. But once he got to be of age where he could do something about it, one of the first things he did was punch out this pastor, and it sent ripples. Nobody bothered my brother after that.
Good. Good for him.
Yeah. So, but there was this person on Amazon that she was saying that the book that my brother wrote was very, was like Tony, like my family is violent. My family, I've talked openly. My family has brought evil into the area and capitalized on it. And I'm not talking about just my blood family. I'm talking about mafia family that we were recruited into, and and all of this stuff. So she was saying that to paraphrase, the book was a way for my brother not to be accountable. And one of my nicknames growing up was Bella. And Bella is the Mr. Bella in the book is a God figure. And people who, I had a reputation forever for being a prostitute and ruining. I was used to ruin people's lives. Honeypot and just honeypot people and destroy marriages and all this stuff. So she had written that it was a way to whitewash and downplay or rewrite history. It wasn't the case, but it was more a case of processing. Somebody suffers a great loss, the death of their wife and daughter and their best friend, and he has to work through it. So that's basically what my brother wrote in a nutshell. But he pays homage to several people in his life. Yeah, yes. Thank you. Homage to several people throughout. And but for my character and 2 other characters, it seems like he's portraying us in a light that is blind, deaf, dumb, and blind to anything that we've ever done, which in actuality, on my side of the things, when I read it, was he, how do I want to say, what is the word? He redeemed us. It was, for those of us who know that how hard we have worked to pay back, to like they say, your good works are your rent or your payment for living here on the earth.
Mhm.
But we've worked hard to make restitution and some kind of payback and help restore what we've every damage. Also it was important because any damage that we did, it was because we were used as tools.
Mhm.
Well, in this, we were used as tools for evil. It wasn't our nature. It
Mhm.
wasn't our actual nature. It was, we were slaves.
Right.
And we were born into a really bad situation.
No, just definitely
So-
exploited, and almost as with all
Yeah.
satanic ritual abuse, this is intergenerational. By the way, so I gave
It
you.
is. So what my brother did was write a book about people, without being overt,
Mhm.
when these people are used for good,
Mhm.
the good that could happen,
Yes.
and the good that happened in the story.
Mhm.
So
Which is his life story. It's autobiographical in general, right?
yeah, to a very good degree, it is autobiographical. I mean, it's a different way that the loss happened, but my brother had served or suffered loss. My brother was almost used for bad, to a degree that they wanted to use him for bad like they used me, and he had himself arrested instead.
Right.
So I was really proud of it.
No. I
It's
mean,
just
he
weird. It's a
served.
weird-
He served
it's a weird,
society by
surreal
doing
life.
time. Yeah, he served society by doing time, and he did his time.
He did
Yeah.
He served society by doing time before the crimes could even happen.
Yes.
So doing that cut off the avenues
Mhm.
for him to even be a slave, because
Yeah.
he already he absurded it before it happened.
He preempted it by rendering himself,
Thank you. That's the right. Yeah, thank you.
undesirable. He preempted it by rendering himself undesirable as an asset. So,
Exactly. He did.
So,
it was
honey,
even on the news.
right. So,
It was
honey,
very comical.
yeah. And so, honey, in terms of what was it that Richard K. Cole said about him that you don't want to talk to your brother about? What was it that he said? That,
Because he focused on what that woman had said. What the woman said was, he's not. He in this book portrays everybody as innocent and naive and not doing anything wrong, when in fact these are horrible people, and and like, well, I've never denied that. My brother will never deny it.
Well,
we
first
will
off,
never- we will
what makes
never
that
deny it.
what makes that irrelevant is the fact that your brother did his time. It's not like your brother is some criminal who's on the loose and is exploiting his situation without justification. He's a person who has done his time. He's paid his debt to society. But
in the introduction, and then in the back of the book, there's like his brief biography.
Right.
He says,
Yeah.
"I wrote this in jail."
Yeah. But beyond that, honey, I want you to know that I wrote your private message with my cell phone number. It's in the Facebook private messenger.
Thank you.
So make certain that you give me yours, and then I'll enter that into my speed dial, and I'll call you sometime on Friday. By California time zone. I'll probably call you. And then we'll take care of some stuff.
Time zone.
Yeah, we're on the same time zone. Yeah, so we'll take care of some stuff, and
I'll send it to you. Facebook private messages.
Excellent,
I'll put it in there.
And what I want you to know is how valuable and cherished you are, and I hope that you've gotten some response from what we've explained to people about your situation, and that people are willing to help. Honestly, it's foremost on my mind. And aside from that,
well, I tell you this.
Yeah.
I saw an article.
Yeah.
after we did the show, I think within the past couple of days since
Yeah.
we did the show,
Yeah.
that they want to do a series
Mhm.
of action movies
Mhm.
featuring Tim Ballard and his rescues.
Yeah.
The next one is they want to set it in Haiti. They want to film on location in all these places.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I have been doing some spiritual warfare in Haiti, and there's a lot. Of course, it's Haiti. There's a lot going on, but in order to film there right now, the actual legitimate government is in exile for the safety.
Mhm.
And I have disclosed this to Douglas a while back, but I did not make it public, but except to say that I've been doing some spiritual warfare for Haiti.
Mhm.
I have alluded to the fact that there are government people and governments that sometimes have me do spiritual warfare for them. And last year I was approached and I've been doing spiritual warfare since. We've been making progress where what was happening was the legitimate government, it's a family struggle within the legitimate government. So the ones that should be operating were exiled, and the other blood relatives are there allowing the gangs to run amok. And now the citizens are taking matters in their hands, which is what we've been praying for, what my team has been praying for. And they're starting, I mean, it's like, it's going to be a bloody out massacre. Much needed. Major cleansings are happening, and there's a lot happening that's just not being reported, which should be. But anyway, to do any business down there right now is taking political sides and creating even greater political disturbance. And to film, you will have to choose sides. They want to do this sometime this year or next, as early as they can next year, to film on location. I have no doubt that they'll be safe while doing it. He could film wherever he wants and be safe, I'm pretty sure. The fact of the matter is, it will interfere with the good work. It's ugly, it's messy right now, but it is a very good work that is happening to liberate the citizens of Haiti, where they're rising up against all of this religious and spiritual tyranny and the gang violence. I mean, what we see with the Mexican cartels, what we see with the violence in Africa with those cartels, and what we see with the cartels and the homelessness throughout, especially Los Angeles and different parts of the United States, put that concentrate of 1,000 times or more, and then in a tiny little spot called Haiti, and that's what you're dealing with. So he goes down there and does his, but you know, their machismo, whatever they want to do, they are going to contribute to the wrong dynamic. They need to back off and let Haiti work itself out and come to a normal and peaceful solution for themselves. One of the problems with Haiti is because everybody takes advantage of Haiti.
Yes.
And we got, and the Cho is very involved with Haiti. China's very involved with Haiti.
Thank you.
And not in a good way, but it turns out that China's involved with Haiti in a better way than most other countries are weirdly. So everybody needs to allow Haiti to be this dot that doesn't exist anymore and work themselves out. because like Douglas was saying, there's when Madame Laveau was hired to be an assassin, I'm hired to do all kinds of different things. There's a lot of high-end government spiritual warfare that happens, and she took monetary payment for it. I don't take monetary payment for it, for the spiritual stuff. But I do work out different agreements and stuff, different other type agreements. But this needs to happen where people lay off. People just, everybody who means well, just back away, and
Thank you.
In other words, sometimes for people to come together and make peace, they have to fight it out.
Yeah. No, it's true.
They just have to fight it out. And Haiti needs to do that with themselves. They need to fight.
Thank you.
They need to fight it out.
No, this is a very important thing that you're expressing, and we were speaking of Haiti earlier today, and in transmission, and so, darling.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. Before I let you go, no, my last question in regards to your. So basically, my conclusion then would be that Richard K. Cole Jr. was trying to convert you, was pestering you, basically harassing you, calling you, and venting and cathartic, just vomiting in your ear for years.
Oh,
but it must have
that?
been
Oh.
But it must have been at some point he realized you were never going to convert to his cause, the Adamite cause of the anti-gods, and that you just.
Well, why would I? When they
Thank you.
were harassing me before they wanted it, I was like, do you remember all those times where you harassed me about myself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all the problems that you have ever orchestrated in different parts of Africa?
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Oh, by their interference of quote unquote good doer,
Yes.
goodwill.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
and those terms were, I mean, geez, what we have going, resurrection of that bad will right now, but I don't think I haven't paid attention.
So once he gave up on you, must have been
he's
just a few
involved.
years ago, and then he started basically trying to quote unquote dox you, just producing.
Yeah, I had just totally forgot about him, and then here, I was still on his mind, still occupying those little crevices of his mind, and he was still trying to dox me and all that stuff, and it actually gave me more credibility when that person saw this website, because he's like, oh, so you have assholes too.
Right. No, that's so important.
Yeah, I have my own that follow me, and then he just looked and he goes, I shouldn't call him that. Because, and I said, but no, they are. He goes,
Yeah, they are.
he goes, no, and then he goes, no, that's not the person I am. He goes, they are tormented souls walking the earth that don't know how to be happy, don't know how to do anything else but just be tormented souls. He goes, that's what it is. You have there's a tormented soul that is harassing you, seeking help. And I said, yeah, which will never find with me.
That's right. He tried. He tried for years and years. By the way, so
way before you and I ever met.
Yeah, but by the way, honey, do you know?
It's always surprising what you and I have in common.
It's so true. It's so true. So he was bothering you before you and I were in communication.
Oh yeah, like 2009, 2010. You started.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, honey,
what were you just said about Haiti?
Oh, I wanted to point. Do you remember Joe Tai? Do you know Joe Tai at all?
Yeah. Just through transmission.
Just through transmission, but you know of him. You know of him. Yeah.
Yes.
What do you make of this? What do you make of this?
And he's on Facebook with me now too.
Oh, okay. What do you make of this? If you take a look in the text in our Skype call right here, we have a text box. If you take a look at the last entries on the Skype text box, it's a young girl here, Joe Ty, was like, "Hey man, I hope we get to meet, baby." And it's like,
Wait,
just tell me
what's this?
what do you make of this situation? The images, can you see them? You have to open the text box.
I replied, she's
I'm
old
on my
enough to
phone.
be.
I can't easily get to stuff.
Okay, but you have
Where?
Skype open. You have Skype open. You'd have to open up the text box in Skype. So if you go,
Wait,
Skype should
I'm
have
on my phone. I can't easily get to stuff. Let me try to figure out my.
Yeah, you're on Skype.
What?
You're on Skype.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am on Skype, but I need to get to the chat area.
Yeah, in Skype. In Skype.
Yeah, because right now it's just the icons of the 4.
Right.
Just while she's doing that,
What I can
Wait,
do
what
is I
was
can
the
download
commentary?
it. I can download it and
just
put it
tell me-
into your message box. Here, this is what I'll do. I'll download
Well, that's
this
what
and
I'm
put it-
trying to get to my message box.
Yeah, and so I'll get to
Do
your
I,
message box.
do I even
Yeah.
want to get to my message box? Do I?
You want to for my phone number at least for later, and then you can enter yours. So I'll put this into your Skype message
Wait,
box.
but what was the thing that you were asking me about?
Yeah,
Joe
I'll
Ty?
show it to you. I'll show it to you. So give me a second here, and I'll try and get it to you. And I'll get it out of my downloads and get this to you. So give me a second. I'll probably have to. At any rate, while I'm doing that,
You're making me use my brain more than I want to, and I don't like using my brain more than I want to.
Honey, don't even worry about it. But while I'm doing that,
I'm not gonna find it or care about it until I get to the computer, and even then, I'm probably not even gonna care about it.
Understood.
I mean, are what you pointing out to me is somebody trying to be flirty when they're actually being disrespectful?
it's creepy.
It's Joe Ty is trying to put the make on a girl who's like 12.
He's what?
It's a Facebook free online dating thing, and I typed in, she looks underage, and I replied to Joe, she's old enough to be your granddaughter.
Joe?
Yeah, Joe Ty. He responded to this very young looking.
No, I'm responding now. Joe and anybody else. Do not make me report you.
It looks like bait.
I report myself. There's people who send me links because they're like, this is a parent, a thing to help parents protect their children, and sometimes I'm asked for my opinion about it working and stuff. Well, every once in a while, it's an actual porn site or something that's horrible that is masquerading as something that's helpful for parents. So I have the FBI on speed dial. I've called the FBI on myself because that kind of stuff gets on your computer, it gets on your phone. Plus, the FBI, don't think that they don't know. They're just a lot of the time they're just lazy. Everything about you is recorded through the internet and electronic. It's just that they get too lazy, or they don't have enough resources, or they prioritize, pick and choose. But I tell you what, as much as I love y'all, ask Douglas. I'm not afraid to chew you up, do anatomy, and then reconstruct you.
Okay. So do me a favor, Nemo. You send these images to her, because guess what? Every time I publish a promotional banner from a show, I get restricted for 24 hours after the promotional banner is published. So I can't send her images.
If it's not something I have to report, I don't want it.
Okay. Yeah, better not send it to her unless you want to report in Joe Ty.
But
that's actually conceivably an offense. Yeah, that's actually conceivably an offense.
It is an offense.
Yeah.
It is a legal offense.
We
are now mandated reporters. Mandated reporters. Thank you so very much, Joe.
If Joe's listening, I'm not trying to cock-block you. I'm trying to protect you.
The last guy.
Yes.
Yes.
Go on, honey.
The last guy.
Yeah.
We had already called him out. I didn't call him out by name, but he knows who he is. And he commented in our group thread. Michelle, you're fucking crazy.
I saw that.
No.
I saw that. how did you respond to that, or is that beneath your dignity to even respond?
This is as close to a response as that's gonna get. I never said I wasn't. Duh. You know, I grew up very violent in a violent life. I was what, and I'm still the survivor of all that hell. I just happen to have years on me and an adult body.
George is
No,
trying
I'm
to
not
type
done.
something.
Wait, Douglas. Wait
Okay.
a second, Douglas.
If he has to leave, though, I was just trying to give him an opportunity to
It's
tell
okay.
us. Okay.
It's okay. Let me say this.
Okay.
The person that was all about, I'm helping Tim Ballard rescue, or all these other, when you attack survivors and adult survivor activists, you cannot call yourself a rescuer of children anymore, because you're attacking the adult version of that same victim.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have the health issues from all of that torture. So and then when you stand in the way of our credibility or try, we're the experts. So it's just another person that is trying to claim themselves as experts while they're talking
out of their ass
and a rescuer when they're actually.
But you know, he's living a vicarious life. To tell people, he's always like saying,
the fact of the matter is, they have now become the monster that they have been fighting for a long time, or thought they were fighting. Yeah. So now, that was that last week. Boy, Douglas, are we cleaning house? Because there was that last week, or a series of transmissions, and now we got this with Joe.
Yes.
And I'm only using Joe's name because you guys use Joe's name, but Joe, I am not going to find out about this again, because if I do, your ass is going to I will report you. I don't play those things at all. And I choose not to report the other person because I'm, and notice, I choose not to report the other person, because I feel sad. I feel sad for them.
Thank you.
I think it's because they're not working and they're having financial situation. Yes, they live vicariously. They're having difficulty right now, and they just decided that I'm going to be the target. Well, I'm not going to be the target. I'm actually your mirror. You are having to look at yourself while I sleep through beautiful rain. and I actually make a difference in the world.
Well, I won't let you go to sleep too quickly. So, I do want you to. So Nemo, have you sent these to her? Oh, you said not to. But I'm sorry. I'm just so. This is what blew my mind.
The person's research.
Yeah.
You
mean the other individual, the other clown we're talking about? Yeah. Go on.
Research has helped, but to say, "Oh, we did this and we did this,"
Thank you,
and to act like it's finalized.
Thank you.
Know your boundaries.
Beyond that, it's like he participated in child rescue. He will say we did this as if he participated in child rescue.
I'll say that I helped take down the Pope in the Catholic Church, but I clarify and say that it was the rescue that it was the research that I contributed to build a case, and actually there's a log list of accomplishments. I just don't make a big deal out of them because, well, every day is a new day and there's always something to do. But geez, this morning, in the comfort of my bed in my pajamas, I organized an international global conference between shaman for cultural preservation and to prevent exploitation, further exploitation, and for us to build colleges and brainstorm. I did that in my pajamas, and it only took me 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, I mean that's great. But by the way, now this is something I just want to clarify because this is blowing my mind. I do want Michelle to stay with us for a while. I want Michelle to stay with us for a little while now.
Go ahead.
So
ahead,
I do want Nemo to clarify this. First, I need to take a break for several minutes, and I'm going to leave Nemo and yourself to talk. But Nemo, clarify this for me because this is blowing my mind. Basically, so this is almost certainly, just so Michelle knows, we're not sending you this. We're not sending you these images for the reasons that you articulated, but
I don't want you sending me anything.
Hey, guys, we're not.
We're not.
We get it. We're not sending them. But this is what's blowing my mind is that this is what looks like this looks like a sting operation, because basically what this looks like to me is the police or some department of the feds is purposefully presenting an underage child. And she's presenting herself as sexually available. This is an underage
this is Chris
child.
Hansen shit.
Yeah, and then all kinds of idiots are responding. But the fact that Joe is doing this, and the fact that you gave us these screenshots, Nemo, and apparently this was just now. In other words, while I'm transmitting, Joe was online and trying to make out with a 12-year-old, 9-year-old girl just now, right?
Okay.
Is that what
How
was
did you
going on?
guys?
Yeah, and I
Excuse me,
replied.
question: how did you even find out that he was doing this?
It came up on my Facebook timeline thing.
It came up on his feed. So what's happening is the feds are running a sting where they're trying to portray themselves as a young girl. They do this often, and the young girl is literally saying, "I want it." She's basically, here's what she
wants
says.
older men.
Yeah. She says, "I'm alone and single. It really hurts. Really sucks being alone. I just wish I could find someone to talk to and see what happens. I seek a mature man who's."
I took training with the police.
Yeah.
Or with these operations, and in 2009 and 2010, we survivor activists were training online detectives. Yeah. Plus, we were also being trained by them because at that time
and so
they
does
were
this
just
not
working
smack of a
primarily
sting?
with them.
Does this not smack
So
of a
yes.
So, and the fact that right now, while I'm transmitting, Joe is trying to make out with a young chick who's probably a sting operation false face is mind-blowing. I mean, this is like, explains so much about his behavior when he was snoring every time I tried to fucking talk.
And there's images. There's images of. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
And it came up on the timeline.
Yeah. What were you saying, Nemo? Before I turn to Mark. What?
There's older men replying to her, and I'm replying to them. Yeah, 3-letter agencies are watching you, and I put FBI gifs on there to scare them.
Yeah. So with that, before I take off for a short break,
my brain is buzzing right now.
Yeah.
Not in a good way. It's the fact that he wasn't discreet about it. It's on his timeline. What?
It's like, well, it's showing up on the feed because the FBI is trying, or whoever, which department is trying to reach as many people as possible because they probably are throwing out a net. They're throwing out a trawl line. It's like trawl fishing where they just throw a net on the seafloor and they're just dredging up everything they can. This is either there's a very disturbed young girl or a exploited young girl exploited by some dad or Satanist who's pimping her.
I'm pretty sure.
Or it's the feds.
Sure. Well, if it's a sting operation, then it's an adult that is pretending to be.
That was my point, honey. That's what I was trying to say. But the fact that they're doing that while I'm transmitting and that Joe Ty responds puts into context his behavior at this moment that I was always wondering, okay, is this guy when he's snoring while I'm talking, this sort of thing, when it's like, it all makes sense now. So, by the way, Mark, Mark H is joining us. Go on.
All the stuff that Douglas talks about, all the stuff that I've talked about, that's not enough. Or maybe it gets him all stirred up and then he just has to go out seeking. Oh my God.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh
It
shit!
came up on the timeline. No, the timeline is like it gets
Oh shit!
your post, your
Yeah.
post, and your you know.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's
It
just
showed up
that-
because Joe
it was
Ty's
so-
on my friends list. So
That's right.
comments he
That's why it
posted.
He's
showed
on
up on
my
his
friends list too.
Yeah.
He's on my friends
so you'll be
list,
seeing
too.
it. So you should see it if you go on your feed. So Mark, I
see
just want to
it,
say hello to
see it.
Mark before I take a short break. So Mark, let's
Okay.
test the audio.
Check out the image I posted, Mark, of Joe Ty.
Mark, have you seen this image in the Skype text box?
Douglas, I
that's
apologize right
that's
now
kind of
for
why I
getting
jumped
trouble.
on. Yeah,
Okay, cool. I'm
that's
so.
kind of why I jumped on that.
And what's your
It's,
impression?
yeah. So I've been kind of, ever since Nemo sent that, I've been kind of trying to play devil's advocate for Joe.
Click on the link
Honestly,
and you'll
the
see
only
it.
thing,
Mark, I
thing that
gotta
I
say,
could
with
say
every
that-
transmission, I like you more and more. And this time, I mean, there was a cough laugh, a snort laugh, all in one 3 seconds. Oh my God. Okay, go ahead, make your case for Joe.
well, the thing that I would say about Joe is I like very brief, interactions with him. I will say this about Joe, that there is a sort of like peculiar innocence about him. I don't know really if he truly knows what he's doing on there.
Yeah, he's just
I
dumb.
could be wrong. Well, that's the thing, because that's like such a blatant reverse operation on there. So, I mean, you got to be really, really out of it if you're trying to do something like that, and then you respond to something like that. Or he's really, really lonely. Either way, it's kind of really hard to. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around either way. But I think it's crazy that Nemo just popped up on his timeline. Nemo, you must have lost your shit.
I'm disgusted when I see old men hitting on young looking, especially when they look underage. It's disgusting.
It just.
Yeah,
I'll put
no,
it this
she
way.
does.
Yeah.
The person does.
Go on, Mark. Go on. It's.
Well, I was going to say the person in the picture definitely looks underage. It's definitely whoever's in that picture is obviously not the one that wrote that little
Right.
script. But
We
I
hope
don't
not.
know if
We
Joe-
hope not is what you're saying.
Yeah, right. Right, exactly. But I don't know if Joe realizes when he comments on that stuff that every one of his friends can see that shit. So, I don't know.
It's.
I really don't think he can.
It's. Let's put it this way. It's one of these. It's one of these things where when you say he might be really lonely, that doesn't cut it. Somebody could be lonely and
It's still a type. It is
Yeah.
still a type. There
Thank you.
are
Thank
violent predators, and then there are the gentle, sweet predators, or vulnerable that they have, and quite frankly, sometimes they can be preyed upon. Those kind.
right. So what you're talking about is socially retarded people, literally socially as well as almost mentally. They're basically, yeah.
One of the things, if was it in Lolita or one of these movies, when he was 13 years old, he was at the beach, and the girl that he had the crush on, they went off, and he had his first kiss with her, and he made it at least to first or second base, something like that.
I like the way you described that. He made it to at least first or second base.
We're back in high school. So then something happened to her, and she died. Well, he was stunted at 13. I mean, now he's a grown man in his 30s, but she's still the love of his life. And now he's
that's not a
what
love.
he's
That's
attracted
some
to
kind
is
of sick.
constantly 13.
That's that's not love.
Because he wants to get back that feeling that he had with her.
So is he stuck making passes at 13-year-old girls? But this is his rationalization.
Yeah, and because now this girl, this interlude with the 13-year-old, she now becomes his type.
Got what you're
You know,
saying.
so
Okay, becomes his type. That's what you meant by the type. Okay, but you also meant there's types of predators. You're saying there's types.
So,
right?
yeah, there's categories of predators, or types of predator categories of predators. But when I say type, you know, like everybody has a type. You know, everybody has. You know, some people have broader scope of what they're attracted to physically, or sometimes people don't care what somebody looks physically, but they care about they're attracted to the intelligence, or they're attracted to how they
like
feel with the person. So that's still a type. And well, predators are no different. I mean, not everybody. It's more the hunter, and the more the violent. The hunter looks for somebody who's vulnerable, weak, from a broken home. But then there's also on the other end, where Joe probably is, where there's a stunted growth, you know, a stunted growth, or maybe I alluded to it the last time that I was on air, where the guy from the animal poaching group, very sweet guy, but he was stunted in his development because he had a very oppressive, violent father who, anytime he showed any kind of basic civility or
his father
kindness,
socially retarded him. Yes.
His father. Well, his father was actually the one that was socially retarded, but he tried to do the same with his son, and so he was like, am I contributing to this? It's, well, you are, but you know what? It also serves a purpose. I mean, I'm a person that sees this from all kinds of different points of view.
Right. So by the way, honey, go on. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute, but you continue. And I think this is important. I'm glad you're educating our listeners. And this puts into so much perspective why the time I was so sick and I said, somebody help me hold, and Joe Ty said, I'll help hold the opening hour for you. And then he just went into this Judeophobic rant. I mean, you know, these kinds of things, you keep trying to excuse him, and you keep trying to say this is all because he's brain damaged. But honestly, now I'm beginning to get more context as to this being much more malevolent. But do continue, Michelle. I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, that beautiful saying, when somebody shows themselves for who or what they are, believe them.
Yeah, Michelle, Michelle, I was gonna add to that. So, one of the things that you know, like I've done many different things, but one of my backgrounds is private security and interviewing and interrogation techniques. And one of the things that we always say is, if you want to find out if someone's lying to them, you ask them. You know, most of the time, people they just don't ask. You don't ask. You know, people are willing to tell you the truth if you just ask them. If you take the guts and you take the balls to ask them, and most of these people that do this shit, they won't have a problem with telling you.
Yeah.
They would be happy. They're proud. They're proud to do what they do because it's what they live by, you know. And a couple other things that you said like earlier is that you can pick up on this stuff and you can see it because you've been through it, and it's stuff that other people can't see. For example, one of my exes, you know, unfortunately, she had a really traumatic childhood, and she had a really abusive childhood at one point. And when we would go out, she could notice other little girls that are being abused by their family members. She could pinpoint it and say, that person is abusing their little their niece or whatever. And she knew the mannerisms. She knew the everything. Like it's you know what I mean? You don't get that by not experiencing that type of abuse, you know?
Well, two responses to that is when I first started talking about. So my youth pastor, who was also our drama instructor when I was in theater, he thought it would be a good idea if I start giving my story out in public. And so the first seminar, besides telling my story, was like the first organized seminar I did. There was a picture of me before the first abuse that I could remember, because I had been actually abused since I was a baby, but like the first, like, really made a mark on me. The before and after, it was the same year. These two pictures, but the change in my eyes and my features. So I pass out these pictures, and it looked like it looked like a set of twins, because there was differences, marketable differences. And then we passed that around the room, and then I asked people, tell me, are those twins or is it the same girl? Everybody who knew it was the same girl were either predators or they were victims. And there were men in the front row that they saw the picture, they held on to the picture. That was me as a victim, and they were making all kinds of lewd comments.
Right.
I had to go backstage and vomit.
Yeah.
And
It's 'cause you
hold
smell it. You can
myself
almost taste it,
together. Plus, the one looked at me and he goes, both of these girls are you. I mean, I didn't even open up with my story yet. I didn't even tell anybody anything. We were just opening up with passing the picture.
Yeah.
And then that was traumatic. But
Michelle,
yeah,
can smell it, and you can sense it
and
on people.
they could smell it, because when I came up to
Yeah.
them, they took a whiff like they were smelling perfume. It was disgusting. Years later, I'm talking about more than a decade later,
Oh, of course.
they could still smell it in me. And
Well,
then the
they'll still
second
talk
thing,
about it too.
oh, they were not. They acted like they were in a movie theater. They were the Sci-Fi 3000. They might as well have been, the other thing too was when I was doing work with FEMA after Hurricane Katrina. So there was a lot of buildings destroyed and houses and homes destroyed. So people, Southern hospitality, they're like, you see somebody that doesn't have shelter, come on in, come on in. So every once in a while, on a regular basis, FEMA would do consensus or census. They would do census, and FEMA workers had jurisdictions where they were responsible for providing the needs of the area, of the citizens in their assigned area. Well, a couple of them heard me, because it was around the time that I had the television show. So they heard me sharing about my life, and so they recruited me. FEMA had recruited me to go out in the field with the workers in different locations. I never went to the same location twice a month. It was all these different locations with the specific purpose of identifying the children that were being abused, as well as the abusers, because we had such damage happen with the jails and the prisons that there was over 2,000 inmates. Well, there was a number. Actually, the number of inmates was greater than that, but there was at least 2,000 registered sex offenders that were accounted for, and I helped identify some of them. Just probably only like 50 or so out of over 2,000, which sounds like a big number, but when you put it together where it's like, over 2,000, that's not a big number. And, to this day, they've never been. Oh, what happened was in 2012, so about 6 or 7 years later, I'm in downtown LA, and they were celebrating this guy who wrote a book about being a criminal down south, and now he's a pastor, and he's a college, you know, he graduated college, and he did, you know, he's considered successful and everything. He was one of those people. He and I got to talking, and I looked at him and went, so you escaped the prison after Hurricane Katrina, and you just stayed a fugitive. And he just looked at me and he went, oh, you know, because he had been, he did not allude to that. I mean, he was not blatant outright. You just had to like read between the lines that that's what he did. And then I said, by any case, are you a child predator? And he just looked at me like he got punched in the gut, because he was, you know, I was like, hey, we covered the same world. Of course I'm going to know you. And then, and that's one of the reasons, another reason why I worked with the shelters in downtown LA, because those who were escaped or not registered, like the last time I talked on the transmission, how many of them stay homeless, so they don't have to register. But these shelters shelter family members, you know, sheltered children. So that's one of the things that I do is identify people. And just because I say people, that doesn't necessarily mean that I mean human. Humans are humans, and you know, predators are predators. Whole different species, at least in
Yep.
my view.
No, I agree, and yeah, it's I don't know.
Joe, oh my God, my head's still buzzing about Joe.
Yeah, that's weird about Joe, man.
You never know what you're gonna get on Douglas's show, for crying out loud.
Well, I feel like you've got to say something. I feel like Joe's got to come on and like, you know, talk
Explain
about
yourself.
Yeah, Joe, get on, Joe.
Oh, I promise you he won't. What is there to explain?
I don't know,
Bad
man. But you know
behavior.
what? It's probably, you know what? It's honestly they're fucking everywhere. You know, it's, you know, they're really. It just seems like people would just pop up on it. I mean, I'm just struggling to have a normal fucking relationship with someone, you know, way the fuck older. And I just don't understand it, man. It's like it's fucking ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, just stick with.
I don't see what. I guess I fail to find any sort of weird attraction at all. I just don't understand it. Like, it's the most goofiest thing. Like, what is fucking attractive about that at all? I just don't get it.
Yeah.
But
I don't know why anyone would want to risk that when they see that picture. It's like you're asking for trouble.
But
Yeah,
look,
that makes no sense.
it is logical. It is logical to that species. Like a tiger is going to be a tiger.
Yeah.
A lion is going to be a lion. A dolphin is going to be a dolphin.
Is it just desperation? Because I was wondering.
No,
Like,
look,
I know.
you will never understand it. You will never understand it.
So
The
weird.
wire, the whole buildup. It is a look. Just
Because
because
I know it's a family thing. Like, I know, like, you know, in certain incidences where, like, you know, you come from a certain. I know I'm not going to mention what types of family, but certain families where you're not allowed to. Not only if something happens to you, you don't talk about it. So the person's never allowed to say anything because it's their family member. You never go against the family, right, Michelle? So a lot of that shit happens with like their uncles and their fathers and their, you know, friends or whatever, and it's almost like they were given up as offerings to them, Michelle, when they were kids. It's like, you know
yeah.
what? I'm gonna let my aunt watch my son because whatever reason, but auntie's fine. You know what I mean? Like, if something happens, it's fine because it's auntie. What's the worst? You know what I mean?
Well,
Or
the horrible thing was when there was a time where I had to go to work when my son was a toddler. My oldest was a toddler.
Your voice cut
And
out,
then
Michelle.
Hello?
Also, that we can hear whatever you're doing in the background. It's very loud.
Oh, it's the rain. I'm so sorry. Not much I can do about that. And most everybody's sleeping in the house.
Yep.
So it's quiet in the house, but they're sleeping, and but not everybody is. So there's not going to be any privacy other than
So just
right
catch
right
catch the
on the
drips
porch.
of rain with your hands if you can. Just catch the drips.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So for a short time, I was working just to get caught. The only time for years when I was first married that I ever had to work was like when we moved. We made like a life adjustment, and then I would work for a few months or whatever, because he didn't want me to actually have a job outside the house, and that was fine. I was okay with that. I could work from home. Um, but then I got pregnant with our second son, and it was causing me to have to be in bed, and or else the doctor said I could die and the baby would die. I would have miscarriage, and I had already miscarried one baby when my oldest was a twin. So
Okay, I've returned from my break. Go on, honey.
Okay, so family members said that they would watch my oldest son, and I said no, we'll put him in preschool because I wasn't going to put him with people that had abused me or had allowed me to be abused. Well, that created such a stink in town that people they started smearing me, and she isolates him from us, and she's not allowing us to see our grandson, and like, oh my gosh. So every once in a while it was like, okay. The thing was, I did not want my son alone with these people. It was fine that if we went with him. So the one time we go ahead and allow him to stay with my mom, and we come back to I had a day of rest. His dad picked me up from work, and we go and get our son, and he's sitting time out on the steps. And he's crying, and I could tell that he was crying, and there was food by him on the step. And I said, how long has he been there? And he goes, Grammy gave me puck puck, which means a spanking. I'm like, you did what? I said, for what? She goes, well, I told him to come here and he wouldn't. I said, this is the last time you ever watch him by yourself. And I said, do your smear campaign, that all that you want, but this is the last time you ever. I said, who else saw him today? What else happened to him? I said, because he's a good boy. He's never done anything to. She goes, well, what when I called him? I said, because he's sensitive. He can read auras. He can read energy. He knows when people have malintent. He's 3 years old, and he still relies on it. He hasn't lost his survival skills, and he's not going to.
Say, kids, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I had the same thing where, when you're a kid, you're, like you said, you still have your intuition abilities at that point. You know what I mean?
It's on hyper skill too. It's on hyper drive because your body is small and kind of weak. So you have your wits about you, and you have these other areas that make up for it, which are basically your inner self. Your inner self is more powerful than your body to make up for your lack of your body's strength.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and you're taking everything ubiquitous assimilation. You're taking everything in all the time, and it only takes years traumatization to suppress all of that, and that's an unfortunate thing,
Yeah,
Right.
on the other in that same vein, when my second son was born, even from his bassinet, all he could do was, babies kick, but somebody he could tell. He could tell who was nefarious and who wasn't, because if somebody came that was a bad seed, so to speak, he would cry, he would scream, He would vomit even if he didn't eat yet. He would throw such a major fit if they came within 1 or 2 feet of his bassinet. And then if they reached for it, he would kick. He would kick so hard that he would leave bruises on their forearms and wrists as far as his little legs could reach. And he would sometimes he would pee on them. And when he first did that, I mean, I had just changed his diaper, and he still managed to pee on somebody that he had that he didn't like, and my mom looked at me. She goes, "I remember when you did that with your dad's dad, your grandfather." And I was like, "I'm so proud of my kids. I'm so proud of my kids."
By the way, just out of curiosity, Nemo, are you keyboarding? You're not on mute. The one thing I'd warn you. Oh, okay.
My mic has a mute button, and that's coming from Michelle.
Okay, that's what I thought then.
Yeah. It's the rain, and I'm on the porch.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. My apologies, Nemo. Yeah, because I was gonna say you don't want to be keyboarding, warning all these guys about the fishing operation going on, because that'll get you on the record as being, you know.
I didn't think that straight away. I just saw it. It was regular.
Guys, right now what you do is you don't respond to Joe at all. I mean, don't respond. It's one thing we're talking about on transmission, but don't do anything on the keyboard at all, and let this run its course. Anybody says anything to me, I will, sends anything to me, I will have. Actually, technically, we all are supposed to report it, but we could all get in trouble also, because it's just do not allow it to get on your motherboard or your memories.
Got it.
That's really care.
No, that's so important. Go on.
It's gonna come up on your on the news feed or whatever. I mean, back in the early days of Facebook, and when Facebook was much more approachable and way smaller, they did take survivor activists. They had us advise them and help seek. I mean, I came across child eating groups. I mean, like there was groups that would just like what I said. And there were people who were selling their babies and their children for all kinds of horrible stuff. It was the first days of Facebook were just like so traumatic all the time.
Weren't the first days of Facebook? You had to be. I remember going on there. We had to have a college email address. You had to actually be in college or some shit.
This is back in 2008, 2009, 2010 when it started. To more public.
Gotcha.
And you know what? I kind of miss those days because there were A-list actors that I got to, like, I had regular conversations with Christian Slater and Elton John and Jim Carrey and Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe, he would have people would start conversations about child abuse, and he's like, let me pull in my expert, and he would private message me and say, hey, this chat's going on my wall, would you like to chime in? I don't want to say something out of turn. And I mean, and they were real. You could verify them, and then there was the one time where he was like, I'm doing a film in Pittsburgh. I would like to thank you for your service and what you're doing if you're able to come down. And I was like, well, I'm actually on quarantine right now with my health. But for days I was euphoric because I was like, oh, Russell Crowe wants to meet me. Russell Crowe wants to meet me. Stuff like that. I had said last transmission about Daryl Hannah had messaged me, and Jessica Alba, she was filming in India or Indonesia, and she was like, somebody told me to contact you because I was saying how I want to help these children that are on our set, just gathering around our set. We have all this food, but the law says that if we feed them, we're going to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble, but I want to do something to help them. What do I do? And I said, okay, let's brainstorm of how we can get around these laws. So I told her, I said, pretend that you're feeding. I said, are there dogs around? She goes, yeah. She goes, it's heartbreaking. You could feed the dogs, but you can't feed the children. And I said, well, pretend that you're feeding the dogs. Just call the dogs over to the children. And I said, it's very inhumane or I said, just don't let any paparazzi see you doing that, because then they're going to make it look like you're treating the children like dogs. Mm-hmm. So what they did was she got everybody any food that was left over for the night. She had put it in a section because she said, can I feed the dogs? And they were like, sure, you can feed the dogs. So she'd actually put it in a section where the dogs would congregate, but they worked it out where the kids could go over there, and the kids would shoo the dogs away and the kids would eat. But because she said her intent was to feed the dogs, she didn't get in trouble. Mm-hmm. And it didn't cause any kind of stir. So it was like things like that, how to be sneaky while doing good.
Yeah, well, this is what our social, shall we say, the social contract is so corrupted that this is what we're forced into. So what I do want to point out is that I took a break, and of course one of the things that I did was had a drink or two, and it really clears my mind on some things when I reflected on Joe Ty's experience with us, and what it brings to my mind is what happened with James Arthur Yanchik. Now, I'm going to express this so that Carmi might remember this. Nemo and Mark, I don't know if either one of you were listening at the time that I was involved with James Arthur Yanchik with his feet to the fire back in the old days. But one of the things that...
Yeah, I have all your interviews with him.
Okay, great. How about yourself, Mark? Do you remember that period of time? Just curious.
I remember the feet to the fire. Yeah. But I don't remember it in particular. I'm sure if I saw it or listened, I'd probably jog memories.
Okay, so just so everybody knows, what happened with James Arthur Yanchik was, James Arthur Yanchik is someone who at this point, as Nemo can attest, has pretty much done his best to try and scrub me from his site, but still uses my interviews because those are basically the only hits he gets. And with the strange thing about James Arthur Yanchik is there was something that he did where he got maybe like one exclusive interview in his life, meaning like he had this chicken shit little show that was like literally he had like maybe one person in the chat room. This was confirmed by Lori. At the time, the woman working with me was Laura Lee Solomon, who went to the chat room, and she would be there with just one other person, maybe a man or a woman, but basically only one other person would ever show up in the guy's chat room while he was on. And so he had a very limited reach, and he was somebody who was working out of his garage, but had definitely put work into turning that into a studio. And so we're talking about somebody who, for all that effort, was really getting nothing. I mean, comparatively speaking, of course, I'm comparatively speaking a great success because of all of the fact that I'm just producing on my mattress and talking to people under an electric blanket, basically, while I'm, transmitting through the night, and I get like orders of magnitude more hits than he did. But the interesting thing, what was that?
Well, no, it's funny. It's funny you said that, though.
Yeah, go on. Wait, honey. Let Mark. What was that, Mark?
No, I'm just saying. Like, I think that what you just explained in and itself is just why it's so bizarre and ridiculous why you get targeted and harassed.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm laughing because I'm like, that's quite the visual there.
Yeah. No.
But that also reminds me of this morning. I'm laying in bed and I've been, this nightgown that is like all flannel and goes all the way down. There's nothing whatever anybody's picturing about me. I guarantee you, it is not that. There's no Superwoman costume on me, but yet there is. I made bread today, and I slept all day, and the only thing that I did was for 20 minutes I connected some shamans around the world for us to do an international conference of some type. I mean, that's it.
No, that's fine. And
I watched Men in Kilts and slept and made bread, and now I'm talking to you. I mean, that's my day.
Thank you. And just so people know who I'm talking about in terms of James Arthur Yanchik's exclusive interview, it was Sybil Edmonds. And just so people know, Sybil Edmonds was this really hot-looking Turkish chick. And what happened was that before 9/11, the CIA and the NSA and all of these alphabet agencies had no one, and I mean no one, not a single employee that could speak Arabic. And she was the only one who spoke Turkish and Arabic and the Farsi language of the Iranians. And so she was like the only one they had. And so after 9/11, she became the go-to woman in the Secret Services for America's Department of Homeland Security. And they had to go on this hiring spree to hire thousands of people who could speak these languages. And the majority of the people they hired turned out to be terrorists who were sympathizing with... Yeah, go on. Yeah, please.
No, so just a funny story to jump in. So that I used to work out with this guy right after 9/11.
And Michelle, if you could go mute for a few seconds while Mark relates this, because thank you.
I'm going inside actually.
Okay, go on, Mark. Thank you.
Still gonna go mute.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I had the experience with. I used to work out with this guy at the gym, who was an Arabic speaker. Very nice guy, very upfront, and we would talk about stuff. And later on, towards like the end of when I would stay at that particular gym, we just got into conversations about what we did, and I was in private security, and he mentioned what he was doing, and he actually was a translator for one of the alphabet agencies, and he didn't obviously say which one. And he didn't work there anymore. And I said, well, what happened? And he said, well, they were desperate for translators. So he got this, he was offered a job for like, I don't know, maybe like a year or so like that. And then I said, what happened? And I go, well, he was a drug addict and he was an alcoholic. So he kept getting in trouble and just was basically completely unemployable. And he had to do something horrible, and he didn't tell me what it was, but he eventually let him go. And I was like, why would they? It blew my mind because everyone at that time was trying to get into the government.
Right.
So I was just like, I don't understand. They're just pulling these people off the street. Only as long as they can speak the language, that's all they seem to care about at that point.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to.
No, it's so important. I appreciate that profoundly. And it's an important point. And thank you for sharing that. And it reinforces, validates what I'm saying. And that was the only exclusive interview with Sybil Edmonds that James Arthur Yanchik got that was memorable, certainly to me. But that was long after he and I had severed. But it was almost like they gave him a reward for having fucked me over the way he had. And the way he fucked me over, in case none of you know, was the fact that his live-in girlfriend, basically his unmarried life partner, Lucinda, she had spoken to me privately a number of times in desperation because of what she was going through. And I was finally telling her that whether, this idiot wanted it or not, she should come on my program and talk about these issues because he wasn't letting her. And he basically was this idiot who it's so frustrating to me that, and there's so many aspects to the story. I'm going to try and summarize them as quickly as possible, but all of it is profoundly relevant. Basically, you have this individual, James Arthur Yanchik, a truck driver, who does this show. And then when he was interviewing myself, because of my background with Michael Aquino and what I had done at the Presidio, he was like, you know, because you have done what you've done, and I'm so into helping kids, you know, the same kind of obsession that, let's just face it, men like Ian West proclaim, and you don't know where they're coming from because they don't seem to have a background in being abused themselves or in being witness to abuses, and they don't seem to have any professional background, yet they are totally involved with this phenomenon for whatever reason, and it's always suspect. But when it comes to James Arthur Yanchik, again, no background in this, yet he was like, I think this is so important, I'm going to have you on once a month, which, because he only transmitted once a week, he was only transmitting 4 times a month, weekly. That's 4 weeks a month. Basically, he's transmitting once a week. It's only 4 times a month. So he was openly saying, I'm dedicating 25% of my transmissions, my on bandwidth time, to Douglas Dietrich. So this is what he was doing in the beginning. But with every show, he brought on this individual named David Allen Sterling. And of course, this man was instantly obvious to me because I told him, look, the first thing you notice about child predators, they all have 3 first names. So they can switch them around, on various forms. And whenever they introduce themselves to a new format online, they introduce themselves by switching the names around. This way, when they're talking to people, it's Sterling Allen David, Allen David Sterling, But the 3 first names, what happens is when they're molesting children and the children report it to the authorities, then, who did this to you? David, Allen, and Sterling. It's like, well, that's 3 first names. Was it 3 guys? And it's like the child produces these names, and most of the time they don't even know how to articulate or explain that it's a single individual. And police, just take it as 3 first names. And they'll fuck up their reports. And this will go on repeatedly. So, and it wastes enormous amount of resources by tripling the amount of search effort it takes to find a child predator. So always be aware of this whenever anyone meets somebody. If somebody's got 3 first names, automatically turn around and walk away. Don't do business with them, etc., etc. I mean, they'd better have a goddamn good excuse. But when it comes to David Allen Sterling, he would be brought on every episode, no matter who James Arthur Yanchik was interviewing. He would bring on David Allen Sterling. So, and by the way, I'm using the name just the same name again in a row just to make it easier on us. But at other times it'd be Sterling Allen David, Allen Sterling David, this kind of shit, even on the show. And so James Arthur Yanchik was helping to fuck up his identity as if to make it harder to find him on search engines or something. But he was supposed to be all about free energy, and he was given this time called the 15 minutes of free energy or something like that, or the 15-minute free energy break. So no matter who he was interviewing, he'd force you to break your narrative so that he could bring this guy on for 15 minutes and then bring you back on, no matter who his guest was. And the reason why was so everyone on any search, their name would ultimately come up with this son of a bitch. And so this way, everyone would be implicated in ultimately what this guy was. So what busted this guy was when the Justice Scalia died. And Justice Scalia, as people might remember, was a very controversial Supreme Court justice. And he was somebody who was basically one of these really creepy dudes. Antonin Gregory Scalia was his full name. And he served as basically on the Supreme Court till his death, of course, because there's no term limits, from 1986 till he died in 2016. But when he died in 2016, there was a laptop found on his chest. So he died clutching a laptop to his chest. He was found with this laptop in his death grip. And when the police took that laptop, it was the laptop of David Allen Sterling. And they were able to find, by downloading the contents off this laptop, that David Allen Sterling was basically compromising all efforts to find free energy, the guy who was supposedly reporting on developments on it, by compromising anyone who was in free energy. He would fill their computers with child porn. He was a child pornography consumer and producer himself. So as someone who produced child porn and consumed it on a daily basis, he had an infinite amount of files of child porn that he would torrent. The term is torrent when you stuff loads and loads of data, like you're transferring entire like technical manuals or physics textbooks into somebody else's computer. When you need to do that professionally, you torrent it. He would torrent it into people's personal computers, data banks, their memories of their computers, and this way they would be implicated in child pornography. Then the feds would come and bust them, and that would destroy whatever free energy research they were conducting. So David Antonin Scalia was apparently involved with David Allen Sterling. They said, the authority said, well, you know, it wasn't like Justice Scalia was a child predator or consuming child pornography himself. He was just trying to stop all research on free energy. Like, that's supposed to make us all feel better. or make us all like, oh, well, that's okay.
Actually, Scalia was known to be a child predator.
Thank you. Of course. That goes without saying.
So was McCain. I could give you a shopping list. I always could give you a shopping list.
Thank you.
And when you're done, Douglas, I'd like to comment or address about why people get involved when it seems like why they get involved.
Thank you. When it seems like what's their reason? Yeah, what's their reason? I mean, go into that as soon as I'm done. So what happened with this son of a bitch was that thanks to that laptop, they were able to bust David Allen Sterling, and by that time, James Arthur Yanchik thought he'd implicated all of us. But here was the other aspect to, this son of a bitch that was so offensive, just so personally, just so awful to me, was that he had this live-in young girlfriend who was built like a brick shit house. That's complimentary. She had just bust up top, butt on bottom. She was built like a blow-up Barbie doll. And Lucinda had a life that was just indescribably horrible. Lucinda had when she was when she was young, she was attacked by a dog that then ran off after ripping off big chunks out of her arm in particular. And because the dog was never found, they had to assume it was rabid. And so they brought her in to get her series of rabies shots, which the MD said, if you don't get these series of rabies shots, of course, you're going to get rabies and die, or we have to assume you've contracted rabies. And for those of you who don't know anything about rabies shots are, especially if you're afraid of needles, you would kill yourself before going through treatment. You would blow your brains out rather than go through this treatment if you were afraid of needles. Because if you ever see the old nurses in the sex costumes dressing up for Halloween, and they've got those big ass shots that look like a enema tube, like a turkey baster, except it's got a big ass needle. Those are based on real fucking shots. The shots that actually look that big, the syringes, those are rabies shots. And there's only one place where they can stick them where the rabies serum is efficacious, and that's through your fucking navel. So when they put that shit through your navel, they've got to stick it in like an inch or 2 or 3 deep. Basically, they're fucking touching your spine with the tip of that syringe needle. They're just like impaling you. And they do this every day for like 24 days or something like that, or 2 or 3 weeks. You go through this every day for a period of 2 or 3 weeks until you either kill yourself or you make it through this torment. But the people have said that they There are people who have committed suicide through that treatment, because if they don't complete the treatment, they'll get the rabies and they're going to die anyway horribly. So there are people that treatment drives to suicide. Now, she went through that horror, after which the doctors told her, oh, guess what, baby? So sorry. All the serum we gave you was expired. You're going to have to go through it all over again. And they did that to her twice. So this is the kind of childhood she had, but it's worse. She was like raised by a mother who was a true Satanist, was basically bringing men home every day to fuck, was fat as a cow herself, and just somehow getting all these guys, because there's a lot of guys who are chubby chasers. But she was taking anybody. Now, I know people may not understand this because of all the vilification that goes on about the Roman Catholic Church. But the Roman Catholic Church does have their own version of intelligence services. Obviously, the most famous of them is the Jesuits. There's no branch or intelligence network in the world that can rival that of the Jesuits. But when it comes to their holy investigations, they do have an office of investigating, say, for instance, claims of exorcism. Because a lot of people will say, oh, this person needs an exorcism. And, oh, by the way, Nemo's asked a question. I'll address that soon enough. He asked if the expired serum rendered her paralyzed. That's quite true, Nemo. And by the way, Nemo, don't be afraid to interject yourself verbally.
I just remember you explaining that on another show years ago, and you said, yeah, she was paralyzed after being exposed to those expired serum shots.
The expired serum shots. As a matter of fact, she was completely physically paralyzed from that. And the MDs told her, you're never going to move again the rest of your life. That was before they gave her the other series of shots, which she had to be wheeled into on a stretcher because she couldn't move. And so, and so they said, well, at least one thing, honey, we don't need to strap you down.
Wow.
And they just laughed. One of them actually raped her several times, because she couldn't move. And it was just, this is the kind of madness you deal with. This was California, by the way. This is California, which she was raised in. So when it came to her mother bringing home all these people, there was somebody who she brought home one day. And then when her mother left, the man came to her and approached her and said, he said he was an agent with the Vatican Holy Office that was sent to investigate paranormal phenomenon, and that this woman had been reported to them by many of the Roman Catholics in Southern California, because it's a heavily Mexican and Roman Catholic neighborhood. And apparently this fat witch was going around and basically attacking the children of many of the Mexican people who were settled in Southern California, because many of them were afraid to go to the authorities. The only authority they trusted was the Roman Catholic Church. And so the Roman Catholic Church does investigate when people claim, oh, we need exorcisms, because most of these are phony and many of them are just child abuse. And so the Roman Catholic Church will send an investigator and try and ascertain whether it's a psychiatric issue, a domestic abuse issue, or a genuine paranormal phenomenon where an exorcist is needed. So in this case, this man said, I'm from a holy agent from the Vatican, the Holy See. And he said, your mother is a true Satanist. And he said, take this vial of holy water. Please try and find someplace else to live as soon as you can. And he said, if she tries to approach you today, try and find a new home. And in the meantime, God bless you, and my prayers are with you. I'm going to leave now because I'm not going to physically consummate this woman. I said I would hire her for her sexual services only so that I could verify what was going on. And I see by your home that she has sacrificial altars and that she's truly satanic. By the way, at that point, Lucinda could walk again. What happened was Lucinda, by sheer willpower, over many months and months, probably well over a year, was able to walk again just by sheer willpower and forcing herself to try and move every inch of her body, and over many months and months was able to
get the hell out of there.
Yeah. Well, what she did was, when her mother came home and then said, where's the guy I brought home? And she didn't know what to say, and the mother started physically beating her. That's when she threw holy water on her and her mother was scared to death, claimed it was as painful as acids. She thought it was acid, but literally basically started burning. Her skin, in other words, began to blister. And so she backed away and said, "Where did you get that? And I'll kill you." But she still had more holy water because it was really big vial the guy gave her. And so her mother wouldn't get near her. And she called in the big guns because they lived near a military base in Southern California. Her mother called Colonel Aquino. Then Michael Aquino came in, and he was able to touch her. When she threw the holy water on him, he just laughed. And he said, "That holy water doesn't bother me, child." And he threw her in the bathtub, stripped her of all her clothes, and basically, because she had doused herself in holy water to prevent her mother from touching her, he said, "I'll get that holy water off you." And he took a scouring pad and scrubbed all of her skin off. Just bodily scrubbed all of her skin off. And after that, she was open to the abuses of her mother again until she ran away. But it was when years later, this idiot, James Arthur Yanchik, is interviewing myself. And of course, he's like going through his computer and he's trying to put all these images. If anybody ever watches the interviews of myself that are on James Arthur Yanchik's channel, you'll see he stuck all these images and validating and verifying information on it. While he was doing that, then he basically, Lucinda walked in and saw a photograph of Michael Aquino that he was adding into the mix, so to speak. And she screamed and asked him what he was doing. And he said, "Oh, I'm putting all this shit together on my interviews with Douglas Dietrich." "Well, why? What's wrong?" And she explained to him that story I just shared with you about Michael Aquino, who she recognized and identified. And she never knew the man's name. And he said, "That's Colonel Michael Aquino." And that's when she said, "Well, if you're talking to Douglas Dietrich about, I want to get on his program and talk about Michael Aquino." And James Arthur Yanchik said, "I'll never allow that. Michael Aquino's a great, great man. And you're just this little fucked up crazy bitch who has delusions of abuse." And so he was basically her handler. Now, the interesting thing is he was in fucking Michigan. So he was living out there in Detroit suburbs or something like that, or maybe greater Chicagoland. I can't even remember. One of the Great Lakes, but it was either Chicago or Detroit. I hated this guy so much, I blotted out everything I could about it. But he was obviously in a hub for truck transport. And he was living way out in the boondocks, close enough where they could feed deer that came by and shit. So you think upstate Michigan's got plenty of these suburban areas that are transportable to the cities where he could do that. But he would never let her come on my show. So a few times she called me privately, and I was trying to help her with just situations that with James Arthur Yanchik in their own way were just as bad as the situation with her mother. There was this child predator who moved into their neighborhood, and he started introducing himself to everybody. And when he introduced himself to Lucinda, he began feeling her up and groping her. And then she looked him up on NCIC and CLETS. For those of you who don't know, NCIC is an acronym for National Criminal Inventory Catalog. And CLETS is the criminal law enforcement, something system. It's, I never looked this shit up myself, but people can look up the tracking system, criminal law enforcement tracking system, CLETS. So that way you get the identity of everybody who's got the tracking ankle bracelet. CLETS is the the pedo predators that they got the ankle bracelets on and shit. Bigger and shit. This guy who was sending her dick pics at that point on the computer, she found out was on CLETS as a child predator. And so when she told James Arthur Yanchik she was going to report him, tell the neighbors all about him, warn them because they all had children, all the neighbors were families, and a child predator had just moved into the neighborhood. James Arthur Yanchik said, "You do that and I'll kill you. He's a friend of mine, and we have to protect him because nobody understands him. He's the victim. You know how it is. Nobody understands a man who can only communicate with children." And so as it turns out, he was sheltering this fucker. Now, all the time that I was dealing with this guy, he was relating stuff to me like the way he related it was totally different narrative than what Lucinda was. He was like saying, yeah, this child predator moved in now, and people are just beginning to find out he's been groping all their kids. He never pointed out his interaction with Lucinda on this. And he didn't know I was talking to Lucinda behind his back. And he was like saying, you know, on Halloween, they had to park 2 cars on either side of the street. One police car on one side, the other police car on the other side of just this street to box the street in. And all the kids who came in to trick or treat, he would take photos with all of them. But we had 2 cops here to keep an eye on him to make certain he didn't touch any of them, you know, too much. And I said, that's fucking crazy.
Weird. So fucking weird.
Thank you. I said, that's fucking crazy. Why didn't they just put him in jail for the night? He said,
yeah.
He said, you can't do that. This man has rights. You can't do that. That's persecution. You know, the man has his proclivities, but he deserves to live like the rest of us, and he takes these innocent photos with kids, and, you know, just shit like that on Halloween. Everybody deserves happy memories. You know,
so fucking weird.
Thank you. So at that point, you know, when you have this shit falling down, and there's more to the story. I'm not even going to bother to go into it, but I think people get the message. This guy was obviously an Aquino cultist, and his reward for what wasted my time was basically Lucinda. He got, you know, one of, you know, it's like a fan of a rock band gets the chick drop off. You know, it's like getting a chick drop off from a rock star. And, but that and what he did with David Allen Sterling, getting our name implicated with David Allen Sterling. You've all heard what I said before about guys who, like, have been on my program, showed up volunteering, and then they turn on me. And then I said, you know, like the time George Knight said about Daniel Arola. Now, for those of you who don't know, Daniel Arola introduced to myself some young black guy whose name was Emery something. I'd have to look the poor fucker up. I don't even remember the guy's name. But this guy turned out, you know, he was one of Daniel Arola's martial arts students. And then this guy abducted an underage girl, kept her in a big rental storage facility. You know, when you rent a big storage facility, it's basically a truck caboose. It's kind of like these truck cabins that you know, the big thing that's dragged by a 18-wheeler. The front part's a cabin.
About this.
Yeah, you remember that, honey? Yeah, and then he kept this young girl.
Yeah, and also about Lucinda too, because you had me talking to Lucinda for a time to see if there was anything we could do to help her.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that profoundly.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute again.
Yeah. So when Daniel Arola's, you know, martial arts student was abducting this young girl, he was raping her repeatedly, kept her trapped in this storage facility, one of the larger big container units. That's what it was, a big container unit he had her in. And, you know, basically I was asking Daniel Arola, what do you know about this? And he's like, I taught him everything I knew. This was shortly before, of course, or maybe even a few years before, because people might have noticed that about that time I began to really distance myself from Daniel Arola, because there was a period of time he was on for every episode pretty much, and then after a while I began to just distance from him, and then he was only coming on once in a while, but it was always the same shit. Him and Salman Sheikh would come on with that, where the white woman at? Where the white woman at? And always, you know, trying to say they're not racist and shit while trying to stir up as much racial hatred as possible, being as provocative as possible. Then when George Knight came on and said, Douglas, Daniel Arola ran away to join Richard K. Cole Jr. in defaming and slandering you and attacking you. And he said, I'm sorry, Douglas. I said, sorry about what? I never liked the son of a bitch. And I explained all these reasons why. And I said, him being on Richard K. Cole Jr.'s side and the side of Stephen Outram is like 100 men on our side. You know, this is how I felt about Joe Ty. It's just Joe Ty being on our side. It's like having 100 men on Richard K. Cole Jr.'s side. it's like I always felt that about Joe Tai. It's like, you try and say, oh, he's brain injured, give him leeway. If anything, I always felt, when I told Brooke Gibson, I said, to tell you the truth, I feel like he's an embarrassment to me because he was born in Taiwan, and it's almost like like a stain on the Chinese culture. And of course, she's always on the attack in this manner that we can't always take as abusive. It's just the way she interacts. She says, that's how I feel about you when it comes to my culture. I actually found that funny at the time. That being said, that was kind of how she responded to it at the time. She kind of had this protective affection for Joe Tai, only protective in the sense she feels he's damaged. And of course, there's plenty of times he drove her to just screaming. But Mark knows about that. He heard her at the time that she was screaming at the top of her lungs at Joe Tai when he caused her to basically lose her voice because he was driving her insane with his repetitive, moronic. What was it, Mark? Describe that. What exactly happened?
Yeah, he was very persistent. I don't know what the other word for it, just very persistent, and just I guess he was just being Joe Tai. He was being the most Joe Tai he possibly could be, and he would just come out with with statements and things like that, where literally you could just feel the boiling of Brooke's blood, just like you just thought her head was going to explode, and it just it was crazy. And I took some heat from you for not like really jumping in on it, but. Yeah, man, I just don't know. I don't know, man.
I made a joke of it by saying that it was like phone sex for you, and that you were probably grooving off it, which was, obviously unjust.
I became the jerky boy after that one.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It was irresistible. It was one of those things that, honestly, it's, but you can feel the blood boiling in me whenever the fucker was talking. It was like, Sammy Romero would write me a message that would calm me down by saying, Douglas, just stop asking him questions, because he would say something. Remember, he would say something like the stupid fucker in the tent. He'd talk about, oh, there's this retired high officer general in the tent on this homeless guy in the tent that I talked to for my information. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Why would you go to this homeless? Why do you think he would know anything?
You're asking way too many questions, yeah.
Yeah, and he'd be like, well, I said, why don't they just kick him off the property? How can he maintain his tent on someone's property without being kicked out for so long? And he really owns the property. I'm like, and you believe that? It's like, but it would just get worse, and because, but at any rate, when it comes to what the realization I came to, and people might say, you're just drawing conclusions, Douglas. Oh, no, you're overthinking this. No, I don't think I am. When I had a few drinks on that break and I thought about this, it really just occurred to me that Joe Tai is just a brain-dead asset being exploited by the enemy. He was assigned to Team Dietrich, and the whole thing, they knew that I would tolerate him because he was born in Taiwan and feel sorry for him. But the reality is he's meant to get arrested in a pedophile bust. He's meant to get arrested so that they can parade that and say, see, Team Dietrich? See, Team Dietrich's got a child predator. And there. Does that not make sense?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Thank you. I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense. They know his proclivities. He was assigned to us just so that Team Dietrich could look at Team Dietrich. Yeah. And this guy was born in Taiwan too. Does this not make even more sense?
I was going to say that's a pretty impressive background to come in on with a cover.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. But let them do that. Let them do that, Douglas, because the last transmission I covered, I had commented that they're everywhere. I mean, even on my page for years, I know that they're predators lurking. I addressed how people went berserk, strangely so, because when I had years ago mentioned that I went to the doctor, they said there was problems with my bone marrow, how people turned against me. I've already, said how people, predators will at least listen to these shows because they got turned on. And I said today, maybe all this stuff that we've talked, I said it jokingly, but I also meant it. Maybe the stuff that we talk about is not enough for him, but that's his fault. It's not ours. It's if we it's how if we give into it at all, which we don't. We've already on record saying how we don't condone this at all.
Thank you.
And don't tolerate it, and each in our own right how we fight against it, and or keep ourselves well informed, and back up the people that we know in our immediate lives that have gone through this, and the way that we help them through their continuing to process all that trauma. So he's on his own.
Yes,
This
thank
is
you.
it cannot have a backlash.
Thank you.
Cannot have a backlash.
And just to validate what you're saying,
and I've already warned you guys what to do to continue to keep it on his responsibility. And
well, on
nobody
him,
else's.
just to keep it on him.
Yeah, just
it's,
totally on him.
It's like seeing something like that is kind of like seeing, flies go to shit.
Yeah.
And that it's just like, man, that's just really just terrible. I mean, that's not the word for it, but because it's right there. It's like it doesn't take much. You post something like that, and it's literally candy for some people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
They just had to fucking take the candy. Like this shit would never fucking happen. Why would you even? I just don't understand, man. I just don't fucking get it.
No, the reason you don't understand is for the same reason that any sane, mature adult male would never understand it, because honestly, you see a young girl like that online, and they're saying what this young girl is saying, which we are hoping is simply an image that is being used in some alphabet agency bust. But at any rate, when it comes to some young girl making herself available, or even if it's not, just say some young girl that you see on the street who happens to catch one's eye for a minute, there is, of course, the kind of lewdness or the kind of thoughts that run through any man's mind potentially simply because maybe they've never had a daughter or produced a child. Maybe they've never, there's different things that go through a man's mind seeing some girl at a moment that might just casually move in such a way or be dressed in such a way that your thoughts go into a certain direction for momentarily. But the end result is most men with any modicum of sanity realize one thing: what would you talk to her about? This is like what makes Joe Tai. What Joe Tai did is damning. I'm sorry, go on.
It's possible. It's possible.
But here's this is the point I'm making. When Mark was not excusing Joe Tai or defending him, but Mark was saying maybe he's just really, really lonely. But any lonely individual, no matter how lonely you are, there should be enough of a realization that there are gradations of conversational level. I'm just talking about, say you're just trying to strike up a conversation.
There's no way a 50-year-old can relate to a young teen on
any
level.
So wait a second here, Michelle. Wait just a second, Michelle.
I am saying that it is possible.
Well, I get what you're saying, but let loose in a second on that. Give me just a few more seconds here, because my thought is with your average sane gentleman, certainly Nemo and Mark understand where I'm coming from, is your average sane gentleman, unless you're a grandfather or a father or somebody who's blood related, a cousin, somebody who obviously is left, watch this girl or something like that, and you're just like trying to find some way to keep her occupied, and you'll come up with stupid stuff like, stories about the princess and the dragon or something, or you come up, there's like, then you have something to talk about, but it's not anything that you're personally intellectually invested in. So the idea of, say Joe Tai is lonely and gee, I wish I had someone to talk to, there's no sane thought that this young girl and you could hold a conversation if you met her. The only thing to do is fucker. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
This is what you're left with because there's no conversational capacity between the two of you to relate upon. So yes, now back to Michelle. Unless of course Joe Ty spends all day watching Powerpuff Girls, which I can almost imagine him doing.
There's my point. If they,
Oh no, I gotta visualize Joe Ty watching that shit now.
and jerking off while he's doing it.
Material for him.
I have to go back. I'm gonna go back in and go to sleep in a little bit. Geez, there's certain visuals that I don't want. I mean, I know this stuff goes on. I just like to allow myself to be oblivious.
Maybe he really does have chai blood in him.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, he does. Nemo, did you hear him? He was literally in a fucking sleeping trance sabotaging Doug's show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy. And he was doing it. It was uncanny. It's the more I became emphatic, the louder he got. He was.
They got him on. They got him on a switch or something.
Yeah.
They have him on a remote switch.
Thank you. I mean, Peter Moon said he sounded like he was in competition. He said he sounded like he was in conscious. Yeah.
You get louder. You get louder.
Yeah.
You get more emphatic, or very, very had a point to clarify or something, and it would just be like,
yeah, you heard it. You heard it.
Yeah, I did. And sometimes. So anyway,
so honey, it's yours. Take the stage.
Okay, thank you, because my battery's gonna die pretty soon.
Okay.
And I don't know why I've been having this headache on and off. Like I have a hangover, even though I don't.
Sorry.
All right, this echo has to stop. Whatever that is.
I think it stopped now. Go on.
Usually when it happens and I address it, it does. It's weird. Anyway, a lot of the time people, I said stop. Douglas has given me a lot to address. So sometimes people get into.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I have no idea.
Okay.
So here's a case in point. There was a guy that was a motivational speaker. He's not anymore. But he was.
I can't wait for the punchline. The story behind that.
Yeah, he was right. He was doing tours with Tony Robinson. Yeah. And
Tony Robbins, you mean Anthony Robbins?
Yeah, thank you, Tony Robbins. Yeah. And there was some people that knew him, some really good friends knew him, and said, and at that time, I had my certifications for mental health, and I also was a professional organizer in the sense of I help people let go of belongings and close down estates, and if they were hoarders. So there's a lot of mental health in that. So he was actually supposed to go over to Thailand or Bali or something like that and start this big thing.
If it was to Thailand or alone, I would think child predator already, but go on.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he wasn't alone. He was with his longtime they claim to be on again, off again, boyfriend, girlfriend, fiance, lover, whatever, but she never left him. And it was just that they would fight sometimes, and then she would give him the silent treatment. But they lived together for years and years. So she was complaining to some people that knew me, and then they contacted me and said, could you help her close and him close down the house, because he's having a hard time with it. And it turned out that the house, he lived in there since he was a child, and there was all kinds of memories there, and he was a strong attachment to his mother, didn't want to let it go, this, that, and the other. And
was this attachment to his mother in the Norman Bates sense, or? No, it was
it was more in the sense that his dad died when he was little, and they just had it was a healthy. He just loved his mother. It was a big transition. He was having problems with a lot of transition, and a lot of the move, having to pack up things and stuff, where he was reliving memories, and there was like past trauma that he had to let go of. So in a sense, he needed help to practice his own medicine that he was telling everybody else to do. So I went there. I listened to him. It took us 2 weeks, but we got him at least 3/4 of the way packed. And then she was like, I think I can take it from here. But on the last day, when I was talking with him, and we were just, he wanted to share with me his experience and sum up the whole experience of what it was like having me there to help clean, and to organize and to help him with whatever.
By the way, was there any spiritual cleaning involved, like an exorcism?
Oh, there always is. You know, that's why I call the exorcisms that I do cleaning. But there was exorcism, like there's the, I don't, you know, what Douglas was saying about the priest going to Lucinda and saying, you know, wanted to see if this was, you know, if this was really necessary, exorcism, because sometimes it's a mental issue, sometimes it's a paranoia, sometimes it's a stalking criminal situation, sometimes it is a spiritual thing, sometimes it's just a practical thing, sometimes it's just somebody stuck in life in somewhere. But I find it, I just take an approach that it's all of this, you know, it's like all of it. Like, I have no problem telling somebody, you know, just use oil or, you know, a spray bottle and stuff. I mean, I had a case where a little kid was just so determined that there was a monster in her closet. Okay, I've come across where kids are actually getting thrown across the room from demons and left marks and stuff. But I told the mom, just use some oil, lavender oil, and a carrier oil, and have her spray it. And lavender is known to help people go to sleep and relax, but just put a label on the bottle saying "Monster be gone."
Cool.
And
Douglas.
Yeah.
And it worked. Yeah. You know.
Hold on for just a second, Michelle.
Go ahead.
So go ahead.
No, well, I don't mean to interject, Michelle, because you're on a roll, but I kind of want to just, since you're speaking on that specifically, what I thought about was what Douglas said about with Aquino, with the holy water, and how come that didn't affect Aquino in that way?
That's because Aquino was, shall we say, a deeper level of evil than the holy water could repel or affect. Let's just say a higher hierarchy of demon. Just so people understand this, and I'll go right back to Michelle. And Michelle, keep it where you were, and don't forget to also bring up what you wanted to bring up about how men could communicate with little girls, what they could use as a conversation, and also why some of these people like Ian West are so determined to be, with this phenomenon, so interested in this phenomenon.
Say for the record, yeah. I've never used his name.
Yeah, which I'm fine with. And why people like James Arthur Yanchik are saying, I'm so interested in defending the kids when they have no history of abuse, if you were to ask them, and no history of professional or otherwise. So there seems to be no logical reason for them to be so obsessed with this topic. But in terms of, let's just put it this way with Michael Aquino's, just so everybody understands, in Michael Aquino's own autobiography, or an autobiographically tinged book that was published. His first really big published work for the general public was the Book of Coming Forth by Night. So within the introduction of the Book of Coming Forth by Night, he points out very emphatically that he was born a blue baby. So when it comes to being born a blue baby, the reason this was important is that he was born dead. So when his mother delivered a dead baby, it was within a period of time that he reanimated, so to speak, before they disposed with the body. And that's when he was brought back to his parents, whose father was named Michelangelo Aquino. He was basically named after him, or he might have been given a different middle name. He was named himself Michelangelo Aquino. His dad was definitely Michael Aquino, but it might have been a different middle name because he was never a junior. So what happened with Michael Aquino was that he was always emphatic that he was not a human being. In other words, he was not a human spirit, that whatever inhabited the child of the dead baby was not human. Yeah, so he was trying to point out, I'm not some human being that just went bad. I'm another entity that simply happens to be in a human body. So, in other words, he was an entity that was so powerful. It's like, you know, when you've got holy water, you can... The holy water is known as the way the popular perception goes, which is not wrong. Holy water is known to have effects on the undead. It's known to have... These are basically corrupted entities, corrupted bodies, but it's simply reanimate. Usually the person's body is the person, but they're not the same. They're not there in spirit. And so when a person becomes corrupted, it's almost at the level, if they're corrupted enough, they're like the undead. They're just someone who is just in that meat sock puppet kind of...
Yeah. I would say Aikido is an undead in a meat suit.
Well, that's the way these corrupted people were. Yeah. But more, I think a better way of presenting it, Michelle, would be Aquino was an actual entity. An actual
chaos entity.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I encountered them a lot in Skid Row and other parts of the world or United States I've been. What I'm working with.
But I do hope you disambiguate and appreciate the difference between the many that you might encounter that might be simply almost mindless and chaotic, as opposed to someone like Aquino, who is very much calculating, cunning, and obviously in control of the senses.
Yes. There was I used to teach.
Oh, before you go there, hold that thought. But Mark, go on, Mark, with what you were going to say.
Well, I just had three things. I remember you mentioned that Aquino was one of the most, if not the most intelligent person you've ever met or you've ever encountered. I remember you said that. Yeah. And two more things was, I remember Max Spears emphatically talking about his interactions with him, and on one of his last interviews, I know Max had his issues with substances and other things as well, but I would always take everything with a grain of salt. But he would have a lot to say about Aquino. Yeah. And
in all fairness, I do want to emphasize the fact that Max Spears had every justifiable reason to be drug abusive and autodestructive because of what Aquino did to him. So consider everything he says about Aquino to be true. Go on.
And what he was asked was, is Aquino human? And Max was emphatic about it. I mean, he was in a spot where he was just spewing whatever he believed to be the truth, and he was emphatic about. He said, "No, not even close." He described him as, well, I don't want to go into what he described him as because it's a little kind of unnerving, but he basically said him as a Draco Queen. And it's something as a Draco Queen, and that's obviously you can take from that whatever you want. But basically a part of this sort of stream of consciousness that was taking him over.
Yeah, so but just to validate what our man Max Spears was saying, remember that when...
I'm at 2%.
What's that, honey?
I'm at 2%.
2%. What do you mean by that?
My phone battery.
Oh, okay. We'll
Charge it
we'll
up.
let you finish up. Is there no way you can put it on the charger while you talk?
No, because the
So
No,
I'll
I'm
go
on
back to
the
what Max
porch.
Spears was saying and validating that while you finish up. Round up everything you can, honey, and tell us again how these older men can talk to young girls like that. Why some people are involved with this phenomena when they shouldn't be. You know, round it up with some of these thoughts as best you can. Okay, down to the wire,
Okay.
honey.
Oh, now.
Are you all right?
Oh, okay. Okay, now. Also, I wanted to address that when Douglas heard about me from Michael Basham,
Yeah.
when I had talked about Aikido,
Yeah.
he wanted to meet me because of the fact that I was able to say no
Yes.
to Michael Aikido,
That's
that I
right.
stood up to Michael Aikido. I still don't. You explained this to me often, but I don't know why I forget.
Uh-huh.
It's not I promise you, it's not an ego thing. It is something that just totally leaves my brain. Why was I able to say? I think it was the Holy Spirit that allowed me to say no to Aikido. But why was it that Aikido did not press the matter, or how or why was I successful?
I'll go back
Other
into
than
that
it was
with.
the Holy.
I'll go back into that with you privately. I'll go back into that with
Okay.
you privately later.
Okay, thank you. So, back to the gentleman. What the closing day that I was able to help him, make the move. One of the things that he said to me was, and he started supporting my work also, and sending me clients and helping me monetary through and other survivor activists. But that week, 2 weeks that I was helping him make the transition, he was just like really shitty with me. I chalked it up to the whole process of letting things go and stuff. Moving's chaotic. But at one of the last things he ever said to me, and it ruined his career, was, I just want you to know, when I was little, I watched my mom be murdered violently. And everything I learned to stay sane and to thrive is what I teach other people. But you, the only thing that you got out of your situation, and your situation isn't bad. You didn't have to watch your mother get murdered and tortured heinously and be a little kid and not be able to do anything about it. At least you got a sex education.
I'm so sorry. That's
went,
awful.
What? You said what? After all of this that we've doing so good? And
it's almost.
His girlfriend, his girlfriend fiance, who is Asian, and very astute in everything from martial arts to I'm telling you what, everybody would want to be her or be with her. I don't care what you are. She was amazing. She was so amazing in every operation, in every sense of the word of being a human being. And I would go to her several times a day and say, I cannot believe that you are having me do this when you are you. And she's like, familiarity breeds contempt. I'm too close to him to get anything done. She goes, but believe me, you are me, an extension of me, and I'm praying for you. And she was like,
well, that's just as offensive.
I didn't think like that at all. The way that I had such great communication with her, great conversations we had. It was very rare that I meet people that are so that live in the spiritual, and they just happen to be on Earth. That's how she was. She just very much a spiritual being, and she just happened to live on Earth. So, and she recognized, she pulled that. We helped each other grow. It was pretty amazing. But she heard him. Now she's like 4 rooms over, and he and I are just talking regular conversation. But I stood up and I said, "You just said what?" She came flying in the room like she was Bram Stoker's Dracula. She came that fast, like in a blink, and she goes, "You just ruined your existence and our lives."
Yeah.
And he goes, "What are you talking about?" He goes, she tells him, there are spiritual laws you do not cross, and you just crossed. Creator. I said, "Are you talking about now?" Believe me, she didn't live her life by the Bible, but she was very astute in all things spiritual. And she said, Michelle was murdered every day for years. What your mother went through, Michelle went through every day, sometimes several times a day, for years. You should be worshiping her. And with that, she turned around. She goes, "Please pray for me." She's like, "I'm leaving you. I'm leaving you right now. I'm cutting all ties with you right now. You ruined our lives if we don't do this. If I don't." And yeah, within a matter of days, he had such a nervous breakdown that he went into the woods, and everybody was like, "Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?" And people found him. These hikers found him, or campers found him. He was acting like an animal, like a Nebuchadnezzar type of, eating grass and dirt and foaming at the mouth and acting. It was astonishing. And when people asked what happened, I didn't say anything. She let everybody know, because she was his business partner. She refunded everything. And people were like, "Well, let's get him help and pray for him." And she goes, "You can't. Don't touch him. He crossed." She goes, "There's spiritual laws. He would." So in other words, that scripture where Jesus says it's better that somebody commit suicide, paraphrase, commit suicide than cross a child, or cut a child off from God or Creator. It's better that you commit suicide. She was telling him, that's what you did. You just committed suicide by doing, by
Michelle?
stuff like that. So
Michelle,
there's that.
So Michelle,
is the reason for that because she didn't want them to spread their poison to other people? Is that why?
The curse, she wanted the curse to stop with him.
Right. Gotcha.
That because he said what he said to me, that there would be a curse. And the curse is powerful. Especially for the fact that she knew I operated in all the gifts, plus I had all this military training, about mental abilities and stuff like that. And I had been tortured for those same abilities and all that. And some of them were instilled in me. She didn't want the curse to happen. She did what she did to put a tourniquet on it, cut the cancer out. And she explained to everybody. And they, there was a whole bunch of people that were just like, "What in the world are you talking about?" But because she understood her spiritual training and her family she was a true spiritual warrior in every sense of the word, that went back thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And in her family line, you ask her, where's your family from? And she'll say, from the beginning of time, we were.
Okay.
So there was that. As far as people who get involved, because there's men and women who get involved, so they experience a trauma, and they find a predator was involved.
But this hasn't never happened to James Arthur Yanchik or Ian West, or either that or they're in denial of it.
When they start exploring, or how they start advocating, in their field, and then they find out it could be something like somebody witnessed something that they weren't supposed to, and the next thing you know, they're killed, and their loved ones want to understand why the death happened. Why was this person killed? So they take it upon themselves to research about this killer that maybe is not being brought to justice the way they want to be, or maybe the authorities aren't doing something that they think should, and then they find out that it has to do with somewhere down the line, some way, somehow, it has to do with child abuse. Well, then they get fixed on the child abuse part, and then they go overboard, and then and there's no balance there. It just becomes this asphyxiation, and then sometimes it will fix upon a person that is actually doing something or survived it or what have you. But a white knight syndrome happens, and like I said, I hate to harp on Tim Ballard, but he's just laced. If he really wanted to do something, the Mormon Church is built on child predator. The child predator built the Mormon Church, and it's ingrained in their religion. And if he wants to do something, why doesn't he call out the predators in the church? Or he's high ranking enough that he could help change some of the dynamic within the Mormon Church. And I'm not just the only one saying this. There are people within the podcasters who are ex-Mormons who are asking, why is Tim Ballard not helping us within the Mormon Church? Why is he trying to pronounce himself as a hero within other countries and other situations? And they know stuff about Tim Ballard. They know some corrupt, skinny stuff on Tim Ballard and his family, that he's not everything that he's, like a legend is about to be born is going to portray him. If we don't get nip this in the bud, there's going to be a false legend built upon this guy as a hero.
Michelle, you know what I think? You know what I think too is that the more that you speak, and the more that I'm starting to get like the glimpse of what these people are into, I think it's because not only did they all cover for each other, like you mentioned, they all have each other's backs, but also I think it's because honestly, it's like food to these people. I believe it's truly like sustenance, and it's procurement of substance, sustenance. And when you're dealing with this, you're fucking with people's values, valuables.
Yes. Another thing to think about, ladies and gentlemen, is the Catholic Church and the Mormons within the past decade or two, besides the federal government, the past decade or two worldwide, have been under the microscope because of all the child predators that have been caught within these particular religions, especially. And lately we've had Hillsong. I've called out Hillsong for decades. Hillsong is another, out in Australia, is another church and a church system, because Hillsong and this evangelical movement and all this other stuff was founded by a child predator. So they are trying to create heroes to help them get. It's like when the UN had to take over the work of the survivor activists and say, "Oh, we're the heroes now, and we're doing this and we're doing that." Ask anybody in Africa who their daddy is, and it's most likely it was a white hat peacekeeper from the UN who raped them, or some kind of warlord that was backed up by the U.S., China, EU, or UN, or somebody else that was nefarious. So this is another PR stunt from the Mormon Church to create and get Jim Caviezel involved, and he's very adamant about his Catholic faith. Get Mel Gibson involved. That's why I said only give Mel Gibson half a pass, because he's called out the Catholic Church. He's even started to tried to bring back the old ways of the Catholic Church when the Catholic Church was a little bit more decent. Not much, but a little bit more. So I don't care about the fundraising anymore. There's just people give. I'm still going to promote the PayPal, but I am so adamant about nipping this in the bud. I don't want Tim Ballard to be created a hero. It will do damage greater than Pizzagate, greater than all these other movements against survivors who are making a difference. And ladies and gentlemen, when they attack us, they're actually attacking all of society, and they're still attacking the children that are caught up in that. And continuing their paradigm. We're trying to change the system here. They're still keeping the system going, where they use kids as currency, where they use people and their emotions as currency.
Well, that's let's put it this way. It's really interesting that you said that. I think that a way to look at this is you take a look at what are these motherfuckers who, for instance, are attacking myself, and in a very bizarre sense, attacking Michelle Carmela Saldana. Richard K. Cole Jr., for instance, is trying to claim that I'm somehow, along with Stephen Outram, who's actually used the term, that I'm somehow stolen valor. That the term they use for somebody.
Douglas, I'm sorry, but I'm down at 1%. And
okay.
I'm going to just close up with this and then listen into the rest of the show.
Yeah.
And if there's any commentary I want to make, I'll make it next broadcast.
Yeah.
But I just want to say that I am going for the LLC. I found out it's only $70 initially to start some things. I'm going full. We're doing this production company. We're going to do it, people. You guys want to help with it? That would be so fantastic. I have my scripts that are pretty well written. I have teams that are a team of people that have just been waiting for me, and there are a lot of survivor activists. There are a lot of survivors that we want to share our stories. We want to share the practicality. We can do this. If we do this, it will continue to change the paradigm, because back in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, it was the survivor activists that created the domestic abuse shelters, had the homeless shelters really thriving, took it upon themselves to use the existing laws to hold the authorities accountable, Those who were born in the high echelons had the support of the public to tell their stories and to testify in court, and the testimonies would be held on TV. We don't have that so much anymore, so it kind of feels like it's fragmented or stuff. And we had Farrah Fawcett, that she was in the burning bed, and so that lady that was, her husband had raped her and abused her and prostituted her out and all kinds of stuff. Here she was behind bars. Farrah Fawcett took it upon herself to tell this woman's story, and laws were changed. Mm-hmm. So I want to bring that back full force. Yes. We do have that in Hollywood. Mm-hmm. I work with people. I work, like I said, last transmission, 3 survivors who were men who were produce stories and bring on survivor activists for consultation and advisement. I advised Jada Pinkett. I was one of the advisors for Jada Pinkett Smith for Gotham, in a team of 5. We get ourselves, if we're not interjected in there by our own right, somebody finds us. Especially when we've been doing it for so long. But in situations like this, we're starting to get more and more silenced. In case in point, our designated voices, who are lawyers and went on daytime TV and news programs to say and explain the detriment of these type of movies, were vilified or guilted, and the whole situation was confused. I'm determined not to have another situation that is as bad as Pizzagate or worse.
No, that's important. And it's important also that you stay here right now. No matter how your percentage is, we're going to take it down to 0 or until it's completely dry. But I need you to be here for this. So what I need to express is that this is parallel to this entire industry now about quote-unquote stolen valor. So when it comes to what I'm accused of, what in a bizarre sense Michelle Saldana is accused of by Richard K. Cole Jr., this is his industry. Understand that the industry that was mentioned by Stephen Outram of so-called stolen valor, where they try and identify people who claim they were in the military who were not in the military, and claim that they were in combat but were not in combat, and they're all sporting medals that they didn't earn, quote unquote. Just be aware, anybody can go and purchase medals. Now, theoretically, no one has access to a post exchange other than someone active duty in the military or retired in the military after a career, and they get a lifetime access to the post exchange. Then what happens is that they're able to buy medals. Anyone can buy medals. But if you pin them on without being awarded the medal and you don't have the paperwork behind the medal, then, quote unquote, you're guilty of stolen valor. Now, there's all kinds of situations where people do this for films, where you're trying to portray a war hero in a film, and then, of course, they grab a bunch of medals, they grab a bunch of service bars. And for those of you who don't know, service bar means that you've been in service. This is something that, by the way, I do want people to understand Michelle Carmela Saldana has left. She took it down to the wire and her battery died. Now, in a way, this is aggravating to me. This is aggravating to me because I do allow her on my program, and I do allow her to promote herself on my program. And I need that to be reciprocated. For instance, I need her to tell the audience, I need money for rent. And if I don't get the money for rent, because I'm going to spend $1,000 tomorrow, at least. I'm going to have to spend because I've got to buy water, and I've got to buy enough bottled water to last me. And the last time I did that, it lasted a while. Got over 7 cases of the water that I need, bottled water. And just so people understand, bottled water is very important in the sense it's got to be glass bottles, actual bottles, not plastic. Though I will take the plastic. If people have sent to my home plastic, like I believe it was Sammy Romero. I think it was Sammy Romero. He can correct me if I'm wrong on this. So all credit to Sammy Romero. He sent me a bunch of plastic bottles of California water. All of this is, believe me, life-saving. something like that is actually refreshing. Now, ironically enough, I honestly thought, this could be like somebody trying to be negative and be an asshole, because basically one of the things that Brandon Young was pointing out was, oh yeah, don't ever drink California water. And I forgot who he was on with, but the person was agreeing, yeah, I'd never drink California bottled water, because they were claiming that somehow it's all the skiers on the slopes take piss, we'll take a piss on the slopes, and all this snow melt has all this skiers piss or whatever, or all the piss and shit that drops off from like all of the vacation cabins up there or some shit, and they said that all that melts down and then gets bottled as California water or some shit like that. I don't know about that, but I do know plastic, when shipped for long periods of time in hot trucks over burning asphalt highways, baking under the sun, especially in a warming planet like ours, that you get a lot of melted plastic into that water, and nobody needs that. I'm not buying into the bullshit where they say it changes your sex and emasculates you. There's no scientific studies that carry out any of that for human beings. It might do that to frogs, which are amphibians and absorb water through their fucking skin, through their epidermis, or fish, because they're absorbing water. That's the environment they swim in, and that's what they literally breathe. So yeah, it will do that, change the sex in fish and frogs, but for a human being, no, it doesn't work that way. But such being said, I wouldn't care about it anyway. I perform half of what I've done in terms of my professional duties as an assassin for the Tongs and the Triads I've been involved with. I've done most of my killings in drag. I've done more killings dressed as a woman than I have as a man. I mean, obviously, I have no trip over gender identity. But nevertheless, who wants to drink melted plastic? It definitely is something that, causes cancer. So, and then somebody sent me a bunch of these. I pointed out, of course, the softer the plastic bottles, the worse they are about that. You want to get hard, thick plastic, if you get plastic at all. The softer ones, which actually bend to the touch, yield to your touch, are like, they're likely going to have melted plastic when you're drinking from them. But nevertheless, somebody sent me a bunch of the soft bottles of California water, and I'm still drinking it. It's still refreshing, and still orders of magnitude better than the cadaver-tainted water that comes out of my sink. But yes, if you can recharge your phone, Carmela Saldana, and come back on, do remind people that with the money I'm going to have to spend on water and beer and Coke to get it all at once, it's going to be coming up to $5,000, and I'll need to raise that amount to pay rent, or I won't be able to have you on again because I won't have a show because I'll be homeless. So I need your promotion for myself as well as for you to get the message to my listeners. Yes, I understand they might want to help you, but by God, they're never going to hear you again on my program because I won't be able to host my program if I can't make rent. So that's something that I need you to help promote as well, that I need help just as much as you to bring you on regularly as I would like to do. So, but back to the stolen valor issue. Just as Richard K. Cole Jr. is now trying to dox Michelle Carmela Saldana for never making it through boot camp, which she never said she did, that she was in boot camp, never made it through. And so he's trying to claim she was never in the military. This is something that, of course, is part of this whole stolen valor obsession that is the obsession of my enemy. This is because my enemy, in large part, is literally sponsored, at least in part, by the United States Marine Corps. Now, understand that when it comes to the United States Marine Corps, we expose them in my book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, as the most corrupt branch of military service there is out there. Literally, their entire statement of Semper Fidelis, always loyal, always faithful, they are never faithful. They tried to kill their own executive commander-in-chief, their President Truman, during World War II. While World War II was still legally on before 1952. So, Michelle Carmela Saldana says, thanks for having me on transmission. Love you guys. I hope you're hearing what I'm saying, Michelle. And definitely, we're happy to keep you in good spirits. We're happy to help. By God, I need your help too in order to keep bringing you on. So I noticed I got very few contributions this month. And Michelle's been getting some, and that's good. But I need everyone to know, if you're going to contribute to anybody, by God, you'd better contribute to me, because otherwise I won't be able to host her at all, because I won't be able to host anyone. So there, I need to raise half a fucking $1,000 before the month is over. End of story. So
for the listeners, just a reminder, please donate to Douglas as much as you can and buy his books on Amazon, please.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys got to understand. You guys got to, whoever's, the viewers need to understand that, Douglas speaks the truth, and not everybody can understand it because he speaks so specifically and so exactly about things. But you got to understand, it's the attacks are it's the most bizarre things, and trying to discredit and things like that. But if you actually just kind of look into, just do a little bit, not even much, just a little bit of research, you'll find a lot of things are validated, and all these attacks are just really they're nitpicky, and they're just so bogus, and it's really,
they go out their way to censor him as much as they can.
That's what it is, and it's really worth your while just to donate just a little bit, whatever you got. It's just, trust me, you'll feel better about it. It's going to a good. If you're worried about it going to a good spot, it's going to go to a good spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're not just paying to keep him off the street. You're also paying for an education. He's pretty much a teacher as well as a public
100%.
Informant.
100%. And if you want anything good, you got to put something into it. If you put something into it, you'll get something out of it. That's the way energy works. Same thing works with healing too. If you want to get healed, you got to heal yourself. You got to put something into it. It's a give and take. Nothing is for free.
And I want people to know, Michelle Carmela Saldana, I hope you're hearing this. She contributed $25 to me last month. So she's contributing. She's trying to pay for her time on this show. It's not that I asked for that. She did that on her own. She gave me a $25, a quarter of $100 United States dollar contribution. So I do want people to know she's doing her best to try
That means a lot.
Yeah. What's that?
I mean, that definitely, you can tell that means a lot coming from, from her. You know what I mean? That $25 means a lot from her.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Because I know it would for me, and I'm not sure what situation is. I know that would mean a lot for me too.
Thank you. No, definitely appreciate it. No, I know all the gentlemen here, and so I hope you heard what I said about that, honey. Yes, it looks like you're back. Were you able to plug your phone in, Michelle? She's back on, so let's see if she can speak. Testing. She's going back on mute. She's probably trying to plug her phone in. So, anyhow, Michelle, you're welcome to talk. But to go back to what I was saying about the Stolen Valor, it's wonderful if you can participate. We're seeing her online, but she's remaining mute. So when it comes to this Stolen Valor bullshit, and they're calling out some poor suckers who are out there wearing medals and claiming they did all this shit and all that stuff, I want everyone to understand that, first of all of those guys are in their right to do that because it's called free speech. That's what your so-called veterans, all the guys who are claiming that they saw combat, that all these guys who are actually out there fighting and dying, like my father was in 3 wars, that's freedom of speech that they're defending. They're out there dying so that a bunch of guys who didn't go to war can claim they did. And when it comes to just all these people who say they've been in combat, as I pointed out before, the U.S. Census that's taken, whenever they take that U.S. Census, you got millions of Americans claiming they served in Vietnam. And literally the overwhelming majority of them, when compared against the records of men who actually served in Vietnam, is 95% of them are lying. So when it comes to Michelle Carmela Saldana and this guy saying she wasn't in boot camp, he's trying to get her on stolen valor, quote unquote. Then he's claiming I'm on stolen valor, quote unquote. They're trying to attack my dead father, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, of not being in the Navy, etc., not being in all the battles he was in, all the ships he was on. All of this is...
Yeah, the Purple Heart. Something about the Purple Heart, too, yeah.
Yeah, now that's incredible. So what were they saying about the Purple Heart? That my dad didn't have one? Or something?
I don't know, Doug. Honestly, it's not even worth repeating. It was like one of those things you just glance over, like super fast reading it, and you pick up certain things. But that's what I picked up from that. It was like kind of, obviously I'm not like an analyst or anything, but it was just little nitpicky little things. Like it was basically validating everything you're saying about your father and yourself, but like little portions of it taken out of context and basically nitpicky on little certain things. Well, he did this, but he didn't do this, like you said.
Interesting.
And it's just weird, just bizarre. Like I don't know, just very obsessed, like very obsessive, very concise.
And it's all monofocal. It is pathologically monofocal, where they're just obsessed on every detail that they can. Nemo, it is not your right to invite anyone on the show.
Ah, sorry.
It is not your right. I
just saw him in chat. Sorry.
Okay, we don't need that. We've had enough controversy in the past, and there's a reason I'm not calling certain people. It's just look, I've tried to think of Ian as redeeming himself in the past with, but it's just, it doesn't balance out. It's kind of like what Michelle said, and she's on right now, and we don't need a train wreck. So right. It's as well as the fact that what he didn't do things for her for many months, and I asked him to do some things like the episode that he got censored and cost me a month off of YouTube. Ultimately, he never restructured it the way I asked, taking out the parts and putting it into smaller snippets that we could republish on my channel. He never did that. So it's not like he ultimately redeemed himself. So you were talking about somebody who cost me thousands of dollars in terms of time and everything else. So he may be the closest thing I've got to technical support right now. But what really, shall we say, was the last straw for me was, a young lady wanted to get in contact with me, which, is all in my messenger. And then he says, here's a phone number. And he thought it was really funny. But, Brooke Gibson warned me about it. Oh, it's a phone number to a Vietnamese restaurant or a Chinese takeout. So I made certain it was after hours when I called on her birthday to wish her happy birthday. But yeah, it was a Chinese takeout restaurant. So if that's funny to him, okay, I think it's just as funny I never invite him back on the show again. So how's that for funny?
Understood.
I
only assume.
Yeah, I mean, after all I tolerate from this son of a bitch, and he decides he's going to play a practical joke like that, like that's fucking funny, no, I don't think it's funny. Brooke and him thinks it's funny, but, that's the joke's on them. Okay, I mean, because I don't need that shit. So anyhow, just stay mute, Ian. We don't need to do this. And in terms of what I was saying about the stolen valor, basically the horror of the whole medal situation is that medals in America are considered the coinage of valor. In other words, they've taken something abstract, courage, duty, honor, service, and they've coined it. Now, in terms of the requirements for medals in other countries, like in Germany, for instance, the requirements for medals were very high, and you had to have multiple witnesses. And what the Germans accomplished in terms of earning their medals was overwhelmingly merited. When it comes to the Japanese, it took a royal proclamation to get somebody a medal. The emperor himself had to sign off on it. Otherwise, the Japanese considered it an honor simply to serve and die for your country. The idea of trying to give you medals for doing what you're supposed to do, what's expected of every Japanese citizen, let alone every man, was absurd, laughable. Though medals existed, like I said, it was the emperor taking personal note. When it comes to the Americans, on the other hand, the system is so corrupt, it's broken. It's basically everybody who wants a medal just needs to file for it, get some recommendations for it from enough buddies, and you're in for a medal. It's a joke. Just examples I can give where you've got something like the bombings over Europe. When the planes would fly over Europe to bomb, the Germans, Hitler Youth, which the Pope was a part of, that Carmi claims she helped take down. Pope Benedict was a Hitler Youth who was firing anti-aircraft at the Allies, probably killed his share. All the Hitler Youth did. The Hitler Youth were serving under the Luftwaffe because the German Air Force had control of the flak units, the anti-aircraft units, and they had what the Americans had what they called a 50 mission crush, which meant that the chances of you surviving 50 missions was statistically so low that if you survived a 50 mission crush, they made you a general. They made you a fucking general! Just for surviving 50 missions, because they knew the chances of your doing that were so unlikely. So then when it comes to the entire situation with how bad it was to be a U.S. bomber pilot in World War II, there was a movie made with a German scientist as the villain, of course, called The Blood Monsters, released shortly after World War II, in which one of the characters was a U.S. Army bomber pilot, and he winds up coming home and his wife divorces him because he didn't die. The reason why was because all these women would marry a U.S. bomber pilot or crewman knowing that their chances of dying were so likely that they knew they were going to get the military life insurance. So when a guy disappointed them by coming home alive, they would instantly file for divorce because they had their own life to lead. They were usually angry they didn't get the insurance. Now, of course, any crewman who was part of this effort to bomb Europe got a medal. So when it came to the Vietnam War, and you're just bombing hamlets and villages, and you survive a 50 mission crush, just napalming children, you still got that medal. It didn't mean anything. It's a joke. You're getting a medal for mass murder, if anything else. If nothing else would be the correct English. When it comes to other examples of these medals, which I could go on ad infinitum, ad nauseum is enough. Another great example is there was this one poor son of a bitch who won the Silver Star. They wrote a book about him titled something like I Won the Congressional Medal of Honor. They made it the Congressional Medal of Honor because nobody else outside of the military knows about anything other than the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's the only medal they know about. The reason you know about that is because if you win that medal, you never pay income taxes again the rest of your life. That's why most men who win it are awarded it posthumously, meaning they are dead. The overwhelming majority of men who win the Congressional Medal of Honor have to die to get it. That's why you know there's something seriously wrong, as we point out in the book, The Roswell Deception, which you have to buy to know the full story of that and the entire fucking Marine Corps, which is why the Marine Corps is so out to get me through their front man, a deranged person who served less than a year in the Marine Corps, Richard K. Cole Jr., who Our Lady Michelle Carmela Saldana admitted was stalking her as well for years and years. You have this individual who's given the full authority of the Marine Corps by his own claim to defame and forge federal documents, a federal crime, as pointed out by Gary Straits, a federal agent, who was interviewed on my show, and we got a promotion for busting Richard K. Cole Jr.'s gay partner, the Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier of the U.S. Army Green Berets. And that son of a bitch was double dipping, stealing from his fellow veterans by getting both military retirement pay and full disability. Something that was allowed my father, my legal father, George Dietrich, called concurrent receipt, which is better than winning a Congressional Medal of Honor. It takes a congressional writ to give you concurrent receipt. My father had that because he was in 3 fucking wars, which is on his tombstone. World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And in the China War before then, which was undeclared. So, my father was the real hero, but I'm glad he got the concurrent receipt over the Congressional Medal of Honor. Rather have what he had than simply the freedom from paying income taxes the rest of your life. That wouldn't have helped my dad, because my dad was unemployable anyway, because of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So when it comes to the whole situation with medals, great example with this guy who won the Silver Star was in Vietnam. He got caught in a fog. He was a machine gun carrier. And I know what happened to him is true because it's exactly what happened to me. I was assigned to carry a heavy machine gun. And you're carrying something that weighs more than anything else anyone else in the unit is carrying, plus the ammunition. Of course it's punishment detail. That's part of the stupidity. You should have a team carrying parts of a machine gun. That's the way the Germans did it because they're a real fighting force. With Americans, they're a jack-off team. So they just say, give somebody we don't like the heavy machine gun, but what does that leave the rest to them? To give you an example of how stupid this is, when they took a statistical survey and analysis of all the firearms that killed the enemy during the Vietnam War, they compared the killing ratio of the average infantryman with a semi-automatic weapon, the light machine gun, the M16, and they found out that they killed almost none of the enemy statistically. Statistically, all of the fatalities from infantry units that took out enemy were the machine gunners, heavy machine gunners. So you're basically taking the only weapon that causes fatalities to the enemy, and you're giving it to a person you dislike as punishment detail. How smart is that? Then you wonder why the Americans fuck up and lose every goddamn war, which we point out in the book. So when it came to that whole situation with this one individual, like myself, where I found myself miles ahead of my own unit, because believe it or not, one man encumbered by a machine gun and an ammunition box can still move faster than an entire division of 1,000 men. I wound up climbing Mount Mother, as they call it, in Marine Corps Boot Camp San Diego Marine Corps Depot, and I wound up in front of my entire unit. If I wanted to, I could have loaded up that machine gun and killed them all. That's what happened with this guy because he got lost in the fog. So he got lost in the fog in Vietnam, winds up basically seeing a bunch of figures coming at him out of the fog, out of the morning mist. Can't identify them. All he knows is a bunch of armed men are coming towards him, loads up his machine gun, sets it on its tripod, and starts firing. And he killed his entire division. He killed everybody. And then what happened was, there's no place to go. What's he gonna do? Defect to the enemy? The Vietnamese, they'll probably kill the white guy or torture him to death. So he went back to base. And when he made it back to base, and turned himself in, they said, oh, you're up for execution. We're going to skin you alive. You're going to rot in jail the rest of your life at the least. And then they marched him out on a stage in front of a bunch of reporters and awarded him the second highest medal you can get next to the Congressional Medal of Honor, the Silver Star. And they said, this man is a hero. He's the only survivor of his division, because they couldn't afford the scandal. That's how much an American medal is worth. You kill your entire division and you get the award. This guy, when he wrote the book and they retitled it, I Won the Congressional Medal of Honor, this book about that entire clusterfuck, that monkey fuck, it's a joke. It's a sick joke. And so the fact that they consider these medals to be the coinage of courage and valor is a joke. The whole idea of stolen valor is a joke. There's nothing to steal. It's all a lie. When you got the entire SEAL Team 6, that if you ever see that one time where they were burying one of these SEAL Team members, then all the other SEAL Team members walk by and they're tossing down these medals on that man's coffin. All that is like, think of what they're covering up. Think about the fact that SEAL Team 6 claimed they killed Osama bin Laden. And then they said, but they all died, so we have no survivors from that operation because they were all in a helicopter, the entire team, when somebody took them out. And then later on, they dug up somebody who somehow survived and said, he's the man who killed Osama bin Laden. I mean, it's all a joke. So, Mark, at any rate, is everything okay? Technically, is your phone operating? Or I notice you're fading in and out on us. Is everything all right on your end? Just let us know what your status is.
Yeah, no, I was trying to take a screenshot, Douglas. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries.
Were you familiar with the movie Jacob's Ladder at all?
No, it's an important film. I know of it because they do speak in there of drugging up soldiers to try and turn them into more proficient or berserk killing machines. And so tell everybody about Jacob's Ladder. It's an important film.
Absolutely, and for whatever reason, I was exposed, as I've explained early, many times on the shows. Like, I've been exposed to a lot of different movies, especially as a young child, and this was one of them. I remember, I think my dad had he might have had like a hacked cable box or something like that. Everyone had like a black box back in the day.
Yeah.
But so I used to get really into these movies, and this is Jacob's Ladder was one that was really kind of a torturous movie for a little child to see, but I would analyze.
In other words, you were traumatized. You were basically traumatized by the film.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And that's what it was. And I think I was actually going to bring this movie up last transmission because Michelle is so very keen and perceptive, and now I know why you have her on the show so much, because this was one of the segments in the scene in this movie where. The demons were being portrayed as just chasing this guy that was consumed of this drug, a drug called BZ, or 3-quincyl benzyolate, which was a drug that was allegedly used by the U.S. government to maximize aggressiveness in soldiers, especially males. So this drug was allegedly experimented on these soldiers. So this particular movie portrayed this male soldier having these visions and being chased by these demons. And at one point, he had met, I think, like a healer or a chiropractor that was his friend and that was helping him out. And what made me think of what this movie again, the second time, the first time was with Michelle, is that she said that demons can also be, it could be a message from another way. And in the movie, he said that the demons were actually angels that were trying to help him either realize something or help him cross over. Mm-hmm. And in the end of the movie, that's what they did. I'm sorry to ruin the movie for people. It's such a great and important movie. But in the end, that's sort of how the the conclusion comes to is that, you know, this whole experience that he was having was sort of like this hallucination trip, that his life and existence in the future was projected to him, and he believed it to be happening in a very small point of time when his DMT was being released in his body and he was actually dying on his deathbed.
Right.
So it was just a really, you know, an incredible movie, and it kind of triggered on that when you were speaking of these things that you know that were happening or that does happen. And again, like Michelle is very perceptive. She kind of picks up on those things where that movie portrayed these horrifying demons. If you've seen this movie, horrifying, chasing this guy. And then in the end, he accepts it, or he comes to grips with the fact that there's a reason for it, or there's a place for it. Right. If that makes any sense.
That he's processing.
Yes.
In his transition. This is his purgative. In other words, the purgatory. He's purging the toxin of his guilt before he transitions, because this will enable him to shed that baggage, kind of like dropping ballast on a ship or a balloon.
Right.
Yes, before he ascends. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And that's extremely astute that you've gotten from that. Because I know sometimes with popular culture, you don't seem to be so up on a lot of it, but I think it's really cool that you're keen on this particular movie, and that's a great way to. I think that's the only way to think of it, and I guess it was looking it up right now. It was inspired by a dream that the screenwriter at the time, Joel Rubin, I guess in the early '80s. That he was trapped in a subway, and I can't, which is bizarre. How does he get that from that whole movie? I don't know, and then I guess the story was retooled with a guy named Adrian Lin when he boarded as director.
Interesting.
So just a bizarre,
incredible background story, and very important. What else do you and bear in mind, of course, just so people know, I've never seen this film. I never even seen a single scene from this film, but I understand the dynamic.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's a very power. The fact that you understand the dynamic, you might not even need to see the film, just because it's a very powerful. It conveys a very, very powerful message. I don't really quite know concisely what that message is. I just know there's a lot of different spiritual aspects of it. The guy basically, actually, now that I think of it, his DMT trip on his deathbed, because he was part of this project where they injected all these people to make them more aggressive. He killed his entire fleet. That's what made me think of what you were saying.
Thank you.
Of mowing down his own people. Yeah. He killed his entire fleet because he was tripping balls, and he was super aggressive. And on his deathbed, I think he was coming to grips of what maybe he did. He was coming to grips of his life, and his life and existence was he projected himself to what he believed his future to be. And the demons were bringing him back to reality to let him know that this wasn't his real life.
Yes.
And he needs to come back, and he needs to go to die.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that is the message. It's not that you don't know the message. You know the message. You intuited it or understood it perceptively and this instinctual sense before, but now you know intellectually what the message was, which is basically he's processing, and that the demons are helping him to purge. This is what purging does. It's kind of like Norcan, when they put the Norcan into your body to get the toxins out of you. Then, as Brooke Gibson explained so perceptively, so incisively. And that's all positive for people who don't know those vocabulary words. She astutely explained that the problem with Norcan is when it helps you purge narcotics from your system, And many of these narcotics are obviously painkillers, but if you're on so many painkillers or other narcotics where you're going to die, it's going to shut your system down, and they just put the Narcan in you so you purge all that from your system so that they don't do their work and shut down your autonomic nervous system, and you stop breathing and all the rest of that good shit because your body's just too relaxed, hyper relaxed to the point of well, it'll kill you. Then the Narcan eliminates all of the pain killing. And so you feel all the pain. There's nothing to block the pain when you're purging. This is what this man is doing on a spiritual level. And that's something that, okay, Armanian says, peace, Doug, stay cool. And I was talking about he's got to run, goodbye. Okay, if you want to say goodbye to our listeners before you go tonight, Ian, go ahead. If you want to get on verbally, but he took off. Okay, I must admit that's a bit more comfortable. So yes, that was a bit. Let's just say that yeah, I'm still angry about him. So I just didn't. I'm not quite sure I could have retained my temper while speaking to him. So when it came to the Michelle Carmela Saldana, she's often trying to describe this process, and she has, is not able to communicate it necessarily as articulately or as eloquently as I can. She just doesn't have that capacity because she's been, she too has been damaged systemically by much of her suffering. So we have to remember that her brain's not really processing as much oxygen as it would normally. So we have to give her credit for being able to function at all as well as she does. So I do want people to understand that she is operating probably with her brain at a percentage of capacity that's lower than it would be if she didn't have so many breathing problems and other systemic problems. So that's always important to remember for people who find her presentation intolerable, because I do get that from people. And some people find other people find her voice comforting and enjoy listening to her, but other people don't. So just for those of you who don't, that's what's behind that. As for Max Spears and what he said about Aquino and the Draco Queen, understand that when Michael Aquino was, to put this into some perspective for people, so when I got Michael Aquino busted, and for what that was worth, because he was never really brought to justice. He was, but he wasn't. For those of you who don't know, he was brought to trial. He entered court in full uniform. And basically, the U.S. military came in, went to bat for him, and said, not only can this man not be prosecuted, because it's not just a national security issue, it's an international security issue. Therefore, he is above the law. Now, they didn't say that, but that's effectively what they said. And as a result, he literally got away with murder. This is so profound, because not only did the U.S. military help him get away with all of the children he molested, but they then told the state of California, in which this went all the way up to the California Supreme Court, that California had to change its laws so that no one like him would ever be prosecuted again. And so what they said was, no child's testimony, no one under the age of 18, their testimony cannot be admitted in a court of law. And that's what the U.S. military said to California, and California changed their laws. So for those of you who don't know, in the state of California, you can beat a child half to death, you can gang rape them with all your buddies, you can abduct them and take them home and keep them prisoner, but so long as you let them go before the age of 18, and they rat on you and tell everybody about everything you did to them all those years you kept them in a cage, their testimony will not be accepted in a court of law. By the way, this happened to a young lady. For people can look this case up, to my shame and disgrace, I don't remember her name. but she was kept by a criminal in his backyard in an animal kennel, and he allowed his parole officer to come into the backyard to fuck her, as he was fucking her every day, and this way the parole officer was bribed into not reporting him. That meant that the state was now participating in her sexual slavery. So when she was released before the age of 18 by this criminal who knew the California legal situation, she sued the state of California because a state employee representing the state of California helped to maintain her imprisonment, her sexual slavery. And the state of California said, we're tossing your lawsuit out. We know you spent 10 years in captivity in an animal kennel wherein you were raped on a daily basis, multiple times a day, and several times a month by this parole officer. But we're throwing your case out because we can't accept the testimony of anyone under 18 years of age. So that means you can do anything to a child in California. It's legal. And we're the biggest economy in the world. We're a larger economy than Great Britain. We're on par with United Germany. And the only economies ahead of California are the Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the American Empire, only because of California. But it's legal here in one of the largest economies in the world, the fourth largest in the world, equal to United Germany's, with one of the largest populations on Earth, a population larger than most nation states. You could do anything you want to a child, and it's legal. Now, the way this came about was because when I was busy hemorrhaging information that ultimately got Gary Willard Hambright, a co-conspirator of Michael Aquino's, indicted in a federal court by a federal grand jury, which indicted him for no less than 14 counts of child molestation, child rape. All of his victims were under 4 years of age, and he would have been busted for many hundreds more such abuses had he not died of AIDS while on trial. At that time that I was hemorrhaging all the information of Michael Aquino, and the FBI began to question all of these children that were involved, victims. They all reported, first off, the FBI would take them on these runs in cars. They would drive them around San Francisco. Now, San Francisco is a maze. And San Francisco is a roller coaster, literally a roller coaster ride. I have seen people from flatland states, like these flatland areas like Texas or the Dakotas or something, where you got miles of flatland on open horizon, and they come to San Francisco riding on the buses. They're terrified. I see them actually as if they were on a roller coaster ride, eyes going wide and breaking out in sweats, wives clinging onto their husbands and closing their eyes. That's why we got cable cars. You know the song, little cable cars climb halfway to the stars. It's all built on hills, and that's why Los Angeles films the car chases here. Everything from Steve McQueen in Bullitt to The Rock with, Sean Connery in a car chase that stops when he's about to hit a cable car. So they film all the car chases here because it's an exciting landscape on which to film a car chase rather than a flat two-dimensional landscape. It's a roller coaster ride. So this is why everyone comes to San Francisco to do the skateboarding, and why I hear skateboards late hours of the night. So what happened was when I started hemorrhaging information on Michael Aquino, the FBI would take these kids on a roller coaster ride all over San Francisco to confuse them. But whenever they drove by Michael Aquino's house, they were able to identify it. They pointed it out as the place where they had suffered all their abuses. 2430 Leavenworth Street, San Francisco. And at 2430 Leavenworth Street, San Francisco, they all described the same interior. Everything inside painted in black. All black interior, all black furniture, all black vases, lampshades, everything in black. Even the ceiling. So they said they were taken to a back room where it was soundproof, all in black, but nobody could hear their screams, no matter how loud that they screamed. And a crucifix on the ceiling of their torture chamber so that Aquino could point to it and say, God's watching you, and he's getting off on your being raped, and is doing nothing about it, and can never do anything to touch me. And when they raided his home, Inspector Glenn Pamfloff raided 2430 11th Street, they found out everything the children said was true. So, one of the things the kids said, they all described Michael Aquino and his co-conspirator, my high school teacher, Gary Willard Hambright. They were dressed as women, and Michael Aquino's wife, Lilith Aquino, was dressed as a man. So Michael was always to be referred to as Mikey. Gary Willard Hambright was always to be referred to as Mr. Gary. And his wife Lilith, oh, I forgot what they called her. Some man's name. But she was dressed as a man while Mikey and Mr. Gary were dressed as women. But the reason Michael Aquino did this was because he claimed he was a Draco Queen. That he was really a female entity.
Right. So, Douglas, Max Spears also alluded to something about Michael Aquino. He also alluded to something as far as his gender. Are you familiar with that?
Not consciously. I might remember if you tell me about it, but obviously I lose track of a lot of things, so please share it.
Well, I'd rather not say it just because it's just, I feel like it's just probably not a good thing, but it was one of those things that during his, Max Spears, basically his, annihilation on video and everything like that.
Oh, you're talking about basically what was a snuff film, but they took out the video side, and the snuff audio should still be up on YouTube. And
correct, yeah.
Yeah,
but
so
I think he was alluding to. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. I think he was alluding to the fact that the Draco Queens, basically in the human form, are somewhat of the Baphomet, if I pronounce it correctly, right?
Hermaphroditic. In other words, Baphomet, he would be suggesting that they're representative of both sexes. Is that what he was alluding to?
That's the vision that he was showing, or that he was trying to explain. He says that's them. Okay. When he explains, that's what he sees the Draco Queens. Max Spears sees it, and then that's the picture that comes up when he says it. Is that he says that's them. The Baphomet. What's the Levi is what's the guy's name that actually drew it? He sort
Alexis
of made it
Levi, I believe.
Yes. That visual, I think that's what he was alluding to. I think.
Okay. And that would certainly make sense. And as well as that, what else comes to mind? Because this is important. I do want to emphasize to everyone, and please, Nemo and Mark both verify and validate this. One of the last things that Max Spears said before they killed him was, ask Douglas Dietrich. Please go to Douglas Dietrich about Michael Aquino.
He said he was being asked about the Presidio and specifically about Aquino, and he said, you need to see Douglas Dietrich about that. And he said that's all I really say about that. So he pretty much cut it off at that point and sent it directly to you. And I think that's kind of the interesting dynamic that you've sort of like been around these people, Douglas, and that's what you asked me on one of your shows last time. Why do I sort of like like Uri Geller.
Yeah.
And I think and I said he's sort of like an eccentric character. And I mean that in a good way. And I feel that the same way about you, Douglas. So it's kind of like these people that have these I consider them extraordinary lives, like yourself. And the story that you've been around these people, it's just an extraordinary story in and of itself. So I think that is the reason why, like, it's like, he had mentioned that I had noticed you from before, but that's a very powerful thing, especially for someone to say basically on their dying deathbed.
Thank you.
I don't mean to make light of it, but like literally that was a snuff film.
Thank you. Yes.
So
it's so true. And what comes to your mind with this, Nemo? Certainly you've
just for the listeners, Draco is Greco-Latin word for serpent or dragon. So like Draco Queen, like dragon or serpent queen, is the meaning.
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, Michelle Carmela Sodano writes, Max is another person affected by Aquino that you were trying to set up a meeting between he and me. That's quite true. I was trying to get her together with Max Spears, not in a Cupid sense, but just so that further support it's kind of like a support group could be built.
She would, Max would always like talk to. Max would talk to. Who's the woman that you were interviewing recently? I forget
Christine
her name.
Joanna Hart.
Christine, yeah, that's right. And Max would speak with her, and there's a few interviews. They were genuine interviews too. That's another thing why that it's very important that everyone listen to Douglas, is because you're listening to genuine speak. You're listening to genuine conversations. There's times where there's hangout and there, that kind of thing, but you're listening to genuine information being represented. If you actually just take the time to listen to it, be astute, you'll learn something. And that's the way that I felt like that's kind of why I like to listen to Max Spears interviews, is because even though he had his own issues and that sort of thing, he would do the best he could to try to put out some type of really solid information that you can look up yourself. And that's when, he did reference yourself as well. And he also would speak to Christine Joanna Hart and speak about the same things that Christine Joanna Hart speaks to you about. And she brings up almost the same similar things. And about the white rabbit, those types of dreams that she had about being, that type of Alice in Wonderland programming and things of that nature.
Yes.
He had these same conversations with her. And so it's almost like, history's repeating itself. That's why it's so interesting. And I think it's very important because, these things don't just happen. Nothing really never just happens without a reason. So aside from satisfying amazing curiosity, you're going to learn some good stuff here. You're going to learn some great stuff here listening to Douglas.
Bless you. And again, in defense of Max, I understand how people could review his videos, and most of the time I don't really hear complaints or people speaking negatively of him. But certainly they did an character assassination of him on PBS, Public Broadcasting Service of Britain, when, or was it BBC, when they made this kind of, conspiracy theorist, documentary. It was released on Michael Aquino's birthday, no less, while he was still alive. Our lady, what's her name? Peter Moon can't stand her. Camelot lady, Lady Camelot. What's her name?
Carrie Cassidy. Or...
Thank you.
She tries to keep what's it called? Bringing his spirit back. She's really into Max Spears. I thought I like Max Spears, a great guy and everything, but she's I think she was trying to channel his energy or something like that, or bring it back.
Wow. I mean, I didn't know about that, but it doesn't surprise me. It's something I would expect her to
try.
try.
No, that's a different. I think that actually might be a different lady, but the Carrie Cassidy is another one. Yeah.
Right. There's the many women had a fixation on Max Spears because Max Spears was a handsome guy, and he had this, bird with a broken wing mystique. He was damaged. He was damaged, and he was vulnerable, and so a lot of women wanted to take him under their wing. It was understandable, and this was how he survived. He survived by taking advantage of these women and getting under their wing, and basically stealing everything he could from their medicine cabinets. He would clear out their medicine cabinets is what he would do. But anyhow, Max Spears, poor bastard, he is, just so people understand, before I get into any personal anecdotes of how I met him, because somebody asked me about that the other day. What was it like when you first met him, Douglas? And I never got around to describing that, but I'd be happy to do so. I know I've done it in the past, but be happy to do so again. But when it came to Max, this is what people need to realize about Max. Max was being exploited by Miles Johnston, who was this fat old faggot who had this series called Bases, which, thank God, has been banned from YouTube. And that's because, of course, he was pulling a bunch of conspiracy bullshit about COVID vaccines. And but I call him an old faggot because he was literally trying to trigger Max Spears with some programmed buzzwords to get Max Spears to submit to him sexually. And he was doing this on camera while he was on a Skype call. While the camera was on, Max had the camera on, and Crystal River was talking to Max when Miles Johnston did this. And we know everything she says is true because Miles Johnston, instead of surrendering to Miles Johnston, Max turned berserker on him and tried to kill him. And Miles Johnston was seen running all over the place. This old man grabbing his chest with both hands and panting, was running all over in the background on the camera with, Max Spears chasing him down, and Crystal River screaming, "Max, stop it, calm down, please." She didn't want him to go to jail for murdering this old piece of shit. And then the guy ran to the bathroom upstairs and locked himself in. At which point he calmed down enough, Max Spears, to go back to Crystal, and she talked him down. But then while he was in the bathroom, he called two women to come save him because he knew women could calm Max down. And so two women showed up to basically comfort Max and talk him down. And so we know all this is true because there were multiple witnesses to this. So this isn't just some story Crystal River made up or that I'm relaying some anecdote. This is fact. When you've got three witnesses, it's no longer anecdote. It's reported as fact. So when it comes to that situation, Max was being exploited by Miles Johnston, who was giving him bandwidth time like I give to people. So Miles Johnston was doing this for Max, but in return, Miles Johnston kept forcing Max to generate content. In other words, he was telling Max, you gotta say new things to keep our audience interested. You gotta come up with something new. And you know what I've always said about my own life, it basically, the one thing anyone can, shall we say, derive from listening to my experiences for any given amount of time, the one thing you should pretty quickly realize is that my life has been an endless sea of horrors. But there's one advantage to having lived a life that has been an endless sea of horrors is you're never short of a story to tell. And that's the one thing I've got. And so do understand this much about Max. As horrific as his life was, the horror of his situation was that it was mostly a life of victimization. So then what happened was that he spent a lot of time hoovering or vacuuming the internet, sucking up just new shit so that he could spew it back out or regurgitate it on Bases, the show run by Miles Johnston. And in this manner, Miles Johnston was serving a keynote to discredit Max Spears. In other words, by having Max Spears do this, just regurgitating a lot of the current conspiracy crap that he was, the contemporary conspiracy crap he was hoovering, vacuuming out of the sewer shit that is the internet at that time, he became just another conspiracy peddler. You get what I'm saying? Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny, Douglas, is I kind of picked up on something that, a lot of times that maybe people don't really understand, or they may not perceive you as having a heart, or maybe you might be a little bit heartless, or maybe a little bit cold sometimes. But I kind of pick up on something that you do have compassion. And you showed compassion, especially to Max Spears, because when basically after, you sort of analyzed the whole thing, the snuff film and everything like that, and the fact that you really sort of harnessed the essence of Max towards his end.
Thank you.
Which was extremely sad, because he was this child that was, sort of the subject to whatever it was, and had all these abuses. And towards the end, he only had these sort of like last few words that was, he was being questioned by that guy, Alexander.
Thank you.
And the guy was just like trying to get more out of him as much as he possibly can, just trying to get anything he could out of Max. And, all Max really could give back was like, he was like, how do you feel? How do you feel? And then he feels ashamed. And like, no one really picked up on that last part. You definitely did. So I just think that's really cool that, you do have compassion, and it showed that, because not everyone would pick up on that. It's really shitty. It's really shitty that was the last couple things that he said, you know what I mean?
Thank you. No, it's so important, and if Max were alive, as I had said, and you probably heard me say that, I would tell him there's nothing to be ashamed of. And by the way, do you notice the parallel? Nemo, Mark, help me out here. Do either of you gentlemen notice the parallel between Alexander and his tone and the way he was just like Max was a turnip, and he was just taking him and squeezing out all the juice and shit. Yeah. And you notice the parallel between that and the Bulgarian bozos who were interviewing myself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, it's that, I don't know if it's that like cold Baltic, Slavic just energy. I don't know. I don't want to be presumptuous. It's almost stereotypical to say so, but it's that really just, I just can't imagine what the feeling, the isolation, the desperation, all these feelings that may have been coming through him, as these were his moments, the last moments, and it's like they're just like you said, they're just draining this being dry of whatever that he has left, just to get some fucking content. Or whatever, you know what I mean? And mostly it's not content. It was more of like a sacrifice video or you sacrifice audio. If
the interviewer had any concern, he would have immediately got a medical emergency to help.
Oh, dude, Max. It's the most bizarre. Don't even bother looking into it. It's just the stupidest rabbit hole. The totally fucked up situation at the end. I won't even go into it more just because out of due respect, but because it's just, what a weird situation, man. What a bizarre situation.
And understand that what Mark is saying is he's not dismissing it. He's not saying don't listen to it, though I understand if he is saying that, I could understand why as well. But it's one of these things where Mark is just so, it's so depressing. It is so devastating. The word is devastating. It's kind of like what Brooke Gibson was describing when she watched Human Centipede. And this is where, it's an important point, because for those who, it is funny. Yeah. It's funny, but at the same time, you see, the problem with Brooke is she is so kind and gentle a soul, because she loves animals, because animals are unconditional love, or they're simply beings that are innocent. And so she loves them. And she has the capacity to love them, because Brooke really hasn't had a loving experience from human beings. That's the problem in her life. Does that make sense? And when it comes to someone like, shall we say, when she watches something like The Human Centipede, she's empathetic enough because, and this is why she lashes out. She tries to, that's her armor. She's armoring herself. She lashes out and attacks people and behaves like a fucking cunt because she can't take being intimate with people because people are so cruel. And does that make sense? And so so when she watches The Human Centipede, she feels the pain of those victims. And the end of that film truly devastates her. So it's something that this is what Mark is saying when he's talking about Max Spears' last moments. When he's saying, it's the stupidest rabbit hole. He doesn't mean that it's stupid and that Max Spears is stupid. He's saying that it's you'll find yourself so discombobulated that it stupefies you. It literally, it renders a person, it takes away from your brain cells. Your brain cells begin to die and you become...
Right. And it's the worst thing. It's like, to have a quote unquote conspiracy theorist die by conspiracy means.
Yes.
Like completely bogus and whacked out.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Which validates him completely while defaming him. Yes. While simultaneously.
Exactly. Exactly. And also, with the harassment of supposedly his mother and family and things like that, like just Jesus Christ, man. Like it just goes to show you the impunity, just just the pure, I guess, the power of whatever is.
Well, remember that Aquino was still alive, and remember that at that time Aquino was still alive, still wielding his power, and that our man Max Spears, one of the other things he said, and both of you will probably remember this as soon as I say it. He said, "Someday there'll be an accounting between Aquino and I. Someday." There will be an accounting. And it was like he was hoping for that ultimate confrontation, but it was happening then. The accounting was happening then, and Aquino was making certain he wouldn't survive this. And for God's sakes, everyone, Nemo, Mark, tell the listeners that throughout the audio, there's the visible slaps and punches against...
loud background noises, to try and keep him awake.
They're not...
passing out.
No, Nemo.
So the background noises, the fire slapping was a physical manifestation of what was happening to him internally. And it was reminding him, it was partially, yes, it was to keep him awake for the torture, but it was a manifestation of the slapping that was happening to him spiritually. No, and he knew it was happening to him.
No,
he explained it. He says, Go ahead.
No, go on, Mark. Say what you're going to say first, please.
Well, he as this was happening, he was explaining, and he says, "Oh, isn't that funny? It sort of works with it." And he was talking about how he was feeling, and then he started talking about, he's feeling like he was on fire inside, like they were burning him inside. And then he had auditory, so then he was beginning to have his auditory attacks because Max Spears was known to be sensitive to auditory. His auditory senses was very sensitive. So that was one way that he was very perceptive, and that was one way that they were easily attacked. So he was hearing voices, and it was so loud that you could almost hear someone say, "Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up." It was just, if you hear it loud enough, you can almost hear it. You can hear something screaming in the background. What a weird fucking.
Yeah, I wasn't able to listen to the interview fully because that background crackling noise was just too obnoxious. I couldn't stand it. It was too loud.
I appreciate what both of you gentlemen are saying, and also bear in mind that the phenomenon that Mark H. is referencing, what Mark H. is really referring us to, is the fact that there is a paranormal phenomenon where someone's experience is so intense that other people begin to experience their experience. In other words, if someone is schizophrenic, and believe me, this will happen. Say, for instance, there's this one beautiful Slavic woman who happens to be schizophrenic, and she delivered a TED Talk. So look up TED Talk schizophrenic scientist, and she's a full-fledged scientist with a doctoral degree in her field of study, which to my embarrassment, I don't remember any more than I remember her name, which I don't remember at all, but if I looked it up, I could probably find it fairly easily. But there are what are called TED Talks, and of course people, there's all kinds of TED Talks. Funniest thing I ever saw was one of the comments on the TED Talks that said, I gotta remember never to look at these comments before I review an interview. Because, the comments are full of stupid people and trolls and shit, right? So, but at any rate, when it came to this schizophrenic woman who was delivering a talk on schizophrenia, it wasn't that TED Talk that really made me appreciate her. What made me appreciate her was her being interviewed by this incredible interviewer. He's this man who I can't even comprehend how he does it, but he's got some little YouTube thing he puts out that sporadically, it might be part of some broadcast or something that's on some network or something that then gets uploaded to YouTube, but it seems to be purely YouTube to me. But this guy, he's called Very Special People or Extraordinary People or something like that. But it's like, I couldn't do what he does to save my soul. He goes around, he interviews people who are developmentally disabled, who are horribly injured, people who are just suffering terribly. But one of these, suffering terribly where it's like they're visibly scarred or just demonstrably. I'm not talking about people like, oh, I had a bad day suffering. I'm talking about people who are demonstrably suffering so terribly that you look at them and you see, and you basically say, I don't want to be that guy. That's how bad this guy goes around interviewing these people. And he does so with compassion and just a wonderful human being. If he dies, he should be made a fucking saint. But, this guy, I don't know his name either. But it's just too painful. It's just too painful to watch this stuff. But he was interviewing the schizophrenic woman. And so when he was interviewing the schizophrenic doctor, I recognized her from the TED Talk. She pointed out, he was asking her, stupid question, right? What's it like? What's it like? And saying, well, right now I'm seeing someone at the other end of the room who's not there. And then he goes to look, what? Where? He's not being an asshole. He's like any normal person would do this, right? Like, oh, where? And then she tells him, don't look at it. And he's like, whoa, because he's taken aback, but she said it with such force, don't look at it. And he's like, what? It's just like telling him, you reinforce the hallucination. So it's like you give it solidity. Like if she were in a crowded room and somebody were interrogating her and forcing her to talk about what she's seeing, and she says, I see a person at the other end of the room, and then everybody looks, they bring reality to her hallucination. This is what she was trying to explain as a scientist. What she's trying to explain is quantum mechanics of a tulpa. A tulpa may be a thought form, but that thought form is given reality when enough people engage it. Does that make sense? So when it comes to what Mark H. is describing, you can hear Max Spears' auditory hallucinations. You can hear them, what he's experiencing before he dies, because his dying is so intense and the experience he's going through is so intensive, you're feeling what he's feeling. And it comes across on tape. But it's well beyond that. Mark H. is not doing it justice. The reality of what happened is, as I was trained by professional torturers, Michael Aquino was one of the masters at generating psychological and physical pain. He trained interrogators. I've explained this before. Some of the training was done on the biofac simulacra. In fact, they were part of an intensive torture training regimen. Now, both these gentlemen are familiar with the background of that. One of the things they do when they're torturing people is they build a big fucking fire in the vicinity. Now, that fire, you got to remember, for anyone who's looking at the Max Spears video, The last few videos he made before he died were in Poland in the middle of summer. The heat is overwhelming and it's already intense. So you see him in one of these videos wearing a bomber jacket, and he has to take it off because he was wearing the bomber jacket to look cool. He's trying to present himself. You know, some people sacrifice comfort for style. So he's wearing the bomber jacket, and he's finally has to take it off because it's just too hot. So understand that there's no goddamn good reason for a fire to be going when they're interrogating him in the middle of July. So when you had Max Spears being interrogated, and there's no other word for it, understand that they themselves, the people in that room, the interrogators, must have been suffering intensely, but they're moderating their suffering by hydration and basically dousing themselves with liquid. They were probably half naked, probably shirtless, and dousing themselves with water, which they were not given to Max Spears. And they kept the fire on in the background, as Aquino would say, to simulate the climate of hell itself. And all of the popping and the crackling was just cover for their hitting him. So if you listen to that audio with the trained ear of an interrogator like myself, who's had the training of a torturer, you hear them hitting him. You hear them slapping him. You hear them break a finger bone. And another. And another. All the way down to the stump of his hand. All that being covered up by this, oh, it's a crackling of the fire. It's crackling of the fire in the background. And you hear them literally slamming a book on his head. Bah! And for somebody who's heard the effects of a rubber mallet smacked against human flesh and a human skull in the past, to the point where you create a blood clot in the brain that just spreads like a bruise, but no indication that a person has been hit externally, I know exactly what that rubber mallet smacking against a human skull sounds like. You hear that several times in that interview. And they said, we got the fire going on in the background. In the middle of July. And nobody in Poland, of course the police knew he was murdered. They didn't give a shit. Nobody in Poland gave a damn. Here's this individual being murdered on tape. That's evidence the guy's being murdered, because any investigator could say, why on earth would you have a fire roaring in the middle of July? Everyone knows how hot it is there. So there's some cover in the background with the fire, but most of the snaps and cracks you hear are breaking finger bones, slaps with rubber mallets, heavy books, and they're pounding them while they're talking to him and laughing when they're saying, where were you born? Sounding just like Boris Karloff. He's going, Canterbury, England. And then the fucking evil Polak is saying, Canterbury, what can't you bury? Just all the while smugly laughing at this man while they tear him apart slowly, bit by bit. Max, of course, drugged only enough so that he's in no control of the situation, unable to summon the willpower to fight back, and then ultimately killed. And then what does Miles Johnston do? Our Lady Michelle's asking about the black goo. Please, honey, you're above that. You're better than that. We all have these moments when we expose something about ourselves that's naive. Brooke did with the Rothschild giraffes. Understand, of course, Rothschilds are extraordinarily rich. They can afford to have a game preserve and a species of giraffe named after them. But Brooke read online some crap sent to her by Ian West, no doubt, that, the giraffes were meat-eating giraffes, carnivorous giraffes, genetically engineered by the Rothschilds. I told her, come on, you're above that, honey. And she later on came down from that trip, thank God, and grounded herself. Nemo kind of displayed that same kind of vulnerability when he saw, who was that famous chick dancing and her false eyelashes were falling out, so people were saying she was a reptilian.
Kate Perry.
Thank you. Yeah. And Michelle asking this, and she's saying, I'm asking because foolish people tried to link him to Black Goo. So I'm telling you now, honey, what happened was when he died, and the Polish police were just basically, chucking him out of Poland, Miles Johnston came on bandwidth before Max Spears' own mother knew about his death. Miles Johnston came on bandwidth and said, Max Spears is dead, and he was leaking black goo, spurting it like miniature water fountains, or like the way a whale spews out water from its blowhole. He was blowing out black goo from his piss slit, from his anus, from his tear ducts, from his nostrils. All the black goo was coming out of him from every orifice. Every single hole his body had was spewing out the black goo. And that, of course, was all bullshit, and none of it was true. But that was adding to the black goo mystique that they were pushing for the X-Files, which is all part of this bullshit, because anybody who's watched the X-Files and has an iota of brain cell will know that the X-File is, of course, a propaganda campaign for the deep state. And so they were pushing the black goo. Now, I've told everyone about the real background of the black goo before. It was originally called red mercury. And red mercury was supposed to be this element that could do anything. It was all part of what you call a counter-espionage campaign. It's kind of like when you want to find the mole. You want to find who's leaking the information to the enemy. You feed them false info. And that way when the enemy starts... Thank you. Smoke them out. Thank you. If you wanted to identify who's the Russian spy in our midst, then you put out the myth out there, the misinformation that we've developed a liquid explosive that we're inserting into vodka, so people who drink vodka will blow up. And then someone says, oh my God, everybody in Russia's going to die. And they leak that to the Russians. You smoked out the mole. This is what red mercury was supposed to do for the Soviets. So the Soviets wound up saying, we got the red mercury. And they're Soviets, right? So it's red. And the red mercury can do anything. It's like nuclear, but it's a liquid. But it's like a liquid atomic bomb. Imagine that, a liquid atomic bomb. And so as Michelle says, this way I'm providing the proper context. Thank you, honey. So that was how the black goo myth started on the American side through the fucking X-Files. And they weren't smoking anyone out at that point. They're trying to put people under the smokescreen, the mind-numbing fog of misinformation. And that was to get everyone believing that there's this black goo that can do anything. The man who promoted it the most was this human piece of shit named David Griffin, who was interviewing me years ago and had me on an interview where he then tried to defame me, slander me, claim that I was a liar, while continually playing my interview to get all the hits. Now, that eventually vanished off YouTube, and I'm sure people can find it with the Wayback Machine or somewhere on the deep web, but it was David Griffin interviewing Douglas Dietrich. And this same motherfucker was later on pushing the black goo, saying it was developed in England or something discovered in the Antarctic during the campaign for the Falklands. And then he was pushing all this shit about the black goo while he was interviewing myself. So David Griffin was one of the first disinfo agents out of England pushing the black goo. Now, we know he works for the deep state, because he was claiming he was contacted by a U.S. Army recruiter who said I was never in the Marine Corps and was going on this public slander campaign with Richard K. Cole Jr. So, ask yourself the common sense question, of course. Why would a U.S. Army recruiter contact some doofus in Britain to tell him Douglas Dietrich was never in the Marine Corps when he's not even in the same branch of service? It doesn't even make any fucking sense. But this is how they operate. It's just, they just throw all the shit they can at the wall and see what sticks. Even though all it does is slide and smell up the room. That's all they're trying to do, is create a big enough stink so that everyone turns away. So that everyone looks in the room and says, it stinks too much in here, I'm going out. You know, so...
Right.
Yeah.
Whoever makes the first stink, usually that sticks with people psychologically, unfortunately.
Yes, because people are vulnerable like that. And so when it comes to Michelle, she's saying, yes, I am still above that. I love Max too much to allow ridicule, even the possible or probable. Well, thank you, honey. And but in terms of the black goo, that's what part of that was. They were trying to just turn Max into like the dead body on display in the freak circus, and turn him into this black goo disinformation, part of this promotional campaign set up by the British. And remember, when it comes to X-Files, it's not an American series. That was Canadian. It was produced by the British Commonwealth. So when you're watching the X-Files, it's not an American-made piece of work. It's all Canadian. Chris Carter is Canadian. It's all filmed in Canada. All of those actors are Canadian, the overwhelming majority of them, except for the Jewish guy who played Fox Mulder, who was originally Spooky Mulder, and they changed it to Fox to sex him up, and Dana Scully, who is the character, played by, I can't even remember her name, but my dad had a crush on her, and that's why I was forced to watch every episode of The X-Files, because he had it on because he loved Gillian Anderson. Had a crush on Gillian Anderson. Jesus Christ. And, so at any rate, when it came to The X-Files, remember, it's British Commonwealth bullshit you're watching when you're watching The X-Files. That guy who played the cigarette smoking man is as Canadian as the day is long. He's up there with moose and beaver and Royal Canadian Mounties and shit. But when it comes to everyone on that series was Canadian except for the two leads. And maybe the guy who played the guy with glasses who was the FBI superior to the team. But other than that, they were pushing black goo because the Brits were pushing it, and the Brits were trying to smoke out people originally, and then it went rampant, it went viral. So there you go with that. So the Soviets had red mercury, the Brits had black goo, and then it spread everywhere else to the American scene. So it's like through X-Files. But there you go with that. So that puts that into context. And aside from all of that, when hopefully now that's put into some perspective and some context. And how I first met Max was at the Super Soldier Summit organized by Lorien Ann Fenton. And there was this gorgeous girl who was dressed like she was going to a ballroom, dressed the way you would dress for an executive dinner, like the Black and White Ball in San Francisco. And she was dressed to the nines in a form-fitting dress that showed cleavage and ass, and she was hot. She obviously had probably contracted, I'm speculating, a number of sexually transmitted diseases, probably herpes that was under a mild breakout, maybe hepatitis from drug use, but I doubt it. It was probably herpes, mild breakout of herpes was she had, but she was covering it heavily with makeup. Honestly, other than that, she was gorgeous. And the majority of men, probably including myself, wouldn't give a damn about contracting the disease just to have sex with her. And when, of course, I approached her, I'm waiting for Max. Or it was like that. Of course, I didn't know who the hell Max was. Then some guy shows up who was this disheveled, homeless-looking young man who looked like he needed help. I mean, like we needed to call the ambulance help. He looked like he'd just been mugged. He's wearing sneakers. His shirt's out of his pants, and he's got vomit all over his shirt, vomit on his sneakers. And I mean, this guy's just puked all over himself. He comes up to me and, Douglas! And he collapses. He collapses on me. Collapses on me. And I'm like, oh man, get this off of me. You know, this poor vomit riddled guy. You know, if he wasn't such a wholesome looking young man otherwise, you know, literally I would have started beating him. But he, you know, had that sense of vulnerability, like, oh my God, ooh, did you just survive a mugging? You know, I was just thinking, you know, and then it turns out this girl's looking at me, you know, I mean, like inches away, just comes up to me and is like standing inches away, and I'm like, is this yours? You know, and it's like, you know, she's like, oh, that's Max, and I'm, what? Like, really? I mean, you're kidding, right? You're waiting for this? And it's like you know, I said, you want to help me? Put him down into a chair? But she's just clutching her purse, just standing there. And, you know, and I'd lay him down on this, like, chair, you know. You do realize how awkward this is? You're trying to help someone who's truly unconscious. You're bearing all their weight. You're trying to help them onto a chair. And it's like, you know, it's like sliding something out from under a microscope slab. I mean, this kid is rubber boy now, right? He's like, you know, he's not giving me any help. She ain't helping me. She's afraid to break a nail. And, you know, so I get him down there on the chair and he's like collapsing, and I'm trying to make certain he's upright enough so he doesn't choke on his own puke. And while I'm doing that, I'm saying, how do you know this guy? It's just, oh, Max, we met on a dating site. And by the way, just so people understand the surreality here of this entire situation, it's people who are used to someone with a condition. Like if someone has Parkinson's disease, someone has, those grand mal seizures. If someone has like grand mal seizures every once in a while, and somebody who's been with them all their life, a relative, spouse, then they're nonplussed when they go into their act. When somebody starts the grand mal seizure, or somebody starts spasming and they're frothing at the mouth, and somebody's just sitting there calmly, you know, sipping their tea or, you know, their martini or whatever, and everyone else is freaking out. But the person who knows them is very calm about it. Like, you know, they do this, though. This will pass, you know. Just when people inquire, like, oh, do you need help? We call it, you know, she was that. It's like that. I mean,
Who was the girl? Who was it, Douglas?
I don't remember her name, but she was just basically some prostitute or escort that was supposed to make certain that he died. I'll get into that in a second. But this chick had a butterfly tattoo. Butterfly tattoo for, you know, Project Boner.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Did I not say that in the last one of the transmissions?
Yeah, please bring it up. Bring it up again. Tell us.
I'm telling you, the Monarch if you see a girl with a Monarch tattoo anywhere, run. Just freaking run. Just run. Listen, it'll be fantastic, but just run. Just run. Yeah. Just don't even bother. It's just like that classic mind control, just weird fucking. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the ink that buries into the blood that goes to the brain. I don't know. Don't know what it is, but watch out for the Monarch tattoos. Watch out.
Thank you. By the way, Nemo, say goodbye to our listeners. You're going to cook dinner. Okay.
Yeah. Doug, I'm actually gonna head out myself. Okay. I really appreciate you having me on, by the way.
Of course, always an honor and a privilege for both of you gentlemen.
Good morning, day and night to everybody. Please support Douglas any way you can. Send him donations via PayPal or buy his books on Amazon, please. Have a good one, everybody, and take care. Have a good one, Mark and Doug. Michelle, take it easy.
Take care, Nemo. Have a good day, Nemo.
You too.
Take care, Doug.
Goodbye.
And you're also taking off, Mark. Goodbye for Nemo, yes. So Nemo's left
Yeah,
for
I'm
now.
gonna take off myself.
Okay.
It's been fantastic talking to you. And Douglas, next show I would love to, if get a chance, if there's a possibility to speak on the more on the Raelian movement, just because I have a little more insights on that, as I know you have some as well. But I would like to speak more next time if that's possible.
Please, yes, by all means. So what we'll do is do remember that on is it Wednesday? I think that our man. Let me see if I can scroll up a bit and see what our man George Knight said. George Knight will be with us throughout the 8 hours of Wednesday, and we're going to try and get him to mostly speak. But certainly, you're welcome to speak a bit. I'm sure he'll be happy to have you on and speak a bit to such things. So, yeah, let's take a look at what George Knight said. Yeah, I'll be joining you Wednesday. So basically what he's saying is Wednesday is our day. So I do want everyone to know we're going to dedicate the Wednesday program to George Knight. He'll be with us throughout the night. I'm glad to spend time with both these gentlemen. What we'll do, Mark, is if not on Wednesday, maybe this coming Sunday. Yeah,
Perfect.
we'll go back to talking about how I met Max Spears, because there's no point in my going on with the rest of the story while the both of you are gone. But I definitely appreciate the fact that you were along with Nemo, even to a degree, Ian West joining us tonight, and obviously Michelle, of course. And I'm so glad we were able to. That was really a God shot that Nemo caught what he did with Joe Tai and shared that with us. That at least was, I appreciate that profoundly. So if you're listening, Nemo, understand how much I appreciate that. And so what we're going to, if Mark hangs up, the stream will continue. So what I'll ask Mark to do is, when you hang up, make certain that you get into the chat room and let me know if you can still hear me. Okay?
Absolutely. My pleasure. My pleasure, sir.
Excellent.
Have a good night, and God bless.
Yes, we love you dearly, as well as Nemo and of course Michelle. All right, he's going to hang up any minute. Take care, dear Mark. Bye for now. And okay, so with that, we're gonna see if he can still hear me in the chat, and he's in the chat as Marky Milk. We're maintaining good numbers, and that's thanks to what we were covering, and little awkward there for a bit when Ian dropped on, but he did say, he was apologizing to a degree, but it's not like he's still providing me the correct number in any way, shape, or form. So what the fuck? It's like, well, that's like, it is what it is. And till he does that, I'm not going to be in very apologetic a mood with him. By the way, Marky Milk says still loud and clear, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Profoundly appreciate it, and definitely appreciate his doing what he did there. And with that, we'll give him the thumbs up, and I will start going into monologue. Now we've got about 10 to 11, 11 to 12. A little less than 3 hours left, but I'll try my best to fill that in with monologue. I'll try and get into the mood, so to speak. Let me drink a little water here. Earlier, when our man Peter Moon was taking a swig of water, it sounded horrible every time he did so, and I'm sure it sounds just as horrible when I do so. And for that, I appreciate everybody's patience. Now, numbers are still holding, even going up, and for that I do want to thank everybody for joining us. So I'll try and do it justice and give you as best an analysis as possible. Probably go in a little bit into Russia and China again, because these are obviously current topics that are profoundly important. Oh gosh, I never even had a chance to cover a little bit about the Maui thing with Peter Moon, in the sense of actually giving him some feedback on that. But I think he really needed the time to catch everybody up on the space he was in. When he took off towards the end, as anyone does with lack of sleep, he seemed a little irritable to me, but not saying anything that was irritating, was irritated by shall we say, what I said or anything. Just, getting irritated because he needed sleep at that point. All right. Be patient while I rehydrate and prepare myself to go into that kind of semi-trance I go into when I go into monologue, which requires almost kind of like a trance-like mood and state of mind. And I want to thank in particular our dear Sammy Romero, who his wife's given birth, and his twin brother Isaac, whose wife just gave birth. They're both have their wives given birth pretty much right in a row, and his twin brother Isaac came down with COVID. So the wife and child had to get out of the house, and he's suffering alone. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. Remember, people can die from COVID. So yes, maintain him in thought and prayer so that doesn't happen. It's the last thing we need for somebody who just became a father. And with our man, both of them, they're both in greater Los Angeles, and the earthquake was 5.5 on the Richter scale. I do believe both of them are safe. That's my understanding. But everybody maintain them in thought and prayer anyway, especially with the COVID situation for twin brother Isaac, twin brother of Sammy Romero. And I believe it was Sammy Romero who sent myself the water, and I certainly need it. Certainly I'm putting it to good use. And it's delightful. Honestly, it's refreshing to have straight water. By that I mean, as opposed to this carbonated mineral water from Germany, which is fabulous, but you have no idea how straight water tastes. That's non-carbonated and just pure water, as opposed to heavy mineral content tasting of calcium and magnesium, which doesn't taste bad, but is definitely a taste that it's not good for tea. It's great for soup. It's great for my noodle soup, but it's not too good for tea. At any rate, it is what it is. The reason I drink it is supposed to really keep your hair growing. Not that I'm losing any hair, but I never want to. So it's basically vanity has got me drinking this shit. And that's why they charge so much. Not that that's part of any advertising campaign, but according to the in-circuit on health, that's what it's supposed to be all about. All right, going to go into monologue now. And aside from Sammy Romero, thanks again to Stephen Myers, who contributed $50 United States for water to quench your thirst. Bless you. And aside from that, of course, as I pointed out, Michelle Carmela Saldana contributed $25 United States last month, which, she's doing her bit to help support me. And I'll need that support from all of you. Okay, that's to make the rent so that I continue hosting the show as I do. All that being said, I want to let people know about, BRICS. You remember what I've said about BRICS, which is an acronym for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. South-Africa in the correct Dutch and African pronunciation. So there's this BRICS no-show that speaks volumes about Putin's shrinking horizons. Yes. Once upon a time, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin was the man to see. In the weeks preceding Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, world leaders took turns shuttling to Moscow in the Russian, to urge the Kremlin tyrant to step back from the brink and call off any plans for an attack. Those efforts failed, but the man who set a catastrophic war in motion now finds his travel options extremely limited. That may seem a trifling matter for a man who rules an empire that spans 11 time zones. After all, Putin has an open door to Beijing, and Kremlin-friendly leaders in Central Asia and Iran have rolled out the welcome mat since February's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. And, of course, he'll always have Minsk, capital of White Russia, Belarus, the Belarusian strongman Alexander Lukashenko, who provided Russia a launching pad for the invasion, has also played host to Vladimir Putin. But Putin will be notably absent from a key global forum this week, the BRICS Summit in Johannesburg, capital of South Africa. His no-show speaks volumes about Russia's isolation and Putin's shrinking horizons. The leaders of the other members of the BRICS economic bloc, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Communist Chinese Empire's dictator Xi Jinping, Brazil's electoral tyrant Luiz Lula da Silva, and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi are all expected to be there. But yestermensis, last month, Ramaphosa's office said Putin would not attend by mutual agreement. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is standing in for him, although the Russian state media have said that Putin will appear via video link. Does it really matter if Putin phones this one in? Taking part in an international talking shop may be a convenient way to act like a player on the global stage, but Putin is missing more than just another group photo here. Putin is a staunch proponent of what he calls a multipolar world order, promoting structures such as the BRICS as a counterweight to American and Western-led institutions that have harshly condemned the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire for its war on Ukraine. And while Russia's actions may have brought broad condemnation for the West, it remains locked in a campaign for international influence and support, particularly across the global South. Bolstering such support against the background of the war on Ukraine was a key objective of Putin's recent Russia-Africa summit in St. Petersburg. The turnout by black African leaders may have disappointed the Kremlin. Less than half of the heads of state who attended a similar 2019 conference showed up for last month's event. But Russian foreign policy is still banking on diplomatic and political support from countries across Africa, Latin America, and Asia. So why would Putin miss out on another opportunity to promote his vision? Well, for starters, there's the not insignificant issue of a warrant from the International Criminal Court. In March, the ICC issued a warrant for Putin and another Russian official for a conspiracy to deport hundreds of thousands of underage Ukrainian children to Russia. A mass child abduction by the greatest pedophile on earth, running Russia under a pedopathocracy. The ICC warrant put South Africa in a bind. As a signatory to the treaty governing the Hague Court, South Africa is obliged to arrest individuals indicted by the ICC. It's magical thinking to assume that Putin might have been arrested on the tarmac in Johannesburg. After all, then Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir, who was and remains under indictment for war crimes and crimes against humanity linked to the genocide in Darfur, managed to dodge such a fate during a 2015 visit to South Africa, exiting the country while a court considered a request from the ICC to arrest him. The Kremlin, of course, bristles at any implication that Putin is ducking out of the BRICS summit because of an ICC warrant. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov denied claims made by Ramaphosa in a confidential affidavit that Russia would view the arrest of Putin as a declaration of war. And, according to the state news agency of the Kremlin itself, the TASS, T-A-S-S, Putin himself told journalists on July 29th that he didn't think his presence at BRICS was more important than my presence in Russia now. Regardless of motive, The optics of a no-show by Putin at the summit are not good for Moscow. But Russia is pressing ahead with a PR campaign that casts Russia as a staunchly anti-colonial power that supports a more just and equitable world order. In a newly published interview, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov laid out the main talking points. The United States and its allies, or the American Empire and our allies to be more precise, in Lavrov's words, to quote his T at length and verbatim, are trying to slow down the neutral, or I'm trying to translate from the Russian here for you. They're trying to slow down the natural evolution of international relations and the formation of a multipolar system, or even reverse the process. They are not averse to using inappropriate and illegal methods, including the use of force or unilateral sanctions, not approved by the United Nations Security Council, information and psychological warfare, etc., in order to bend the world to suit their needs. I certainly agree that the concept of Western domination promoted by the United States and its subordinate countries does not provide for the harmonious development of all of humanity. On the contrary, we must deal with the Western minorities' never-ending striving for military, political, financial, and economic expansion. Their slogans change. They promote globalization, then Westernization, Americanization, universalization, liberalization, etc. But the essence remains the same. They strive to subordinate every independent player and force them to play by the rules that are beneficial to the West. The irony here is pretty fucking rich. Russia, after all, is waging a war of aggression on Ukraine that Putin has justified in starkly imperial terms. And the end of the unipolar world, in Putin's perspective, seems to mean that Russia can go about the bloody business of occupying Ukraine unfettered by international norms, under the false banner of liberation. That brings us, of course, to the situation of Ukraine's future and Putin's own fate along the treacherous path to a better Russia. Now, of course, I'd like to, well, I'll segue soon enough into what's going on with Communist China as well. Obviously, they're dropping the mask. Communist China is going all in to start selling lethal weapons to the Russians to promote their war. That's good by me, because the Sino-Slavic synaxes, well, they're going to be solidifying the fact that they're the front lines of a new enemy on the world scene. An enemy that we've got to combat until regime change in the case of both empires. Now, I'm definitely thinking along the lines of where to go next with this. And I think that probably just going back to Russia for now while I'm on the scene, so to speak, would be the most effective way to kind of, well, build on what I was discussing to close our latest transmission before tonight's. So let's see if I can maintain myself on this tread of thought. And by the way, we got Ortega allowing Russian military to establish bases and cruise missile batteries in Nicaragua. Then, of course, the Sino-Slavic synaxis is going to try and build a new canal there. We'll see what happens over that. Now, back to the task at hand. Trying to center myself. A month after Russia launched a brutal invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, the American president, Joseph Biden, said of his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, "For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power." Biden's off-the-cuff remark, which his administration swiftly sought to walk back, did not merely reflect anger at the destruction unleashed by Putin's war of choice. It also revealed the deeply held assumption that relations between Russia and the West cannot improve as long as Vladimir Putin remains in office. Such a sentiment is widely shared among officials in the Transatlantic Alliance and, of course, Ukraine itself, most volubly by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who last September ruled out peace talks until a new Russian leader is in place. There is good reason to be pessimistic about the prospects of Russia's changing course under Putin. He has taken his country in a darker, more authoritarian direction, a turn intensified by the invasion of Ukraine, the wrongful detention of the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in March, and the sentencing of the opposition activist Vladimir Kara-Murza to a 25-year prison term in April, for example, are eerily reminiscent of measures from Soviet times. Once leaders grow to rely on repression, straight repression, open repression, they become reluctant to exercise restraint, for fear that doing so could suggest weakness and embolden their critics and challengers. If anything, Putin is moving Russia more and more toward totalitarianism as he attempts to mobilize Russian society in support of not just his war on Ukraine, but also his antipathy to the West. If the West's relations with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire are unlikely to change while Putin is in power, perhaps things could improve were he to depart. But the track record of political transitions that follow the exits of longtime authoritarian leaders offers little room for optimism. The path to a better Russia is not just narrow, it is treacherous. Authoritarian leaders rarely lose power while still waging war they initiated. As long as the war continues, Putin's position is more secure, making positive change less likely. What is more, authoritarian regimes most often survive in the wake of the departure of longtime leaders such as Putin. Were Putin to die in office or be removed by insiders, the regime would most likely endure intact. In such a case, the contours of Russian foreign policy would stay largely the same, with the Kremlin locked in a period of protracted confrontation with the West. A new protracted conflict being just another word for Cold War, which, of course, is just a cover phrase for a Fourth World War. One development, however, could spark more substantive change in Russia: a Ukrainian victory. Kiev's triumph in the war raises the possibility, even if only slightly, that Putin could be forced out of office, creating an opening for a new style of Russian government. A Russian defeat in this war could galvanize the kind of bottom-up pressure that is needed to upend Putin's regime. Such a development carries risks of violence, chaos, and even the chance of a more hardline government emerging in the Kremlin. But it also opens the possibility of a more hopeful future for Russia and for its relations with its neighbors and the West. Although fraught, the most likely path to a better Russia now runs through Ukrainian success. That brings us to the persistence of Putin himself. The first barrier to a post-Putinist Russia is, of course, the person of Putin himself. After 23 years in power, and despite the challenges that have mounted since his invasion of Ukraine, Putin looks set to retain power until at least 2036, the end of his constitutional term limit, perhaps even longer. Since the end of the Cold War, the Third World War, in effect, the typical autocrat who had governed a country for 20 years and was at least 65 years old, remember Putin is 70, ended up ruling for about 30 years. When such leaders governed personalist autocracies, where power is concentrated in the leader rather than in a party, junta, or royal family, their typical tenure lasted even longer, as much as 36 years. Of course, not all autocrats are so durable. Just a quarter of post-Cold War or post-World War III autocrats have ruled for 20 years or more. Putin's durability stems from the creation in Russia of what the political scientist Milan Shvolik calls an established autocracy, in which regime officials and political and economic elites are fully dependent on the leader and invested in maintaining a status quo from which they benefit. The longer such established autocrats are in power, the less likely they are to be removed by the regime's insiders. A strong consensus among governing officials about the need to use repression to maintain stability, as is currently on full display in Putin's Russia, further reduces the likelihood that the leader will be removed against his will. Russia's war in Ukraine has done little to change Putin's outlook. His grip on power has tightened and will remain strong for as long as the fighting continues. Wars encourage people to rally round the flag, suppressing disagreement and dissent for the sake of national solidarity. Polls have shown that Putin's approval rating shot up 10 points after he launched the invasion. As a wartime dictator, Putin has felt empowered to clamp down on critics and quash reporting by independent media outlets and non-governmental organizations, or NGOs. Perhaps more important, the war has better insulated him from potential challengers from within. A stretched military lacks the bandwidth to mount any coup d'etat. In any case, the security services have profited from the war and have little incentive to throw in their lot with coup plotters. For these reasons, the dynamics created by the war and Putin's own actions have made him more rather than less likely to retain power as the war rages on, further deferring political change in Russia. So it's the Tsar is dead? Long live the Tsar. Still, Putin will not rule forever. At some point, there will be a post-Putin Russia, even if it arrives only after his death. Since the end of the Third World War, so misnomered the Cold War, 40% of longtime leaders, those rulers in power for 20 years or more, of personalist autocracies have relinquished power by dying. Putin appears set to remain in office until the bitter end. The extreme personalization of the political system, including the absence of any strong ruling party apparatus in Russia, makes Putin's passing a potentially perilous period. The most likely scenario is that power will pass to the Prime Minister, currently Mikhail Mishustin, who would become the acting president, as the formal rules so dictate. The upper house of Russia's parliament would then have 12 weeks, a fortwinit, 14 nights, to schedule an election. During that time, the Russian elite would battle to determine who would replace Vladimir Putin. The transition process could be chaotic as key actors vie for power and try to position themselves in ways that maximize and secure their own political influence. The list of regime insiders that would battle it out is long and includes the likes of former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, Sergei Kiryenko, Putin's first deputy of staff, or deputy chief of staff I meant to say, and Dmitry Patrushev, Russia's agricultural minister, whose father, Nikolai, is the head of the Security Council. Others outside the regime, such as Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner mercenary recruitment firm, could add turbulence to this transition. But ultimately, the fractious elites would most likely converge on a technocrat, someone in the vein of Mishustin or Moskva Mayor Sergei Sobyanin, or another seemingly weak consensus candidate whom all players believe can be controlled and who will preserve the regime that benefits them. Once the dust settles, Russia will almost certainly remain an authoritarian empire, since the end of the Third World War that will be recognized as such by future historians, but what we hide from ourselves as the Cold War now, authoritarian regimes have outlasted 89% of the long-time leaders who died in office. And in every instance in which an authoritarian leader's death led to the collapse of his regime, its replacement was also authoritarian. Even in personalist autocracies, where the question of secession is considerably fraught, the same regime has survived the leader's death 83% of the time. Occasionally, an authoritarian leader's death in office can shift the political landscape in liberalizing ways, as when Lansana Conté died in Guinea in 2008, and free and fair elections were held in 2010 for the first time since that country's independence. More often, however, an authoritarian dictator's death in office is it's a remarkably unremarkable event. When dictators are ousted through a coup d'etat or unseated in elections, it is safe to assume that some portion of the elite and the citizenry have lost faith in them. That disgruntlement places the regime itself in jeopardy. But when dictators die of natural causes, no political machinations underlie their demise. The rudiments of the regime remain as they were, and elites have little interest in rocking the boat, although they may feud behind closed doors about who should take over the dictatorship. They usually get in line behind whichever individual they deem the safest bet for the regime's survival. Were Putin to die in office, his successor would probably change little about the Russian regime and its external relations. Successors who deviate from the status quo invite fierce resistance from the old guard, who maintain considerable control over the levers of power in the system. New leaders who inherit office from deceased autocrats therefore tend to adhere to the previous program, no matter how perverse. When they try to go off track, demonstrating a tentative interest in liberalizing reform, as did Bashar al-Assad in Syria, and Shavkat Mirziyoyev in Uzbekistan during their first terms in office, the organs of the state loyal to their predecessors usually pressure them to revert to more traditionally repressive practices. Successors of deceased autocrats also tend to keep waging their predecessors' wars, even when such wars are going badly. The political scientist Sarah Krakow has found that successors who come from within the regime are likely to continue the conflicts they inherit, given that they would be seen as culpable for a wartime defeat. In other words, even if Putin's successor does not share the same wartime objectives, this leader will be concerned that any settlement that looks like defeat would abruptly bring his tenure to an end. Beyond figuring out how to end the war, Putin's successor will be saddled with a long list of vexing problems, including how to settle the status of illegally annexed territories such as the Crimea, whether to pay Ukraine wartime reparations, and whether to accept accountability for war crimes committed in the Ukraine. As such, should Putin die in office, Russia's relations with the United States and Europa will likely remain complicated at best. So, what is to be hoped for, aspired, shall we say, ultimately conspired, is a shock to the system. Because, as it rages on, the war has strengthened Putin's hold on power, and even his death may not usher in significant change. At this point, only a seismic shift in the political landscape could set the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire on a very different path. A Ukrainian triumph, however, could precipitate just such a shift. The clearest victory for Ukraine would entail the restoration of its internationally recognized 1991 borders, including the territory of the Crimea that Russia annexed in 2014. Battlefield realities will make such a comprehensive victory difficult to accomplish, but lesser outcomes that see Russia lose parts of Ukraine that it held before the February 2022 invasion would still send an unambiguous signal of Putin's incompetence as a leader, one of the Kremlin cannot readily suppress for domestic audiences. Such outcomes would raise the prospect, even if only slightly, of Putin's ouster and a greater reckoning within the Kremlin. The most probable path to political change in Russia, then, runs through Ukraine. A Russian defeat will not easily translate into a change at the top. The personalist nature of Putin's regime creates particularly strong resistance to change. Personalist dictatorships have few institutional mechanisms to facilitate coordination among potential challengers, and the elite tend to view their own fates as intertwined with that of the dictator. These dynamics helped personalist tyrants withstand military losses. But even personalist authoritarians are not immune to the fallout of a poor military performance. The political scientists Giacomo Chiozza and H.E. Gomans find that from 1919 to 2003, just under half of all rulers who lost wars also lost power shortly thereafter. As with other seismic events such as economic or natural disasters, military defeats can expose leaders as incompetent, shattering their aura of invincibility. Shocks can create a focal point for mobilization, opening the way for the collective action necessary to dislodge entrenched authoritarian rulers. In such systems, citizens who want reform often exist in larger numbers than assumed, but keep their preferences hidden. Just checking into our structure here. Acid Kick 96 says, "I'm back. Hi everyone. You sound great, DDD. Lots of little green dragons and a psychedelic mushroom, or a poison toadstool, and fireworks. Love you dearly, Acid Kick 96. Thank you so much. And, my love to all who provide my self-support. And so our lovely Michelle Saldana had a nice interchange, or even intercourse in the verbal sense, or the textual sense, with our man Mark Haish in the chat room. Bears for reading. Now we're heading towards only 2 hours left. I'll try and summarize what I can during that time. Never enough time to cover subjects this complex. How should I get back into the train of thought that I was in? The repressed public of such a totalitarian dictatorship, operating frequently as it does in a distorted and unreliable information environment, they know little about whether others share their views, leading to a situation in which everyone keeps their heads down and opposition remains quite private. But a triggering event such as a military defeat can change calculations, encouraging reformist citizens, even if they are only a small minority, to go public with their positions and leading to a cascade effect in which more and more citizens do the same. Put simply, a defeat in the war could serve as the spark that mobilizes opposition to Putin's rule. Crucially, in the event of a Russian defeat, maneuvers against Putin will most likely not come directly from his inner circle. In personalist systems, such as Putin's Russia, regime insiders tend to struggle to coordinate an effective challenge to the leader, not least because the leader seeks to play them off one another. The Russian elite are split into what the Russian analyst Tatiana Stanovaya calls the technocrats, who are senior bureaucrats, regional governors, and other implementers of Putin's policies, and the patriots, who are the heads of the security services, senior officials in Putin's United Russia Party, and the likes of Prigozhin. These groups hold different visions for solving Russia's problems and shaping the empire's future. There is, therefore, a very real risk that a maneuver by one group would not be supported by the other, potentially bringing down the entire system from which they all benefit. Such dangers create high barriers to any challenge to Putin from the inside. Even if some members of the elite wanted to punish Putin for wartime failure, they would have a hard time mustering a united front. Putin himself has sought to divide his officials to better insulate himself from any coup d'etat. For example, the Patriot camp, comprising Russia's security services and the most likely origin of any elite maneuver against Putin himself, is intentionally segmented into the Federal Guard Service, the National Guard, and the Federal Security Service, hindering the sort of unity and coordination necessary for a coup d'etat. The current absence of a viable alternative to Putin also means there be no center of gravity around which a challenge could coalesce. His ability to use the security services to monitor dissent, including using one service to monitor another, and the high costs that come with the detection of dissent, further lessen the chances of any elite rebellion from within. The data confirm that longtime authoritarian leaders face little risk of coups d'etat. As I said, among post-Cold War or Third World War authoritarian tyrants in power for 20 years or more, only 10% have been ousted in coups d'etat. And tellingly, no long-time personalist authoritarian dictator over the age of 65, such as Vladimir Putin himself at the age of 70 years, has been ousted in a coup d'etat throughout this period. But forces originating outside the regime could unseat Putin and meaningfully change Russia's approach to the world. Given the lack of effective institutions to channel dissent in today's Russia, opposition to Putin could spill over, creating a groundswell that could dislodge him. In fact, in cases in which long-time personalist authoritarian leaders do not die in office, the most common way that they are pushed out of power is by pressure from outside the regime. Since the end of the Cold War, the Third World War, in effect, a third of personalist dictators who were in power for 20 years or more were toppled by popular protests or armed rebellions. Putin's actions since the invasion raised the possibility of such pressure. Traditionally, autocrats seek to create an apathetic, demobilized citizenry that they can easily control. Until the invasion, Putin presided over Russia this way. Since he began the war, however, he has been forced to announce a partial mobilization, calling up 300,000 Russians to fight in the Ukraine. He has placed Russia on a wartime footing, As the Russian writer Andrei Kolesnikov has observed, it is no longer possible for Russians to stay disengaged, himself so noting that, to quote his T, more and more Russians who are economically dependent on the state are finding that they have to be active Putinists. Public acts of support for the regime have become more common, as have incidents in which Russians report on the anti-patriotic activities of their fellow citizens. But a more mobilized society could ultimately prove difficult for the regime to control. It's all about mass appeal. Mass appeal, you see. Now, checking live streaming again and maintaining numbers into the last 12 hours that we have. This is actually more like a 13-hour show tonight because of our earlier hour before the DDoS, the dedicated denial of service attack. And, of course, back to where I was in terms of my train of thought. You see, when I speak of mass appeal, a bottom-up challenge to Putin's rule would create the possibility of political change in Russia, but is not without risks. Pressure from below brings with it the potential for chaos and violence. Should it culminate in armed rebellion? Exempli Gracie. In Russia, efforts by ethnic minorities to push for greater sovereignty, as they did after the fall of the Greater Soviet Union, could further delegitimize Putin and even lead to his ouster. Several factors work against such centrifugal forces. Putin has increased his influence over regional leaders by making them more dependent on Moscow. Patriotic pride in the Russian state remains strong in the republics, and the cause of secession is not especially popular anywhere in Russia's sprawl of republics. Yet the comparative data suggest it should not be dismissed. The political scientist Alexander Taining Grandorm has shown that although the personalization of an autocracy makes a leader less vulnerable to internal threats such as coups d'etat, it does so at the expense of raising the risk of civil war. In the post-World War III era, or after the Cold War, so to speak, 13% of longtime personalist leaders were ousted through civil wars. Already, Russia's regions have borne the brunt of the costs of Putin's war in Ukraine. The Kremlin has relied disproportionately on fighters from Russia's poorest regions composed of large populations of ethnic minorities, including once rebellious republics such as Chechnya and provinces such as Buryatia and Tuvia. And in the Tuva, for instance, one of every 3,300 adults has died fighting in Ukraine. The comparable figure for Moscow is one of every 480,000 adults. In other regions, such as Khabarovsk, the city that is directly adjacent to Greater Manchuria, people have been disillusioned with Moscow for some time, as evidenced by anti-government protests there in 2020. But a few years ago, after the Kremlin arrested the region's popular governor, another round of mobilization concentrated in the regions, coupled with mounting economic hardship, could feed secessionist sentiment. A military defeat for the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire could be the catalyst to set the process in motion. A clear Ukrainian victory would signal further weakness in Russia's central authority and in the Russian military itself, spurring major change in Russia by increasing the likelihood that secessionist groups see the moment as ripe for taking up arms. The return to Russia's regions of now veteran fighters with access to weapons but few economic prospects would further facilitate such movements. Political entrepreneurs, such as Prigozhin, may also factor into these dynamics. Prigozhin's efforts to upset the power balance in the Putin regime could ignite conflict between the Wagner paramilitary company and the Russian armed forces and security services, and flare into outright insurgency. The Kremlin would, of course, meet any secessionist bids with violence, as it did during Russia's 12 wars with Chechnya. It is impossible to predict whether such maneuvers for independence could succeed or whether a leadership change at the top, forced by this growing debacle, could promote or could prompt a national reckoning and lead Russians to abjure their country's imperialist designs upon all their neighbors. What is more certain, however, is that violent upheaval tends to beget more violence. When post-World War III autocrats, after the Cold War, have been ousted as a result of civil war, their departures have virtually guaranteed the establishment of new dictatorships, or even worse, outright state failure. Examples include the emergence of the Kabila family's regime in Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, after the overthrow of Mobutu Sese Seko in 1997, and the breakdown of the state in Libya after Muammar al-Gaddafi's ouster in 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus, my wu matron, my mother's murder, what they would call her slaying for the vampire, in 2011, but a single week after the meltdown of Fukushima Daiichi. Should an armed insurgency unseat Putin himself, not only would the aftermath be violent, but the odds of a new dictatorship coming into power would also be high. But there is another, less bloody form of bottom-up pressure that could usher in a more liberal Russia: popular protests. 20% of longtime personalist authoritarian leaders in the post-World War III or after Cold War era have been ousted by mass protests. Of course, such a movement faces incredible obstacles in today's Russia: high levels of repression, the Kremlin's dismantling of the opposition, and the exodus of hundreds of thousands of oftentimes liberal Russians since the invasion, and the exodus of, well, let's just put it this way. These are the Russians who might have otherwise taken to the streets. So, the people who would have performed the protests are gone. And even if dissenters could crowd public squares in large numbers, large-scale protests are by no means guaranteed to topple Putin, given that authoritarian regimes can generally ride out such movements. Consider, for example, the experience of Iran this year, Belarus in 2020 and in 2010, and Russia itself after controversial elections in 2011, the year of my late mother's murder, and 2012. In each case, an authoritarian regime suddenly seemed vulnerable in the face of mass protests, only to reassert its control, often violently. The aftermath of the mass protests that ousted Hosni Mubarak in Egypt in 2011, again, the year of my mother's murder, within a week of Fukushima's meltdown, and Omar al-Bashir in Sudan in 2019, reveal that such movements can also bring new and potentially worse authoritarian regimes to power. The military coup d'etat that toppled the democratically elected leader Mohamed Morsi in Egypt in 2013 illustrates well that powerful security apparatuses do not simply go away when authoritarian regimes lose power. Should these actors conclude that democracy does not suit their interests, they can simply use force to snuff it out. Even worse, events in the Sudan this year make clear that the security apparatus itself, it's often not unified after the end of personalist rule. Once a strong man is no longer at the helm, his divide and conquer strategies can pave the way for conflict to explode among different factions. The security forces in Russia are certainly powerful enough to mount a formidable challenge to any dictator who threatens their interest, and their division into distinct groups increases the chance that they might come to blows with one another. Successful mass protests are not, in other words, guaranteed to produce a better Russia. Nevertheless, popular protests provide the most promising path to a more liberal Russia. Since the end of World War III, the Cold War, as we misnomer it until historians finally regain their senses, there have been 7 instances in which an authoritarian dictator who had been in power for 20 years or more was unseated through protests. In 3 of those, in Indonesia in 1998, Tunisia in 2011, the year of my mother's murder, and Burkina Faso in 2014. The countries staged democratic elections within 2 years. Those odds may seem low, and young democracies can certainly backslide, but consider that there are no examples of democratization after the departure of similar authoritarians who died in office or were overthrown via a coup d'etat or civil war. Other routes to a better democratic future simply do not exist. Put simply, Russians themselves have the best chance of bringing about a better Russia. So, in terms of my advisements in preparing for a post-Putinist Russia, no matter how he leaves office, Putin's exit will likely occur with little warning. His departure will spur significant debate about how best to approach a post-Putinist Russia, not just within policy-making circles in Washington, but within the transatlantic alliance more broadly. Some allies will view Putin's demise as an opportunity to reset relations with Moscow. Others will remain adamant in their perspective that Russia is incapable of change. The American empire must therefore consult allies now about the best approach to a post-Putinist Russia to avoid the prospect that his departure becomes divisive. The unity of our alliance will continue to be critical to managing relations with the future Russian Empire. In any scenario, it will be difficult to discern the intentions of a new Russian dictator, even one who comes to power with the backing of the Russian people. Rather than seeking to decipher Kremlin intentions, which a new leader will have an incentive to misrepresent to secure concessions from the West, the United States and European countries should be prepared to clearly articulate their conditions for an improved relationship. Such conditions should include, at a minimum, Russia's full withdrawal from Ukraine, reparations for wartime damage, and accountability for its human rights violations. As much as the American empire and European countries will want to stabilize relations with a post-Putinist Russia, Moscow must also be interested in the proposition. Given the dim prospects for, and the uncertain outcome of any future protests, the expectation of American and European officials should be that Russia will remain an autocracy even after Putin departs. Since the end of the Third World War, so misnamed the Cold War, authoritarianism has persisted beyond the departure of a longtime autocratic leader in 76% of cases. When such dictators are also older personalist autocrats, authoritarianism endures or states fail 92% of the time. Such leaders deeply entrench authoritarian institutions and practices, casting a long shadow over the empires they rule. Managing relations with Moscow therefore requires a long-term and sustainable strategy to constrain the Russian Empire and its ability to wage aggression beyond its borders. Such a strategy should also aim to weaken the grip of authoritarianism in Russia over time. Corruption has been a key enabler of the Putin regime. Illicit networks entrench regime interests and prevent individuals outside the regime from gaining influence within the system. To weaken these barriers, Washington must properly enforce sanctions on the Kremlin's cronies in the business world, combat money laundering, make financial and real estate markets in the United States and Europe more transparent, and support investigative journalists in their bid to uncover such corruption. The United States can also bolster Russian civil society, an important force in forging a more liberal and democratic country, beginning with supporting the work of the many Russian actors, the many actors in Russian civil society, including journalists and members of the opposition, who have fled the country since the start of the war in February of 2022. Backing them now would help lay the groundwork for a better relationship between the American empire and a post-Putinist Russia. Ultimately, however, Washington and our allies can do little to directly shape Russia's political trajectory. A better Russia can be produced only by a clear and stark Ukrainian victory, which is the most viable catalyst for a popular challenge to Vladimir Putin. Such a resounding defeat is also required to enable Russians to shed their imperialist ambitions and to teach the country's future elites a valuable lesson about the limits of military power. Support for Ukraine, in the form of sustained military assistance and efforts to anchor the country in the West through membership in the European Union and in NATO, will pave the way for improved relations with a new Russian empire. Getting there will be hard, but the more decisive Russia's defeat in Ukraine, the more likely it is that Russia will experience profound political change. One hopes for the better. It's high time to prepare for Russia's collapse. Ever since Russia's failed attempt to take Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and install a puppet government in the early days of the war, the prospect of Kremlin defeat in Ukraine has grown. What is surprising after almost a year of the war is the almost complete absence of any discussion among politicians, policymakers, analysts, and journalists about the consequences of defeat for the revisionist Russian Empire. And, wow, okay. So Amy Como is listening to something, perhaps a different transmission, or maybe she's listening right now to where I was talking about Mel Gibson's movie about the Pacific War. I can't even remember the name of it. I remember it was about a combat medic, but I can't remember the name of his film. And she says that Tiger Balm Caves was where the Japanese were installed during the war, so I think she's referencing that film. Thank you, honey. And Tiger Balm, of course, is a topical analgesiac, a medicine that you rub on where it hurts. I mean, the old joke was, of course, they used to call it smarting. When you're feeling pain from a balm that's put upon a cut or a bruise, it's called smarting. Like, this Tiger Balm makes my arm smart, where it's placed over the cut. And people used to make the joke, put some on your head to make you smarter. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Well, there you go. Old folks humor. So, Amy Como says, no photo I sent. Not movie. Oh, thank you, honey. So that's the photo that she sent that she's talking about. I was wondering what the hell that was. Said, okay. Obviously someplace in Asia. Had no idea what it was. So then she says, Tiger Balm Caves in Hong Kong, where she was told the Japanese were headquartered on the island. No photo I sent. Movie Hong Kong Island, I presume. Okay, so if she wants to provide more info, she's welcome to do so. Thank you, honey. And that's our lovely Amy Como. Okay, and so getting back to preparing for Russia's collapse, which we're probably going to see even more than more likely than regime change. As I said, there's been no serious talk or even any broaching of the subject of the inevitability of Russia's collapse among the people who should be discussing it. This is a dangerous lack of imagination given the prospect of Russia's collapse and disintegration. Indeed, the combination of a failed war abroad and a fractious, strained system at home is making an eruption of some kind increasingly likely with each passing day. It doesn't matter if this is good or bad for the West. It is an outcome that policymakers must be prepared for. Various scenarios for what could happen in Russia after their defeat in Ukraine have become even more clear. Most likely the ouster of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, followed by a vicious power struggle between extreme right-wing nationalists who want to keep the war effort going and destroy the existing political hierarchy, the authoritarian conservatives who dominate the system stake, and a resurgent quasi-democratic movement committed to ending the war and reforming Russia itself. We don't know who will win, but we can predict with confidence that the power struggle will undermine the regime and distract Russia from what remains of its war effort. In turn, a weak regime, in conjunction with a poor economy, will invite disgruntled Russians to take to the streets, perhaps even with weapons, and encourage some non-Russian political entities that want the Russian Federation to be more self-sufficient. Leading candidates encouraged to choose the option of governance include Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Chechnya, Dagestan, and Sakha. If Russia survives this turmoil, it is likely to become a vulnerable client state of the Communist Chinese Empire. If this were not the case, the map of Eurasia could have looked very different. Now, I want everyone to understand that I want Russia to become the new Raj of the Greater British Empire, a third Greater British Empire. I'll discuss that with our man George Knight on Wednesday. Russia's vast expanses, long history of troubled territories, and large non-Russian ethnicities, all the result of centuries of imperial conquest. A scenario that deserves more attention is the disintegration of centralized control and the breakup of federation. There is a rich history of state collapse following wars, revolutions, system breakdowns, economic crises, and other epochal events. Napoleon's empire collapsed after his disastrous march on Moscow and subsequent defeat at the Battle of Leipzig. In 1918, the Ottoman, Austro-Hungarian, German, and Russian empires all collapsed in military defeats. Of course, people, decisions, and policies played a role, but ultimately it was the war and its associated economic and social crises that pushed these states into political chaos and often violence. Also, consider the dissolution of the Greater Soviet Union, an outcome very few Russians wanted or even imagined when Mikhail Gorbachev took power as leader of the Soviet Communist Party in 1985. In early 1991, a majority of Soviet citizens voted in a referendum to keep their country. True, all republics, including Russia itself, declared sovereignty in 1990, and all except Russia declared full independence in 1991 following a failed hardliner coup d'etat. Its core features, authoritarianism and central planning, set in motion political, social, and economic forces that eventually forced most republics to take refuge from anarchy in autonomy and independence. It was perestroika, Gorbachev's signature policy of economic and political restructuring, which unintentionally killed the Greater Soviet Union. Take a look at that classic example of Greek architecture. We consider the apex of Western aesthetic, the colonnaded Grecian Parthenon, from the days of the Hellenics, the days of Greater Greece. And then compare that to the Great Pyramid of Giza. And understand the difference in architecture between a solid structure like the pyramids compared to the columns of the Parthenon. One, that solid block of mass. The other, looking as if it could soar or ascend upon the clouds into the heavens. And understand the difference in economic infrastructure that Gorbachev was trying to pull off. Gorbachev was trying to take the blocks from the Great Pyramid of Giza that was the monolithic Greater Soviet's war machine. Because, unlike other nations, which merely have a military-industrial complex, the Greater Soviet Union was a military-industrial complex and nothing else. Take the great blocks from that supermassive pyramidal structure and try to refashion them into the colonnaded aesthetic of the Parthenon of Elena, the Grecian name for Greece. And you know intuitively it can never be done. If today's Russia follows in the footsteps of these countries, it will have nothing to do with the wishes of the Russian elite or with Western policies. Large structural forces are at work. Putin's Russia suffers from mutually reinforcing tensions that have created a state that is far more fragile than he boasts. They include the military, moral, and economic defeat in the Ukraine war, but also the fragility and ineffectiveness of Putin's hypercentralized political system, the collapse of his macho personality cult in the face of defeat, illness, and visible age, gross mismanagement of Russia's petrostate economy, rampant corruption that permeates all levels of society, and vast ethnic and regional rifts in the world's last unstructured empire. Even though some seek the disintegration of Russia today, it is not too difficult to imagine a scenario where increasing political, economic, and social instability will at some point force Russia's constituent units to seek security and independence. When Ukrainian intelligence chief Kirill Budanov celebrated his birthday on the 4th of January with a cake depicting Russia sliced into several pieces, it certainly was an epic act of trolling. But the idea behind the image on the icing doesn't seem far-fetched at all. Under today's conditions, only one trigger may be needed to push the system towards collapse. The failed war with Ukraine, which has exposed the weakness of Putin and his state, may very well be the spark that ignites the frayed embers of Russia's institutions. Of course, sparks are unpredictable, and Russia may weather the current crisis and survive in its current form, whether under Putin or a successor. But even if it did, it would be severely weakened as a state, and all structural tensions would remain. Putin may also doubt this. In his 2023 New Year's address, he invoked the possible threat of war for Russia's independence, something he had not said before. But if this spark does occur, will the Russian collapse likely be volatile and violent, perhaps including civil war? Historian Marlene Laroulier, or Laroulier, as maybe Amy Como would have me pronounce it, Laroulier, directress of the Institute for European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies at George Washington University, thinks so. He said, a collapse would generate multiple civil wars, with new statelets fighting each other over borders and economic wealth. Meanwhile, the Moskva elite, in his words, will react with violence to any separatism. Similarly, former United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger has argued that disrupting Russia or destroying its capacity for strategic policy could turn its territory, encompassing 11 time zones, into a disputed vacuum. Russian groups may turn against each other and use violence, while outside powers may use force to expand their claims. Kissinger wrote, "All these dangers will be amplified by the presence of thousands of nuclear weapons." He advised that the best course of action would be to avoid making Russia impotent by war, instead involving Russia in a peace process, the details and enforceability of which remain completely unclear. Now, L'Oreilly and Kissinger's predictions are worst-case scenarios that need to be taken with an enormous amount of salt. History shows us that while imperial collapse is often chaotic for the declining countries that define the collapse, the outcome is not always bad for their neighbors or the rest of the world. Napoleon's death ushered in an era of relative peace in Europe. The breakup of Austria-Hungary saw some early fighting involving the Polaki, or Polish peoples, and Ukrainians, but conditions stabilized after but a few years. Even the Greater Soviet's collapse was remarkably peaceful. Most likely because the newly independent former Soviet republics and new sovereign European satellite countries all had recognized borders, functioning administrations, and elites ready to build states of their own were. On the negative side of the ledger, the collapse of the Ottoman Empire led to fierce fighting between the Turks and the Greeks. The collapse of the Russian Empire sparked conflict from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific, and the fall of the German Empire in 1918 arguably led directly to World War II. Which of these trajectories could apply if Russia collapses? No one knows, including L'Oreilly and Kissinger. But the history of empires proves that both relatively peaceful transitions and violent conflicts are possible. Pessimists will point to the possibility that Russia will go to war with all the separatist states. I'd like to see that. Optimists say that after their defeat in Ukraine, the Russian army will collapse and will be in no condition to fight on many fronts. I would say on any fronts. Pessimists may argue that new non-Russian statelets in the North Caucasus or elsewhere will end up fighting each other, while optimists will say that non-Russians have administrative boundaries, existing regional governments, and substantial economic resources, now drained by Moscow, to avoid conflict with their neighbors. Optimists might say that things could not get any worse than the recent genocidal war waged by the revanchist, Russian Empire. Pessimists would counter that they could be really, really bad and point to Russia's mythical, and I say mythical, nuclear arsenal. The only point of agreement between pessimists and optimists is that Russia would be a likely candidate for civil war, not least because of the existence of large and well-armed private armies. The bottom line is that it is irrelevant whether you are an optimist or a pessimist. We can only watch the drama of Russia's potential collapse unfold. Neither Western policies nor Putin himself can do much to stop this. That's because Russia is already beset by deep-rooted institutional crises, greatly exacerbated by the man who made Russia brittle and unstable and provided the potential spark for its demise, Vladimir Putin. This does not mean that the West should sit quietly by while belittling Russia. It is imperative to be prepared for possible disruption. L'Oreille and Kissinger's possible worst-case scenario should inform policymakers as they hope for the best, anticipate the worst, keep a cool head, and prepare for contingencies. He should avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, such as trying to help the apparently dying Greater Soviet Union survive and prioritizing Russia's needs over those of its neighbors. Countries bordering Russia, from the Baltic states to Central Asia, will be vital to contain whatever instability occurs within Russia if they manage to remain stable and encircle it. They will also be important in helping to stabilize and treat the newly independent successor states of the Russian Federation with restraint. Viewed in this light, continued strong Western support for Ukraine and for key countries such as eventually liberated Belarus and Kazakhstan is the best guarantee that aftershocks will simply subside if Putin's empire is toppled. Okay, checking my live stream yet again. And we have a little less than an hour and a half remaining. I would be finished by now were it not for the DDoS, the dedicated denial of services attack that occurred in our opening hour. But this at least gives me a little less time to wait for my gang brother who I must go on my supply run with. Well, come 9:30 in the morning. Alright, back to task at hand. And I assure you, it's what it is. I love my geopolitics. I know that many of you are not necessarily as enamored as I. So meanwhile, after all I've just discussed, let's bring it back to geopolitique. There's a new book out there what overplays the domestic roots of Sino-American confrontation that underestimates its geopolitical logic. I'm going to take a breath here, and maybe even ask what the listeners think. Should I start reviewing this book right now, or should I, maybe close off transmission early, since the transmission is going longer than expected with the original DDoS attack that knocked us off from the transmission. Okay, we'll see if anybody out there responds. And our man Seth sent an attachment, and let's see what our man says. Give me a chance here to basically check in onto Facebook Messenger. He says, sorry for after transmission. Oh shit. Oh god, that's funny as fucking hell. Oh my god. Yeah, he said something that was hysterically funny. I actually appreciate the fact that he did that, and it's one of these things where he's got Bruce Lee and another martial artist. They're all dressed pretty doofishly. And of course he was like saying, you can dress any way you want when you can kick most people's asses. Yeah, or no one can whip yours. Okay then. Yeah, it's like, I'm still mind blown at fucking, doofus, Ian West showing up in my transmission and saying, sorry about giving you the wrong number. But yeah, not providing the right one. Yeah, well, like, does he honestly think he's gonna get back into my good graces pulling that kind of shit? people fucking blow my mind. I mean, it's like, dudes, try and fucking think. You want to get on my good side? Do good things. Or at least things that are good for me, as opposed to just coming in and fucking around. Well, that won't be happening again. All right, back to our transmission at hand. And, okay, Acid Kick 96 says, please keep going. All right, sounds cool. He says, I love your geopolitics. And Amy Como says, what about the nuclear mutant who Russia was aimed at? Nuclear mutant? What the fuck? Honestly, I should really establish a call with her just to find out what the hell she's talking about. Give me a short break before diving back into subject matter. She's obviously up and awake, so fuck, we might as well bring her on. Here, call to Amy Como. Let's see what she responds. Now, there we are. It's ringing. It's ringing. So, honey, what? Can you hear me? I can. Yeah, we hear you. Go on. Say something.
Hey.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good morning. Okay, we're having some trouble hearing you now.
When there was a transmission where you're talking about Russia going from the Ukraine into another country that's in that area, where some guy who was like mutated and was like able to withstand the nuclear meltdown, and he took over as dictator.
Yes.
Started with a Z, maybe.
You're so cute.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Of course I do, honey. You're adorable. I love you. Yes, you're this wonderful human being. I'll get into that. I'll go there. What inspired you to send this little photograph? Because it was sudden. And then what inspired you to suddenly start talking about it in the middle of my transmission?
I just wanted you to realize I was awake because I had some really crazy dreams last night. And so I couldn't hang out because it's too late for me. But, no, I've been going through stuff looking for paperwork, and I found some prints that I'd made. And this one I was in Hong Kong, and they were telling me this is where I learned about the Japanese and China being in World War II, which, I didn't really know anything about it until I was there. But that was the caves that the Japanese were held up in on the island because it's like completely secured. Like nobody can get anywhere. It's on the peak, so you can't get anywhere at them. Like if you're in that area as a military post, it's completely secure. So anyway.
That's great.
I just wanted to tell you I was awake. I'm still pretty dreamy. I'm not quite 100% yet.
Oh, cool.
That's what I thought you were going towards.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, but Peter Moon's joining us, honey. So say good morning to Peter.
Yeah.
We're getting some feedback because Peter's still got it on.
Okay, we're having some trouble hearing you now.
Am I causing the feedback?
Yeah, you still got the computer on.
From the Ukraine
so we're hearing Amy talking to myself, but you're on, Peter. He's going to find a way to turn that off. So you still with us, honey, Amy?
I'm sorry. I found the source of the feedback and knocked it off. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it.
No worries. Welcome aboard. I'm so glad to have you with us. And so, Amy, say good morning to dear Peter.
How are you, Peter? I'm so glad that you came back from Romania.
Yes.
Yeah, I made it back very safe. Had a great trip. Thank you very much.
By the way, when I sent you that little message about the many moons in the month of August, it was Amy Como who emphasized the fact that there was another moon I didn't mention, Peter Moon, returning from Romania this month. So there you go.
Yeah, we have blue moon.
Yeah.
2 super moons.
Yeah. You remember? Yeah. Cool.
Well, no, I'm aware of that astrologically.
Great.
That we're having having some moons. We got a lot of moons this month. A lot of stuff is going down, and I'm, just absorbing it all. It's great. I heard just a little bit of your. I want to make sure you were still on the air before I came downstairs.
Sure.
I have to cut out around 9 to go to the chiropractor. I don't know if that's when you give it up.
I'll be giving it up pretty soon. We got not too soon. We basically have technically an hour and 15 minutes left. So I don't know if I can last that long. But certainly with both of you coming on, it helps immensely. And Acid Kick 96 says hi to Amy Como. And of course, everyone is very glad that Peter Moon is back on again. So if we got an hour and 15 minutes, how long have we got with you, Peter, before you have to leave at 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock is
about 25 minutes.
Okay, good. So stay with us that whole time if you wish. I'm certainly
sure. I can do that. It was good to do that and talk about all that Robert Chambers stuff. That's where I was going. Yeah. And then I have personal stuff to share with you, but that I won't have time to. Well, if you hang on till 10, I might be back by then.
I have to prepare for my gang brother Beaver picking me up early today, comparatively so. It's going to be hours before he arrives because he'll arrive at 9:30 a.m. my time or 10:30 at the latest. But definitely I have to prepare because it's going to be a long day. Got to prepare a lot of stuff.
Everything can wait. You can go out with Beaver and decide who needs scholarships and whatnot.
Oh, well, do remind everyone, Peter, that when I go out with Peter today, I'm going to be running my water supply run, that I'll also be having to pick up enough Coke and beer in bulk that I won't be blowing my wallet every time I go up to the corner store where they charge 3 times the price. So in all, very realistically, I may well be spending up to $1,000 today. And we don't have that much time before rent is due, of course, on the 1st of next month. So do remind my listeners, I do need their support for these.
Please do. Yeah. Yes, remember, it's to support Douglas with your contributions, if you can, at douglasdietrich.com. Yeah. Upper right-hand corner, the yellow button is... and you can donate to Douglas, whether it be 5, 10, 20, or more.
Thank you.
Many of my friends have done this, and they've been very, very generous. It's great because we do need the support. We hope I can complete the book so we can generate some significant revenue for you. I think one of the listeners who's asked many questions, I don't know if he likes his name repeated, but we've done his questions. He said, he wanted to know how much it would be so he can start saving for the book. And I said, well, I don't really know. I said the tentative price would be, $99 for my people who subscribe to my newsletter. Yes. That's like a gift price. Yes. The price would be like $199 for other people. Yes. It's also a contribution, and then it may be more. I don't know. But it's going to be a limited edition. I have to first price the book, see how expensive it is to produce. And I'm looking at producing a very nice book. Yes. I'm not going to say, idealistically, it would have a leather or leather-esque cover, depends, and would be full color. I don't know that will be viable. It might be viable. I don't know. You can't price a book out until you finish it. It could have, illustrations of Douglas's that are in color, or photoshops or whatever that show certain things. I'm not going to, there's too many visuals he's done, but to show key ones. Yes. With ARCA and stuff like that. This is my dream. How it all plays out, I cannot, I don't know. I can't, say things until, and the girl I was I initially consulted. She now works for another company that doesn't do that. So, but that's, she would have been really great to work with. But I wrote to her, and but there's other people out there.
Yes.
And it's like I'm looking at this is a limited edition. It's a collector's item.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, it's like, and the reason why am I doing this is because the audience, not that those people who appreciate what Douglas is doing, they're being assholes. by sticking to their Cho-inspired data stream.
Thank you.
And consequently, the Roswell deception has not caught the same wildfire that my Montauk book did.
Right.
And it's actually documentable. It's much more tangible and realistic. But the tangibility of it affects the gray matter of people. And they go, I want to watch Ancient Aliens. It's the best thing in the town.
Thank you.
And this is so it's like, what I am appreciated as a writer, publisher, whatever I do, I have X amount of appreciation. And I always know better what I'm doing than my customer base does in terms of my effectiveness or who I am and what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And I'm not being respected or appreciated for what I'm doing commensurately with what I'm doing. This doesn't even comment on who Douglas is or what he's doing. My interactions, what I do with Douglas, what I am doing is not commensurately appreciated or compensated. Now, I'm not doing this for compensation.
Right.
Nevertheless, if somebody wants me to go and do a talk somewhere, I'm not going to do it for free. I'm not going to travel across the country like many people do to get up and be heard, just for to satisfy their ego. I'm going to have to be compensated. So, but I'm saying I'm not doing this the thing is that, I'm not saying that my core audience doesn't appreciate me at all. I'm not saying that. But the appreciation is not such in the, I guess what you call the spill out that goes, that it's like, I'm not going to do this. And then I also want to compensate Douglas considerably.
I mean, that's so gracious of you. It's very gracious.
It's not only gracious, it's fucking necessary. It's necessary. But I'd say what I want to do with this book is take the profits of the book and split them with Douglas. In other words, it wouldn't be like, if he's getting a royalty of 6% on a book that sells for $20 or $30, and we're talking about $1 or something. So the book has to sell 3,000 copies for him to get like $3,000 or $6,000. It's hard to sell 3,000 copies of a book. Okay?
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
And it's not, the books you see in the bookstore that you think are staples of the bookstore and you can get them anytime, if those books sell 3,000 copies, it's a winner from a publisher. I'm telling you that. It's a winner. And then if it gets a reprint, all the better. But you'd be shocked to find out how little sales are.
Yeah.
I probably sold 80,000 hard copies of the Montauk Project. I've sold probably much more if you consider the ebooks that have sold. And when a book traditionally gets to 100,000, it mushrooms to 1 million.
Yeah.
Much faster than it took to get to 100,000.
That's right.
So it mushrooms to 1 million. So I could be, but that's the old formula. Now we have ebooks and stuff. So I can't evaluate the old formula by the new formula. But still, for 1 million people to read a book is no big deal. I mean, it is and it isn't. So it's like, and of course, the Montauk Project has created a significant amount of consciousness. And what I'm saying is, right now in my life, I don't need to be. I can do this. I can afford to indulge in this adventure with Douglas without, having the Roswell deception fly off the bookshelves.
Yeah.
And that
thankfully,
what I'm trying to get people to understand, this is a bottleneck. It's a bottleneck of truth and information. So it's like we're breaking something open. And you can't even imagine these people that co-opt, if not steal, the work I've done and go off and create TV shows or borrow it and spin it off. This is somebody was telling me this is really, good what you've done. They're taking your work and you're craving a big influence. But I can't imagine these people saying, Japan really won war. Japan really won war. I can't imagine these assholes.
No.
Saying that, because it's like it would, and there's these Cho that are affecting your dreams. The Cho are out there. What's it? That's thing from X-Files. Truth is out there.
Yeah.
Should change it. The Cho are out there.
Yes.
Because that's what they're picking off of. And so what I'm doing is formulaic. I'm a Capricorn, which means I'm very pragmatic, and this dam will bust. And so, how valuable is the information? Well, people obviously love the information; they appreciate it. There are some who donate substantially to you, who will buy it. I know one of my friends says, "Oh, I want to buy 4 or 5 copies," and because she wants to give them to her friends, I guess.
Great.
I'm gonna say, I want somebody to cough up X amount of money. I want to send one to David Anderson and his wife,
right,
or something like that. I'm not going to be giving these books out. I'm not going to be sending out review copies, because who the hell is going to review it? This is not a reviewable book. It's a collector's edition.
Yes.
And once I would sell those copies, I would be in a position to say, well, what do I want to do now? I wouldn't imagine that I'm just going to do a print run and at a reasonable price. I don't think that. What I would probably do is do a print-on-demand version that's going to be equally pricey.
Yes.
Equally pricey, if not more. Maybe less, maybe more. And then I'd be compensating Douglas, because it's like I can afford to do this. It's not like we want to elevate Douglas to whatever we can. I try to tell people, like, I'm mining data.
Yes.
I'm mining data from him, but I'm also respecting him in the process. Because this is what you should do with people. I've been disrespected enough, and it's like, it really hasn't bothered me, because I understand the game.
Yes.
I understand the game, and I'm just thrilled that I've been compensated to the degree that I have in my life over the last 32 years or 31 years in doing Sky Books. So I'm thrilled. And if this media deal comes to pass, which astrology says it will, I'll be, in better shape. I'm more concerned than my future cash flow. I'm more concerned about the future substance of the living environment.
Yes.
And that ties into the book and the apocalypse. And what's very interesting here is when we see this what do you call it? The with this book, it's like, can you imagine people, somebody buying the book and then doing a file scan or putting up a PDF of it and putting up pirate copies of it?
Right.
That would be interesting as hell.
Because
to a certain degree, you can't do anything about it.
Yes.
But, oh man, what happens with those pirate copies? Where does it even? It might just be equally ignored.
Yeah.
I would think that.
I don't think so, but yeah.
Well, I would think that the people who are buying it would not do that.
Right.
They would have, and it would lessen the collectability of the book. The people who would be the scurrilous, scandalous, I wouldn't even say set or OTO types. I wouldn't even dignify them with that much.
Thank you.
Credibility. They'd just be. They'd be, of the. I wouldn't even the demonic realm. They'd be more, sort of like wannabe demon.
Miscreants. They're miscreant as opposed to evil.
However miscreant. So it's like, and they're saying, this is the secret information, like, the Jameson Reach phenomenon, learn. I'm going to learn. I'm going to get the Vox Arca.
Right.
Because this book exposes the darkness. It's not going to teach you how to use the Vox Arca. It might give people ideas, some miscreant idea to create a Vox Arca of their own. And I'm going to do a tracheotomy on myself.
Good fucking luck.
No, but this is, it disables that element.
Yes.
Because so much of this occult literature, like Aleister Crowley's books, are notorious for being stolen from bookstores, from anywhere.
Yeah.
They're notorious for being stolen. They have this thieving energy of Hermes with it. Hermes is the thief.
Yes.
And Manly P. Hall would not put Crowley books in his library, he says, because they always get stolen.
Interesting.
And so, he came off as a, sort of moralistic, sort of high-grounded guy because he had such esoteric knowledge, but he was being seriously pumped in the ass. Especially on his deathbed, and they he had this guy doing colon therapy on him, and he gave him enemas while he jerked him off.
Jesus Christ!
And I'll sign over my will, whatever. He's like, and there was a whole upset with how that transpired, and he was very gay, although he had 2 wives that he fought with. Because I knew people who knew him, but he was very dignified, and he had Hollywood spellbound with his Philosophical Research Society. There's right there, down, not far from where my daughter used to live, in Los Feliz, and in L.A. Nice district, nice building, very nice place. You should visit it if you ever have a chance. But it was like, he could lecture like the son of a gun. He was really good and very knowledgeable, but he had his little, and he was very tall and very good looking when he was younger. He's a very good looking man. So manly. He was very manly, and he was a switch hitter, as they say. And I'm not talking about baseball. I'm talking about yes. So, but nevertheless, his knowledge is his knowledge, and I encourage people to listen to him, particularly his lectures on astrotheology. He has a 10-part series, Astrotheology. It give you a real grounded understanding in the existential philosophical framework of astrology, and it's I recommend it highly. I don't have many issues with what he says about anything in his lectures. It's just that, people have personal lives, and sometimes they're not the people you thought or hoped they'd be. And in his case, it's just information. So anyway, I was just saying that Crowley's books, he said Crowley's books got stolen, and this is notorious anywhere. This is like this thievery. L. Ron Hubbard's OT levels used to get stolen and sold on the black market for big bucks. Now you can go read them on the internet and laugh at them if you want. Just like Israel Regardie had all these materials of Crowley's, personal stuff, personal papers, and they were after him. The miscreants were after him. Yeah. Christopher Hyatt had to protect him with a gun.
Yeah.
And so this is what happens around certain information. This information is different because, I wish they would, when the book is released, I wish people would go after it. Like, I got the secret. And really, what is the secret with all this stuff? It's like the ultimate secret. I don't think, people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any more potent tool out there occultly than the Vox Arca. I don't think there is.
Thank you.
If there is, I'm happy to hear about it. And this was the magical mind of Michael Aquino, which was nothing to sneeze at, although he had his flaws for sure. He had his magical flaws. He also had his magical adeptness.
Yes.
Tom Brady, the great quarterback, has shown certain deficiencies in certain areas athletically. However, and I say that with with and he's a great athlete. He's a fantastic athlete, but he's shown certain. But what he does do is incredible. He can throw the football. He knows when to throw the football. He knows when to call plays, and he's got grit. He's got his assets far outstrip whatever vulnerabilities he has.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would say about Michael Aquino, he had his vulnerabilities. But he was very astute at what he could do and what he did do, and a lot of that had to do with having no moral scruples.
Yes.
When you cross that line, you can get away with a lot.
Yes.
And he had acumen. So this device that he created, and he used Douglas as his gopher to get so much of it. So Douglas probably knew aspects of it that Aquino never knew.
Thank you.
And it's like, wow, what is this thing? And this can, the government's afraid that Douglas can unlock the whole platform. And as I think Joe Pesci said in the movie, My Cousin Vinny, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. The government's scared. They're scared. So this is what we're dealing with, and the first step is understanding what we're dealing with, and we get a breakthrough by first of all finishing this book, and then what's the reaction it has on people who read it, and if it gets Douglas compensated, it's also that energetic transaction is great.
Yes.
It's great for me because it brings Douglas up energetically, and the people who are contributing, who already do contribute to him, are also energetically lifting him.
That's true.
And it's like, okay, thank you for what you've done. Thank you, Douglas. We would like to pay you a few nickels for what you did at the Presidio and shutting down the Presidio and stopping all that evil. Okay, so, throw a few nickels, throw a few dollars at him. This is great. This is what you're actually doing. You're paying him for all of the fantastic things that he has done, which this is not the way the public works. So thank you, Douglas.
Unfortunately,
this is the Kennedy Center giving honors for Douglas Dietrich for shutting down the Presidio.
Yeah.
And for not taking the assignment to shoot Bill Clinton. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, this was what so irritated me about Michelle Carmela Saldana, just anxious to get her side of everything out without giving me a chance to talk before her phone dies and she can just escape, jump off the boat without my getting my point across. So I'll get that point across now. When I was talking about all that concept of stolen valor that my gang stalkers, who she admits were gang stalking her, are gang stalking her as well. Richard K. Cole Jr. apparently having called her for years and years, and then proceeding to quote unquote dox her. It's this form of domestic terrorism that people just allow him to perform on them without ever responding or doing anything about it. You have this situation in which he was doxing her for not finishing boot camp. That she was never in the military, which she never claimed as part of her resume, other than that she was in boot camp, had the encounter with Aquino, and essentially after that got deathly sick and never finished boot camp. The whole thing is just an example of their attack is one of quote-unquote stolen valor. So when I was articulating the worthlessness of their medals, which are the coinage of valor, they've taken something that is ephemeral, something as ephemeral as fame, valor. What is that? It's something that is untenable, up there with courage and sacrifice and service. You have this vague concept that they've created a coin for called the medal industry, and they provide people with what is false currency. And I explain the counterfeiting of the counterfeit nature of this currency by the fact that these medals are rendered meaningless. I went into depth in that already. No point for our listeners to hear it again. They can listen to that part of the transmission in which I articulated such. But when it comes to this concept of stolen valor, it brings us right back to this concept of Tim Ballard, which she was, of course, ranting against in her monologue. And Tim Ballard is someone who claims he rescued 6,000 children in foreign countries from child slavery. And his mythos that they're creating about this man, who has done TED Talks and is now becoming this new hero that she is doing her best to preempt the rise of. Just to put this into some perspective, again for people, when I was down in Nicaragua with a young lady that I thought I was going to marry, or was hoping to marry, meeting her very Catholic parents, and was exposed, of course, to parents who were pushing their daughters on me, not because they're pimps or perverts, but because the nation was in meltdown and they knew that their daughters, who I was just casting a casual eye upon, were going to be gang raped by the incoming death squads or communist insurgents, either way, by whichever side conquered the village next. That there was no retaining their virginity unto marriage except in fantasy. And so they were offering, please, take my daughter. You want her, take her to America, please. By all means, have her so that she can have a better future than the hell that she faces here. And don't think I didn't seriously consider it in so many cases. If I had the wherewithal, I would have denuded Nicaragua of a good percentage of its young female population. They're some of the most nubile creatures imaginable. But there's no way to get them out. You're talking about, what are you going to do? If you marry them, the country's going to want you to stay there or bribe everyone involved, from the priest into the government officials, to somehow get out of there. And they're not going to make it easy. You can't just take them and go by sea. You're guilty of abduction. If you were to try and take them out by land, you're going to cross several state borders through hostile nations, including Mexico and the infamous border between Mexico and the United States. It's basically, you're left with a fairly impossible task unless you invest your fortune and your life's energy into that endeavor. That's just with imagining getting one girl out of Nicaragua. The idea of Tim Ballard getting 6,000 children out of foreign nations en masse is impossible. But then again, he's got the mythical build-up to it. He was working for the Department of Homeland Security. But he says, oh, I quit. I quit the Department of Homeland Security because they weren't doing their job of rescuing child sex slaves. And I went on my own to do it. Now, when I looked into this guy's past, I found out, oh yeah, he quit. After over 22 years in the Department of Homeland Security. That's not quitting. That's retirement. This is bullshit. This guy retired. He's got a wife and he's got 6 kids. And you're going to tell me a man with a wife and 6 children is not worried about rescuing sex slaves from all over the world without serious ramifications concerning threats to his own family? That this man can do such with impunity? Well, his wife, why would she tolerate a man who has 6 kids to raise, going all over the world, rescuing other children's kids who are sexually enslaved by other people? You would begin to wonder at his own proclivities. First off, don't you care about your own kids? And we've got some fathering to do back home. And secondly, of course, think of the damage he'll bring back home when people start calling up death threats or knocking at the door while he's gone, because he's not even there to defend his family. And you have a mythical construct in the form of this Tim Ballard. Now this is stolen valor. Someone like me, who domestically and internationally ultimately rescued literally hundreds of thousands of kids, no exaggeration, because by forcing the military to shut down its most extensive worldwide child trafficking network, forcing them to institute the month of the military child, and then claim that their daycare centers are the model for daycare centers everywhere worldwide, the most laughable concept imaginable. I mean, militaries are war machines. They exist. Their raison d'etre is to break things and kill people. Whatever else we might think of a military, the last thing any military should be is a family environment. But the idea that America's military has the best daycare centers in the world, the model for all the rest, is beyond laughable.
It speaks for itself.
Thank you. Thank you.
But it's just the absurdity.
Yes.
They're just a big joke.
Thank you. But my point being, stolen valor here. By shutting them down, forcing them to take that stance, I did indeed, at least in the most egregious sense, the sense in which I saw on a daily basis, I shut down that suffering for many hundreds of thousands of children. The United States Army alone, taking care of over 200,000 children every day. You can imagine the impact into the future that I had based on what I did. So the fact that no one's inviting me to TED Talks, no one's making me out to be a hero, that's, of course, this is what Peter Moon is trying to compensate for. So do appreciate.
It goes into the whole insanity that we generally suffer from on this planet. It's just like, okay, what does somebody get? I'm going to have to go in a minute here, but what does somebody get out of doing that? Of asserting themselves into the equation where they have no place, as many of these YouTube talk show people and topical, they have no place in even commenting on these things. They're inserting themselves into the paradigm.
Thank you.
And what do they get for it? They get attention. That's more important to them. Some of it's compensation.
Yeah, he's got a bestseller and is making millions of dollars off this. Go on.
He does have a bestseller?
Yes, Tim Ballard. You can look the son of a bitch up. He's making a career out of this. It's like better than work. He's got the build of a football player, and I don't understand why somebody who's built like Schwarzenegger would have a skinny model kind of guy play him in the movie they're making about him.
Might not have been his choice, but
good point.
Good point. I doubt that it was. But yeah, just as they say, a ballerina once told me that, and you said that this world champions mediocrity.
Yes.
That you give them mediocre, and let's champion the mediocre, yeah. And this is what this world does. So if you have any skill or talent, be prepared to be dwarfed by mediocrity. And some people can't, and I learned this from the opera, from my girlfriend in the opera. People don't understand true talent. They just get off on the, prestige of liking the opera and being there. They don't understand it at all.
Yes.
And it was a joke to her.
Thank you.
She couldn't take people seriously in that regard. But this is what we live with.
Yes.
It's and you go back into the books of J.D. Salinger and Sinclair Lewis. It's phoniness.
Thank you.
It's just complete, or just phony. They have no substance. This is a problem. No authenticity. So anyway, and then you hear somebody like Werner Erhard talking about authenticity. It's like, what the hell's he talking about? You must be authentic. Oh yeah, and it's just an absurdity because it sounds like a good talking point. I must be authentic. And watch this guy, Joaquin Phoenix. This guy's a total put-on artist. Great actor. But he'll get up and give some speech and just, he knows he's pulling the wool over everybody, everybody's eyes. He's saying everything that's politically correct. And it's just like, it's a performance to him.
Thank you. In other words, the tragedy of him is that he never stops acting. He's always acting.
Yeah, and it's like, because, he doesn't take it seriously. And it's just this, it's like the world loves a good phony. What Hubbard said, he says, it's a PRO world. Yes. And so don't fool yourself. It's all public relations. This is why, he pumped so much bullshit into what he was doing, because he's just getting people to respond, sort of like Goebbels. It doesn't matter whether it's true. There was an authenticity underneath it. Yeah. But he just, okay, I'm going to play the game they're playing.
Yeah.
Big deal. I'll say on this, that, and the other thing or whatever. Pump up the fact that he's a nuclear physicist, which was not exactly true.
Right.
He hung around with nuclear physicists. He hung around with the best. He understood their psychology better than they did. But, so I guess people would, buy that stuff. I never did. I knew he wasn't a nuclear physicist. I didn't care, because I wasn't learning nuclear physics. If I wanted to learn nuclear physics, I would have, gone to the university.
Yeah.
And at least gotten an idea of it, how to blow up a atom.
Yeah. Or smash a little atom. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and he was spot on in recognizing the insanity of that and deeply concerned about it. But so anyway, I'm going to go to the chiropractor now. Okay. Have a good rest of the show and enjoy the day with Beaver. And please donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand button, yellow button. Thank you very much.
Love you dearly. Bye for now. Stay safe and be well. So, honey, you and I now, and what I'll tell you is you were talking about the Burning Protectorate. And the Burning Protectorate is known as Transnistria to the west. And, of course, they have a capital. It is Tiraspol. And Tiraspol is the capital of this little strip of land that is near Moldova. It is carved out of Moldova, which, as Peter Moon can attest, is essentially Romanian. These are ethnically Romanian peoples, and they speak the exact same language as the people of Romania. They speak the Romanian language, except they use the Cyrillic alphabet, Cyrillica, the alphabet that the Russians, Bulgarians, and other deep Slavic people will use, as opposed to the Romanians, who use the Latin alphabet. So they're culturally divided by a river, and their alphabets primarily. A little bit of a different history in each case, but it was the Princess of Moldavia who legitimized Vladislav Cepich, the man historically known as Dracula, when he married her. And of course, I do want to emphasize that there is a long story behind the former cosmonaut who was left trapped in a nuclear meltdown, left for dead, but survived it, and emerged as something other than human, who rules Transnistria. And he is someone who is definitively no longer human, not only in the sense that he apparently was probably born a mutant, but also that he's been heavily cybernetically augmented by the old, or the cutting edge of the old Greater Soviet Union technology, which was never much to normally admire, but they put the best that they could into him. Again, a long and convoluted story. I'm happy to go into it. My great fear would be that there might not be enough time remaining, but I'll do my justice, or what justice that I can, to try and describe it, a little bit about his nation first, perhaps, and then himself, the leader of this nation, which is unrecognized. And I need to emphasize geopolitically, because geopolitics is my passion. that the solution to Vladimir Putin, what could lead to his overthrow, but of course the Germans have played this game before in World War I, and the result was catastrophic for all humanity. What the Germans did was they plotted to overthrow the Tsar. The Tsar of the ancient Russian Empire had gone to war with Germany. Imperial Germany of the Kaiser put a crazy man into a box cart and shipped him via rail by a train line into Russia to stir up trouble behind the lines. And he succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. Not only was the Tsar ultimately toppled by Germany's militarily defeating them. For those of you who don't know, the Germans won the First World War on the Eastern Front spectacularly, to the point where all the land from Leningrad to Stalingrad was awarded to the Germans. The overwhelming majority of Russia's food-producing and industrialized regions. Russia would have been left with Moscow and everything east. This was the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. It was that treaty which helped Lenin, the man they sent to stir up trouble behind the lines, well, take Russia over amidst the chaos, put himself in power in place of the Tsar, and the results for the rest of humanity, we're going to feel them for millennia. The millions that died were enough to populate all of North America combined. The combined populations of the United States and Canada would die as a result. In terms of numbers, with the spread of communism from Vladimir Lenin and his power base. Now, the Germans could play that card again, and they could point out the fact that just as the Nationalist Republic of China crossed the Black Strait from the Asian mainland onto the islands of Formosa, and on the 100 islands of Taiwan reestablished themselves as the Nationalist Republic of China, the Greater Soviet Union, during its collapse, an entity like that doesn't simply disappear. The government, like the Confederate States of America, now existing as a bastion of Confederados in Brazil, or the 1,000-year Reich in exile, a breakaway civilization that dominates space itself, effectively the universe outside Earth. For the present time, the Greater Soviet Union relocated its government into a little strip of land along the river that divides Moldova from the Ukraine. And there, in the burning protectorate, named after the radiations that fell upon it in the form of glowing rain after the meltdown at Chernobyl, there lives a mutant, now by cybernetic enhancement, twice the height of a human being. And he's known only to his public as the Commissar, a combination of the word comet and Tsar, alluding, of course, to his background as a cosmonaut. Now, of course, we have to remember that Russia had a very secret space program. That war was fought in space between the United States and Russia. Even with what we say about the German dominance of space, the Russians and the Americans did their best to dominate low Earth orbit, in part in an attempt to deny space itself to the Reich in Unterland. And so what happened was the Russians, the Soviets at the time collectively, built what were called Soyuz. Everybody remembers the space station Mir. At that time that it existed, the Russians had hyped it up, it was propagandized, The Americans feared it would continue to expand, additions added upon it until it became Mirograd, or a city in space. Instead, the Russians concentrated on armed and armored versions of the Mir, military Mirs, that were known as Solyuts. These were not only to attack American assets in space, which never developed beyond the most primitive, but also the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. Interdiction points, basically interceptors. And to keep them serviced while they were under attack, or perhaps even being sabotaged. Reinforcements were provided, military security was provided. One of them providing such security was the man who would ultimately rule what the West calls Transnistria, the burning protectorate of the greater Soviet Union in exile. It's enmeshed between three nations, and that's Romania and Ukraine in particular, that pretty much box it in terms of most of its territory. But by the river it has an outlet to the Black Sea. In fact, very close to Serpent Island or Snake Island, where the Ukrainian troops were thought to have fought to the death, but it was later found that they were taken prisoner, the survivors, by the Russians. I don't know if the negotiations for their release have ever succeeded, and I sincerely doubt they have. But technically, what we're referencing is the Moldovan Republic in Bessarabian anti-Romania, which is the host state proper to the parasite state of the Soyuz Sovietska Socialistichesky Republic the Izgani na Nistre, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in Exile on the Dniester. At any rate, both these nations border Ukraine. But if you try and look up Transnistria, unless you're seeking it by its very specific name, you'll only discover that it's off the maps. So when the Greater Soviet Union began to fragment in the late 1980s, Moldavia effectively had independence thrust upon it. There was a growing sense of nationalism that saw a number of new laws proposed, including a motion towards making Moldavian the new nation's only official language, which would effectively be simply Romanian with a Cyrillic alphabet. Of course, other people spoke Russian. For many in the east of that country, that was seen as the beginning of a process that would eventually exclude the Russian language speakers from public life. So in September of 1990, the region of Pridnistrovie, the Transnistria, which transliterates as across the Dniester, proclaimed secession from the emergent Republika Moldavia, the Republic of Moldavia, and 12 months later, when Moldavian police attempted to forcibly remove new checkpoints to the region, civil war ignited. Lasting for 12 years, this conflict cost the lives of approximately 700 fighters and civilians. It was concluded by ceasefire in July of 1992, and although this tense truce remains in place today, Pridniestrovia's, or Transnistria's, political status remains unresolved. Though it maintains all the trappings of an independent nation, it is not officially recognized by any other sovereign nation, not even Russia, and to all intents and purposes is still considered integral to the Republika Moldavia. Now, the self-declared nation-state of what is now, by its own people, called Zigani Protectorat Pridnistrovie, the burning protectorate of Transnistria, clings to its Sovietsky, its Soviet, literally collectivist roots. And located as it is on this cadaverous sliver of land where the eastern border of Moldavia, it's Ukraine, the Ukraine, the borderland, the Shozieni Protectorate Pridniestrovie, the burning protectorate of Transnistria, retaining all of its Zyaviatsky, its Soviet or collective government, parliament, military, police, and postal system, yet remaining internationally unrecognized. This is the key to the Germans toppling Vladimir Putin. All they need to do is recognize Transnistria as the legal government of Russia, because the Soviet Union never died. Now imagine that card being played, and your entire world as you know it collapses, turns into something different. History turns on a dime, and the Greater Soviet Union is reborn. Understand then why the Germans have never brought this card on the table in public as even a conceptual option. So the territory exudes this Zyaviatsky feel, Soviet feel that's been described as surreal, with the flag sporting the hammer and the sickle emblem of communism. All the Zyaviatsky-era monuments still look out over all public areas and buildings adorned with socialist realist murals. These communist relics are actively cared for and maintained thanks to municipal funds. Over 12 million souls toil as under-serfs to serve the Zhigani Protectorate Pridniestrovie's military-industrial complex. The Comet Tsar, the Comet Caesar, rules tyrannically from the state palace he calls home, brutally dispatching any internal unrest among the unfortunate populace of his rogue nation through a highly efficient secret state police force called Zvezhnoi Gvardi, the Stellar Guard, again an allusion to his cosmonautical background. The Zvezdy Gvardi, Stellar Guard, composed of the Comet Tsars, the Comet Caesar's most trusted agents, forms the nucleus of his militarized police state. Although armed with less advanced technology than Western special forces, the Zvezhnoi Gvardi, they remain a potential threat to even a well-prepared team of operatives venturing into the Comet Tsar's homeland or even intervening in his machinations abroad. Now, in keeping with his contempt for humanity, the Comet Tsar considers all of his minions expendable. A dossier recorded quote exposed more to myself than one would be wont to know. Люди всегда будут готовы выбросить и жизнь лидера. Они могут действовать стремительно и глубоко страх. Humans will always be willing to throw their lives away for a leader they can and truly and deeply fear. I mean, dwell on that for a second. Humans will always be willing to throw their lives away for a leader they can truly and deeply fear. Most members of the Zvezhnoi Gvardi are disenfranchised former Zyaviatsky agents, ironically right-wing veterans of the wars in Eastern Europe, and skilled international mercenaries who have run out of places to hide. And in return for their unwavering loyalty, members of the Zvezhnoi Gvardi live as barons, free to do as they please on lands bestowed unto them by the Comet Tsar himself. Their downtrodden subjects live in constant fear of interrogation. The subjects of the Comet Tsar's Neo-Zyaviatsky, the Neo-Soviet rule, they're not free to travel, even though their passports are their pride and joy, one of their only private possessions issued to them, that are the only passports in the world that still bear the hammer, well, the hammer and sickle. Even communist China's doesn't do that. And they're provided little access to media from the outside world. So Compounding their lack of travel is an ignorance of any place to travel to. Although they enjoy little freedom, the citizens are adequately fed, they're sheltered, and cared for by the state. Intriguingly, the protectorates, aged, receive some of the finest care in the world, as the exiled nomenclatura, the list of names from the Slavicized Latin, an elite caste of people within the former Sovietsky Soyuz, the Soviet Union, the intelligentsia, as it were, who held various key administrative positions in all spheres of activity, government, industry, agriculture, education, etc., whose positions were granted only with approval by the Kommunistическая партия Sovietskogo Soyuza, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, comparable to the Western establishment, holding or controlling both private and public powers, media, finance, trade, industry, state, and institutions, are all certainly not getting any younger themselves. And for that reason, their state is geared into a supermassive retirement center. The most ironic economy on earth, caring for a party of communists that have yet to die. Now, in terms of the Kometskar himself, the Comet Caesar, or Kaiser, as pronounced in the original Latin, making it more euphonic, the Comet Kaiser, Kometskar in the Russian, from out of his dossier, basically 3 years after official commencement of the Sovietsky nuclear program, circa Anno Domini 1957 of our communal era, a serious nuclear explosion occurred at the Proizvodstvennoye Obednenie, the Mayak Production Association, the name Merk being derivative from the Ruski, or the Russian language word Malk for lighthouse. The nuclear fuel processing plant, still today one of the largest nuclear facilities in the post-Sovietsky, the post-Soviet Rossiyskaya Federatsiya, the Russian Federation, housing plutonium production reactors aside the reprocessing plant itself. The nuclear complex is located 72 kilometers, or 93 miles northwest of the city of Chelyabinsk, if I remember. Chelyabinsk, in the Uralsky Gori, the Ural Mountains region, on the border of Europe and Asia. Thousands of square miles were contaminated by the accident, causing the entire province to be completely closed to all foreigners until 1992, a full year after the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union. All the people there left to increasingly glow in the dark with each passing generation. The calamity at Chelyabinsk was the first time the Russians, had to deal with a nuclear incident, but it most certainly would not be the last. That last one, thus far, before Chernobyl, being the Tomsk 7 catastrophe. And seemingly born to deal with both was an individual who was never even gifted a Christian name, or at least none known to the general public. He was birthed of an unknown mother who died while delivering him amid mass evacuation. The individual who was to be codenamed Plamya. Plamya, literally flame or blaze, came into this world out of a womb, thoroughly saturated with the very Rontgens emitted from the meltdown of the Mayak lighthouse that killed his biological mother, among so many others. Himself apparently immune to effects of massive radioactivation. Now, contextually, since June 30th of 1908, in what was called secretly, in the documents of the Soviets, the evoluzione subtia Tunguskogo meteorita, the evolutionary events of the Tunguska meteorite, incepting on the 30th day of the 6th month in the 1908th year of our Lord, over a century agone, 100 and how many years ago by now? At any rate, the Plamia, the flame, the blaze, has been but one of many young, well, among tens of thousands, parahuman mutants born over the decades in the SSSR, the USSR by Romanization, the Soyuz Sovietska Socialistическая Republic, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the communized Russian Empire seized from the former colonies of the Tsar. Demonstrably, this man, even as a child, coming out of his radiation-seared, his microwaved mother's womb, this man was demonstrably capable of withstanding levels of radiation fatal to any baseline human specimen. The Plemia, the blazing flame, was raised as secret Geroi, a secret hero. A concept only the Russian communists could think of. A secret hero of the Sovietsky state and a primary asset of the secret Sovietsky space program, repeatedly traversing the Van Allen radiation belt with impunity on hard vacuum assignments against the Americans, or even the Reich in exile, in support of his people's covert armada of armed and armored military salutes, the first space stations of any kind, oft operating under conditions of suited exposure to direct solar raids and solar radiations, the rads that would have seared his tovarishchi po origio, or comrades in arms, alive. Bear in mind, of course, that there is a disambiguation within the secret space community between satelloids, which are human-manned satellites, literally even one-man space stations if they're capsules in space that happen to be in orbit, and satellites. A satellite is the thousands of contraptions in low Earth orbit that give you the ability to talk on your cell phone or help you with your GPS, your geosynchronous satellite positioning system, to help you navigate and keep you from getting lost on your long drives through the countryside or other cities you haven't visited before. Satelloids, even if they're one-man capsules, so long as a human being is manning them, those are manned satellites. There's a difference between a satelloid and a satellite that you probably never knew. Now, despite this man's ability to cross the Van Allen radiation belt and be exposed to direct solar heat without burning alive, the toll of mechanical, in disambiguation from radiological, insults to his body led to a number of comparatively primitive but extremely durable cybernetic augmentations that rendered the Plamia's morphological appearance ever more disturbing. Per what information has been acquired of his person, it be evident that, knowing of no other life than that of a cosmonautical combatant, the Plamia was entirely accepting, both physiologically and psychologically, of prosthetic enhancements nigh doubling his height, rendering him 12 feet tall today, and leaving him permanently encased in endoskeletal support that has served to maintain both his survivability in space while preventing his zero-gravity decalcified bones from breaking when abiding what be for himself the oppressive gravitational pull of the Earth whenever he suffers to stride upon it, as he perforce must do so for the foreseeable future. If you've ever seen the cosmonauts returning from long, slow orbits in space, the very marrow of their bones leached by the vacuum, unable to stand up at all, you would understand why this man needs the endoskeleton he has after a lifetime in space combat to even walk the earth. For on the fall of the Zhavotsky Soviets, the former Soviet Union, the individual originally known only as the Plamia did not flicker out gently into that good night. Small splinter cells within the Sovietsky government believed that with the collaboration of the Ruski Communist Empire's numerous metahumans, id-est human mutations of extraordinary functionality apparent throughout the Sovietsky Soyuz, or the post-Sovietsky Rossiyskaya Federatsiya, a post-Soviet Russian Federation, since June 30th of 1908, the Evraziyski, or Eurasian Evolutionary Demarcator, of the Tunguska mutation event. The military could seize power and stem the collapse. And, well, as the Roosevelt socialist status quo of totalitarian dictatorship had been maintained in these United States by the intervention of the twin-starred traitor to the constitutional republic, the United States Marine Corps Major General Smedley Darlington Butler, the individual who, as I've exposed how impossible it is to win one Congressional Medal of Honor while you're alive, statistically, happened to be gifted with 2 of them, proving his corruption and his ultimate case personifying stolen valor. Bearing 2 medals that most people had to sacrifice to simply get 1. That Smedley Butler sold out his own population to maintain the communist Franklin Delano Roosevelt in power. And in an attempt to emulate his accomplishment, the hardline communists thought they could harness the secret hero Plamia, who was perceived as the potential savior of godless communism in its hour of eclipse. For his part, the Plamia was fiercely loyal to his government sponsors, having been coddled by the state literally since birth due to his mutant abilities, unlike other paradoxically covert Narodnia Zhashtnikovi, or People's Defenders, id-est Sovietsky superheroes, who many hardliners saw as too attached to their charges, the people themselves. The Plamia cared little for the Yuri na Yulitya, the people of the streets. The Plamia displayed a disturbing affinity for destruction as vanguard of the attempted coup d'etat. However, because of the grave and complicated political ramifications of overthrowing Boris Yeltsin, only a small handful of metahuman talenti, the talents, id-est the human mutants of extraordinary ability, followed him in seizure and mobilization of his nuclear-armed forces. Aside which, almost farcically, he was popularly unknown. He was a secret hero, after all, a hero of the state instead of the people. Again, a product that could only happen in a pervertedly communist nation. Although the world teetered on the edge of cataclysm, his first and last public standoff was solved diplomatically with surprisingly little